Regarding the eavesdropping on the heart's voice of the Twanbao family, the entire household was unsettled. Jiang Anning, the divine physician from the book, found herself in a predicament. Upon her unexpected arrival in this world, she discovered that her family regarded her as a horned monster from the moment of her birth. Her cruel grandmother contemplated casting her into the mountains to be devoured by wolves. Jiang Ning internally lamented, "The medical knowledge of ancient people is truly lacking. I merely suffer from a calcium deficiency. A little supplementation would suffice." No wonder the Jiang family is impoverished. Such ignorance is astonishing. "I initially intended to utilize my talents to elevate your family's fortunes, yet it seems I am doomed to perish before my endeavors can begin. Oh, how unfortunate my fate is." The elderly patriarch of the Jiang family was startled, thus sparing Jiang Ning from her grim fate. Shortly thereafter, her uncle Qiao Danian came to visit, and her young niece lamented with a sigh. Chapter 1. Give birth to a monster and throw it into the mountains to be fed to wolves. Amidst the winding paths, wild chrysanthemums and jasmine flourished abundantly. The stone bridge arched over a babbling brook, and the distant sound of roosters crowing could be faintly heard. In the orderly fields, quaint farmhouses stood serenely. This village, known as Xinghua Village, lies less than 10 miles from the outskirts of Ning'an City. Despite its seemingly prosperous name, the villagers lived in abject poverty due to adverse weather and the prevalence of rugged terrain. Jiang Ning opened her eyes, surveying her surroundings. The room was adorned in an antiquated style, with crude tables and chairs, clearly belonging to a modest household. How did I end up in ancient times? Moreover, I have become an infant? As she pondered this bewilderment, an elderly woman suddenly scooped her up. Congratulations, Madame Qiao. You have given birth to a daughter for the Jiang family. The old woman was indeed the midwife, her face radiating warmth and adorned with deep wrinkles that could almost trap a fly. Startled, Jiang Ning opened her mouth wide and began to wail. There's a ghost. There's a ghost. The midwife, taken aback, anxiously queried those nearby. Did any of you hear someone shout about a ghost? The others in the room exchanged glances and shook their heads in unison. A sense of doubt crept into the midwife's mind. Just moments ago, she distinctly heard someone exclaim there's a ghost, yet no one else seemed to react at all. Was it merely a figment of her imagination, a trick of her aging mind? In a fleeting moment, she recalled that her earlier behavior had been rather reckless. How could she utter the words "there's a ghost" in the presence of a woman who had just given birth? After all, the new mother had just endured the trials of childbirth, and to proclaim there's a ghost could be construed as an insult. Was she insinuating that the newborn was a specter? It is well known that those prone to overthinking tend to cultivate misunderstandings. According to custom, a midwife is entitled to receive a reward only after the delivery is successfully completed. Should the family harbor ill will and subsequently reduce the reward, it would be a loss not worth incurring, particularly given that the Jiang family had welcomed a child deemed a financial burden. At this thought, the midwife felt a jolt of anxiety, cold sweat forming on her brow. She hurriedly clarified, "It must be that my old ears misheard. Someone likely shouted about a noble person instead. It surely refers to the arrival of a young lady in the Jiang family, a divine blessing from the heavens. Just look at how charming the little lady is, with her delicate features and cherubic, plump form." As she spoke, she gently adjusted the swaddling cloth enveloping Jiang Ning, intending to continue her flattery. However, in the next moment, the midwife's smile abruptly froze, replaced by a visage of terror and panic. "What is the matter?" a weary voice inquired. On the straw mat, Madame Qiao furrowed her delicate brows. Why was the midwife exhibiting such an uncharacteristic display of distress today? "Madam, perhaps you should take a look yourself," the midwife said, handing the newborn Jiang Ning into Madame Qiao's arms. Despite her fatigue rendering her countenance slightly haggard, Madame Qiao maintained an air of gentle grace. Having just given birth, her hair was loosely arranged, with a few strands dampened by sweat upon her forehead, yet this did not detract from her ethereal beauty. Surely, she must be my mother, Jiang Ning pondered, a resolute glimmer flashing in her eyes. Oh mother, your exquisite beauty must surely be inherited by me as well. However, she suddenly sensed an unusual tension in her mother's embrace, tight and trembling, as if she were quite anxious. What could be amiss? Jiang Ning felt a wave of unease wash over her. In Madame Qiao's eyes, Jiang Ning indeed appeared to be a delicate beauty. Yet, there was an incongruous horn protruding from her forehead. A horn! How could my child possess a horn? Madame Qiao's tone was laden with inexplicable horror, and within the delivery room, silence reigned as everyone held their breath, the atmosphere palpably oppressive. Heads bowed in silence, each person inwardly speculating. Could the daughter born to Madame Qiao be a monstrous aberration? Upon hearing the word horn, Jiang Anning's heart jolted with shock. In that instant, she comprehended that she had transmigrated into a novel. Specifically, she had entered the realm of a domestic strife and farming narrative. In the book, there exists a household bearing the surname Jiang, which indeed gave birth to a child with horns protruding from her head, a so-called freak. Due to the disdainful gossip from the neighbors, the elderly patriarch, Jiang Fong, in a fit of rage, callously discarded the infant into the mountains to be devoured by wolves. Alas, the unfortunate girl perished before even receiving a name. At that moment, Jiang Anning felt a shiver run through her entire being, her heart nearly bursting with distress. Is this what awaits me in this hellish beginning after my transmigration? Just then, Jiang's elderly father and his wife, Feng, upon hearing that their daughter-in-law had given birth, entered the delivery room to pay a visit. However, upon learning that the newborn was a girl, their expressions grew markedly colder. Feng lifted her eyelids to glance at Jiang Anning, who was cradled in the arms of Qiao, and her countenance darkened even further. Oh my goodness! What on earth is this? Quick, second daughter-in-law, come here. Toss this monstrosity that Qiao has birthed into the well to drown. The second daughter-in-law, Xing, disdainfully retorted, Mother, we still need to drink the well water. If we throw this freak in, who would dare to drink it? Perhaps it would be better to leave her in the mountains to be fed to the wolves. Jiang Anning shot her a glare, internally cursing, You wretched fat woman, how malicious. I wish for a great festering sore to blossom upon your lips by tomorrow. Though Xing lived a life of scarcity, she had a constitution prone to gaining weight, as if merely drinking a sip of cool water would cause her to balloon. This led to her frequently facing accusations from her mother-in-law of pilfering food, enduring her fair share of scolding. What she loathed most was being labeled a fat woman. Who dares to insult me? Xing barked, hands on her hips, hopping in indignation. Feng was thoroughly exasperated, and seeing her acting so raucously only intensified her irritation. Hat nonsense are you spouting? In whose presence do you dare to call me mother? It's not that. I truly heard someone cursing me just now, she replied. Feng picked up a shoe and began to strike Xing, berating her as she did so. What's wrong with your ears? The entire room is silent. What nonsense are you conjuring? Is it so difficult for you to perform a simple task? You're nothing but lazy flesh. Hurry up and dispose of the abominable spawn that Qiao birthed. Xing endured several blows, with the yellow mud from Feng's shoe smeared on her chin, pleading in a pitiful tone, Mother, please no more. She approached Qiao's couch, hesitating before finally stating, Sister-in-law, would you just give me the child? Qiao clutched Jiang Anning even closer, retorting, Mother, how could my child possibly be a monstrosity? Feng let out a cold laugh and remarked, I say, daughter-in-law, while it's one matter for you to bear a monstrous child, it is a far graver issue for the reputation of the Jiang fam. Aili, as your mother-in-law, I naturally possess the authority to deal with your offspring. In the original narrative, Qiao's tragic fate began the moment she gave birth to a monstrous daughter. The Jiang family had 3 sons, with only the eldest, Jiang Zheng, being literate. Moreover, he was the sole scholar in the village, recognized by the imperial court. Since Jiang Zheng passed the imperial examination and became a scholar, Feng was convinced that her son was destined for an official career. Consequently, she deemed the modest Qiao family unworthy of her son and plotted to find a more suitable match for him. She had set her sights on the daughter of the butcher Hu. However, the Hu family firmly stated that even if their daughter was illiterate, they would not allow her to become a concubine. Thus, Mr. Feng contemplated the notion of urging his son to divorce his wife, scrutinizing the Qiao family with disdain, and even resorting to violence and scolding. After the original protagonist was cast into the mountains and carried away by wild wolves, Mrs. Qiao, overwhelmed by grief, succumbed to her despair and soon departed from this world. Chapter 2. The family reads minds. No, it was imperative that the tragic event of 1 corpse and 2 lives from the past did not repeat itself. Jiang Anning secretly resolved to take action. Mrs. Feng, with a tone of reproach, addressed Jiang Zheng, saying, "Son, look at the wretched union your father has arranged for you. There are 3 forms of unfilial conduct, and the gravest is to leave no descendants. Since Mrs. Qiao entered our Jiang family, she has given birth to 2 children, one perished prematurely, and the other is a monstrosity. She is indeed an ill-omened person. In my opinion, you should divorce her. With your scholarly accomplishments and talents, you could easily find someone 100 times better than the daughter of the Qiao family, Ev. And with your eyes closed in Xinghua village." Jiang Fong, incensed by his wife's complaints, stamped his foot and retorted, "Is this household governed by you or by me?" Mrs. Fong shot an exasperated glance at her husband, but remained silent. With a cold tone, Jiang Fong addressed Mrs. Qiao, saying, "Bring the child to me for a look." Mrs. Fong muttered, "You'll see for yourself." Mrs. Qiao raised her gaze to observe her father-in-law and, seeing no malice in his eyes, finally handed Jiang Anning over to Jiang Fong. At first glance, Jiang Fong immediately discerned the differences between his granddaughter and other children. Though he had scolded Mrs. Fong out of anger, he did not entirely dismiss her words in his heart. This child is so unusual. Even if she survives the night amidst the scorn of others, more significantly, it will tarnish the reputation of the Jiang family. Moreover, in the small confines of Xinghua village, where one cannot avoid crossing paths with acquaintances, how shall I face the world with such a disgraceful visage? Jiang Fong sighed, his heart a tumult of confusion and turmoil. Jiang Anning observed the adults in her family, their faces as dark as the bottom of a pot, and naturally, fear gripped her. It was evident they harbored intentions of abandoning her in the mountains to feed wolves. Could it be that her very first experience in this new life would lead to her demise? How woeful! Yet, at that moment, a voice suddenly resonated in her ear. Ding! The Universal Prescription System is currently binding. Host successfully bound to the Universal Prescription Big Data System by inputting symptoms. The system will search its vast database to provide corresponding treatment prescription. NS, thus enabling targeted remedies. Jiang Anning exhaled in relief. Fortunately, the system had arrived just in time. The Jiang family was embroiled in a heated debate, and Jiang Fong's ears were filled with a cacophony of complaints. What anomaly! It is utterly normal for a baby to have horns atop their head. That is merely a sign of calcium deficiency. How absurd to label her a monster. Other pregnant women are nourished with rich bone soup, at least afforded eggs. Yet, when my mother bore me, she could only consume sweet potatoes and water chestnuts, so naturally, I was born with horns. After all, water chestnuts are indeed horned. Jiang Fong's hand trembled, nearly causing the child to slip from his grasp. "Oh, dear grandfather, do take care not to drop me." Jiang Fong stared blankly at everyone, pondering in disbelief. Did that child just speak? But how could such a young child possibly articulate words? She did not utter a word, yet her voice resonated within my ears. How astonishing! I could actually hear the innermost thoughts of my beloved granddaughter. Jiang Fong stared in bewilderment at his family, realizing that the words of his granddaughter were discernible only to himself. With a sigh, he lamented, "My dear granddaughter, it is not that your grandfather is unwilling to provide your mother with eggs. It is simply because we possess only one hen capable of laying, and alas, it was recently stolen by a thief." Jiang Anning thought, what sort of thief? Clearly, it is a family traitor. Upon hearing this, Jiang Fong's eyes widened in shock. Jiang Anning's thoughts were filled with indignation. My third uncle gambled away our family's fortune and resorted to stealing our laying hen to settle his debts. If you do not intervene, grandfather, the entire Jiang family will be ruined by him. Jiang Fong's face turned a tumultuous shade of green and purple with fury. He was well aware of Jiang Chen's insatiable gambling addiction and had even reprimanded him for it. However, he never imagined that Jiang Chen would descend to the depths of stealing their hen. Little did he know that Jiang Chen had also pilfered the jewelry that belonged to his mother, Fong, from her dowry to repay his gambling debts. With a grim expression, Jiang Fong inquired, "Where is Jiang Chen? Where can he be found?" Seeing his father's growing anger, Jiang Zhen did not hesitate and promptly rushed to the gambling den. However, when confronted by Jiang Fong regarding the missing hen, Jiang Chen was left utterly speechless. From his expression, it was clear to Jiang Fong that his third son was indeed the culprit behind the hen's disappearance. Enraged, Jiang Fong exclaimed, "You wretched scoundrel! Do you have any notion of the fact that those eggs were meant for your elder sister-in-law's confinement? How could you stoop so low as to steal this? I swear, I will not let you live today. Jiang Chun, realizing that his father was not merely trying to intimidate him but was genuinely furious, quickly sought refuge behind Feng. The old son, the eldest grandson, the old lady's heart and soul. Jiang Chun was also born from Feng after 10 months of pregnancy. Any punishment inflicted upon her son pierced her heart. Shielding her son behind her, she shouted at the old man, "What are you doing? Is it just a chicken you're talking about? Do you really want to kill your son?" Jiang Feng glared back. He stole a chicken meant for the eldest daughter-in-law to recuperate after childbirth. And what of it? The old lady, with a face of obstinacy, retorted, what she gave birth to is nothing but a financial burden. What do we look like? A wealthy family. So many pretensions. I reckon the two of them together aren't worth as much as that chicken. In my opinion, even if the chicken hadn't been stolen, it shouldn't go to the Qiao family. Second son, third son, hurry up and deal with the aberration Qiao gave birth to, lest the villagers start gossiping. She furrowed her brows and commanded, Pesque, grandmother. Do you think your precious son merely pilfered a chicken from the household? Given your malice, I almost refrained from informing you. Go take a look at the jewelry you've hidden under the bed. Foam was momentarily taken aback, her mouth agape as she muttered, "Who is speaking? This is truly bizarre. How do you know I have jewelry hidden beneath my bed?" Realizing the implications, Feng's eyes sharpened, and in a fit of rage, she scolded, "Oh, you little rascal, you would dare to steal even your mother's dowry. Third brother, you are truly disappointing. Do you not realize that this is for your brother's honor? Oh, it is easy for you to say. Do you have any idea how hard it is for me to save a bit of money? Eldest and second brother, swiftly put this wretched creature out of its misery. It must be done with great ferocity." Chapter 3. Rescuing Uncle. Upon realizing the imminent threat to his life, Jiang Chen's heart sank, and he trembled in a corner, filled with dread. At that moment his wife, Mrs. Xia, rushed in, pleading with him, her face etched with disappointment and frustration. She pointed an accusatory finger at Jiang Chun, scolding him vehemently. "You deserve this scolding. All you do is gamble, neglecting your responsibilities at home. I cannot endure this life with you any longer." With her back to the crowd, Mrs. Xia cornered her husband with a combination of pinches and reprimands, appearing fierce. However, her true intention was to shield him from the onslaught of blows from behind. Stealthily, she signaled to her husband to relent and extricate himself from the situation. Jiang Anning observed this exchange and thought to himself, this third aunt is indeed a formidable character. Though the original text scarcely elaborates on her, it does mention her possessing a clever and articulate nature. She seems quite challenging to deal with. I must exercise caution. Understanding the unspoken message, Jiang Chun quickly replied, "Wife, please stop. I acknowledge my mistakes. Today, I want a little money. How about I offer sister-in-law a chicken as compensation?" The couple seized the opportunity to withdraw and nodded eagerly. Yes, I will fetch it right away." With that, they hurriedly scrambled out of the thatched cottage. Jiang Fong had prepared fish soup, and upon seeing it, Fong cast a disdainful glance and scoffed. "You really made her fish soup? Does she think she is a queen?" Jiang Fong smiled knowingly, replying with confidence, "This bowl of fish soup is for my granddaughter." With an air of mystery, he added, "My dear wife, I believe our granddaughter is extraordinary. You have no idea, it was she who informed me about the incident of the chicken theft. The child bore horns upon his head, and I pondered, could he possibly be a dragon's offspring? Bah, do not elevate the reputation of the Jiang family unnecessarily." Fong scoffed disdainfully, remarking, "With your character, how could you possibly give birth to a dragon's progeny? True dragon offspring are conceived after 3 years and 6 months of gestation. Later, you should visit the midwife's home and discreetly offer her some money to prevent her from spreading baseless tales that would tarnish the Jiang family's reputation." "Fine, I understand," Jiang Fong replied with a hint of impatience, before adding with a glimmer of hope, "If he is not a dragon's offspring, perhaps he is a reincarnation of a celestial being? Maybe even a fairy." Fong coldly laughed, dousing her husband's enthusiasm. What a buzzkill. Jiang Fong glared at Fong in annoyance, choosing to remain silent thereafter. He presented a bowl of fish soup before Qiao, accompanied by a boiled egg. The postpartum Xingshi gazed longingly at the fish soup and egg, unable to suppress her saliva. Goodness, during confinement, a peasant woman typically subsists on only sweet potato porridge. How fortunate is the eldest sister-in-law to give birth to an anomaly while still enjoying chicken eggs and fish soup. Where is the fairness in this world? She reluctantly took the bowl and passed it to Qiao. Qiao scooped half a spoonful of fish soup and offered it to Jiang Anning. Jiang Anning tightly closed her mouth. Mother, while my calcium deficiency has led to abnormal brain development, one cannot simply supplement calcium directly. Even with such robust supplementation, my body cannot absorb it, and it may harm my delicate stomach. This soup is for you. With your ample milk supply, my nutrition will be able to catch up. Jiang Ning's condition was not particularly rare. In ancient times, with limited medical resources, calcium deficiency leading to infant deformities was all too common. In the countryside, the populace often possesses a narrow perspective. When confronted with the extraordinary, they tend to attribute it to the supernatural. This tendency has regrettably caused many infants to miss crucial opportunities for treatment, leading to their untimely demise. It is not uncommon for families, such as the Jiangs, to abandon their children altogether. Qiao listened intently, absorbing each word with astonishment. She turned to observe Xing beside her, noting that she displayed no signs of distress, still greedily gazing at the fish soup in her hands. It became evident to Qiao that the essence of her daughter's thoughts was a unique bond only she could perceive. Jiang Fong ambled with his hands clasped behind his back, remarking, "The child has been born for quite some time, yet we have not even chosen a name. As a grandfather, I feel quite remiss." He stroked his beard thoughtfully and pondered what name would be fitting for the child. From the kitchen, Fong sneered. What name could possibly suit a worthless child? Perhaps fallen tile or brick, as they are destined to be discarded. Qiao felt a sudden pang in her heart. But in the face of her mother-in-law's provocations, she dared not voice her objections. Jiang Fong retorted angrily, "Pay no heed to that madwoman. I propose we name her Jiang Ning, wishing for peace and contentment for our family." Jiang Ning? Was this not the name I bore in my previous life? The original character in the narrative had departed this world without even receiving a name. The fact that my grandfather is bestowing a name upon me signifies his desire for my existence. Regardless of my grandmother's opposition, this household remains under my grandfather's authority. Thus, it appears that my tribulations have come to an end. How wonderful! Long live grandfather! Jiang Fong felt a shiver run down his spine at the proclamation of long live. That was a title he dared not accept. Yet, being praised by his own granddaughter certainly warmed his heart. He pondered. It is often said that those who achieve greatness exhibit extraordinary traits from birth, whether through celestial omens or other signs. If Jiang Ning were not a girl, she would undoubtedly become a remarkable figure. Moreover, in the lineage of women, there are illustrious figures like Empress Dowager Dou, Yang Guifei, and Su Daji. If Jiang Ning could emulate their grandeur, wouldn't the Jiang family bask in glory? Jiang fantasized, resolute in his determination to nurture Jiang Ning with utmost care. Perhaps she is a celestial being descended from the heavens. Otherwise, how could she convey her thoughts to him so clearly? During her confinement, Qiao has experienced no discomfort. On the contrary, her father-in-law has generously provided for her, resulting in an abundance of milk. Jiang Ning's horns, which had sprouted due to poor skeletal development, were corrected within half a month through proper nourishment. The small horns on her forehead vanished, leaving her brow smooth and even. After another fortnight, 3 guests arrived at the Jiang household. They were Qiao's father and Jiang Ning's uncle and second aunt. In the original tale, Feng harbored intentions of having Jiang Zheng divorce Qiao, but initially, those wishes were thwarted. This was primarily due to the Qiao family circumstances which, while not as affluent as the butcher Hu's, were far from dire. This was owing to Qiao's brother, Qiao Danian, who ran a medicinal herb shop in Ning'an City. Whenever the elderly couple of the Jiang family required medicine, they would seek out Qiao Danian. "My daughter, your father has come to see you." Qiao's father, Qiao, a robust man with a resonant voice, soon reached the bedside. Upon seeing his daughter with a granddaughter possessing round, bright eyes, he found her utterly delightful and instinctively made a playful face. "Come here, let grandpa hold you." Qiao Dajing, concerned that his father might frighten the child, gently urged, "Father, be more refined." Chapter 4. Oh, Mo Rushua, who are you calling refined? Although Qiao Laodao spoke in jest, he lowered his voice, casting a tender gaze upon his granddaughter. Qiao Dajing also focused on Jiang Anning, chuckling as he remarked, "My niece resembles my sister so much. She is undoubtedly a little beauty." Upon seeing this uncle, Jiang Anning felt a deep sense of regret. In the original narrative, Qiao Dajing was deceived by a trusted friend, leading to significant losses for the herbal medicine shop and entangling him in legal troubles. Ultimately, he squandered his entire fortune to save his life, which precipitated the downfall of the Qiao family. Furthermore, the family's sorrow over matters related to her maternal side hastened her demise. As Qiao Dajing observed the complex emotions reflected in his niece's gaze, an amalgam of joy, sorrow, and unspoken burdens, he found it perplexing. How could a child not yet a month old exhibit such intricate expressions? At that moment, a voice echoed in Qiao Dajing's ears. "Alas, uncle, you possess many admirable qualities, yet you are far too trusting of others. One must remember that the heart is opaque. Testing jade requires 3 days of fire, and discernment demands 7 years of patience. Although Mo Rushue is your childhood friend, he has been compromised. You insist on heeding his advice to purchase high-quality dried tangerine peel, unaware that he has secretly tainted it with toxic brine, leading to your legal troubles and the ruin of your family." Hearing this, Qiao Dajing's heart trembled. The voice sounded like that of a child. Could it truly be? Qiao Dajing lowered his head to gaze upon Jiang Anning, only to find her small face glistening with tears as she looked at him. It turned out that it was indeed Jiang Anning who was speaking. As Qiao Dajing scanned the surroundings, he noted his sister's serene expression and his father still gazing at Jiang Anning with a foolish grin, utterly oblivious to the heartfelt sentiments being exchanged. At that moment, Qiao Dajing felt an uncanny sensation, coupled with profound shock. For it was indeed true that Mo Rushue had advised him to purchase high-quality dried tangerine peel. He had been informed that the recent sweltering weather would lead to numerous individuals suffering from digestive issues, making it the perfect time for dried tangerine peel to flourish in the market. Initially, Qiao Dajing found the reasoning sound and followed Mo Rushue's counsel, investing all his savings into acquiring this batch of premium tangerine peel. How could Jiang Anning possibly know about this? Could it be that the heavens were utilizing her voice to convey a warning to me? Qiao Dajing's heart began to race with trepidation. Ning'an City was not particularly large, yet it was strategically located at a transportation hub, bustling with crowds, which made it a prosperous place for merchants. Even a modest shop was worth a fortune. The herbal medicine shop was not a family heirloom of the Qiao clan but rather a testament to Qiao Dajing's painstaking efforts over the years. He had apprenticed at the age of 9 and by 12 had been traversing the land with herbal traders, buying and selling medicinal materials, until he finally amassed enough capital in his 20s to establish this modest storefront in the southeastern corner of Ning'an City, becoming a merchant in his own right. For Qiao Dajing, this shop was akin to his very life. The livelihoods of his entire family depended on it. If the shop were to fail, it would spell disaster for the Qiao family. The peril of dried tangerine peel encountering brine was as lethal as arsenic, a fact well known among those in the herbal trade. Because Mo Rushue had been a close friend since childhood, Qiao Dajing felt a deep sense of trust in him overseeing the storeroom. Were it not for the extraordinary incident of overhearing his niece's thoughts, Qiao Dajing would never have suspected that Mo Rushue could betray him. Even now, he remains filled with skepticism. Qiao Dan arrived at the storeroom and beheld the meticulously arranged superior dried tangerine peels laid out in baskets, causing a flicker of anxiety within him. He instructed his men to brew a pot of soup with the peels, mixing it with grain and placing it in areas frequented by rodents. Indeed, that evening, he discovered several lifeless mice strewn about the apothecary, a clear indication that the tangerine peel soup was indeed poisonous. Were he to sell the ordinary tangerine peels, the consequences would be dire. Not only would he face legal repercussions, but the entire Qiao family would also suffer the ramifications. How could you, Mo Rushue? I have treated you well, yet you repay my kindness with such treachery. The heavens cannot abide this. Qiao Dan seethed with barely contained rage. With bloodshot eyes, he demanded of his assistant, "Where is Mo Rushue?" "It seems he has gone out," replied the assistant, bewildered. His colleagues exchanged confused glances, astonished by the intensity of Qiao Dan's fury. "Master, you have never displayed such anger before. What has Mo Yushua done to provoke you so? Qiao Dan directed his gaze toward the simmering pot of tangerine peel soup. His voice laced with venom. He is ungrateful, aligning himself with scoundrels for the sake of wealth. Recently, he urged me to procure more premium tangerine peels under the pretense of the sweltering heat, only to deceitfully mix brine into the peels. Consider the implications. Should such tainted tangerine peels be sold, not only would my life be forfeit, but you would also share in the calamity. You might be apprehended by the authorities for questioning or suffer abuse and scorn from the populace. The best outcome would be losing your jobs. In this world, where would you seasoned veterans find new employment? The atmosphere thickened with indignation as the men listened intently. It was clear that Mo Yushua had not merely harmed Qiao Danian, but had brazenly shattered the livelihoods of all. While Mo Yushua reveled in the substantial fortune she had acquired, even if her apothecary business crumbled, she could still live a life of ease on that ill-gotten wealth. However, for those who relied on their labor, the collapse of her business would spell disaster, particularly for those with families to support. Oblivious to these dire consequences, Mo Yushua entered the shop, blissfully unaware of the unsettling glances cast her way by the workers. Qiao Danian remained silent, his gaze fixed intensely on her, brimming with seething rage and resentment. Just as Mo Yushua began to feel a twinge of unease, Qiao Danian gestured to the others, signaling them to take action. With a resounding bang, the door was slammed shut. It was then that the gravity of her predicament dawned upon her, and she turned to Qiao Danian, feigning innocence, and asked, "Brother Qiao, what is the meaning of this?" Qiao Danian gritted his teeth and shouted, "Mo Yushua, I have kept my silence toward you for years. Why did you choose to poison my dried tangerine peel?" This accusation struck Mo Yushua like a sharp needle piercing her heart. Qiao Danian pointed at the tangerine peel soup and declared, "You are the one who supplied this, weren't you? I have tested it, and the broth is laced with lethal toxins. If you doubt my word, I can have the staff force you to drink it." Mo Yushua recoiled in fear, her shoulders trembling as she stepped back 2 paces, exclaiming, "You know about this?" At that moment, heat rushed to her face, her heart raced, and her reaction was instinctive, revealing the depth of her guilt. Qiao Danian was consumed by rage, unable to fathom that a childhood friend, one he had grown up with, would one day betray him so profoundly, delivering a devastating blow. He noticed that in Mo Yushua's eyes there was no remorse, only terror, which further enraged him to the point of gasping, strike him fiercely." The other men were equally incensed, waiting eagerly for Qiao Danian's command. Upon hearing the order, they raised their clubs and brooms, mercilessly raining blows upon Mo Yushua. Merely a frail scholar, Mo Yushua was ill-equipped to endure such torment. He cried out in agony, "Stop! Please stop!" Yet the others, deaf to any command to cease, were fueled by anger towards the treacherous man who had sold out his friend for profit. Not only did they not relent, but they struck even harder. In no time, Mo Yushua was left battered and bruised, unable to rise. It was only then that Qiao Danian's expression softened slightly as he commanded, "Enough!" Gazing down at the injured Mo Yushua, he demanded in a harsh tone, "Speak quickly. Who bribed you?" In truth, Qiao Danian was astonished. He had always prioritized fairness and integrity in his business dealings. Being the least experienced among his peers, he had shown utmost respect to his elders, never overstepping boundaries, and had earned a stellar reputation in the herbal trade. He could not comprehend who would harbor such animosity towards him after more than a decade of conducting business without enemies. The employees in the shop glared at Mo Yushua with palpable hostility, as if they wished to devour him whole. With no choice but to divulge the truth, Mo Yushua, like beans spilling from a bamboo tube, confessed, "It was the butcher from the west of the city. He bestowed upon me 25 taels of silver, instructing me to infuse the dried tangerine peel with brine. It is he who seeks to harm you, while I am merely a pawn in his scheme. The butcher, who yearns to wed his daughter to the eldest son of the Jiang family, yet he is loath to have her reduced to a concubine. He mused that if the Qiao family were to fall from grace, Qiao would hold no value in the eyes of the Jiang clan, thus permitting him to." The remainder of the words were lost on Qiao Danian, for he had comprehended the entirety of the situation. It was all a cunning plot orchestrated by Hu. He had set his sights on his own brother-in-law, desiring to usurp his daughter's south rightful place. In the entire city of Ning'an, there are few scholars, and Jiang Zheng possesses both talent and good looks, a paragon of virtue and grace. It is no wonder who harbored ulterior motives. Qiao Danian lamented internally, "Sister, your gentle nature and excessive honesty have rendered you oblivious to the tyranny imposed upon you by others. Had I not inadvertently overheard my niece's heartfelt confessions, we would all remain in ignorance. Before long, our Qiao family may meet its demise. Yet, it seems the heavens have intervened. Jiang Anning, still an infant, cannot yet speak. This is clearly a celestial being using the voice of a child to reveal the divine secrets to me, ensuring our family's survival from calamity. However, the divine's favor upon Jiang Anning indicates that this child is indeed extraordinary, at the very least a beacon of hope for our entire clan." Little does he know that Qiao has long been ill-treated by her mother-in-law, constantly facing difficulties and threats of divorce in favor of a more advantageous match. Yet Qiao has chosen to endure in silence, fearful of the distress it would cause her family. Qiao Danian retorted coldly, "Is it truly so simple that you could be swayed by a mere 25 taels of silver?" Completely disregarding the bond of childhood friendship, Mo Rushua lamented, "I say, Danian, I never intended to betray you. However, the butcher who has offered me far too much. I find myself in dire need of money, and for a moment, I was blinded by greed." Qiao Danian scoffed derisively, retorting, "Humph. What use could you possibly have for money?" Mo Rushua shook his head in protest, stating, "You do not comprehend, Danian. As a mere scholar, I am unable to apply my learning, confined to this small space as a mere accountant, which I find deeply unsatisfactory. Next month, the county office will hold a selection for clerks, and I wish to participate. Yet, as you know, the officialdom is rife with corruption. Without financial bribes, how can one secure such a position? The butcher who has promised me 25 taels of silver to assist me in becoming a clerk, in exchange for allowing him to add brine to the dried tangerine peel, ensuring your financial ruin and embroiling you in legal troubles." Mo Rushua hails from a humble background, having relied on Qiao Danian's financial support to pursue his studies and later for the provincial examinations, which he ultimately failed. At that time, he was disheartened, and it was Qiao Danian who offered encouragement, inviting him to work in his shop and entrusting him with significant responsibilities. Who could have imagined that this ingrate would scorn the position of manager, turning to the butcher who for a mere 25 taels of silver, thus betraying his benefactor? Qiao Danian seethed with resentment, ordering, "Give him a thorough beating, then report him to the authorities." Upon arriving at the storeroom, he gazed despondently at the shelves filled with dried tangerine peel. These goods had become tainted and could no longer be sold. They were destined for destruction. Qiao Danian had invested nearly 3 to 5 years of savings into acquiring this batch of superior tangerine peel, and naturally, he felt a profound sense of loss. Yet what truly gnawed at his heart was the butcher who was indeed ruthless, and if he could treat his own kin with such cruelty, how much more so would he regard his sister as a thorn in his side that must be eradicated? At this thought, a chill crept into Qiao Danian's heart. He hastily summoned his second sister, instructing her to rush to Xinghua village to inform their elder sister about whose nefarious intentions towards him, urging her to remain vigilant. Qiao Erji hurried to the Jiang residence. Though she was straightforward, she was not without cunning. She understood that the Jiang family might find it peculiar that the Qiao family had come to visit again so soon after their previous call. Thus, prior to her arrival at the Jiang household, she procured some tonic from Qiao Danian's pharmacy under the pretext of delivering it to her sister. Inside the bedroom, Qiao Shi was joyfully cradling little Jiang Anning when she suddenly heard her second sister's voice in the courtyard. As dusk descended, the arrival of her sister at such an hour caused a tightening in Qiao Shi's chest. Could something have happened at home? Why else would her sister choose this moment to visit? A whirlwind of emotions surged within her. Qiao Erji's voice permeated the air. "When my brother visited earlier, he noticed my sister's pallor and remarked that postpartum care must not be neglected. Nourishment is essential, lest she succumb to lingering ailments. Hence, he has sent me to deliver some tonic this very night." Standing before her, Feng Shi scoffed silently, her smile devoid of warmth. Chapter 6. Father. You truly remain unaware of the treacherous nature of officialdom. Such words were not lost on her. They were clearly a jab at the Jiang family. Feng Shi secretly curled her lip, thinking, with so little money at their disposal, yet they are constantly picky and choosy, and now they send tonic again? One might think a young lady was in confinement. I have given birth to 3 sons, and during my confinement, I still consumed sweet potato porridge daily. It is indeed a display of pretentiousness. Although I harbor dissatisfaction within, my countenance remains composed, merely offering a shy smile. After all, the supplements sent by the Qiao family alleviate a considerable financial burden on the Jiang family. Contemplating this, I suppress my discontent and lead Sister Qiao into the bedroom. Qiao understands her sister's simplicity, a trait inherited from their father, and her candid nature. She had previously confided in her sister that the Jiang family looked down upon their less affluent background, a sentiment likely relayed to the elder brother, prompting his current actions. Thus, she resolves to maintain the fade and play along with Sister Qiao, her face adorned with a beaming smile as she remarks, "Look, I merely mentioned it casually, and my brother took it to heart. My in-laws pamper me with abundant delicacies. There is no need for such things. Let us reserve them for our parents-in-law." I respond with a faint smile, shaking my head. Oh no, I cannot possibly accept such fine gifts. I lack the fortune of a prosperous family. You 2 sisters may share your private thoughts. I shall not intrude. Sister Qiao pinches her sister playfully, frowning as she queries, "What are you doing? Coming over at this late hour? Is it not alarming?" As a daughter-in-law, the arrival of one's family at such an hour can only signify one thing: trouble has befallen them. Even without words, my in-laws can discern this, leading to inevitable suspicions that could tarnish a daughter-in-law's standing within the household. Sister Qiao, halting her sister's reproach, speaks earnestly. "Is it not alarming? It was my brother who summoned me. Something grave has occurred. Is it truly something serious? What is the matter?" Qiao's countenance pales slightly, her heart racing as she clutches Jiang Anning, nearly dropping him in her shock. Sister Qiao remarked, "You are aware of the butcher, who, are you not?" Qiao's complexion grew even paler. How could she be oblivious to who the butcher? Mrs. Foam incessantly prattled on about the excellent circumstances of his family and the remarkable character and beauty of his daughter, urging her son to divorce her and wed whose daughter instead. It was lamentable that she had given birth to yet another daughter, which only provided Mrs. Foam with more ammunition. "What is it that you inquire about this person?" Qiao asked, her expression a mixture of suspicion and uncertainty. Sister Qiao, with a serious demeanor, responded, "It seems you are the only one in Ning'an City who is unaware. Sister, you are far too naive. Good-hearted individuals often fall prey to deceit. Do you know what lengths who the butcher's gone to in order to achieve his aims? He even bribed a childhood friend of my brother to taint the dried tangerine peels he sold with brine. Had my brother unwittingly sold those tainted peels, countless lives could have been lost, and our entire Qiao family would have faced dire consequences." Qiao gazed at her sister in shock, rendered speechless, her heart feeling as if it were being sliced by a knife. Fortunately, my brother discovered the scheme in time, giving that scoundrel Mo Rushua a sound thrashing and preparing to report him to the authorities. As she spoke, a joyous and hearty infant's laughter rang out. The sisters looked down to see little Jiang Anning giggling merrily in their arms, radiating unrestrained happiness. Sister Qiao, intrigued, playfully poked Jiang Anning and inquired, "Sister, it seems this little one can understand our words." Qiao contemplated her daughter for a moment before softly confessing, "For some reason, I cannot shake the feeling that Jiang Anning is extraordinary. It is as if I can hear her innermost thoughts." Suddenly, Qiao Erji widened her almond-shaped eyes and exclaimed, "I just recalled that my elder brother mentioned he was able to discern Mo Rushua's betrayal because he overheard the heartfelt words of little Jiang Anning. He even referred to the child as a little blessing. It was as if a celestial bodhisattva spoke the truth through her, thus sparing our Qiao family from calamity." As she spoke, she playfully teased Jiang Anning for a while before shifting the topic, saying, "I hope that tomorrow Mo Rushua can coax out the butcher, who, however, my brother said it might not be easy, as he has some familial ties with the county magistrate. That is why he asked me to inform you, elder sister, to be more vigilant and not to be oblivious like a closed gourd, lest you fall victim to others." Qiao sure sighed deeply. Does my mother not understand? It is just that being in the Jiang family, she finds it difficult to voice her concerns. Her mother-in-law constantly scrutinizes her, and at all times threatens to have her son divorce her. Even if my mother were simple-minded, she is fully aware of the intentions of the butcher and his daughter. The reason she does not confide in you is to prevent her family from worrying unnecessarily. You, yet to be married, do not comprehend the hardships and grievances of being a wife. Qiao Erji was taken aback, pondering, is this my little niece revealing her feelings once again? No wonder every time I see my elder sister, she appears more haggard. It turns out she knows everything yet remains silent, fearing her family would be anxious. She noticed the subtle graying of her elder sister's hair at the temples, realizing the hardships she endured since marrying into the Jiang family. In the past, she merely understood that the Jiang family was impoverished, and the hardships her elder sister endured were nothing more than worries about basic sustenance. It is only now that she comprehends that the suffering her sister faced was far more complex than mere physical hardship. A sudden realization struck Qiao Erji, prompting her to exhale softly in contemplation. Qiao Shi, unaware of her daughter's inner thoughts, inquired with concern, "Ermi, does Mo Rushua truly not care for the bond he shares with elder brother after all these years of friendship? How much did that butcher actually give him?" 25 taels of silver, came the reply. It is a considerable sum, yet our brother pays him 10 taels in wages each year. This amount merely covers 2.5 years of his earnings. Qiao Shi expressed her confusion. If our Qiao family's medicinal shop truly fell through, where would Mo Rushua seek employment? Qiao Erji explained, I heard brother mention that Mo Rushua wishes to become a clerk at the Yamen and requires this 25 taels to facilitate his connections. More importantly, he is keen on the relationship between the butcher and the county magistrate. The butcher has promised to assist him in this regard. A person like Mo Rushua, who is driven by self-interest, would readily agree. By the way, elder sister, is and T brother-in-law also preparing to participate in the selection for the position of clerk at the county office? Has he prepared the gifts for the magistrate? Qiao Shi, taken aback, retorted, What gifts? Qiao Erji scoffed coldly. In this world, how can one expect to secure a position without offering gifts to those in power? Why would Mo Rushua betray elder brother after half a lifetime of friendship? Is it not merely for the sake of gathering the necessary silver for gifts? Chapter 7. This necklace is a fake. Such reasoning is indeed sound. Qiao nodded, expressing her helplessness, but the Jiang family is destitute. Even rats avoid their home. How could they possibly present a gift to the county magistrate? Just then, Jiang Zheng stepped into the room, overhearing her words and appearing displeased. He coldly retorted, What gift? I shall rely on my own abilities to pass the examination and impress the magistrate with my literary talent. Sister Qiao scoffed, Brother-in-law, as the saying goes. One can cultivate oneself, well, within the corridors of power. Those in high office wield authority and, naturally, possess wealth. It is a lucrative position. How can you expect to attain the role of a secretary without some expenditure? Jiang Zheng firmly asserted, bribery contradicts the teachings of the sages. Scholars possess a noble spirit and must not succumb to the currents of corruption. Moreover, the county magistrate earned his title through a decade of diligent study. We are both disciples of Confucius. I trust that he will not act in violation of the sage's principles. Seeing his obstinacy and profound rigidity, Sister Qiao chose to remain silent. At that moment, a childish voice chimed in, Oh dear father, do you truly remain unaware of the treachery of the officialdom? You still cling to the words of the sages. That magistrate Gua has long since succumbed to corruption, indulging in debauchery and illicit pleasures. With a vast fortune of dubious origins, he ought to be subjected to scrutiny. Jiang Zheng was taken aback. Had his daughter just revealed her thoughts? And it was not only him. The Qiao sisters had also heard her. Ever since Jiang Anning exhibited her miraculous abilities at birth, the Qiao sisters regarded her as a little lucky star, believing that her insights were divine revelations from the Bodhisattva, conveyed through her words. Sister Qiao remarked, Brother-in-law, did you hear that? Your daughter has already spoken of the dangers of the official path. Jiang Zheng indeed heard the words, momentarily taken aback, as another wave of somewhat threatening remarks echoed back. Father, you are truly driving me to the brink. You regard Magistrate Gua as a disciple of the saints? Just last month, he accepted 500 taels, now lying in the residence of his concubine, Lady Qi, who resides within the fragrant osmanthus alley of Ning'an City. A glance from you would reveal the truth. Magistrate Gua's legitimate wife is a cousin of the city lord Bai, and he is not someone to be trifled with, especially considering that the magistrate's wife is notoriously fierce and hot-tempered. The Great Zheng dynasty emulated the prosperous Tang dynasty by implementing a tripartite administrative system, establishing a city lord in each city. The city lord wields both military and political authority within their jurisdiction, effectively making lord by the local sovereign of Ning'an City. Although Magistrate Gua holds a prestigious position within the court, he still fears the city lord. Knowing that his own wife is a cousin of the city lord and boldly maintains a concubine outside. This audacity is nothing short of brazen. Seeing a somewhat sinister smile on Jiang Zheng's face, Qiao Erji, having abandoned her earlier lofty discourse on the integrity of scholars, felt a mixture of curiosity and amusement. "I say, brother-in-law, do you intend to extort Magistrate Gua?" Jiang Zheng raised an eyebrow, his words laced with meaning. How could a scholar ever be accused of extortion? "I merely wish to offer him a gentle reminder, hoping he possesses the self-awareness to grasp my intent." It appeared that his earlier airs of superiority were merely for his own benefit. Qiao Erji found herself both exasperated and amused, realizing she had misjudged her brother-in-law. He was not the dullard she had thought, but rather quite cunning. She chuckled softly, and Jiang Zheng grinned broadly, evidently pleased with himself. Qiao cast a sidelong glance at her husband and said to her younger sister, "Sister, pay him no mind. He is not a fool, merely jesting. By the way, how goes your relationship with that Tuanyuan?" Qiao Erji had long since reached the age of maturity. Although she did not possess the breathtaking beauty of Qiao, she was nonetheless a lovely maiden, with a complexion as delicate as peach blossoms and skin as smooth as cream. Each year, suitors flocked to the Qiao family, nearly wearing out the threshold, yet Qiao Erji remained unimpressed, insisting instead on choosing her own beloved. Qiao Laodai, a man of simple nature, found it impossible to persuade the eloquent Qiao Erji. Aware of his daughter's impulsive temperament, he refrained from interference, fearing her unpredictable outbursts. Recently, Qiao learned that her younger sister had taken a liking to a man named Tuanyuan, who was also a scholar, possessing an elegant demeanor and a refined appearance. Seizing the opportunity, she inquired about her sister's romantic affairs. Qiao Erji, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment, replied softly, "I am still contemplating." Qiao chuckled and asked, "Contemplating what? Do you not favor handsome and cultured men?" "Sister, do not speak nonsense," Qiao Erji retorted, furrowing her delicate brows. "I merely agreed to be with him because of his kindness towards me." "And how does he show you this kindness?" "Oh, he is generous. He gifted me a gemstone necklace as a token of his affection." As she spoke, Qiao Erji proudly produced the necklace and presented it to Qiao. The necklace sparkled brilliantly, its radiance outshining the flickering candlelight, clearly a treasure of considerable worth. Qiao could not help but exclaim, "My heavens, this must be worth enough to purchase my elder brother's apothecary. Tuanyuan truly is quite generous." Qiao Erji smiled faintly, expressing her contentment. Tuanyuan's family is affluent. Qiao sure nodded, satisfied, and remarked, "Indeed, my younger sister's fate is far more fortunate than mine. As for me, I have been married into the Jiang family and have yet to even catch a glimpse of what a gemstone looks like." She then added with a sarcastic tone, "Is your brother-in-law impoverished? I wonder if he will be as generous towards me once he acquires wealth." Jiang Zheng, having just overheard Qiao Erji's discussion regarding her choice of suitor, discreetly excused himself, understanding the principle of ignoring inappropriate remarks. He did not hear Qiao Shi's sarcastic comments. "Nonsense. What gemstone necklace? It's all made of cubic zirconia. That Tuanyuan is far from being a decent individual. He indulges in debauchery, gambling, and all manner of vices, spending his days in brothels. I fear he is currently engaged in scandalous activities with the courtesan of Cui Honglu. Such behavior is a disgrace to society." In the original narrative, Tuanyuan is depicted as a frivolous young man, initially from a well-to-do family. However, ever since his father's demise, he has squandered the family fortune, and the Feng family can no longer be considered a prominent household. Jiang Ming recalls how, after the Qiao family's decline, her second aunt remained infatuated with Tuanyuan, even when the Feng family had also fallen into disarray. In fact, Tuanyuan's own mother was driven to her death by her wayward son. Yet, Tuanyuan's dissipated nature remained unchanged, In his quest for money, he deceived his second aunt into investing in a business, tricking her into relinquishing her dowry, and then vanished without a trace. After a prolonged wait for her beloved's return, Qiao Erji ultimately realized she had been deceived, and in her despair, chose to take her own life. It can be said that Tuanyuan was the final straw that broke the Qiao family's back. Qiao Erji, clutching the gemstone necklace, suddenly trembled and looked at Qiao Shi, asking, "Is that you, little Jiang Anning? Did she say my necklace is fake?" Qiao tightly embraced the child in her arms and replied earnestly, "My daughter's sentiments are indeed trustworthy." Chapter 8. Pushing you into the river. Qiao's second sister widened her almond-shaped eyes in disbelief, nodding emphatically, "I will investigate this matter. That scoundrel Tuanyuan truly dares to deceive me? Just wait until I break his legs." Clenching the necklace tightly in her fist, she rushed out the door. At that moment, the elderly gentleman Jiang Fong was standing in the courtyard, gazing skyward, pondering the year's prospects. He caught sight of Qiao's second sister hastily rushing out and was about to greet her, but she had already vanished from view. Jiang Fong stroked his beard, feeling perplexed. Why did Qiao's second sister come in such a hurry and leave just as swiftly? Could it be that the Qiao family is indeed facing a grave predicament? It was already strange enough for her to rush to Xinghua village to find her sister at this hour. Could the Qiao family truly be in misfortune? Yet, I just heard laughter emanating from within the house. Still bewildered, Jiang Fong pondered, while Qiao's second sister made a beeline for the Tong's pawn shop in the southern part of Ning'an City, slamming the gemstone necklace onto the counter and declaring loudly, "I wish to pawn this item." The pawnshop attendant glanced down, barely acknowledging it before dismissively stating, "We do not accept this." His tone was frigid, clearly indicating it was time for her to leave. Qiao's second sister felt a chill run down her spine. Could it be that Xiao Jiangning was indeed correct? Was the necklace truly fake? Why would they not accept it? The attendant sneered contemptuously, "I only accept valuable items at the shop. Why would I take in something worthless? This is not a charity. How could this necklace not be valuable?" The attendant scoffed, "Having spent my life dealing with geese, how could I be fooled by a mere illusion? This is clearly not a gemstone, but rather cubic zirconia." Indeed, the necklace was a counterfeit. Qiao's second sister felt an icy dread settle in her heart, rendered speechless. After a moment, she despondently turned to leave, when the attendant mockingly remarked, "Quickly take your zircon necklace and sell it at the market. Perhaps it could fetch you a bun." Sister Qiao carefully tucked away the necklace, her heart brimming with indignation. "How dare you, Tuanyuan? Do you truly believe you can deceive me with counterfeit goods? Am I worth nothing more than a mere bun in your eyes? No. I must avenge this grievance." She recalled Jiang Ning's earlier words about Tuanyuan indulging in all manner of vices, drinking, gambling, and debauchery. Though she initially found it hard to believe, the evidence was now irrefutable. In the distance, she spotted the brass plaque of the Deceit building, adorned with golden flowers and colorful lanterns, prominently displayed at the entrance. The area buzzed with a clamor of carriages and voices. A large red lantern hung at the door, and the air was filled with the scent of incense, punctuated by bursts of exuberant laughter from the throng. Just as fate would have it, as Sister Qiao approached the Deceit building, she caught sight of Tuanyuan, flamboyantly fanning himself, surrounded by flirtatious courtesans, playfully bantering as he sauntered out of the brothel. "Wan Yu, come here. Let Master Feng steal a kiss before you depart," he lewdly suggested, grinning at the courtesan. Wan Yu coyly retorted, "Oh, Master Feng, do not jest with me. Do you not have a lovely wife now? I hear she is the second daughter of the Qiao family, striking in beauty and well off. Surely you want to come back to me." Tuanyuan shook his head, laughing lightly. "A flower in the home can never compare to a wild flower. Fear not. Even though I have wed the second daughter of the Qiao family, I shall not forget you all." Qiao Erji glared at the scene before her, suppressing the fury that simmered within. She followed Tuanyuan closely, the night deepening as the number of pedestrians dwindled. Tuanyuan, intoxicated, staggered with every few steps, oblivious to the figure trailing behind him. The more Qiao Erji observed his back, the more repulsed she felt. Upon reaching the moat, the cold breeze roused Tuanyuan slightly. Suddenly, she called out, "Tuanyuan, halt! Why are you here?" he asked, a smile gracing his lips as he adjusted his attire. Qiao Erji's gaze darkened, her voice laced with reproach. "I demand to know why you presented me with a counterfeit necklace." Tuanyuan's expression shifted to one of astonishment, his face paling considerably as he stammered, "You know?" Qiao Erji's countenance was as cold as ice, her disdain palpable. "I foolishly devoted myself to you. Yet you are nothing more than a scoundrel who indulges in debauchery and deceives for wealth and desire." "Let me explain," Tuanyuan began. But before he could finish, Qiao Erji swiftly advanced and delivered a kick to his groin. Having trained in martial arts during her father's youth, who once served as a constable and bodyguard, she had learned a few techniques from him. Coupled with her natural aptitude, she was more than capable. Tuanyuan, a delicate scion, was no match for her. With a push, he tumbled into the moat. Lacking swimming skills, he flailed helplessly, sputtering and coughing. "Help! Help! Save me!" Tuanyuan reached out towards Sister Qiao, yet she flung a string of fake gemstone necklaces into the river, declaring, "Take back this worthless trinket." The necklace fell with a dull thud, striking Tuanyuan squarely on the head, plunging him into the water once more, where it produced a few bubbling ripples. Sister Qiao paid him no heed, brushed her hands off, and turned to leave while the coast was clear. The following day, Jiang Anning gradually awoke. In truth, she had not slept well the previous night. Although her mind was mature, her body was merely that of an infant, rendering her unable to control her urges. Last night, while swaddled, she had cried out, prompting the Qiao family to hastily change her cloth, which brought her some comfort. Upon awakening again, she found the sun already high in the sky. Being a baby was undeniably pleasant, yet it was her mother who suffered, having to rise at night to tend to her needs. There were moments when she wished to cry out, but the instincts of an infant were beyond her control. After finishing her milk, Jiang entered, dressed for the day. Today, Magistrate Guo was to preside over the case of Mo Rushue, and he was keen to observe the proceedings. He pondered whether Mo Rushue would implicate the butcher who, as Jiang adjusted his attire, he remarked, "Father, do not harbor any illusions about the existence of justice, harmony, freedom, equality, rule of law, integrity, kindness, or civility in this world. The collusion between officials and merchants, these maladies of society, will not change with the passage of dynasties. Who the butcher must have long arranged for a settlement. Mo Rushue will never betray him, no matter what." Jiang, upon hearing this, could only chuckle in disbelief. This little one, though small in stature, spoke with a wisdom that rivaled that of sages. "Father, you should contemplate your future prospects and consider how to persuade County Magistrate Guo to willingly relinquish the position of the clerk to you." Jiang nodded and replied softly, "Father understands." Since learning that County Magistrate Guo harbored a concubine, he had been devising a plan to leverage this information against him, and he had now crafted the initial outline of his scheme. Subsequently, Jiang exited the courtyard and made his way directly to Ning'an City. Chapter 9. Successfully assumed the role of the clerk today, a gentle rain fell upon Ning'an City, cleansing the remnants of the heat brought by several days of relentless sun. The once proud and domineering sun, which had lingered in the sky for over a month, was finally obscured, making the stroll through the city exceptionally pleasant. Jiang strolled to the entrance of the government office, where he observed a throng of people gathered in layers outside the courtroom. Inside, County Magistrate Guo was interrogating witnesses. Unsurprisingly, Mo Rushue denied being bribed by the butcher who, claiming instead that he had been humiliated by the owner in the Qiao family pharmacy, where he not only faced delayed wages but also endured daily insults. In his discontent, he had seized the opportunity to add brine to the chin pie, intending to frame Qiao Danian. Qiao Danian was infuriated, his teeth grinding in frustration. He knew all too well that Mo Rushue's statements were certainly orchestrated by the butcher who beforehand, given his connection with County Magistrate Guo, visiting Mo Rushue in prison would not pose a challenge. He could only lament that he had unwittingly become the villain in this affair, vehemently cursing Mo Rushue for his ingratitude, insisting that he had only ever shown him kindness, never disdain. Mo Rushue, firm in her conviction, insisted that her addition of brine to the dried tangerine peel was a means of avenging Qiao Danian. It was evident that County Magistrate Guo had been informed and readily believed Mo Rushue's words. even reproaching Qiao Danian in a low voice before ultimately sentencing Imo Rushue to 20 strokes of the rod and exile to the frontier. Qiao Danian, helpless and devoid of authority, could only acquiesce to Magistrate Gua's verdict. Fortunately, Imo Rushue's punishment brought some relief to the grievances that weighed upon his heart. Magistrate Gua hastily concluded the case and announced his departure from the hall. Just as he was about to exit, he was intercepted by a figure, Jiang Zheng. Magistrate Gua glanced at Jiang Zheng and, with an air of authority, inquired, "What is your purpose in boldly entering the court?" Jiang Zheng respectfully produced a letter from his bosom and presented it to Magistrate Gua. Upon opening the document, the magistrate found it to be a request for a position as a clerk, prompting him to shake his head in irritation. Hasn't the office already issued a notice? The selection of clerks will be conducted through a written examination at a later date. How dare you seek direct employment? He waved his sleeve dismissively, instructing Jiang Zheng to register at the document storage office and await the examination notice. However, Jiang Zheng shook his head and replied, "My lord, I have no desire to take the examination. I wish to become a clerk directly." The magistrate, taken aback, seemed to struggle with the implication of Jiang Zheng's words. After a brief moment, he narrowed his eyes and admonished, "Nonsense. On what grounds do you believe you can bypass the examination and become a clerk? Are you Li Bai or Du Fu?" Jiang Zheng continued to shake his head, his tone brimming with confidence. "Neither, but I happen to be acquainted with a relative." Magistrate Gua cast him a scornful glance, scoffing, "Oh, is your relative the Lord of Baicheng?" "Not at all." Jiang Zheng whispered, "My relative resides in Osmanthus Lane." Gua County Magistrate could not suppress a slight twitch at the corner of his mouth, his complexion paling as he stammered, What about Osmanthus Lane? Are there any renowned figures?" Jiang Zheng had already discerned the other's unease, yet he continued to feign humility, replying, "As for any notable individuals, I cannot say. However, I can inform you that her surname is Qi." The heart of Gua County Magistrate nearly leaped from his chest, and his face grew even more ashen. The bystanders, the constables, looked on in bewilderment, exchanging glances between the two. Gua County Magistrate abruptly seized Jiang Zheng's wrist and spoke in a hushed tone, "Come with me." In the front and back halls of the Ning'an city government, Gua County Magistrate and his wife typically resided. After passing through the second gate, Gua led Jiang Zheng to his study, his eyes glinting with malice as he inquired, "What exactly do you know?" Jiang Zheng chuckled, "Are you contemplating murder to silence me over that 500 taels of silver?" Gua County Magistrate was so startled that he fell to the ground, speechless and pointing at him. Jiang Zheng continued with a smile, "To consider killing someone for 500 taels is not entirely unreasonable, after all. The annual expenses of an ordinary family amount to no more than 20 taels. This sum would sustain a common household for 25 years. Gua County Magistrate sneered, "I see what you're getting at. You intend to blackmail me, don't you? Do you think I will simply acquiesce?" He continued, "What if I refuse to make you my assistant? Do you dare to report this to the city lord?" Jiang Zheng shook his head, a smile laced with menace. "Not at all. I would prefer to inform your wife. I report to the Lord of Baicheng regarding the corruption charges against Magistrate Gua. While 500 taels of silver is no small sum, it is conceivable that with his extensive network, he could easily mitigate the situation. However, should my clandestine affair come to light and reach the ears of my formidable spouse, I would need no intervention from Lord Baicheng. She could condemn me to the depths of despair herself." Magistrate Gua gazed at Jiang Zheng with a mix of terror and indignation, yet he found himself powerless. For this young man had seized upon his greatest vulnerability. Pointing an accusing finger at Jiang Zheng, he lamented, "You clever rascal, you came prepared. It seems you have set your sights on my position as the magistrate's advisor." Jiang Zheng nodded with a sense of pride. Magistrate Gua inquired, "Are you aware of the monetary worth of the advisor's position?" He answered his own question. "At the very least, it is valued at 25 taels. Do you expect to assume the role without offering a single coin? I have never engaged in such unprofitable dealings. You must at least provide me with 10 taels." Jiang Zheng shook his head sincerely. "I do not possess any. This is utterly outrageous. How can this be? In my lifetime of public service, I have never encountered someone like you. Truly a rogue, a scoundrel," Magistrate Gua exclaimed, barely suppressing his tears of frustration. Jiang Zheng replied nonchalantly, if you refuse my proposal, I shall simply seek out your wife. With that, he lifted his foot to step beyond the threshold. Jiang Zheng queried, so, does this imply your consent? He bowed in gratitude, turned, and exited the study, still able to hear the muffled curses of a rogue and a brigand echoing behind him. Upon hearing that her son was to become a steward, Mrs. Feng felt a newfound strength in her posture. She grasped her son's hand and urged him, Zheng'er, you are now the hope and reliance of our entire family. A steward, after all, holds a semblance of authority. How can you endure a life with the daughter of the Qiao family, living in such squalor? I believe it is the daughter of the butcher, who is more fitting for you. Do you hear me? Cast aside Qiao, and take Main Yang as your bride. Before Jiang Zheng could respond, a voice, fierce yet playful, echoed through the Jiang family ancestral home. I say, you old hag, do remember your place. This family will soon be torn apart by you. Even the shrewish matriarchs in stories meet a grim fate. Mrs. Feng's face twisted in indignation upon hearing this, and she seized a broom, charging toward the small Jiang Anning in Qiao's embrace, her fury palpable. You little wretch! How dare you insult your grandmother? I shall teach you a lesson. However, Zhang Feng swiftly intervened to block Mrs. Feng's advance. What are you doing, you foul woman? Have you lost your senses? She exclaimed. She insults me, and as her grandmother, do I not have the right to correct her? Zhang Feng retorted vehemently. You do not. Jiang Anning's voice carries the power to heal. Her words are, in truth, the will of celestial beings. Are you so audacious as to strike a messenger of the heavens? Seething, Mrs. Feng sulked on a stool, muttering under her breath, I wouldn't dare. At that moment, Jiang Anning's voice resonated once more within the room. Do you truly believe that Father's new position as steward will ease our lives? Such naivety. A money-loving official like Magistrate Guo will certainly not allow himself to be easily duped by Father. He will undoubtedly seek his revenge in the future. Fortune lies in misfortune, and misfortune conceals fortune. Alas, Father's role as steward is destined to be fraught with challenges. A single phrase awakened the dreamer. Jiang Feng fixed his gaze on Jiang Zheng, expressing his concern. Are you paying attention?
Ninger is absolutely correct.
You think being a clerk is a fortunate position. But little do you realize that you have already offended Magistrate Guo. How can you compare yourself to him? Your slender arms cannot contend with his powerful legs. Magistrate Guo will soon become your superior, and when he decides to deal with you, what will you do? Jiang Zheng was taken aback. He had not anticipated such developments and felt a pang of regret for his oversight, leaving him at a loss for words. Feng Shi, equally alarmed, exclaimed, What shall we do? This is hardly a blessing. It is a clear harbinger of disaster. Xing Shi, seated beside her husband Jiang Zhen and casually munching on seeds, initially thought this matter did not concern them. The couple was merely spectators, secretly hoping to curry favor with Jiang Zheng. For he was now a clerk in the yamen. Though lacking official titles, he was certainly of higher standing than an ordinary citizen. Startled, she instinctively inquired, Will this implicate our family? Feng Shi's complexion darkened further as she pointed an accusing finger at Xing Shi, scolding, You useless glutton. Do you even need to ask? Offending a powerful individual can indeed bring ruin upon the entire family. Xing Shi recoiled, contemplating how to persuade her elder brother to intercede on their behalf. Upon hearing that this situation was not a blessing but a calamity, she was momentarily taken aback. Quickly, she exchanged a knowing glance with her husband and forced a smile, saying, Well, we have matters to attend to, so we shall take our leave. With that, she tugged at her husband, eager to depart, fearful that the impending disaster might extend its reach to them. Jiang Feng gazed at the two timid and cowardly individuals before him, his frustration mounting. He exclaimed, Halt! Worthless beings! Your elder brother, having ascended to the position of a secretary, comes here to curry favor, yet at the first sign of trouble, he scurries away. Does he still consider himself a part of this family? The Xing couple, helpless, resumed their seats, their expressions sour and discontent evident in their furrowed brows. Jiang Anning inwardly criticized her father's recklessness. Offending a petty tyrant like Magistrate Guo would surely yield no favorable consequences. However, there remained a potential remedy for this predicament. In the narrative, although Magistrate Guo was corrupt and unprincipled, a quintessential villain, he possessed one redeeming quality, filial piety. His mother had suffered from illness in recent years, experiencing pain in her legs whenever it rained or the weather turned gloomy. Despite years of treatment, the condition persisted, and Magistrate Gua had expended considerable wealth in her care. In the original story, the female protagonist devised a method to cure her, thereby earning the magistrate's gratitude and enlisting his support in her endeavors. Yet, that was a subplot for a later time. Presently, the heroine had yet to make her appearance, toiling away in the northern frontier. Although the tale Jiang Anning found herself in was a pastoral narrative, it featured a strong female lead. However, now that Jiang Anning had traversed into this world, the credit for the impending resolution would not belong to the heroine. In ancient times, such ailments were indeed challenging to cure. Nevertheless, Jiang Anning was distinct. She possessed a universal remedy system, a golden key that rendered rheumatism a trivial concern. She inputted Magistrate Gua's ailments into the system, and soon, the comprehensive data analysis yielded a prescription. To speak of Magistrate Gua, while he was indeed a scoundrel, he was singularly devoted to his mother. His mother merely suffered from rheumatism, yet she sought medical advice for many years, spending a fortune in the process. If father could cure her ailment, Magistrate Gua would not only refrain from making things difficult for him, but would also regard him as a benefactor. Jiang Zheng furrowed his brow and sighed. How could I possibly treat an illness? What could be simpler? I shall provide father with a prescription, 2 qian of Lei Gong Tung and Qin Jiao, and 3 qian each of Changhua, Wei Ling Xian, Sengji, and Fangji. Boil them in water for 5 hours, reducing 5 bowls to 1. And the concoction is ready for consumption. Upon hearing this, the crowd's eyes lit up, and Zhang Fang hastily urged, quickly, write down what my granddaughter has said. Jiang Zheng complied, but then helplessly raised his hands and remarked, however, while we have the prescription, where shall we procure the herbs? Feng Shi pointed towards Qiao Shi with a smirk and said, son, isn't your uncle in the herbal medicine business?
We can simply borrow some from him.
Qiao Shi, gently patting her daughter in the cradle, replied coldly, I am but a useless burden, giving birth to a child that brings misfortune. Our family situation is dire. How can I compare to the daughters of the butcher's family? Mother, you ought to divorce me. Feng Shi, feeling cornered, quickly smiled and said, daughter-in-law, how can you speak so? You are not a burden. You are the daughter-in-law of the Jiang family. Your husband faces difficulties, and you just might hold the key to resolving them. Consider our harmonious relationship as mother-in-law and daughter-in-law, a model of affection and respect within the village. Having said this, she noticed the comb she had been clutching to strike Jiang Anning and felt a wave of embarrassment. She promptly discarded it and forced a smile. With a resounding clap of his thigh, Jiang Fang proclaimed with unwavering confidence, rest assured, as long as I, the old man, am here, you shall be the eldest daughter-in-law of the Jiang family. Pay no heed to the idle gossip of others. They are merely ignorant harpies with long hair but short wisdom. In this household, my word is law. Feng, realizing he was subtly mocking her, could only swallow her indignation and force a smile. It was then that Qiao nodded in acknowledgement towards Jiang Zheng. Jiang Zheng promptly secured the prescription and set off towards Ning'an City, reaching Qiao's apothecary in less than half an hour. He recounted the situation to Qiao Dajing and handed him the prescription. Upon reviewing it, a flicker of doubt crossed Qiao Dajing's eyes, for the ingredients listed were not typically associated with the treatment of rheumatism. He was skeptical that these combinations would yield any effective results. However, upon learning that this was Jiang Anning's heartfelt request, Qiao Dajing ceased his doubts, preparing the medicine for Jiang Zheng without further comment. It had rained steadily throughout the day, and the skies grew increasingly overcast, suggesting that the rheumatism afflicting the mother of County Magistrate Gua was likely to flare up once more. It was, therefore, the right decision to offer timely assistance in her moment of need. As anticipated, with the weather turning gloomy, the pain in the magistrate's mother's legs intensified, rendering her unable to stand upright. The devoted son watched helplessly, his heart aching. Just then, he was taken aback by Jiang Zheng's insistence on an audience, feeling a mix of anger and confusion. Did he truly believe that this official's words held no weight? Chapter 11. Gratitude, not a chance, not a chance. County Magistrate Gua irritably urged the errand boy to hasten Jiang Zheng's departure. The errand boy replied, Jiang Zheng has come to attend to your esteemed mother's ailment.
Gua.
Taken aback, cast a sidelong glance at the errand boy and queried, "What did you say? He possesses a remedy?" The official chuckled and said, "He told me this." It seems he truly is unsure of what is genuine and what is feigned. However, Jiang Zheng has stated that if he is unable to cure your mother's ailment, he is willing to return the position of the assistant to you without alteration. Upon hearing his earnestness, Magistrate Gua couldn't help but feel a mix of skepticism and hope. He pondered for a moment and concluded that regardless of whether Jiang Zheng could heal his mother, he would not incur any loss. This was indeed a profitable venture. Smacking his thigh in delight, he exclaimed, "Excellent. Let him come in." Magistrate Gua tidied his attire, adjusted his official cap, and sat upright in his chair. Shortly thereafter, Jiang Zheng entered the study. Jiang Zheng, I never anticipated that a disciple of Confucius would also be a master of the healing arts. When did you acquire such medical knowledge? Jiang Zheng humbly replied, I am not skilled in medicine. Then how dare you boast that you can cure my mother's condition? Jiang Zheng smiled calmly and explained, a few days ago, I chanced upon a remarkable prescription specifically for treating rheumatic diseases. As he spoke, he produced the prescription and handed it to Magistrate Gua. Upon unfolding the prescription, Gua could not help but click his tongue in disbelief. He recognized the herbs listed. They were indeed common, lacking any ominous attributes. Yet, he felt that relying on these few herbs to cure his mother's rheumatism was nothing short of a fool's dream. Jiang Zheng then added, I have also prepared these herbs for you, and they are waiting outside. Magistrate Gua's eyes brightened, and he smiled appreciatively. That is splendid indeed. Indeed. These common herbs would not cost much, and given Magistrate Gua's notorious avarice, Jiang Zheng's provision of the materials would save him a substantial sum. Though he is not lacking in wealth, he inherently holds money in high regard. Over the years, in his quest to procure treatment for his ailing mother, Magistrate Gua has expended no less than 300 taels of silver, a considerable sum even in his eyes. Surprisingly, this display of devotion has garnered a modicum of goodwill from Magistrate Gua towards Jiang Zheng. Thus, the magistrate did not hold back. Jiang Zheng nodded, affirming, indeed. I have spoken those words. Once uttered, a promise is not easily retracted, and this satisfied Magistrate Gua, prompting a smile. Jiang Zheng, recognizing the clarity of the prescription, chose not to linger, for it was evident that Magistrate Gua could comprehend the instructions. The night passed in silence. On the following morning, Mrs. Feng and Mrs. Xing were in the yard cutting pigweed when they suddenly spotted a large group of officials approaching from afar. The sight left the mother and daughter-in-law in a state of alarm. Mrs. Xing abruptly exclaimed, Mother, could it be that the medicine my elder brother provided to the magistrate yesterday did not work and instead harmed the magistrate's mother? Are they here to apprehend us? Bah! Cease your ominous talk, Mrs. Feng retorted, while Mrs. Xing resolutely shook her head, saying, I will not go. I dare not. Mother, you should go instead. Mrs. Feng pinched her harshly, yet Mrs. Xing, with her tough exterior, found such minor discomfort trivial compared to facing the officials. At that moment, the bailiffs had indeed approached and halted at the entrance of the Jiang household. Magistrate Gua dismounted from his official sedan, furrowing his brow as he surveyed the humble farmstead. Noticing the two women watching him with trepidation, he inquired, Is this the residence of Jiang Zheng? At that moment, both women felt their hearts leap into their throats. Mrs. Xing, nodding, responded evasively, It has nothing to do with me. Feng, in a state of urgency, began to defend himself, saying, My lord, that ungrateful son of mine dares to take on a task beyond his capabilities. It is entirely his father's failure in upbringing. And it is not the fault of my wife. It is indeed that wretched Qiao who bore a worthless child and advised his father to treat your esteemed mother's ailment. And now, look at the calamity that has ensued. How can one trust the words of an infant barely a month old? Xing joined in the condemnation. Indeed, that child is no blessing. He is clearly a harbinger of misfortune, a calamity, a bane. The county magistrate, growing increasingly perplexed, stated, I am here today specifically to express my gratitude to Jiang Zheng, for it is thanks to him that my mother's symptoms have been alleviated. Where might he be found? Feng and Xing, overwhelmed by fear, clasped their heads and wept, momentarily stunned by his words. My lord, you have come to thank my son? The county magistrate nodded affirmatively. Feng urged Xing to hasten into the room to share the joyous news, and soon, Jiang Feng emerged with his grandchildren in tow. The county magistrate bowed deeply to Jiang Zheng and instructed his attendants, bring the gifts into the courtyard. Afterward, he produced several small silver ingots from his robe, distributing them among the crowd. However, when it came to Feng and Xing, the magistrate paused and remarked, I just heard you two claim that this matter does not concern you. Therefore, these silver pieces shall not be awarded to you. Feng and Xing stood there, dumbfounded, like wooden stakes in the ground. Is this true? We merely stated that we bear no responsibility. How is it that when it comes to rewards, we have no share? Mother, I feel so wronged. It is all your fault. Xing meticulously measured the size of the ingot with his hands, lamenting, that ingot appears to be exquisitely crafted. It must weigh at least 1 tael.
Goodness.
I have never even touched silver before. The mother-in-law and daughter-in-law exchanged grievances as Magistrate Guo personally delivered the appointment document to Jiang Zheng, instructing Jiang Zheng, from this moment forth, you shall serve as the secretary of the Ning'an prefecture. Report to the office in 3 days. In the room, Jiang Ning blinked at the ornate chest on the floor. Wow, are these all gifts from Magistrate Guo to my father? Mother, please pick me up. I want to see what this corrupt official has brought. Qiao, bemused, lifted him into her arms. Oh dear, why is it all just fruits, vegetables, salted fish, and fatty meat? This corrupt official is rather stingy. Jiang Ning could not help but scoff. Qiao raised an eyebrow. What could possibly be in that small box? She opened it to reveal a brush adorned with a piece of jade. The jade's texture was smooth and its color warm, free of any impurities, appearing to be of exceptional quality. This jade is beautiful. It must be quite valuable. I shall ask my father to gift it to me, Jiang Ning declared, lifting his small hand to awkwardly present the brush before his eyes. Qiao raised her brow, realizing that the little one was indeed quite the money-minded child. However, Jiang Ning inwardly scoffed. Alas, such a meager and worthless trinket. It vexes me to the point of wanting to report that greedy Magistrate Guo. Chapter 12. The grievance of Old Man Qiao, worthless trinket? Such was Jiang Ning's perspective. In his previous life, he faced no struggles for sustenance, and thus had little affection for salted fish and fatty meat. However, the rural household she now traverses is characterized by meals that, rather than being light, can only be described as insipid and devoid of richness. In the eyes of the Jiang family, the food delivered by Magistrate Guo could only be deemed a feast. Feng, with her bulging eyes, eagerly selected the fatty meat, her voice rising with excitement. This is truly authentic pork belly. Just look at the marbling and the enticing aroma of pork. Xing nodded in agreement. Indeed, it makes my mouth water just by smelling it. Strangely enough, I feel an inexplicable fondness upon seeing it. Foam clapped her thighs and exclaimed, Gather, everyone. Let's prepare to wash the vegetables and rinse the rice. Tonight we shall have stewed meat. Xing promptly replied, Yes, understood. I shall attend to it right away. Foam then inquired, Where the third couple? They have been absent all day. Jiang Zhen responded, That madwoman from the neighboring village is causing a ruckus again, running amok in every village, claiming that a plague is on its way. Perhaps the third couple has gone to witness the commotion. Which madwoman? The one who is known as the grass woman. The very one you have scolded before. Foam scoffed disdainfully, rolling her eyes. I recall now a charlatan, always feigning mysticism and spreading alarmist tales. What is there to admire about her? She talks of a plague. I think she herself is a harbinger of misfortune. With that, she strode towards the kitchen with the pork in hand. While she dismissed the grass woman with contempt, a sense of alarm stirred within Jiang Ning. Regardless of whether the grass woman is a charlatan, the plague she spoke of has indeed manifested. However, it is not a human plague, but rather an outbreak among livestock, leading to an alarming number of poultry and livestock perishing both within and beyond the confines of Ning'an City. The surge in meat prices has rendered it unaffordable for many. Jiang Ning mused to herself, had she anticipated this and stocked up on meat beforehand, she would undoubtedly have profited handsomely after the plague. Jiang Feng approached, hands clasped behind his back, and remarked to Qiao, Look at that old woman. How pleased she is. Thanks to our daughter-in-law. We've welcomed such a fortunate star into the Jiang family. Our lineage has never produced a clerk nor had anyone serve in the officialdom. Today, we truly bring glory to our ancestors. Xiao felt a stir in her heart. When Jiang Anning was born, her mother-in-law, Feng, had scorned her, deeming the child a financial burden. Yet, now, the family's dignity was a result of their daughter's achievements, leaving the Jiang family members no room to look down upon her. The family gathered joyfully in the courtyard, relishing a sumptuous feast, a rare moment of harmony for the Jiang family since Jiang Anning's arrival in this world. 3 days swiftly passed. Following the stipulations of the documents, Jiang Zheng set off early for Ning'an City to fulfill his duties. Clad in a fur coat, with a cap atop his head and blue cloth shoes adorning his feet, he presented a scholarly and refined appearance. Wow, father looks so dashing in his clerk's attire, exuding both intellect and charm. Jiang Anning chuckled, though her thoughts were clearly audible to Jiang Zheng. He inquired, puzzled, dashing? What does that mean? It's not found in the 4 books and 5 classics. And why does my daughter's inner monologue always include such peculiar expressions? He affectionately stroked Jiang Anning's soft, fair head, his eyes filled with tenderness. Father, when you go to the magistrate's office, don't forget to speak up for the fair officials. This remark was heard by both parents. In the original novel, Old Man Qiao was once a constable, but he was dismissed due to negligence. Both Jiang Zheng and his wife were well aware of this. However, Old Man Qiao insisted that he had committed no wrongdoing and felt unjustly treated by his dismissal. The incident began when the Ning'an Weaving Bureau was ambushed while escorting the royal dragon robe to the capital, resulting in the massacre of all involved. This case sent shockwaves through the court and the populace alike. It is well understood that the royal dragon robe is of utmost importance to the nation, and for centuries, no one has dared to intercept such a vital escort. The Daijing Emperor was understandably furious and ordered the mayor of Bai City to apprehend the perpetrators at all costs. The investigation fell upon the shoulders of Magistrate Guo, who, recognizing Old Man Qiao's seniority and vigor, dispatched him to look into the matter. Unfortunately, Old Man Qiao not only failed to uncover the mystery but also fell into an ambush, suffering grave injuries himself, while his companions met a tragic end. Upon returning to the city, Magistrate Guo, enraged, stripped Old Man Qiao of his title. Old Man Qiao lamented his plight, claiming he had discovered that the suspects were likely hiding in the Panlong Mountains. Feeling outnumbered, he sent a letter via carrier pigeon to request reinforcements from Magistrate Guo. However, before any assistance arrived, he was again ambushed by the villains, leaving him as the sole survivor. Magistrate Guo searched the entire office, but could not locate the letter Old Man Qiao mentioned, leading him to suspect that Old Man Qiao was fabricating stories, resulting in him receiving several lashes. Consequently, Old Man Qiao remained in a state of deep frustration for quite some time. Nevertheless, the original text does not depict the resolution of this case, and Jiang Anning remains unaware of the true identities of the assailants. One must blame the detestable author for leaving the narrative unresolved, digging pits without filling them, leaving some plot lines unknown even to Jiang Anning. Yet, she harbored unwavering faith that her grandfather would never utter a falsehood. That letter must still reside within the magistrate's office. Jiang Zheng, in a state of exasperation, spread his hands and remarked, Magistrate Guo searched for that letter multiple times without success. How could my father possibly locate it? Father, you truly have never been an assistant in the magistrate's office, have you? Every year, the correspondence received by the office ultimately finds its way into the archives. Surely, you could simply check the records of correspondence from the year of Guiwei? Realization dawned upon Jiang Zheng. So this was the protocol of the county office. He nodded, saying, Now I understand, father. Meanwhile, within the magistrate's office, Magistrate Guo was entertaining a troubled visitor, the prefect of Ning'an City. Raising an eyebrow, he inquired, Prefect, what troubles you so? Magistrate Guo, the prefect lamented, It concerns my daughter. She has been betrothed to the son of the Lin family since her youth, yet recently, someone has intentionally courted her, leading her to confusion and distraction. I seek your assistance in ensuring justice. Fired with indignation, Magistrate Guo slammed his palm on the desk, exclaiming, Who dares to act with such audacity? I shall command the constables to apprehend him. Now, Prefect, surely you jest. Having me apprehend young master by would be akin to demanding my own hat. He rubbed his temples and continued, moreover, by Qinglong's status, appearance, and talent are unparalleled in Ning'an City. The number of girls surrounding him is beyond count. How could he possibly take an interest in your daughter? Chapter 13. Taking my daughter to work. County Magistrate Gua chuckled. Could it be that your daughter has taken a fancy to young master by heir and insists on becoming his concubine? Unlikely. As my daughter possesses a reserved nature and is quite obedient, she would never exhibit such shamelessness. He continued, well, I understand now. This matter requires careful deliberation, and we cannot rely solely on your account. We must summon your daughter to ascertain the truth. The chief minister nodded in agreement. That seems reasonable. Just then, Jiang Zheng entered, having come to report. Magistrate Gua smiled. Ah, Jiang Zheng, you are here. Allow me to introduce you to the chief minister. He then addressed the chief minister. This is Jiang Zheng, not only a disciple of the sage, but also a master of medicine. My elderly mother, suffering from chronic rheumatism, has found relief solely through his unique remedies. By the way, Jiang Zheng, where did you come across that remedy? Jiang Zheng replied candidly. It was my daughter who informed me. He then recounted the remarkable ability of Jiang Ning to hear thoughts to Magistrate Gua. Both the magistrate and the chief minister were incredulous. Such a marvel. A young girl who can articulate her innermost thoughts and even prescribe medicine to aid others. What an extraordinary tale. Magistrate Gua exclaimed, Jiang Zheng, please bring your daughter to the yamen tomorrow. I wish to see her for myself. Jiang Zheng felt he had spoken out of turn, yet having already voiced it, he could only acquiesce. After meeting with Magistrate Gua, Jiang Zheng attended to his work in the morning and, in the afternoon, took the opportunity to request a visit to the storeroom under the pretense of reviewing materials. Magistrate Gua, believing this to be a sign of his diligence, thought little of it and readily consented. Upon arriving at the storeroom, Jiang Zheng immediately headed for the case files from the year of Guiwei. In the vast expanse of documents, he diligently searched until, by dusk, he finally unearthed the letter of distress that old Master Qiao had sent to County Magistrate Gua via carrier pigeon. Surprisingly, it had been tucked away inside another old file. Jiang Zheng mused to himself. No wonder County Magistrate Gua failed to discover it. It lay concealed within the old records. He harbored suspicions that someone had intentionally hidden it, though this remained merely conjecture. Miss Qiao lamented, You have no discretion. Our daughter is still so young, and you wish to take her to the county town? Take me there, take me there. I have been suffocating these past few days. I can finally glimpse the world outside, instead of being cooped up in this dark, thatched cottage. Jiang Ning resented her infantile form, feeling helpless to accomplish many things. The only solace was the ability to awaken naturally. Life in such circumstances was indeed pressing. The following day, after finishing her milk and donning a warm outfit, Jiang Ning was bundled up and carried by her father to Ning'an City. The little one was nearly moved to tears, as everything she beheld was a marvel. Even the air seemed remarkably fresh. In truth, she had not awakened naturally that morning. She had been roused by the discomfort of a full bladder, and ultimately, she had still soiled her diaper. Her body was too small to exert any control. She could only hope to grow quickly enough to forego the diaper, for the sight of her beautiful mother changing it was quite mortifying. Jiang Zheng entered the magistrate's office, cradling Jiang Ning, just as the governor was present, accompanied by a young lady. County Magistrate was strolled casually toward Jiang Zheng, playing with little Jiang Ning for a moment before remarking, Is it this little one who will divulge celestial secrets? How amusing! I would like to hear more when the opportunity arises. Listen to you, a fool. You, a corrupt official who values wealth above all and engages in unscrupulous conduct, deserve to be subjected to public disgrace and humiliation. Behind your wife's back, you pursue a mistress. And it is only a matter of time before your ferocious spouse discovers your infidelities. The magistrate Gua was taken aback, his countenance shifting in alarm as he stammered. I heard nothing. He then cast a furtive glance at Jiang Zheng and inquired, Tell me, Jiang Zheng, the matter concerning Ho Hot Lane, did it come from your lady's mouth? Jiang Zheng fell silent, followed by an awkward smile. Gua's shoulders tightened in apprehension. Indeed, he concluded, this young man is not to be trifled with. Let him attend court this time, but let it be a lesson learned. Addressing Su Ying, the daughter of the provincial treasurer, he inquired, I ask you, Has the second son of Lord Bai ever made advances towards you? Su Ying's face flushed crimson, her expression full of youthful shyness. For the second son was indeed the most handsome gentleman she had ever laid eyes upon. Jiang Anning remarked, "Isn't the daughter of the provincial treasurer simply a victim of romantic folly? Your status is not insignificant. As the daughter of a provincial treasurer, the wealth of Ning'an City is at your father's disposal. Why hasten to become a concubine? They say girls should be raised in affluence. I dare say even Wang Baochuan would yield half a mountain to accommodate you in foraging for wild vegetables." Su Buzheng shot a disappointed glance at his daughter. Just yesterday, when Gua had spoken, he was skeptical. After much inquiry, his daughter had remained mute, like a fish out of water. Yet now, she was more loquacious than anyone else. It seemed Gua's conjecture had indeed been correct. "Su Buzheng, you have heard it all. Haven to you?" Governor Gua cast a glance at the Minister of Revenue, raising his hands in a gesture of indifference, revealing his lack of surprise. In truth, he was rather disinterested in the matter. However, given that Su Ying was the minister's daughter and the minister oversaw the financial affairs of Ning'an City, a lucrative position, he still wished to curry favor. "May the esteemed sir grant me this favor, and speak a few kind words to Lord Bai on behalf of my daughter, allowing me to secure a suitable match. I would have no regrets in this life and would serve you as an ox or horse in my next." Su Ying, fearful that her father might utter something that would thwart her aspirations to become a concubine in the lord's estate, sensed the tension. Minister Su felt a deep sense of embarrassment, shaking his head internally. Such a daughter was truly unworthy of respect. He addressed Governor Gua, stating, "Esteemed sir, my daughter is already betrothed. It is imperative that she not be made a concubine." Though she was not the legitimate daughter, the lady of the house was kind-hearted and had arranged a good match for her as a legitimate wife. Yet, this daughter insisted on pursuing a position as a concubine to the second son of the Bai family, who was unaware of the Bai family standing. Lord Bai was akin to a local emperor in Ning'an City. Surely, his son would not lack for women. Likely akin to the emperor with his 3 palaces and 6 courtyards filled with 72 concubines. Governor Gua remarked, "Since she is already promised to another, I shall treat today's matter as if I have not heard it." Indeed, the official shows a touch of humanity. The corners of Governor Gua's mouth twitched. He was not foolish. The betrothal was a binding commitment, and forcing Su Ying into Lord Bai's household would be akin to abducting a maiden. Should Lord Bai take offense, he would not be able to bear the consequences. Yet at that moment, Su Ying was impervious to reason. "Father, if you do not consent today, I shall end my life right here." As she spoke, she resolutely attempted to collide with the nearby pillar. Su Buzheng hurriedly grasped his daughter, admonishing her, "What nonsense! Your mother arranged an excellent marriage for you. How can you be so thoughtless?" Chapter 14. An old case at this moment. Su Buzheng felt a profound sense of disappointment and sorrow. How could his usually demure and composed daughter have transformed into someone like this? He truly could not comprehend it. This Miss Su was indeed oblivious to the blessings she possessed. The family chosen by her parents was genuinely admirable, yet her heart and mind were entirely consumed by the second young Master Bai. Though he was handsome, was he truly within her reach? Did she possess such fortune? With such a romanticized view, perhaps she was destined to be perpetually adoring from the sidelines. It is rare to encounter a female admirer of such nature. However, there was no need for concern, for every family has its own troubles. When the boat reaches the bridge, it will naturally find its way. Upon hearing this, County Magistrate Gua straightened in his seat and gestured for Su Buzheng to take his daughter away. Since the diviner had proclaimed that Buzheng could resolve the matter, it was best to let him handle it. After all, it was a private family affair. Otherwise, should matters escalate, it would tarnish the reputation of the magistrate's office if his daughter were to meet a tragic fate here. Su Ying was forcibly pulled out of the magistrate's office by her father. Though it was deep autumn, beads of perspiration appeared on Su Buzheng's forehead. He feared that this rebellious daughter might one day bring catastrophic misfortune upon the family. In the magistrate's study, Zhang Zheng respectfully presented a letter to the county magistrate. "Your Honor, please take a look at this letter of distress. It is the plea for help that Qiao Kui sent to you from Panlong Mountain all those years ago." Qiao Kui was indeed the name of old man Qiao. The case of the Ning'an weaving incident was a sensation that reverberated through the court and the common folk alike. Even after more than a decade, County Magistrate Guo vividly recalls the events. He held the letter in disbelief, shaking his head incessantly. Indeed, that letter truly exists. This indicates that Qiao Kui has genuinely uncovered the whereabouts of the perpetrator. Alas, I have been foolish. How could I have overlooked a simple letter? For so many years, I have remained ensconced in Ning'an, serving as county magistrate, while my peers who entered the civil service alongside me have ascended to high office, all because of this case. I once believed it to be a matter of ill fortune that I was entangled in such a significant incident. Only now do I realize it was not bad luck, but rather my own failing eyesight that led me to miss even a letter. How lamentable! Jiang Anning interjected. At last, you have uttered a truthful sentiment. It seems you possess some semblance of humanity. There remains a glimmer of hope for redemption. Jiang Zheng bowed respectfully, saying, My lord, there is no need for excessive self-reproach. This case has long since passed. Furthermore, I discovered this letter nestled among old documents, perhaps intentionally concealed. County Magistrate Guo suddenly paused in astonishment. Are you implying that there are individuals within the Yamen who are accomplices of the murderer? Jiang Zheng nodded in agreement. Your insight is commendable, my lord. Jiang Anning remarked. There can be no doubt. It must be the doing of that clerk Ko. County Magistrate Guo sighed in resignation. Regrettably, he passed away 3 years ago. Jiang Anning cast a disapproving glance at County Magistrate Guo, who then inquired of Jiang Zheng, How did you come upon this letter? He sighed again, adding, I have wronged him. Is he well? Is he in good health, enjoying his later years at home? Though he occasionally still burns with anger over this case? Jiang Zheng remarked that it was not merely because the adult had wronged him, but rather due to the magnitude of the case that he was unable to resolve during his tenure, leaving him with a sense of regret. Magistrate Guo responded that the emperor still held this case close to his heart, especially since the Great Jing era was marked by tranquility and peace. It was said that His Majesty occasionally inquired about the matter from the city lord. Naturally, the city lord bore considerable pressure, and he expressed his intention to confer with Lord Bai about reinvestigating the case. This undoubtedly served to vindicate Qiao Kui. Grateful for the support, Qiao Kui specifically invited Jiang Zheng to host a banquet in his honor. During the feast, Qiao Kui suggested that if the government were to reopen the investigation into the assassination of the Ning'an weaver, he must be informed. Jiang Zheng inquired, Is it possible that old Taishan intends to take action himself? However, he wished to propose that Haitang assist in the office. Haitang, known by her childhood name, was Jiang Zheng's sister-in-law, and he knew she possessed some skills. Despite being a woman, her abilities were not inferior to those of ordinary officials. Jiang Zheng expressed his concerns, stating, But the perpetrators of the Ning'an weaver case may be desperate criminals. Haitang, being a woman, do you not fear the dangers? Qiao Kui chuckled lightly as Haitang raised an eyebrow in disdain, declaring, I have inherited my father's martial prowess. What do I have to fear from mere bandits? One comes, I slay one. Two come, I slay two. If you doubt me, ask the corpse floating in the moat. Seeing their resolve, Jiang Zheng acquiesced to their request. However, he was not accustomed to alcohol, and after 3 rounds, he was thoroughly intoxicated. That evening, Jiang Zheng and his daughter spent the night at the Qiao residence. Yet, this meant that the following day, Jiang Anning would still have to attend the office alongside her father. Oh dear, did we not just visit yesterday? Why are we here again? I truly wish to avoid encountering that corrupt individual, Jiang Zheng remarked as he crossed the threshold of the Yamen, to which Jiang Anning quipped. Oh, why is Lord Buzheng also here? He appears rather haggard. Those dark circles under his eyes nearly reach his chin. Could it be that he quarreled with his wife and was cast out? Jiang Zheng. He scrutinized Su Buzheng closely and noticed that he indeed looked unwell, having overlooked it earlier. Master Jiang, is County Magistrate Guo in the study? He should be. Jiang Zheng replied. Lord Su, what troubles you? Su Buzheng straightened his official robes and sighed. It is still concerning my daughter's matter. Does your daughter still wish to wed the second son of the Bai family? She is nearly beside herself with desire, but the issue has escalated beyond that now. Su Buzheng shook his head repeatedly as he entered County Magistrate Guo's study alongside Jiang Zheng. What seems to be the problem, Lord Su? He inquired in a lowered voice. Jiang Zheng shrugged. It's the same matter as yesterday. I am unable to resolve this. Old Su, Magistrate Gua lamented. Please, do not put me in a difficult position. You are unaware of the mess my rebellious daughter has left behind. My wife is overwhelmed and cannot sleep. Su Buzheng responded, however, we were the ones who broke the engagement first. We cannot hold the Lin family accountable. Magistrate Gua, somewhat taken aback, recalled his own daughter's predicament and asked, could it be that your daughter's engagement has not yet been annulled? Chapter 15. Substitute marriage. Su Buzheng hesitated for a moment before finally nodding in affirmation. Ahem. The Lin family has already informed their relatives and friends that their son is to be wed this year. As the wedding date draws near, the bride has mysteriously vanished. And naturally, they would not agree to annul the engagement. Su Buzheng shrugged towards County Magistrate Gua, implying that he had indeed heard the unspoken sentiments. This is the predicament we face, and I hope you can communicate this to the Lin family. Although the Lin family lacks formal titles, they are among the wealthiest merchants in Ning'an City, often assisting even the city lord with various matters. Su Buzheng wishes to avoid any unpleasantness with them. However, Magistrate Gua expressed his inability to assist, leaving Su Buzheng to sigh deeply in frustration. Jiang Anning instinctively wanted to suggest that Buzheng should marry his other daughter to the Lin family, but instead, she found herself making incoherent sounds. Jiang Zheng, holding his daughter, stood at a distance, suddenly hearing a voice in his mind. Su Buzheng is aware of the Lin family's substantial wealth. It is not that he dares not offend them. Moreover, he seeks to curry favor with them. If this matter concerning his daughter's marriage causes a rift, it would be regrettable. Father, if you could assist Su Buzheng in this matter, the future benefits would be immense, and the Lin family could be quite useful. Jiang Zheng was momentarily taken aback, pondering whether it was appropriate to discuss family matters in the study, where public affairs should be deliberated. Daughter, you wish for me to assist Su Buzheng with ideas? Jiang Anning chuckled lightly. The Su family has 2 daughters. While Su Ying is the eldest, she is not the daughter of the current lady. The current madam is indeed a commendable stepmother, having selected an exceptional suitor for Su Ying, yet regrettably, Su Ying obstinately refuses. Infatuated with the second son of the Bai family, Bai Qingling is already devoted to another, a woman who is both alluring and cunning. A person of Su Ying's intellect would hardly survive 2 episodes in such a union. Furthermore, should the Su family and the Lin family become estranged, the ramifications would be dire. The former governs the finances of Ning'an City, while the latter is a renowned merchant family. The absence of cooperation between these 2 families would undoubtedly severely impact the GDP of Ning'an City. Fortunately, Su Ying's sister, Su Wan, is exceptionally wise, cultured, and empathetic. If she were to marry into the Lin family, it could appease their discontent, as the Lin family merely seeks a daughter from the Su family. Jiang Zheng, realizing the situation, cleared his throat and said, Lord Su, I have a potential solution to your predicament. Su Buzheng paused, momentarily taken aback, and looked up at Jiang Zheng, questioning whether he had misheard. Master Jiang, what solution could you possibly propose? Jiang Zheng advised, the Lin family desires a wife. Do you not have another daughter? Simply send her over. Su Buzheng's face revealed a bitter expression, indicating that the situation was far more complex, or else he would not be so troubled. Jiang Zheng's ears echoed with Jiang Ning's inner thoughts. With Su Ying, the ungrateful wretch, preceding her, how could Madame Su dare to send her younger daughter? The girl is not her own flesh and blood. If she were unwilling, it would surely backfire. In the narrative, Lord Su indeed attempted this, but alas, he could not persuade his daughter. While the issue was resolved, it resulted in his daughter severing ties with them. Jiang Zheng pondered. It seems that the Su family is entangled in such complexities. Indeed, every household has its own challenges. A shadow of gloom cast over the faces of the gathered company. I would trouble Lord Su to summon your daughter and wife. I have a method to resolve their concerns. Lord Su felt a shiver of apprehension. This. Could it be the heartfelt wish of his daughter that I have just heard? She claimed she could assist in alleviating the troubles at home. Jiang Zheng nodded, affirming. I too have heard it. There is indeed truth to her words. County Magistrate Gua, with a beaming smile, remarked, that is splendid. If Master Zhang's daughter is a harbinger of fortune, then her assurance to resolve the matter surely guarantees success. Congratulations, Lord Su. Noticing the broad smile on his face, Madame Su, perplexed, inquired, "What is it? Has the issue been resolved?" Recently, their family had been in a state of turmoil over the engagement dissolution with the Lin family, and Lord Su had noticeably lost weight. To see him in such high spirits was indeed surprising. No. Lord Su shook his head, settling into his chair. After taking a sip of tea, he explained with a smile, "My dear wife, please prepare yourself and take water to the yamen. We have found a solution regarding the dissolution of the engagement." Initially bewildered, Madame Su soon grasped the significance of her husband's elation and incredulously asked, "Could it be that Magistrate Gua has conceived a plan?" It is not merely Magistrate Gua's idea, rather." Lord Su furrowed his brow, pondering how to articulate his thoughts. "In any case, come with me to the yamen, and you shall see." At the hour of noon, Lord Su led his wife and their young daughter, Su Wan, to the Ning'an City Yamen. "I pay my respects to the esteemed lord. Rise. There is no need for formality." The magistrate laughter was gentle, prompting the two to rise. He glanced at Su Wan, nodding in approval. Dressed in a moon-white gown, Su Wan resembled a delicate flower, obediently following her mother, exuding the grace of a refined young lady. How delightful it would be if Su Wan were to marry into the Lin family. Surely, they would be pleased. A smile lingered in Gua's heart. Seated at the lower end of the table, Su Wan's gaze occasionally drifted toward Jiang Anning. The magistrate inquired with a chuckle, "Do you find it curious and amusing that the scribe in the office is holding a child while on duty?" Su Wan shook her head, replying, "No. I merely find the child's features exquisite, and I could not help but gaze a little longer. It was not my intention to offend." Jiang Zheng then asked, "Miss Su, do you have a fondness for Ning Er? If so, you are welcome to hold her. Is it truly permissible?" Su Wan replied, slightly taken aback. Upon receiving affirmation, she cautiously stepped forward to take Jiang Ning into her arms. The little one was soft and cuddly. Su Wan worried about her handling, fearing that the child might be uncomfortable and cry. Nevertheless, Jiang Ning kept her wide eyes fixed on Su Wan, occasionally bursting into delightful giggles, proving to be a well-mannered child. Jiang Ning felt her cheeks ache from smiling so much. "Father, the little darling is making me smile so much my face feels swollen." Hearing that Su Wan was adept at calculation since childhood, Jiang Zheng conceived a clever plan. He addressed Magistrate Gua, saying, "Your Excellency, I find myself troubled by a matter concerning the treasury. The calculations of the office's funds never seem to align." Magistrate Gua remained silent, while Su Bujing chuckled heartily. As the Minister of Revenue, he was well-versed in financial matters, and accounting was a domain in which he excelled. "Jiang Zheng, there is no need for you to feel distressed. Should you encounter difficulties, I, as an official, can assist you with the calculations." Su Wan interjected, "Father, would it not be a waste of your talents for you to personally tally the taxes? I am willing to take on this task on your behalf." Yang Ning Muset. This young lady is quite astute. She will undoubtedly prove to be a virtuous daughter-in-law when she marries into the Lin family. The Lin family will be fortunate indeed. Chapter 16. Clarity achieved. Su Wan felt a stirring in her heart, pondering. Just a moment ago, she seemed to hear soft whispers in her ear. "Speaking of marrying into the Lin family," Magistrate Gua remarked, "then I shall trouble the second young lady." He commanded his servants to bring forth the silver from the box. Su Wan pursed her lips, observing for a moment before nodding, settling down to grasp the abacus. Her fingers deftly maneuvered the beads, and in no time, she calculated the amounts and placed the silver back into the box. "Wow, Su Er, you are simply remarkable. When the Lin family expands its business, your contributions will be invaluable." Su Wan heard a childish voice making a nonsensical remark, causing her to pause once more in surprise. Amidst the genuine praise from those around her, she grew increasingly perplexed. Just then, it seemed she heard a child speaking. She glanced down at young Jiang Ning, her heart filled with confusion. Could it be her? But how could she be so young and articulate? Yet, truth be told, Su Wan had indeed devoted considerable effort to her calculations. Otherwise, she would not be so adept with the abacus. From a young age, her mother had arranged for her to learn various skills, including music, chess, literature, and painting, as well as household management. However, she found little interest in the others, excelling only in her numerical endeavors. Fearing disapproval from her parents, she had refrained from showcasing her talents. Such praise from the adults is unwarranted. It is merely my humble efforts, she said. This is not a display of embarrassment. Your daughter's talent for calculations is commendable and should be expressed with confidence. Jiang Zheng remarked, a few days ago, I attended a play where a young lady showed no interest in anything other than accounting. He paused deliberately, perhaps sensing a resemblance to his own situation. Suwon could not help but inquire, and what transpired next? Jiang Zheng chuckled lightly, saying, eventually, this young lady married a supportive husband, and through her own abilities, she helped her family grow increasingly prosperous. Upon hearing this, Suwon lowered her gaze, recalling the conversation between her parents. It seemed she had made a decision as she lifted her head. What a coincidence. I too have read a tale. Jiang Anning perked up, intrigued by the unfolding narrative. Jiang Zheng raised an eyebrow. Oh, I would love to hear more. The story unfolded about a woman whose sister was initially betrothed but was enamored with another, rejecting the engagement arranged by their mother. The sister eloped, leaving her parents to deal with the aftermath. Though her parents intended to annul the engagement, the suitor refused. The family also had a younger sister, and their mother believed she ought to consider the family's plight and step in to marry the suitor in her sister's stead. Jiang Anning could not contain her astonishment. Indeed, you both have a profound understanding of drama. Life mirrors art. Suwon's narrative perfectly encapsulated her current predicament, evidently stirred by her father's words. In her heart, she urged, Miss Su, do hasten to accept the proposal. Your fortune awaits. Let your sister, consumed by romantic folly, regret her choices. Magistrate Gua, with a keen interest, sipped his tea while observing Suwon and amiably remarked, the quality of this marriage contract will dictate its merit. If it proves favorable, it would indeed be a joyous occasion for the young lady. We would be facilitating a commendable union. He paused momentarily before continuing. I am quite curious. Have the parents of the actress in the play suggested that her sister be married off? Suwon swiftly shook her head, feeling her earlier reaction had been somewhat excessive, and shyly smiled. No, this marriage is certainly viewed positively in my parents' eyes, but my sister does not share that sentiment, and I remain rather oblivious. As of now, I have only observed this much. My parents have yet to propose that my sister be wed. I cannot fathom why my usually obedient sister would choose to become a concubine to the second son of the Bai family, even relinquishing her status as a daughter of the prefect. If parents truly care for their children, they would not wish to harm them. Their hesitation may stem from a concern that my sister's heart would be irreparably wounded, and they might fear that I would perceive the arrangement as a consequence of my sister's rejection of her suitor. Thus they have refrained from broaching the subject. Upon concluding his remarks, Magistrate Gua cast a glance at the prefect. The prefect sighed. Indeed, that is quite true. After all this discussion, Miss Eyre, why not take a sip of tea? Listening to this exchange, Suwon felt as though the previously perplexing matters had suddenly crystallized in her mind. Had her parents been more forthright, she too might have arrived at such a conclusion, feeling overlooked. However, her perspective had shifted. The Lin family stands as a leading merchant household in Ning'an City, unencumbered by the constraints often associated with nobility. Perhaps, after marriage, she could indeed pursue her passions openly. Thank you, my lord. I understand. County Magistrate Gua is feeling quite pleased with himself when a sarcastic thought crosses his mind. Hee. One must admit that this cunning tactic of the corrupt official is quite brilliant. Without the need for the prefect and his wife to intervene, the second young lady will willingly marry into their family, thus preserving the bond between the two households. How delightful. Oh, corrupt official. If only you could consistently apply your intellect to righteous endeavors, perhaps you would not face dismissal or execution in the future. Her incessant references to the corrupt official left Magistrate Gua fuming, yet the mention of execution sent a chill down his spine. Could it be that this official truly faces the guillotine? Jiang Anning was not lying. In the original narrative, Magistrate Gua met his end due to his corrupt practices. He was acutely aware of his unspeakable transgressions, so he straightened his posture and gently smiled, saying, What is there to think? It is indeed best that the second young lady understands her parents' good intentions. Before exiting the magistracy, Su the prefect remarked with a smile, Today, we owe much to Master Jiang. Madame Su placed the embroidered items into a bundle, causing Jiang Zheng's eyes to widen in astonishment. Inside were a purse, a hat, and a hairpin, all exquisitely crafted with materials of exceptional quality, silk and mulberry silk. The Jiang family had, in the past, only been able to wear newly tailored garments of red cloth during the new year, and silk was a luxury beyond their wildest dreams. This bundle of clothing must be worth at least 30 to 40 taels of silver. He quickly expressed his gratitude. Su the prefect patted him on the shoulder, saying, "In the future, should you require assistance, do not hesitate to seek me out. I shall certainly help you." With that, he boarded the carriage with his family and departed from the magistracy. Jiang Anning cast a glance at his father, an expression of disbelief crossing his face. It was as though he had never encountered the world beyond their confines. What a trivial matter this is. Once Suwan marries into the Lin family, the benefits we shall reap will far exceed this. Moreover, the tale of the Lin family is nothing short of extraordinary. Have you heard of the true and false heiresses? Chapter 17. A perfect resolution. Jiang Anning shook his head resolutely. "I refuse. This is clearly attire meant for a baby boy, and I would look utterly unflattering in it." He longed to voice his objection loudly, yet all that escaped him were feeble cries of wah wah wah. Meanwhile, the Su family sat in their carriage, with Suwan lifting the curtain to gaze upon the gradually receding palace path. Her emotions were no longer as tumultuous as upon their arrival. Instead, she felt an unprecedented sense of ease and exhilaration, as if she had discovered the very purpose of her existence. "Do take care not to catch a chill, Mrs. Su gently reminded her daughter, lowering the curtain for her. Suwan, her expression solemn, turned to her parents. "Father, mother, I understand the concerns that have troubled you of late. I have come to a decision. The Lin family seeks merely a daughter from the Li family, without specifying anyone in particular. Thus, I shall marry into their family." Mr. Su regarded his resolute daughter with a mix of pride and complexity. "My daughter, do you comprehend the significance of your marriage?" "I do," Suwan affirmed with a nod. "I possess a fondness for calculations and accounts, rather than the arts. The Lin family, being prominent merchants, is the perfect match for me." She then turned to Mrs. Su. "I trust your judgment, mother. You would never lead me astray." Madame Su stood up, her heart stirred, and grasped the hand of the young lady, her expression a tapestry of emotions. Suwan's biological mother had perished during childbirth, and it was her adoptive mother who had nurtured her with utmost care. Nevertheless, Madame Su solemnly cautioned, "My dear child, ponder this decision well. I wish for you to avoid future regrets that might create distance between us." After all, she had raised Suing, whose actions had already caused her considerable sorrow, and she did not wish for this daughter to also turn away from her heart. Suwon had already contemplated this matter deeply. Once she consented to the marriage, Madame Su visited the Lin family again the following day. Upon learning that the wife of the prefect had arrived, the Lin family anticipated a withdrawal of the engagement. Causing an uncomfortable tension, they sighed and instructed a servant to admit her. Both Mr. and Mrs. Lin were present, and they courteously invited the two women to sit. "Madam, have you come today regarding the matter of the engagement?" Mrs. Lin inquired first, her gaze drifting towards Suwan, her heart filled with uncertainty. "It is not that our family wishes to break the engagement. It is simply that our relatives and friends are aware that my son is to wed this year. In business, integrity is of utmost importance," Mr. Lin expressed, somewhat troubled. Suwan lowered her head slightly, attentively listening to their discourse. Madame Su chuckled softly. "You have misunderstood. I have come today to discuss the engagement." She gestured towards Suwan, saying, "This is my daughter Wan-er." The initial agreement referred to a daughter of the Su family, but did not specify which one. "If we were to substitute the betrothed with my daughter, the engagement can certainly proceed." The elderly couple from the Lin family exchanged glances, remaining silent. Madame Su discerned the thoughts of the two individuals. They certainly would not disdain the reputation of the Su family. Regardless of which daughter they wed, there lingered a slight concern regarding Su Wan's character. With a smile, Madame Su remarked, "My daughter has grown up by my side since childhood. She is undoubtedly exceptional. Although I am merely the stepmother of these two children, I have treated them both with utmost fairness throughout their upbringing. Wan-er has received the same quality of education as Inger, excelling in the arts of music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. The Lin couple nodded in agreement, fully trusting Madame Su's character. Moreover, their family-esque connection to the governor's family could be seen as a considerable elevation for the Lin family, given that they themselves lack any notable titles. Now that Suwon has been nurtured under Madame Su's guidance, she would naturally be no less than her elder sister Suing. It is well known in the capital that the governor and his wife are esteemed individuals, and numerous suitors seek to marry their daughter. Therefore, it is settled that the second young lady shall be recognized as my Lin family's future daughter-in-law. Madame Lin rose, removing a bracelet from her wrist and placing it in Suwon's hands. Suwon, shy and hesitant, did not dare to accept it. Mr. Lin, however, chuckled heartily. Do not hesitate to take it. This bracelet originally belonged to my mother, given to the madam, and now it is passed on to you. Please accept it. Though the Lin family is prosperous, they have but one son, cherished as a jewel. This bracelet was initially intended for Su Ying when she visited, but unforeseen circumstances have arisen. It must be said that Su Ying truly has not been fortunate. Thank you, madam, Suwon expressed gratefully. Suwon took the bracelet and sat with Mrs. Lin for a while longer. The atmosphere was filled with warmth as they engaged in cheerful conversation. Suwon occasionally contributed to the discussion, leading the Lin family to discover her remarkable acumen in accounting, which only heightened their satisfaction with their prospective daughter-in-law. With only one son, who was solely focused on his studies and indifferent to business, the prospect of a daughter-in-law with a keen interest in commerce was indeed a blessing. It seemed that fate had spared the Lin family's business after all. Suwon had yet to meet the young master of the Lin family and was somewhat curious about his appearance. Just as she was about to rise and take her leave, Mrs. Lin, reluctant to part ways, gently grasped her hand and said, I see that Warner has an interest in accounting. I will personally teach you once you marry into our family. Mrs. Lin, having spent many years accompanying her husband in various ventures, was well-versed in business and accounting, making her a capable teacher. Suwon nodded and smiled softly in response. As they conversed, a voice suddenly broke through from outside the door. A young man entered, clad in a light blue brocade robe, his hair elegantly tied up, and his face was clean and handsome. Suwon gazed at the youth, whose refined demeanor was a delightful surprise, quite different from her preconceived notion of a mere bookworm. At the same time, he was observing Suwon, dressed in a flowing moon-white gown, with her dark hair cascading over her shoulders and her bright eyes. She radiated an enchanting charm that instantly elicited fondness. The mutual gaze between the two did not escape the notice of Mr. and Mrs. Lin, who exchanged knowing glances and stifled laughter at their son's reaction. As Suwon and her mother prepared to depart in the carriage, Mrs. Su inquired, What do you think of the young master of the Lin family? Suwon, delicately clutching her handkerchief, nodded gently, embodying a serene approval. Lin Bei's also faced a similar dilemma. He was aware that his former fiancée wished to call off their engagement, which led to a stalemate between the two families regarding the marriage. However, it now appeared that a resolution had been found. Traditionally, marriage was dictated by parental authority and the matchmaking of intermediaries, leaving him with little choice. Yet, if the young lady from earlier were to become his wife, he would be exceedingly pleased. What are you daydreaming about? Madame Lin waved her hand in front of him and inquired, Beis, what do you think of Warner? Chapter 18. The plague strikes. Old Master Lin cast a glance at his son and chuckled. Just look at him. He must be secretly delighted. He didn't even blink while gazing at Miss Su. Madame Lin couldn't help but laugh aloud. Once you are wed, you may gaze as you wish. I find Warner to be quite satisfactory. She can assist in the family business. Their son was wholly at the mercy of his parents' decisions. With this, the clouds of uncertainty surrounding the marriage between the Bureau of Revenue and the Lin family dispersed. Following the resolution of the engagement, the bureau chief appeared considerably revitalized. He felt that his gratitude towards Jiang Zheng was still insufficient and thus sent a considerable amount of gifts to the Jiang family. The abundance of items left members of the Feng and Xing families feeling quite dizzy. Goodness! Exclaimed Mrs. Xing, this bureau chief is far more generous than Magistrate Gua. Her husband, Jiang Zhen, remarked coldly, Is that not obvious? Do you know what the bureau chief oversees? He manages the textiles in Ning'an City. It's no wonder he sent such a bounty of silks and satins. Jiang Fong nodded repeatedly, expressing his realization. No wonder, no wonder. Little did they know. The bureau chief's responsibilities were not merely related to fabric despite the term BU in his title. The Xing and Xia families cradled the silken fabric in their palms, their voices trembling with excitement. This is true silk. If I could wear it for just one day, I would die without regrets. Fong scolded the two with a light slap on their wrists, then spoke in a soothing tone. Let's keep this silk for now. When the new year arrives, each of you sisters-in-law shall have a new garment tailored from it. Move this chest of silk into my room. Jiang Ning silently scoffed, pondering. What is there to save in just one chest of silk? An epidemic is imminent. Soon the cattle, sheep, pigs, chickens, ducks, and geese throughout the city will perish from disease, causing the price of meat to soar. If it were me, I would sell this entire chest of silk to amass funds for preserving meat into cured jerky. Epidemic? The members of the Jiang family exchanged glances in alarm. Fong shouted into the air. What epidemic? Don't listen to that old woman's nonsensical chatter. What does she know? No sooner had she spoken than Jiang Chen rushed in, breathless with urgency. It's terrible. Something significant has occurred. Jiang Fong asked, what is it? You may not yet be aware. Jiang Chen lowered his voice conspiratorially. There is an outbreak of disease in the neighboring Panlong County. Feng's eyes widened in shock. Is it truly an outbreak? Indeed. Last night, a beggar at the village's edge found a chicken and intended to stew it. Everyone advised him against eating it, warning that it was a plague-ridden bird. But he refused to listen. Jiang Chen continued. He even claimed not to believe that a sick chicken could have come from Panlong County. As a result, he died this morning. Fong clutched her chest in distress. Oh my goodness, what shall we do? That is a plague. If things go awry, our entire Ning'an city might find itself draped in mourning, with every household bearing coffins. Jiang Chen, unconcerned, replied, Mother, do not fret. This outbreak concerns livestock, not humans. As long as we avoid consuming infected meat, we shall be fine. Jiang Fong exclaimed in astonishment. Oh dear, let us hasten to follow my granddaughter's advice. Sell that chest of silk and procure some meat to stock up this morning. Firstly, it will serve our family, and secondly, any surplus can be sold. Fong, gazing at the precious silks, appeared troubled and finally sighed. Very well, let us quickly sell this chest of silk in the city and purchase ample meat. Do not forget to buy additional salt. Curing the meat will allow it to be preserved for a longer duration. Jiang Chen discreetly pulled his mother aside and whispered, Mother, come here for a moment. I have something to discuss. Fong was drawn into the courtyard, frowning as she inquired, What is it? Speaking in secret often bodes ill. Have you caused another ruckus? I tell you, we have no money to spare. With a scoff, Fong looked at him skeptically. You? Earn money? Jiang Chen replied earnestly, Indeed. You are aware of the wealthy Diao family in Yongxi town, correct? Fong nodded. Of course, they raise all the pork and chicken consumed in the surrounding villages. They are indeed affluent. Jiang Chen asserted, this outbreak poses the greatest threat to their household. It is not surprising, with such immense wealth. What is a mere livestock disease to them? Fong remarked nonchalantly, but what does the Diao family have to do with us? Jiang Chen replied, this venture is how we will profit. Fong was perplexed. Their family was afflicted by a plague, and we cannot alleviate it. How can we earn money from them? Do you possess such abilities? Stop dreaming and hasten to the city to sell silk. Jiang Chen grasped his mother urgently, saying, Mother, opportunities like this are fleeting. Do you not understand the cause of this epidemic? Fong dismissed him, saying, It is merely a natural disaster. While it is indeed a calamity, evading this misfortune requires a sacrifice to the heavens. Jiang Chen solemnly replied, However, sacrifices necessitate offerings, for instance, a child. Fong felt a chill run down her spine, casting a sidelong glance at her son. Third, what do you mean by that? Jiang Chen asserted. Did you not all say that my elder brother's daughter is a little lucky star? A flicker of astonishment crossed Feng's eyes. Jiang Chen steadied himself, gritting his teeth and declaring, Mother, let me speak frankly. The old crone has long foretold that Jiang Ning is the most suitable offering. Lord Diao stated that if Jiang Ning is sacrificed, not only will the plague dissipate, but our family will also receive 500 taels of silver. Doubtfully, she questioned Jiang Chen. The old crone is mad. Can her words be trusted? Even if Jiang Anning were to be offered, would the plague truly recede? Jiang Chen scoffed. That is of no concern to us. After all, my arrangement with Lord Diao is a simple exchange of person for payment. Foam remained noncommittal, hands on her hips, gazing skyward, repeatedly murmuring, 500 taels, 500 taels. As night fell, the entire family fell into slumber. Suddenly, Jiang Anning felt himself being lifted abruptly, and something felt amiss. The person embracing him employed unfamiliar techniques, distinctly not those of his parents. She immediately wanted to exclaim in shock, yet her mouth was firmly covered by a large hand. Shortly after, the door swung open, and the person who had seized her dashed out of the courtyard. It was then that Jiang Anning realized that her kidnapper was none other than her third uncle, Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen hurriedly made his way to the village entrance, where his wife, Xia, awaited him. How did it go? Did you manage to steal the child? She inquired. Yes, I got her. We must leave quickly. There is no time to lose. We shall sell her tonight, Jiang Chen replied. Xia asked once more. Have you made arrangements with the old Master Diao? Indeed, we have a deal, right by the mountain god temple. Come with me, Jiang Chen insisted. After a moment's hesitation, Xia queried, will the old master truly give us 1,000 taels? Jiang Chen assured her, absolutely. But you must tell mother that only 500 taels will be given to her. Chapter 19, Sold I understand, Xia responded, though a hint of worry crept into her voice. But brother and sister-in-law will surely find out. What if? Jiang Chen flashed a grin. Do not fret. Mother has already consented. With her backing, what do we have to fear? Let us hurry to the mountain god temple. Meanwhile, nestled in her swaddling clothes, Jiang Anning composed herself, realizing her impending sale. She attempted to draw attention to herself through cries, yet the desolate wilderness surrounding her offered no signs of life. As they walked, Xia inquired, did mother truly agree? Jiang Chen nodded affirmatively. She did, but that 500 taels must go to her. This means we will net 500 taels for ourselves. Xia scoffed, your mother, that cunning old fox, has a heart as dark as night. She intends to hoard all 500 taels for herself. No way. I shall demand a share from her. At most, I will concede 300 taels. Alas, let us speak of money once it is in hand. Jiang Chen urged his wife, as they made their way to the mountain god temple. This temple, naturally situated within the mountains, was located near the relatively low hills of Xinghua village, which could scarcely be considered as mountains, lacking both resources and even a name of its own. Upon arriving at the entrance of the temple, the couple was greeted by a clear moonlit night, with the mountain winds howling, sending a buzzing sensation through their heads. Xia, surveying their surroundings, furrowed her brow and inquired, what time did you arrange for? Has Lord Diao arrived yet? Let us wait inside the temple. Do not worry, I have already arranged for Lord Diao to come. Jiang Chen replied confidently. Once we sell the child, payment will be made on the spot. If we can successfully complete this transaction, not only will we have wealth and prosperity, but I could even consider taking on a couple more children. Unable to contain his thoughts, Jiang Chen inadvertently spoke out loud, provoking Xia's immediate wrath. She seized his ear and scolded, how dare you entertain such thoughts of taking a concubine? If it comes to that, I will ensure we both end up in prison, and I shall bring this matter to the authorities. All right, I was merely jesting. Must you always be so verbose? Jiang Chen retorted with dissatisfaction, offering a few conciliatory words. Xia's brow furrowed even more as she finally released her grip on her husband's ear. Oh, dear aunt, you are so naughty. Does the adage not hold true that a man with wealth tends to stray? How can you trust someone like uncle, who indulges in every vice? He has long been keeping a mistress outside, and you are the only one unaware of it. Xia's expression hardened as she turned to her husband. Jiang Chen, catching the unspoken thoughts of his young niece, quickly clarified to his wife, my dear, do not heed the words of this little rascal. I would never have the audacity to do such a thing. Then, he glared fiercely at Jiang Anning, threatening, you little wretch, if you dare to provoke me again, I shall strangle you. Strangle me? Would you truly have the heart? What about the 500 taels? I must say, third aunt, your heart is indeed kind, but it ultimately reveals your weakness. Have you not considered that third uncle laments his losses and seeks your aid? Does he genuinely lose every time he gambles? Do those funds simply vanish into the gaming den? Among the Jiang family's wives, the third daughter-in-law was the most cunning and perceptive. Jiang Chen noticed his wife's impending betrayal and quickly interjected, "My dear, do not let your thoughts wander astray. Think of that 500 taels. If it comes to it, I shall sell the child, and all the earnings shall be yours." Do not heed his words. He merely seeks to placate you. Once the money is in hand, can you still seize it from him? Initially, Xiao's mind was preoccupied with the 500 taels, but upon hearing Jiang Ning's words, clarity dawned upon her. Jiang Chen, that scoundrel, was indeed capable of such treachery. In the end, she would be left with nothing, her husband's heart lost, both wealth and love slipping through her fingers. Hey, you madwoman, have you lost your senses? Are you truly willing to forsake money? Jiang Chen shouted angrily. Xiao remained resolute, insisting no more. Let us leave at once. Finally, Xiao retained some semblance of reason, and Jiang Ning breathed a sigh of relief. However, Jiang Chen would not allow this opportunity to slip away. He struggled free from his wife's grip and, in a fit of rage, slapped Xiao across the face while cursing. Stop your tantrum. Even if the king of heaven himself were to arrive, nothing could deter me from earning this 1,000 taels. But scarcely had he uttered these words when he suddenly let out a sharp cry, followed by, Who struck me? Is there anyone? Indeed. Just a moment ago. Someone struck my head. As I spoke, another stone flew towards me, this time aimed directly at Jiang Chen's brow.
Ah!
He let out a painful cry. Yet before he could finish, a series of sharp sensations radiated from various parts of his body. Jiang Chen was utterly terrified, mustering the courage to shout, Who dares to ambush me? Do not feign the supernatural. Come out at once. Suddenly, a faint grunt resonated from not far behind, causing Jiang Chen and his wife to stand on edge, their hairs bristling in alarm. Jiang Chen turned around, directing his gaze toward the source of the sound. Before him stood a man, or rather a young man in his 20s, clad in a dark purple brocade robe. His long hair was tied back, and his face was chiseled, with eyes that sparkled like cold stars, sharp and predatory like a hunting falcon. A small purple lotus design, no larger than a fingernail, adorned his brow, adding an otherworldly charm to his already striking visage. With a sword drawn, the man coldly commanded Jiang Chen and his wife, Leave at once. The couple trembled in response, and Xia was on the verge of tears. Encountering a bandit in such a desolate place was a dire predicament. This man wielded a sword. He was either a mountain thief or a highway robber. This was surely the end. She hurriedly urged her husband, We must flee. Do you wish to die? Jiang Chen felt a deep reluctance to abandon the situation. What would happen when Lord Diao arrived? If the children were not sold, they would not see any money. Without funds, he could not repay his gambling debts, and more importantly, they would be forced to continue living in this forsaken place, devoid of the opulent lifestyle he yearned for. Yet, as he beheld the glinting sword, trepidation coursed through him. Moments ago, he exhibited a facade of bravado. Yet Jiang Chen was indeed a man fearful of death, thus he merely nodded. However, just as he intended to depart, the youth spoke again. Leave the child behind. Jiang Chen's entire being quivered. A surge of indignation flushed his cheeks. He scoffed. I see. You wish to engage in treachery, do you? The youth retorted angrily. I have no desire for idle chatter. In short, should you refuse to relinquish the child, both of your lives will be forfeit. With a sword in hand, Jiang Chen realized he was utterly outmatched, though resentment brewed within him. The prospect of a confrontation meant not only the child's peril but potentially the lives of him and his wife as well. Xia understood this all too well, anxiously urging, Let us heed his words. After much contemplation, Jiang Chen ultimately allowed fear to triumph over greed. Placing the swaddled infant on the ground and hastily grasping his wife's hand to flee, Jiang Ning felt a measure of relief, yet remained on guard. After all, she could not ascertain whether she had merely escaped one danger only to stumble into another. Chapter 20. The Lord's heir. She furrowed her brow, inhaling sharply, a metallic scent of blood permeating the air. Instinctively, Jiang Ning glanced downward, and as moonlight poured into the dilapidated temple, she beheld a man seated upon a straw mat. His legs stretched out, the knees stained with blood. Oh dear, this brother is gravely injured. He does not appear to be the villain seeking to harm me, she mused, her apprehension dissipating in an instant. Given the circumstances, this man posed no immediate threat. His wounds were too severe, and it was evident that he could not rise from the ground. Yet, the man in the brocade robe furrowed his brow, for he had seemingly heard someone speaking moments prior. Yet, it was evident that he was utterly alone in the shrine of the mountain deity. How peculiar! He let out a cold snort, refraining from uttering any words. However, the slight curl of his lips during that scoff added a touch of allure to his visage.
Wow.
This brother is truly stunning. He possesses an innate elegance and charm, even with his pallid complexion and the beads of sweat adorning his forehead. The disarray of his legs does nothing to diminish his commanding presence. He is simply breathtaking, capable of inciting chaos and calamity. Was this voice extolling his virtues? The man clad in brocade felt a twinge of suspicion, perplexed by the odd sensations stirring within him. How could beauty be linked to causing turmoil? He found himself utterly baffled. More pressing was the question of who had uttered those words. The brocade-clad gentleman scanned his surroundings, pondering whether there might be another presence within the shrine. Yet, he had already spent an hour in this place, firmly convinced of his solitude. Furthermore, the voice resembled that of a child. Could it possibly belong to an infant on the ground? How absurd, he mused, incredulous that a child not yet a month old could articulate speech. Leaning against the rocky wall, he fell into contemplation. From the confusion etched upon his face, Jiang Anning discerned his thoughts. Who else could it be if not me? Aren't we the only two here? What is so strange about a child speaking? Haven't you heard of divine powers? You seem so astonished, as if you've never encountered such a thing before. It's a shame to waste such a handsome face. Is it truly you speaking? The brocade-clad man suddenly sprang to his feet, but his injuries were severe. He had already exhausted his last reserves of strength while attempting to intimidate Jiang Chun and his wife. Now, he found himself incapable of standing. Nevertheless, his curiosity overwhelmed him, and he ultimately chose to crawl toward Jiang Anning. Wow, a hero rescuing a damsel. Who would have thought that being reborn as an infant would come with such privileges? Jiang Anning, a wild girl with a foolish expression, swallowed hard. The man in the embroidered robe found the scene increasingly bizarre. Just then, they heard the sound of shuffling footsteps approaching from outside. Oh no, it must be old Master Diao come to buy me. Quickly, hide me. The man in the brocade attire embraced her and rolled to take refuge beneath the altar table. The footsteps grew nearer, and one voice declared, "Rest assured, my lord. I have already calculated. This child from the Jiang family possesses a unique fate, making her the most suitable sacrifice. Once she is sold and burned as an offering to the plague deity, this epidemic shall surely pass." It was the voice of an elderly woman, and as she spoke, two figures slowly entered the mountain deity temple. The old woman, her steps unsteady, suggested she was of considerable age. Jiang Anning surmised that this must be the grass woman. This mad old hag was wicked enough to want to burn her as a sacrifice to the plague deity. I curse you to never have 3 hot dishes in your lifetime. Jiang Anning thought resentfully, catching sight of old Master Diao trailing behind the grass woman. I hope so. Where on earth is Jiang Chun? How dare he keep me waiting? The grass woman picked up a straw sandal from the ground, furrowing her brow as she said, Old Master Diao, could this sandal belong to that boy? Old Master Diao examined it for a long while before finally nodding in confirmation. It turned out that Jiang Chun, in his panic, had fled so hastily that he had even left behind his shoe. So he has been here, but why is he nowhere to be seen? Suddenly, the sharp-eyed grass woman exclaimed in alarm, Oh dear, why is there so much blood here? Could it be that the blood flowed from the man's legs? Yet neither Lord Diao nor the old woman from the grass knew. Lord Diao gleaned from her tone that the old woman suspected this blood belonged to Jiang Chun. Are you suggesting that this blood is Jiang Chun's? Has he been attacked? The old woman replied, if not him, then who else? My lord, this place is far too perilous. We should not linger. Lord Diao nodded repeatedly, lamenting. Jiang Chun is indeed reckless to choose to transact with me in the dead of night. It is exceedingly dangerous. My lord, you may not be aware, but that rascal Jiang Chen has just stolen a child, the old woman elucidated. I cannot fathom what has transpired, yet I have a foreboding feeling. We ought to depart at once. Lord Diao assented vigorously. Your words are wise. We shall postpone the matter of purchasing the child for another time. Once the two had departed, Jiang Anning finally felt a measure of relief. However, his brow soon furrowed again. For scarcely had the old woman and Lord Diao left when footsteps echoed once more in the mountain deity temple. Jiang Anning could not help but curse inwardly, while the man in the brocade robe beside him maintained an impassive expression, seemingly familiar with the source of the approaching footsteps. Before the person arrived, their voice was already heard. Shortly thereafter, a young man clad in black entered, his attire unembellished and practical, a sword at his waist, clearly a guard. Accompanying him was an elderly man, presumably a physician, bearing a medicine box. From beneath the offering table, the third young master emerged, cradling an infant in his arms, causing the young man and the elder to momentarily stand in astonishment. The third young master waved his hand and said, "Do not be astonished. This child was found by me, right here in this temple." The young warrior above sighed and remarked, "Alas, in today's world, the disparity between wealth and poverty is too vast. The opulent indulge, while the destitute perish. Children are even abandoned at the mountain god temple." The third young master chose not to elaborate further, and the young warrior swiftly redirected the conversation. "Third young master, I have brought the medicinal herbs. Let me apply the ointment to your leg." With that, he gestured for the breathless old man nearby to step forward, saying, "This is a physician I procured from the capital. Allow him to examine your injury, my lord. I appreciate your assistance." The man in the brocade robe nodded and glanced at the old man, who wiped the sweat from his brow and, panting, repeatedly expressed his reluctance, hastening to assess the wound. Jiang Anning was equally astonished. Hearing the old man address the brocade-clad gentleman as the third young master, she realized he must be Bai Qinghan, the third son of the city lord. Her conclusion was firm. The description of Bai Qinghan in the book portrayed him as a man of nearly ethereal beauty. Perhaps due to the exceptional genes of Lord Bai, all three of his sons were exceptional figures. The second son, Bai Qingling, had captivated the daughter of the chief minister. But the third young master was no less impressive. However, Bai Qingling had long coveted the lordship, and in his quest for the right of succession, he had cast Bai Qinghan from a cliff, resulting in the latter's broken legs, condemning him to a life confined to a wheelchair. The young warrior was the one who had sought to save Bai Qinghan, yet ultimately, the physician's efforts were in vain. Bai Qinghan remained crippled. "Your Highness, how have you sustained such grievous injuries? Have you fallen victim to treachery?" the elderly physician inquired, furrowing his brow. Although he was not a divine healer, the attire of the third prince and the agile lines of his physique suggested he possessed martial prowess. It was inconceivable that he could have merely stumbled and plummeted from the cliff. He must have been ensnared in a plot. Bai Qinghan pondered, his expression inscrutable, ultimately shaking his head and replying, "No, I fell by my own accord." Observing his countenance, the elder displayed a flicker of doubt but refrained from further inquiries. "I must say, third prince, your companion has been by your side for quite some time. Is it truly necessary to deceive him? Your injuries are evidently the result of being pushed from the cliff by the second prince, Bai Qingling," the elder exclaimed in astonishment. "What was that sound?" Bai Qinghan asked, alarmed. Fearing the child might be frightened, he softly reassured, "It is of no consequence. She merely seems to possess a talent that allows her to voice her thoughts aloud." The elder countered, "I am not astonished by that. I am inquiring, Prince, were you genuinely pushed from the cliff by the second prince?" Bai Qinghan hesitated for a moment, neither confirming nor denying the claim. How could the elder fail to perceive the truth? Moreover, he understood the implications at play. The second prince enjoyed greater favor compared to the third, being the favored child of the city lord. However, Bai Qinglong's petty nature and Bai Qinghan's exceptional abilities inevitably stirred envy. The elder was taken aback by the severe measures the second prince had taken against the third prince. The elderly physician lowered his gaze, unable to suppress a gasp of shock. "Third prince, your kneecap is shattered." This statement drew the attention of both Jiang Anning and Bai Qinghan to his injured legs. Bai Qinghan nodded slightly and said, I understand, esteemed physician. Are you skilled in bone setting? The doctor hesitated for a moment before responding, I can indeed perform it. But the excruciating pain that accompanies bone setting is likely unbearable for an ordinary person. Moreover, I hastily gathered my supplies, and I fear the medicine in my kit may be insufficient. Alas, I even forgot to bring the anesthetic powder. A sarcastic inner voice echoed, without anesthetics, one would surely suffer tremendously. No, the second young master decisively rejected, we shall treat him right here. Bai Qingling believed this might lead to his demise. Yet being meticulous by nature, he realized that if he survived, he would inevitably seek treatment at a clinic. The infamous method of scraping bones to cure poison. Third young master, you are indeed remarkable. After hearing your words, I am tempted to obediently say, you are truly courting death. Jiang Anning quipped with a sharp tongue. Do you fancy yourself as Guanyun Zhang? Besides, even the tales of Guan are legendary. Have you ever witnessed him scrape bones to detoxify? The elderly physician pondered deeply, expressing his concerns. No, without anesthetic powder, I cannot dare to treat such injuries. Jiang Anning, unwilling to listen to their bickering any longer, summoned the universal remedy system and inquired, how should one treat a leg broken from a fall off a cliff? The vast database swiftly provided a response. Doctor, listen closely. Stretch vine, penetrating bone herb, chicken blood vine, turmeric, sap banwood, ghost vine, peach kernel, and safflower. Grind these herbs into a powder and apply them to the wound. Upon hearing Jiang Anning's thoughts, the doctor slowly shook his head, expressing his apprehension. These are all potent medicines. While they may indeed have miraculous effects, the risks are considerable. The third young master, should you choose to use this medicine, there are two potential outcomes. Either you will recover, or should fate turn unkind, not only your leg but potentially your very life may be forfeited. Will you proceed? Bai Qinghan replied without hesitation, rather than live as a cripple, I would prefer to take my chances. I am willing to utilize this medicine. Do you carry it with you? The doctor nodded. The expression of the superior turned pale, and they urged, Third young master, you must reconsider. Bai Qinghan coldly admonished, was my previous statement not clear enough? Doctor, administer the medicine. Now this is a formidable contender for the position of city lord. No wonder he has fallen victim to the arrogant schemes of the second young master Bai. He certainly possesses the audacity. Tell me, doctor, do reveal the fine wine you have been hoarding. Let us use it for disinfection first. The doctor flinched at this, his eyes darting as he thought, how did you know? Indeed, he had hidden a bottle of fine wine but had no intention of revealing it. Now exposed, he felt a pang of regret. Bai Qinghan continued, if you truly have good wine, do not hesitate to present it. I assure you, the payment will be generous. The doctor quickly opened his medicine box and retrieved a small flask, somewhat sheepishly stating, I usually take a sip or two. It travels with me. A commendable habit, Bai Qinghan remarked as he accepted the flask. He then instructed, Superior, please fetch some clean water. At once. First, rinse the wound with clean water. Then disinfect with the wine. It will be quite painful, so bear it bravely. Bai Qinghan calmly responded, No matter. Please proceed. The doctor ceased further discussion and meticulously began to treat the wound, first rinsing it with clean water and then applying the strong liquor for disinfection. Alas, it is time for the scraping, and it will be quite painful, Jiang Anning suddenly remarked with a cold smirk. Indeed. The mere thought sent a chill through his entire being. Not only him, but even the doctor's hands began to tremble involuntarily. You little brat. Just wait until I give you a proper scolding, he thought, reaching out towards Jiang Anning. However, Jiang Anning burst into tears, leaving him utterly at a loss. The cries also vexed the doctor, rendering him unable to proceed with the procedure. Bai Qinghan, visibly agitated, admonished, Look at the mess you've created. Why don't you go and comfort the child? Up Fong felt unjustly criticized and, in a moment of resignation, adopted a gentler demeanor to soothe Jiang Anning. Yet, Jiang Anning was clearly unimpressed by his efforts, continuing to wail. Her cries grew increasingly louder, nearly overwhelming Up Fong, who inwardly lamented, What have I done to deserve this? Bai Qinghan suggested, There is some goat's milk in my pocket. Perhaps feeding her will help, as she might be hungry. Initially reluctant to cease her cries, Jiang Anning found the goat's milk irresistibly fragrant and sweet, and soon began to sip eagerly. With that, tranquility returned to the mountain shrine, and the elderly doctor, without further ado, retrieved a scraping tool from his medical kit and commenced the procedure on Bai Qinghan. Chapter 22. The Lord's Manor. The blade descended upon Bai Qinghan's leg, repeatedly slicing through flesh, the blood glaringly evident, causing Up Fong to furrow his brows. Yet Bai Qinghan appeared unperturbed. How impressive! Truly remarkable. Such a man. Enduring this ordeal without so much as a change of expression, and still maintaining such handsome features, Jiang Anning exclaimed, sipping her milk. The elderly doctor, skilled in his craft, soon had the decayed flesh scraped away thoroughly. The elder physician rinsed the area with clean water once more and seized the opportunity to apply medicine again. He firmly clasped the area beneath the knees and intoned gravely, "We are about to set the bones. Once completed, I shall apply a medicinal poultice to the afflicted region. The remainder will involve recuperation." Bai Qinghan acknowledged his understanding, and the elderly man ceased further discourse. After a brief moment of manipulation, he suddenly exerted force, and a resounding crack echoed as one leg was successfully reattached. Witnessing their master's leg being restored, Shang Fong could not help but smile. Given the severity of the injury, even if the bones are aligned, these rudimentary herbal remedies may prove insufficient for external wounds. The conditions in this mountainous region are dire and damp, rendering it susceptible to infection. In this wretched era, during the Great Shun Dynasty, I have never encountered any mention of such in my history books. It seems highly improbable that any anti-inflammatory medications exist. Alas, if only I had a packet of antibiotics. As Jiang Anning's lamentations echoed, all present furrowed their brows in bewilderment. This child is indeed remarkable, not only capable of speech but also possessing a penchant for peculiar expressions. The elder physician proceeded to reattach the other leg, employing the same technique, and once both legs were treated, he finally exhaled in relief, albeit with a tremor as he gazed at Bai Qinghan. "And what of you?" Shang Fong inquired, unease evident in his voice. The old man replied, "Simply escort this old fool out of the mountains. I am familiar with the paths outside." Shang Fong refrained from further commentary and hastened their departure. The old man emphasized, "But you must inform my father that my legs have been rendered useless, and I shall be confined to a wheelchair henceforth." Shang Fong, perplexed, queried, "Why must it be this way?" Bai Qinghan nodded in satisfaction. "It seems you have gained some insight. We must exercise utmost caution. The current political landscape is perilous for us." Indeed. The figure above turned to leave. Jiang Anning sniffed, feeling the coolness of the mountain night. With a mischievous glint in her eyes, a voice reached Bai Qinghan's ears. "I have averted a disaster for you. Should you not offer some form of compensation?" Bai Qinghan paused, momentarily taken aback, then smiled wryly. "And what form of compensation do you desire?" "My prescription is priceless. You must understand its worth." This little imp was indeed clever. With a sigh of resignation, Bai Qinghan replied, "I am aware of the immense value of your prescription, but I truly cannot afford such an amount at present." As he spoke, he unfastened a brocade pouch from his waist, weighing it lightly in his hands. "This contains no more than 20 taels." 20 taels? One could only wonder how the Fong family would fare in the end. Let it be so then. After a night of restless tossing and turning, Jiang Anning's petite form was utterly exhausted, and she lay soundly asleep in Bai Qinghan's embrace. Upon waking, she blissfully drank a night's worth of goat's milk before finally opening her drowsy eyes. How delightful it felt! Surveying her surroundings, which were adorned with elegance and opulence, she couldn't help but compare them to the humble thatched cottage of the Jiang family. This was nothing short of paradise. Surely, this must be the residence of Bai, the lord of Ning'an City. Indeed, it was lavish and grand. How fortunate it would be to reside in such an environment for a few days. But then again, the Bai family was just as duplicitous as the court intrigues depicted in novels. In those tales, the true and false daughters of the Lin family were the central narrative, while the story of the Bai family unfolded in the latter chapters. It appears that I can now unlock a new storyline. In the novel, Lord Bai serves as the greatest pillar of support for the female protagonist. However, since Jiang Anning has taken the initiative to activate the plot, it seems that the female lead will have little significance. Jiang Anning couldn't help but chuckle gleefully. Cradled in her arms, Bai Qinghan observed Jiang Anning's joyful laughter, her rosy cheeks adorably charming. I couldn't help but smile. What delightful thought has this little one conjured up to be so happy? My lord, should we report this child's matters to the city lord? Inquired the attendant beside me. I sincerely hope so. Bai Qinghan replied, his tone slightly relaxed. Yet his expression remained cautious. What a clever little rascal. You seem so harmless, like a punching bag, yet you've managed to secretly place spies beside the second young master. Far more cunning than the tales suggest. Both Bai Qinghan and the attendant were taken aback, their brows knitting as they cast wary glances at Jiang Anning. Their eyes filled with a mix of fear and murderous intent, causing Jiang Anning's heart to race. The attendant spoke. My lord, we ought to forget this little one. As the saying goes, children speak without restraint. What if this little one inadvertently reveals too much? Perhaps we should silence her? What a ruthless thought from a mere subordinate. Did I not just allow you a few sips of milk? How could you repay kindness with malice? To think that I, a paragon of excellence, would meet such a tragic end here. Without me, how could you possibly contend with Bai Qingling? His father possesses unparalleled martial prowess. With your meager skills, he could easily subdue you with a mere finger. Chapter 23. Bai Qinglong's patricide. Bai Qinghan's eyelids twitched as he caught a peculiar keyword amidst Jiang Anning's bizarre remarks. His father. It is said that he and Bai Qingling share the same father, who should be the lord of Bai City. Yet, his own father has devoted himself to literature since childhood and possesses no martial prowess. How could this young girl possibly possess such extraordinary skills? Could it be that my second brother is not the biological child of my father? Bai Qinghan coldly inquired, what exactly is your origin, little child? How is it that you can hear the thoughts of others? Are you perhaps a celestial goddess? Well, let us assume that. Bai Qinghan nodded. Very well. I shall not harm you, and I will treat you with the finest delicacies. You shall have bird's nest and ginseng soup, abalone and black chicken broth every day. Jiang Anning swallowed hard. However, you must tell me one thing. Bai Qinghan suddenly asked, what did you mean when you said my second brother's father possesses exceptional martial skills? Ah, so she intended to exchange this secret. The charming brother is not as foolish as he seems. Oh, third son, I thought you were rather clever. How could you not understand this? I ask you, who is your father? Without a moment's hesitation, Bai Qinghan replied, of course, it is the lord of Bai City. Does he possess any martial skills?
No.
Then that settles it. Bai Qinghan felt a chill run down his spine.
My dear aunt.
Is your implication not too shocking? Are we of the Bai family truly to have the lord of the city with such a lack of skills? Just as he was about to speak, they suddenly heard a voice outside calling loudly, the lord of the city has arrived. Both Bai Qinghan and the others were momentarily taken aback, their hearts racing with trepidation. Just moments ago, they had been stunned by Jiang Anning's words, and now, with the lord of the city personally arriving, how could they not be alarmed? Bai Qinghan understood that his father had come to visit him due to his broken leg. As it was rare for the lord of Bai City to step into his room, when the lord entered, he knelt to greet him, while Bai Qinghan, unable to stand, remained seated in his wheelchair. Father, I pay my respects to you. There is no need for that. You are incapacitated, replied the lord of Bai City, his tone devoid of emotion. Suddenly, he caught sight of an infant lying on the bed and furrowed his brow, inquiring, where did this child come from? The lord spoke gravely, such misfortune. You have taken her in, which signifies a bond. You must treat her well from now on. Indeed, to think the lord of Bai City possesses such kindness, the book portrays him as a tyrant. The lord of Bai City frowned, perplexed. What is that sound? Bai Qinghan intended to explain that it was the child's innermost thoughts, but he tugged at his garment instead. Seeing there was no response, the lord assumed it was merely a figment of his imagination and turned to Bai Qinghan again, asking, Qinghan, what of your leg? Do you know who pushed you off the cliff? The lord inquired with concern. Bai Qinghan shook his head. It was too dark a night. I could not see. The lord's expression shifted, a flicker of uncertainty crossing his face as he replied, Very well, since you can no longer move. You shall relinquish the military authority of the cavalry camp. In the Dezheng dynasty, the local military and political powers were autonomously governed by the lords of each city-state, and even military mobilizations required no report to the court. Upon hearing his father's words, Bai Qinghan's complexion turned pale. The cavalry camp is the most elite unit within Ning'an City, historically under his command. This authority is one of the few that Bai Qinghan has been able to wield. Suddenly, a wave of unease washed over him as he clenched his fists in silence. He dared to inquire of his father, "To whom do you intend to bestow the military power of the cavalry camp in the future?" Without a moment's hesitation, the city lord of Bai replied, "Naturally. It shall be entrusted to your second brother."
So, it is.
Bai Qinghan understood that, possessing military authority, he was viewed as a thorn in the flesh by his second brother, Bai Qingling. Perhaps the very aim of his brother was to see him cast down into the abyss. He recognized that at this juncture, what he needed most was patience, to feign weakness until the opportune moment arose to turn the tides of conflict. The city lord, with an urging tone, inquired, "You have no objections regarding the transfer of military power, do you?" Bai Qinghan shook his head. "I have no objections, father." Nodding, the city lord's voice softened. "Very well. This matter shall be settled thus. Do you have any other matters to discuss? If not, I shall take my leave." Bai Qinghan asked, "May I inquire, father, does my mother know of my condition regarding my legs?" The city lord's gaze suddenly sharpened, his tone bordering on reprimand. "What? Do you wish to use this opportunity to summon your mother to see you?" Madame Su, Bai Qinghan's birth mother, had been punished by the city lord and confined, forbidden from seeing anyone, and no one was permitted to plead on her behalf. The reason was not that Madame Su had committed any wrongdoing, but rather that her family in the capital had fallen out of favor, and the city lord feared being implicated. Thus, he confined her, adopting a wait-and-see approach. Should the Su family indeed collapse, he would divorce Madame Su. In the present moment, Bai Qinghan's words have struck a sensitive chord within him. Bai Qinghan shook his head in protest, saying, "But mother gave birth to her child. Now that the child is injured, shouldn't I at least inform her?" The lord of Bai City waved his hand dismissively, stating, "As your father, I deem it unnecessary. Focus on your recovery. I have a wish to fulfill. I intend to compile a record of Ning'an Prefecture, and I shall entrust this task to you in due course." "Indeed. Oh, dear, if that is the case. It seems the flamboyant elder brother has certainly fallen from grace, and you, foolish lord of the city, shall soon follow suit, just awaiting your inevitable usurpation by Bai Qingling." The figure above hastily shook his head, exclaiming, "No, no. Why would you suspect me, lord of the city?" With a darkened expression, the lord of Bai City retorted, "Do not presume that I am unaware of the internal martial arts known as ventriloquism, which can even alter one's voice. Are you imitating a child's speech?" The figure above vehemently shook his head, gesturing toward the head of the bed in defense. "No, my lord. What you just heard was truly the voice of that little one." The voice? The lord of Bai City paused, a look of astonishment crossing his face. Could it be that a newborn could express its innermost thoughts? As he spoke, he moved closer to the bedside. "What do you mean? How could that not be possible? One should not be so easily astonished." Jiang Anning's eyes darted around, fixating on the lord of Bai City, causing him to stumble back a step in fright. After a moment, the lord of Bai City managed to regain his composure. "Child, you claim that Bai Qingling will usurp the throne? What grounds do you have for such a statement, and from whom have you heard this?" "It is written in novels that Bai Qingling, this dutiful son, would commit patricide. Initially, I did not believe it, but now, witnessing your bewildered expression, I find it increasingly difficult to maintain my disbelief." The lord of Baiqing, his expression darkened, solemnly inquired, "Regardless of the novel's origin, you must clarify your words today." Chapter 24. The second young master's theatrical performance. Jiang Anning was carried into the lord's study, where the lord of Baiqing took his seat at the head of the table, casting a cursory glance over the desk before shaking his head slightly. The case that had transpired over a decade ago seemed increasingly hopeless to resolve, yet the imperial court remained relentless in their pursuit, showing no signs of relinquishing their investigation. The lord of Baiqing found himself at a loss. He called out, "Summon the second young master." Before long, A young man entered the center of the study. Dressed in a splendid purple robe and adorned with a jade crown, his fair complexion and exquisite features were flawless. His narrow, slightly upturned eyes exuded a beguiling yet reckless aura, simultaneously enchanting and perilous. Oh my, this book must have been penned by someone enamored with beauty, with handsome men in abundance. The second young master is indeed striking, appealing to both genders. No wonder the young ladies are eager to enter his inner sanctum. I can't help but feel a twinge of sympathy for the foolish lord for a moment. Wait, why am I feeling sympathy for myself again? The Lord of Baicheng was perplexed and speechless. Compliment him if one must, but there was no need for such convoluted reasoning. Would the second young master possess such captivating looks if he had not inherited the lord's commendable traits?
Ah,
Foolish lord, look at your expression. Seemingly quite pleased with yourself, yet have you ever considered your own appearance? Your son is remarkably handsome, bearing no resemblance to you. Have you never harbored any doubts? Jiang Anning's inner thoughts remained unheard by Qingling, yet the Lord of Baicheng felt utterly bewildered. Doubts? Why would there be doubts? The words of the young girl were indeed peculiar. Just as one question remained unresolved, another emerged. I inquired, "Can you articulate your thoughts more clearly, dear child?" Lord Bai furrowed his brow in confusion, regrettably unable to express his inner turmoil, leaving him in a state of anxious anticipation. Preoccupied with Jiang Anning's words, Lord Bai scarcely paid attention to the second young master. Observing his father's prolonged silence, Bai Qingling, kneeling below, was the first to break the stillness, asking, "Might I inquire about the purpose of father summoning me?" His kneeling posture was casual and nonchalant, yet his elongated gaze could not help but glance at the cherished Jiang Anning, pondering, whose child is this? So favored? Could she possibly be father's illegitimate daughter? Both father and son were ensnared in mutual suspicion until, ultimately, Lord Bai spoke. "Isn't this case being investigated by the third brother?" Bai Qingling feigned ignorance, his expression one of bewilderment. "My word, what a performer! The Oscars surely owe you a golden statuette. In my past era, you would have outshone a myriad of young stars." Lord Bai appeared to grasp the situation, maintaining an impassive demeanor as he continued. "Your third brother has met with an unfortunate incident. He has fallen from a cliff."
what?
Bai Qingling exclaimed in shock. "When did this happen? Is he gravely injured?" Good heavens, the seamless transition between Brecht and Stanislavski. With that face, the Beijing Film Academy could publish a textbook dedicated to you. One might genuinely believe you brothers are as close as kin. Lord Bai shook his head, lamenting, he will never stand again in this lifetime. Bai Qingling let out a sudden sigh, overwhelmed with grief, nearly collapsing to the ground in tears. Jiang Anning was utterly captivated by his performance, rendered speechless. "Your third brother can no longer investigate this case. Henceforth, this heavy burden shall rest upon your shoulders. The child understands." Lord Bai nodded and continued, "Since your elder brother went to the capital, your father has considered that only you two sons remain. According to the accounts in the book, Lord Bai's eldest son departed for the capital shortly after the incident of the imperial dragon robe. In reality, everyone is aware that he went as a hostage."
Indeed.
Using the dragon robe incident as an excuse to summon Lord Bai's eldest son to the capital is merely a pretext. What the emperor truly fears is the overwhelming power of local lords affecting the status of the Son of Heaven. In truth, lords from other city-states also have sons sent to the capital. Bai Qingling is astute enough to grasp this underlying implication. He reassured, "Do not worry, father. My elder brother will surely return safely." Bai Qingling was unaware that he had failed to perceive Jiang Anning's true thoughts and believed his performance had successfully deceived his father. Lord Bai did not expose him, merely nodding lightly. "From now on, the cavalry camp will be under your command." At this moment, Bai Qingling could no longer contain his excitement and exclaimed, "Thank you, father." Observing the avarice etched upon his features, a flicker of disdain flashed in Lord Bai's eyes. "Father, if there is nothing else, I shall take my leave for now." Upon hearing this, Lord Bai furrowed his brow and said, "I have entrusted your mother with the management of household affairs. Seeing you are no longer a child, it is time for her to select a proper wife for you. Do not spend your days consorting with courtesans."
Ah,
The foolish lord truly possesses a discerning eye for choosing people. How could he allow the Pang family to manage household affairs? The future success of Bai Qinglang in ascending the throne will undoubtedly require your divine assistance. You may perceive Bai Qinglang as merely indulging in revelry and associating with women. Yet he is, in truth, feigning ignorance while contemplating how to supplant you. Marriage is not a matter to be taken lightly. I have already found someone I cherish. And the position of the principal wife is undoubtedly reserved for Lan Jiao. The carefree demeanor on Bai Qinglang's face dissipated, replaced by a serious expression as he regarded his silent and somber father. It appears that the second young master has already found a woman he favors. Hence his reluctance to select a primary wife. Bai Qinglang's situation is rather tragic. He remains oblivious to his own lineage. Even after his falling out with the city lord, he still subconsciously acknowledges the lord as his biological father. This revelation struck like thunder, shattering the teacup in Bai Qingju's grasp, which fell to the ground in pieces. The young girl's words are increasingly shocking. What does she mean by suggesting that he believes himself to be his father?
Is he not?
Could it be that this little imp is insinuating that Bai Qinglang is not my son? The city lord felt a wave of dizziness. Had it not been for the support of the attendant beside him, he would surely have collapsed. City lord, are you unwell? Several attendants stepped forward to pat Bai Qingju's back, presuming he was agitated by Bai Qinglang. The elder attendant, Chen Xian, remarked, "If we are to speak of the second young master's temperament, it bears no resemblance to yours or Madame Pang's. Look, even the servants have discerned this. I wonder, foolish city lord, do you not feel you are drawing closer to the truth?" Chapter 25. The Green Tea, Lan Jiao. Bai Chengzhu inquired ominously of Chen Xian, "Whom do you believe his character resembles?" This statement left Chen Xian momentarily speechless. He had merely mentioned it in passing. Yet the lord of the city had taken it to heart. This, the old servant. Who else could it be but your most esteemed general, Lang Juntian? The foolish lord of the city is raising another's child while entrusting his own safety to the biological father of Bai Qinglang. And now he has relinquished domestic authority to the mother of Bai Qinglang. In the end, he is merely sewing garments for another. What a monumental blunder indeed. Consider this. The lord of the city's most pivotal force, the elite cavalry, has now fallen into the hands of the adversary. The future is too dire to contemplate. The lord of Bai City, feeling dizzy and chilled to the bone, turned a shade of green with rage. Chen Xian, believing him to be unwell, exclaimed, "Oh dear. My lord, what has happened to you? Your face is quite green. Should I summon the physician?" How could his face not turn green in such a situation? Jiang Anning's inner thoughts lingered on, though Chen Xian remained oblivious. But never mind, to navigate life successfully, one must embrace a touch of green. The lord of Bai City, filled with indignation, hurled the book from his grasp and clenched his jaw, declaring, "Take that child away, remove her from my sight. It is Bai Qinglang who infuriates you, yet you choose to unleash your wrath upon this little darling? Truly, the tyrannical lord of the city is capricious in his tempers. The one who vexes you is clearly yourself. Old third?" Chen Xian, for a moment, was perplexed. The third young master, indeed. Today he was in high spirits. Having learned that the brother who posed the greatest threat to his future as lord had been rendered incapacitated, while he himself had secured leadership over the elite cavalry. She deliberately emphasized her pronunciation, making Qinglang sound more like Qinglang. Bai Qinglang raised his hand to gently ruffle her hair, allowing her to pull him into the room. In a soft voice, he remarked, "It's chilly outside. Be cautious not to catch a cold." Lan Jiao waved her hand dismissively, saying, "I merely wish to see you. Qinglang, what summons you here today, esteemed city lord?" She pushed Bai Qinglang into a chair, seated herself beside him, and cradled her face in her hands, admiring his flawless visage. Bai Qinglang smiled and replied, "Today is a day of great celebration. Bring forth the wine." Lan Jiao approached with a wine jug, inquiring, "What brings about this joy?" Bai Qinglang responded, "My third brother has fallen from a cliff. Though he survived, his legs are broken, and he shall henceforth be a cripple." Lan Jiao gasped in astonishment. Such a misfortune exists? Bai Qinglang poured himself a drink, smirking as he said, "Why would I deceive you? Indeed, congratulations are in order for the second young master. Lan Jiao poured him a cup of wine, her smile faint but warm. Bai Qingling, brimming with pride, continued, "Not only that, my father has entrusted me with the command of the elite cavalry." "Then I must toast to you," she replied, though her smile gradually faded, and she pouted, saying, "Qingling, I recently heard a rumor that the daughter of the Minister of Revenue is infatuated with you to the point of madness, declaring she will marry no one but you." Bai Qingling, taken aback, replied with a bewildered gaze, "Is that true? I have never heard of such a thing, nor have I ever met her." Lan Jiao, with a hint of dissatisfaction, remarked, "It must be Suing, shamelessly pursuing you. Blame it on your striking good looks, Qingling." Hearing her praise his appearance, Bai Qingling chuckled and poured her a glass of wine, assuring her, "Fear not, for in my heart there resides only you, my beauty. I apologize for any distress." Lan Jiao, with an air of grace and nonchalance, declared, "I do not feel wronged. Qingling, you do not harbor any affection for her. It is she who clings to you shamelessly. This merely attests to your charm and further illustrates my discerning taste." Despite her unwavering support and counsel, he found it difficult to voice the command from the city lord mandating him to take a legitimate wife.
What is it?
Noticing his silence, Lan Jiao fixed her gaze intently upon Bai Qingling. "Are you concealing something from me? We agreed never to hide things from one another," she said with a tone of playful coaxing. Bai Qingling hesitated momentarily, scrutinizing her expression as he revealed the city lord's intention for him to select a primary wife. Witnessing the smile on Lan Jiao freeze, he attempted to articulate a response, but before he could utter a word, she abruptly rose, her eyes brimming with disappointment. "Qingling, I understand your predicament, which is why your household is filled with women. As long as you do not engage with them, I have tolerated it. But you clearly promised me that the position of the legitimate wife would be mine." Bai Qingling nodded repeatedly, yet his heart was heavy with helplessness. Aside from her beauty, Lan Jiao's family background was virtually non-existent, making it improbable for her to ascend to the role of the city lord's wife. Grasping her shoulders, he gently reassured her, "You are aware that I lack the power to oppose my father. Moreover, it is quite common for men to have multiple wives." He admired Lan Jiao's intellect and talent, which distinguished her from other women. However, her possessiveness was overwhelming, leaving Bai Qingling perplexed. "I cannot accept this. I desire for us to be together as one. If you cannot fulfill this wish, then do not seek me out." With that, Lan Jiao wiped away her tears and fled. Bai Qingling gazed at her for a considerable time, ultimately shaking his head in resignation. "My lord, the practitioners of the medicinal cuisine are utterly insufferable. They have even refused to provide the medicine required for your wounds." In Bai Qinghan's chamber, Shangfang was venting his frustrations. He had just visited the private medicinal kitchen of the Lord of Ning'an City, intending to procure the herbs needed for Bai Qinghan, but to his dismay, not only had he failed to acquire the herbs, but he was also met with disdain. Bai Qinghan, astonished and incredulous, responded, "Surely this cannot be true?" On the bed, Jiang Anning interjected, "What is there to doubt? This is simply the way of the world. The third young master is now rendered powerless, and those lowly wretches have no intention of currying favor with you. This is one reason. The other is that there are undoubtedly nefarious individuals at play. My lord, even a child under 1 year of age understands this." Jiang Anning added, "I am 20 years old. Mind you, it is merely my youthful appearance from traversing through time. You appear to be merely 17 or 18. Do not treat me as if I am your junior." Bai Qinghan replied nonchalantly, "Shangfang, refrain from gossiping. Since there are no herbs available, you should venture into the city to purchase some." Shangfang shrugged in resignation. He was an impulsive individual who spoke his mind. The master was currently favored, yet curiously, the lord of the city seemed quite attentive to the child they had taken in, providing not only milk but also diapers. Chapter 26. The scheme of division, is it not simply because of my charm?
Oh, wait.
Jiang Anning suddenly realized that the foolish city lord must have some ulterior motive for being so kind to her. He likely wished to inquire more about the second young master. She had thought yesterday that she had nearly caused his demise. The foolish city lord seeks my counsel. Shunfang, Please fetch the city lord and inform him that I possess information regarding the intriguing affairs between Madame Pang and General Lang Juntian. Shun Fang was momentarily taken aback. He did not comprehend the meaning of intriguing affairs. However, it seemed peculiar to mention Madame Pang alongside General Lang Juntian. One was the city lord's second wife, while the other was his trusted aide. What connection could there possibly be between them? The simple-minded Shun Fang genuinely could not fathom it. Bai Qinghan smiled and nodded, gently patting Jiang Anning's head, while instructing Shun Fang, "Why are you still standing there? Hurry!" The guard turned and entered to report, "Lord City Master. The third young master's personal guard, Shun Fang, requests an audience." The city lord tossed the document in his hand onto the long table, resting his hand on the armrest of his chair, and raised an eyebrow, inquiring, "What brings him here?" "It is said that there is a young lady from the third young master who wishes to share some intriguing news regarding Madame Pang and General Lang," the guard replied. Upon hearing this, Chun Xian turned to fetch a thicker garment for the city lord to wear, feeling somewhat perplexed. The guard's report had been rather vague, yet the city lord's reaction was exceedingly intense. The city lord had indeed been behaving strangely of late. His thoughts remained inscrutable. Let us proceed to the third young master's quarters. Once dressed, the city lord stepped outside. Upon arriving at Bai Qinghan's room, he entered without hesitation. At that moment, Bai Qinghan was seated at a round wooden table in his wheelchair, while Jiang Anning, lying in bed, began to whisper fervently in his ear. "Foolish lord of the city, is it customary in your household for warmth to dissipate as soon as one departs? Has the herbal remedy for the third young master's injuries already been withheld?" The lamentation of Jiang Anning, though seemingly inconsequential to others, struck a profound chord within the heart of the lord of the city. He was acutely aware that Jiang Anning's words were a veiled critique directed at him. Was it not the case that Madame Pang now wielded control over the affairs of the lord's household? This predicament was undoubtedly tied to her influence. Without her permission, how could the apothecary dare to withhold the necessary herbs for the third young master? Such sentiments could only emanate from Jiang Anning's innermost thoughts. For Bai Qinghan and the higher authorities would surely arrive at the same conclusion, albeit hesitating to voice it. The lord of the city furrowed his brow, comprehending Jiang Anning's implication. On one hand, he feared the repercussions of alarming the snake. Lang Juntian oversaw all the imperial guards in the capital, and a hasty confrontation with Madame Pang could incite her wrath upon himself. "At once, dispatch my orders to summon Manager Shui of the apothecary. I wish to inquire who possesses the audacity to act with such impudence," the lord of the city commanded in a grave tone. "Impressive. It seems the foolish lord of the city is aware that Manager Shui is in Madame Pang's employ. Apparently, you are not as dim-witted as you appear." The corners of the lord's mouth twitched, his expression growing increasingly grim. "Do you not understand that true strength lies in the ability to endure and adapt? I shall not stoop to argue with a child. Nevertheless, should Manager Shui indeed be aligned with the Pang family, he must be dealt with decisively. The third young master's recovery is of utmost importance, and Madame Pang will undoubtedly seek to sabotage it. I cannot afford to grant her that opportunity." After offering some words of comfort to Bai Qinghan, he lifted Jiang Anning into his arms and playfully pinched her chubby cheeks, feeling his ire diminish somewhat. "This little fellow is quite the stress reliever, plump and possessing such a gentle touch." Lord Bai couldn't help but burst into laughter. Those who ascend swiftly also descend just as quickly. Two stewards followed behind him upon entering. One was older, and the other somewhat younger. "My lord, we have brought the person you requested." The stewards trembled as they bowed in deference. Lord Bai did not permit them to rise immediately, gazing down upon the two kneeling before him. After a moment of silence, he spoke in a measured tone. "Do you comprehend why you have been summoned? The young master has sustained an injury to his leg. Why have you not provided him with the necessary herbs?" "My lord, this is a misunderstanding. It must have been a momentary oversight at the apothecary," the older steward, Steward Shui, replied as he prostrated himself, his forehead reddening after just a few knocks. He then discreetly signaled the younger steward with a glance. "I beg for your forgiveness, my lord. It is entirely my fault for being so negligent as to overlook this matter." The younger steward hurriedly echoed his sentiments. Steward Shui is certainly seeking a scapegoat. shifting the blame onto his apprentice for such a trivial matter. How can one in charge of the apothecary be so incompetent? Upon hearing Jiang Anning's thoughts, Lord Bai's lips curled slightly. Since you can forget to procure medicine for the third young master, I presume there is no need to retain your hands any longer. The younger steward abruptly lifted his head, glancing between the lord and Steward Shui. His intention had been to seek assistance from Steward Shui, but the latter remained with his head bowed, clearly unwilling to speak on his behalf. Panic seized the younger steward. Lord Bai coldly continued, Steward Shui, you have trained him. Since you are aware of his negligence, it is only fitting that you take matters into your own hands and sever his hands. He cast a glance at the aloof Lord Wang, determined not to grant him his wish. He was curious to see what these two adversaries could possibly unveil. In the original narrative, the Lord of Baiqing was not the fool that Jiang Anning derided. Surely, a person capable of governing Ning'an City for several decades could not be a mere simpleton. The Lord of Baiqing was indeed ruthless and decisive, a true exemplar of tyranny. Steward Shui gritted his teeth, preparing to interrupt the retreat to safeguard one's own interests. As a servant, I. Yet before he could finish a sentence, he was cut off by his kneeling disciple. Lord of the city, spare my life. I confess to everything. It was my master and Madame Pang who ordered me to act this way. I was merely following orders. If I did not comply, Madame Pang would have slain my family. The Lord of Baiqing snorted coldly. Steward Shui glared fiercely at his disciple. Is it merely the loss of 2 hands? You won't die from that. Can you not endure this small sacrifice? Seeing the expression on his master's face, the young steward grew more incensed and continued. They even claimed that the third young master is weak-willed and would not report anything, even if the lord of the city were to discover the truth. Let me take the blame. Chapter 27. Attempting to extract words from me? Lord of the city, this rascal speaks without restraint. I have never even laid eyes on Madame Pang. This is slander. It is my disciple's incompetence. I have not. Madame Pang clearly stated that once the third young master becomes completely incapacitated due to the lack of herbs, she would reward me with 50 taels of silver. If the lord does not believe me, the banknotes are with my master. You need only have someone search him to verify. The young disciple's face was earnest, betraying no hint of deceit. The White City Lord decisively commanded, search him. The one in command, being of warrior descent, proceeded to search Steward Shui, who dared not resist. Soon, they indeed discovered the silver note mentioned by the young steward, precisely amounting to 50 taels. 50 taels of silver. It was inconceivable for a mere steward of a pharmacy to possess such wealth. It could only be attributed to either embezzlement or a gracious reward from his master. The young steward's assertions aligned perfectly. Steward Shui, realizing his fate was sealed, attempted one last desperate struggle, kneeling and proclaiming, I am wrongfully accused. The White City Lord, showing no interest in his pleas, waved his hand coldly, ordering, drag him out and beat him to death with clubs. Give the young one 20 strokes. Then expel him from the Bai family. The young apprentice remained silent, for he found the punishment acceptable. However, Steward Shui emitted cries akin to a slaughtered pig, shouting, I demand to see Madame Pang. I demand to see Madame Pang. The White City Lord, increasingly infuriated, commanded that cloth be stuffed into his mouth before he was dragged away. With Madame Pang's influence removed, your son is now safe. The White City Lord felt a sense of satisfaction. After all, as the head of the family and the city lord, how could family affairs be dictated by outsiders? After leaving Bai Qinghan's chamber, the White City Lord further ordered that news of Steward Shui's death by clubbing and the expulsion of his apprentice be disseminated. Upon learning of this, Jiang Anning, the little one, began to rub his hands together in anticipation. Is the city lord planning to take action against Madame Pang? The news of Steward Shui's brutal demise quickly reached Madame Pang, who, with a grim expression, lamented, what a useless fool. After nurturing him for so many years, he ended up being beaten to death so easily. Madam, please calm your anger. The maid, Hong Lian, scoffed. Isn't he just a useless old relic? Why should we concern ourselves with him? Lady Peng cast her a cold glance and reproached, what do you know? The accounts of the medicinal kitchen have all been handled by that old fellow. Now that he has died so abruptly, what if the next person to audit discovers discrepancies? Hong Lian pursed her lips and replied, Madam, you are in charge of the household now. You can simply appoint another person to take his place. In a fit of anger, Lady Peng retorted, If I say you are foolish, you truly are. The real issue is sending someone to the medicinal kitchen. Can't you see that the lord of the city dares to take lethal action against my people? This is nothing less than a suspicion cast upon me. The death of a useless man means little, but if I am implicated, it could spell trouble. How unfortunate. She shook her head. The lord's actions were clearly aimed at venting his frustrations on that good-for-nothing, and she wondered if Manager Shui and his apprentice had divulged anything about her. Suddenly, Hong Lian had a thought and said, Second madam, why not find an excuse to visit the residence of the third young master and inquire? That would clarify matters. But now that the third young master has broken both legs, he cannot come here, and as his concubine, it would be inappropriate for you not to visit him. Both sentiment and reason dictate otherwise, Hong Lian added. Lady Peng nodded, rising to her feet. Indeed, we shall go to him now. Upon her arrival, she had just finished nursing Jiang Anning. Seeing Lady Peng, both he and Bai Qinghan exchanged knowing glances. Bai Qinghan smiled as he greeted, I have seen the second madam. You are gravely injured. There is no need for formalities, Lady Peng replied, and then her gaze fell upon the small child on the bed. Astonished, she asked, Whose child is this? The third young master possesses a remarkable kindness. Lady Peng chuckled softly and continued, I have come here to offer my sincerest apologies. It was my mismanagement that allowed the underlings of the medicinal kitchen to humiliate you. Bai Qinghan, displaying his understanding, replied, This is not your fault, second mother. With your myriad responsibilities, how could you attend to every detail? Servants typically elevate themselves by belittling others. It is hardly your error. Lady Peng nodded. It pleases me that you comprehend my situation. Ha ha ha, I never expected the handsome brother to have mastered the art of sarcasm. The old green tea seems to have picked up on the scent, undoubtedly attempting to extract your words. Fortunately, the handsome brother is not a mere fade. Jiang Anning, with wide eyes, fixed her gaze upon Lady Peng, noting her dignified and graceful appearance, her eyes long and slender, akin to Bai Qinglang's. It appears Bai Qingling resembles his mother quite a bit. I am increasingly curious about the appearance of the man who has captivated Bai Qinglang's attention so thoroughly. She merely spoke in jest, yet her words nearly rendered Bai Qinghan dizzy with shock upon reaching his ears. Indeed, this little rascal dares to express her innermost thoughts in front of Lady Peng without fear of her hearing them. However, judging by Lady Peng's demeanor, she seemed genuinely unaware. Jiang Anning chose not to elaborate further on her feelings. The second young master is truly sensible and empathetic. As Lady Peng shifted the conversation, her expression turned to one of concern. I have heard that the city lord recently dealt with Steward Shui in your presence. Is that true? Bai Qinghan nodded. Indeed. Lady Peng has come to extract information. We are now delving into the heart of the matter. Madame Peng, finding herself unable to pry any further into the other party's secrets, decided to adopt a cold demeanor and rose to leave. Just then, a voice announced from outside, Lord Bai has arrived. Madame Peng's eyes widened in surprise as she exclaimed, Lord, what brings you here? Lord Bai replied, I heard you were here, so I came to pay a visit. This only heightened Madame Peng's unease. Was he here to support Bai Qinghan? She speculated, yet could not discern Lord Bai's true intentions. While pondering, Madame Peng, along with Bai Qinghan, approached to pay their respects to Lord Bai. Rise, Lord Bai said, his gaze drifting past her as he made his way inside. The chill of the outside air had seeped in, and the room was far from warm. Who was in charge of the charcoal this year? He casually inquired. Madame Peng's alarm bells rang. Everyone knew she managed the household affairs. And his question seemed to imply he was holding her accountable for neglecting the third son. Bring hot tea for my father. My humble abode feels rather cold. Bai Qinghan opportunistically added. Jiang Anning internally scoffed. What tea? Madame Peng is nothing but an old green tea herself. Lord Bai seems to enjoy this kind of banter. Hearing this unspoken sentiment, Lord Bai wore a perplexed expression, as if he partially grasped the meaning. Assuming he was urging her to act, Madame Peng quickly responded, It is under my purview. I shall promptly send someone to bring in more charcoal. Chapter 28. Selecting the primary wife. These wretched servants are truly deserving of punishment. Nevertheless, it is also my failure. I beseech the Lord to hold me accountable. The Lord of Bai waved his hand gently, murmuring, "You have only recently taken over family matters. Some oversights are unavoidable, and I do not blame you." Lady Xie, feeling his compassion, found herself even more remorseful. Jiang Anning, sticking out her tongue, exclaimed inwardly, "I might be sick. Ugh, this old green tea is so adept at feigning emotions that I might regurgitate the milk I just drank." Bai Qinghan cast a deliberate glance at her, noting that she had not vomited, and couldn't help but shake his head. "Little one, you are quite the little liar. By the way, madam, my winter garments have yet to be completed. They should have been delivered to me by this time of year in previous seasons." Upon hearing the Lord of Bai's inquiry, Madame Pang breathed a sigh of relief, realizing he likely did not know that Steward Shui was in her employ. Otherwise, he would not have so casually brushed it aside. With her tense heart now at ease, her expression grew more genuine as she replied, "This truly was my oversight. I shall expedite the production of the winter garments at the embroidery workshop. Do remember to keep a close eye on things to avoid any mistakes. My entrusting you with family affairs is a mark of my confidence in you." Jiang Anning pouted, thinking, if you continue to trust like this, your life may be in jeopardy." "Trust, indeed? I understand. I shall take my leave now," she said. The Lord of Bai watched her figure depart before turning to Bai Qinghan and asking, "She did not trouble you, did she?" I hurried here upon hearing the news. "Do not let her know that I have begun to suspect her." Bai Qinghan nodded repeatedly. "Jiang Anning directed silently." The Lord of Bai's lips twitched slightly. He had no particular fondness for Madame Pang. It was simply not yet the right time to address her. "You little rascal, your tongue is quite sharp." He then extended his claw towards Jiang Anning, effortlessly lifting her with one hand, exuding an air of nonchalance as he departed. Jiang Anning had spent several days in the residence of the city Lord Bai, a man of few words who rarely uttered a sentence in a day, often preoccupied with official duties. Consequently, she had little choice but to indulge in meals and sleep, accumulating a bit of extra softness. A few days later, the city lord suddenly seemed to recall something, taking Jiang Anning in his arms and striding out of the study, headed straight for Madame Pang's estate.
Today,
there was a particular bustle at Madame Pang's. She was seated at the head of the table, surrounded by a group of elegantly dressed young ladies. Upon the arrival of the city lord, the assembly stood and bowed in respect. The city lord proceeded to the head seat, only allowing the others to rise once he was seated. "My lord, what brings you here?" Madame Pang inquired, somewhat taken aback, pondering to herself. "You come unannounced. Yet you carry a child?" The onlookers were equally curious, finding the scene rather absurd. The city lord languidly responded, "Has Bai Qingling not arrived yet? The third young master is likely still preoccupied with his little darling, wishing to share a life together. Yet, while he promised her the world, you turn around and insist he choose a legitimate wife. What an inconvenience for the young couple. Share a life together?" The city lord found himself both amused and vexed. It is said that even among the nobility, polygamy is commonplace, so what is the fuss? Nonetheless, once he renders his second son incapable, he could indeed fulfill their wish for companionship. Langer will arrive shortly. Bored, the city lord observed the performance, while the young ladies below, feeling his presence, grew increasingly reserved, lowering their gazes in silence. "My lord, which young lady do you find suitable?" Madame Pang inquired earnestly, directing her gaze towards the city lord. "Which young lady would be suitable? Are you not aware of your son's reputation? He is nothing but a rebel, destined for execution. Who would marry him but push their daughter into a burning pit?" The Lord of Bai City was aware of the sharpness of the girl's tongue, yet he did not expect it to be so scathing. Concealing the smirk at the corner of his mouth behind a sip of tea, he coldly remarked, "I tasked you with selecting a wife for the second son, yet you question me?" Madame Pang maintained a rigid smile. "I merely believe that the major decisions should rest with you." The Lord of Bai City snorted. "You do not concern yourself with your own son's choice of a legitimate wife, yet you expect others to do so?" Madame Pang was momentarily speechless. Others? As if she were the outsider? It seemed her husband was quite displeased with her today. Observing Madame Pang's discomfort brought the Lord of Bai City a sense of satisfaction. No wonder the young girl enjoyed teasing him. Witnessing others flounder truly brought her joy. particularly when that person was Madame Pang. Madame Pang's expression shifted, but she quickly masked it, returning to her usual demeanor. Has Bai Qingling arrived? The Lord of Bai City did not grant the two any opportunity for vague exchanges, and directly inquired. Qingling, he noticing Madame Pang hesitating, he interrupted. You speak. He pointed at Hong Lian, who turned pale and instinctively glanced at Madame Pang. The Lord of Bai City's brow furrowed, and in a voice imbued with authority, he commanded, I instructed you to speak. Why do you look at her? Is there something written upon her face? With a stern countenance, the pressure mounted upon Hong Lian, compelling her to divulge the information she had acquired. The second son of the household revels in the company of a group of courtesans, indulging in wine and merriment, claiming that his arrival is imminent. Hong Lian cautiously finished speaking before retreating to the side. The second son is indeed willing to sacrifice his reputation for the sake of his beloved, frivolously consorting with courtesans to deliberately tarnish his name, all to deter other young ladies from taking an interest in him. Unfortunately for him, despite his captivating appearance, he bears no resemblance to the esteemed Lord Bai and has long been the target of attention. Lord Bai, taken aback, thought to himself, is it necessary for you to trample on my dignity with every word? Jiang Anning cast a sympathetic glance towards him. How tragic it is to personally seek a daughter-in-law for one's son, only to discover the child is not truly one's own. After waiting a while longer, Bai Qingling finally arrived, albeit fashionably late, and greeted his parents. Without hesitation, Lord Bai seized a conveniently located cup and struck it against his son's forehead with no regard for decorum. Unfilial wretch! Do you not comprehend that we have been busy on your behalf today, yet you still indulge in debauchery? Bai Qingling had no time to evade the blow. The cup collided with his temple and shattered on the floor with a resounding crash, scattering into countless pieces. A vivid stream of crimson began to seep from his smooth forehead, trailing down to the corner of his narrow eyes. The noble young ladies seated nearby were nearly startled into screams, but managed to stifle their gasps just in time. Bai Qingling raised a hand to wipe away the blood from his brow, a bitter smile gracing his lips. In Chapter 29, who could this little green tea be? Observing Bai Qinglong's clenched fists, Jiang Anning felt an ominous foreboding. This could end disastrously, given the second son's vengeful temperament. It was certain he would retaliate against the foolish Lord Bai, and perhaps this act of patricide would occur sooner than expected. She continued to articulate her thoughts fervently. The Lord of Bai, feigning indifference, waved his hand dismissively, yet his heart was seething with rage. Patricide? Would I allow him to succeed? The sight of the wound on Bai Qinglong's forehead brought him a sense of satisfaction. The child is aware. Bai Qingling lifted his head, his once enchanting visage now flushed with a striking crimson, rendering it even more captivating. The carefree demeanor of yesteryears faded, replaced by a resolute expression. However, the child has already pledged his heart to a beloved maiden. In this life, he shall marry none other than her. With that, he bowed deeply to the ground. Jiang Anning shook his head inwardly. It must be said that Bai Qingling, the second son, was not inherently malevolent. He was, in fact, a quintessential tragic hero. His descent into darkness was entirely due to the insidious influence of others, namely Madame Pang and Lan Jiao. As recounted in the original tale, it was Madame Pang who meticulously incited her son to commit patricide in a bid for the lordship, and later even urged him to raise an insurrection with the intent of seizing the capital of the great Zheng dynasty. His biological father, Lang Juntian, never acknowledged this child. In the eyes of the world, Bai Qingling was merely a demon of treachery. Neither Lang Juntian nor Madame Pang ever provided an explanation for their son's actions. It can be said that both of his fathers disregarded him, and his mother's affections were absent. Throughout, Bai Qingling was but a pawn in the hands of others. Even Lan Jiao, the object of his affection, sought only to fulfill her own desires, yearning to be the most esteemed woman, relentlessly brainwashing him, which ultimately led him down the path of rebellion. The Lord of Bai gazed deeply at Bai Qingling. Rise, for since you have no desire to select a consort, I shall not compel you. Madame Pang tightened her grip on her handkerchief, addressing the lord of the city. This marrying is the swiftest means for my son to increase his power. She had not anticipated that the audacious Lan Jiao would dare to defy her expectations. Initially, Lan Jiaojiao had agreed to assist her son with strategic counsel. Yet it resulted in Bai Qingling being so infatuated with her that he refused to consider any other suitors. The daughters of noble families, overhearing this, abandoned any pretense of decorum, seizing their musical instruments and, without a shred of hesitation, dashed off with their skirts held high. That little green tea has quite the persuasive prowess. She has managed to provoke the second son Bai Qingling into no longer suppressing himself. However, her tactic of feigned capture is rather skillful, compelling Bai Qingling to reflect upon himself while simultaneously deepening his disdain for his father, igniting his rebellious spirit. Jiang Anning scoffed inwardly. Fortuitously, the little green tea has not allied with the elder green tea. Otherwise, the intertwining of two schemers would truly leave our foolish lord of the city in a precarious situation. Lord Bai furrowed his brow in confusion. What was this little green tea? Why did the young lady harbor such disdain for it? It seemed she had previously made cryptic remarks insinuating that Madame Pang was the elder green tea. Now, another figure had emerged as the little green tea. Having heard it mentioned frequently, he understood that green tea referred to individuals of dubious character. Curious about the capabilities of this little green tea, he pondered its significance. He cradled Jiang Anning as they departed from Madame Pang's residence. Unbeknownst to him of Bai Qinglong's true identity, he genuinely cared for his son's well-being, which was why he had entrusted Madame Pang with the selection of a legitimate wife. After all, it was only by marrying that one could be deemed worthy of inheriting the title of city lord. Bai Qingling, possessing remarkable intelligence from an early age, found himself the subject of his father's deliberate neglect, as the lord of Bai City feared that his brilliance would overshadow the family. This treatment incited the displeasure of Madame Pang, who believed that the lord favored the third son even more, thus encouraging Bai Qingling to push his younger brother off the cliff. However, Bai Qingling was shrewder than his mother, discerning his father's intentions and understanding the value of subtlety, leading him to frequent the vibrant brothels. The lord of Bai City was initially gratified by this, assuming his son had grasped his purpose. But little did he know it would serve as a pretext for rebellion. As the banquet concluded, a chilling stillness enveloped the room, leaving only Madame Pang and Bai Qingling in the dim light of evening. The softness that once graced Madame Pang's countenance had vanished, replaced by a darkened expression as she raised her hand and struck her son. Do you not comprehend the significance of selecting a wife? Must I elucidate this for you? She scolded, her heart filled with bitterness for losing the opportunity to forge connections with the powerful elite. Bai Qingling appeared impervious to her words, touching the area where he had been struck, lost in silence. The more Madame Pang gazed upon him, the more infuriated she became. Disregarding the dried blood on his forehead as she continued, "Is it because of Lan Jiaojiao? I always knew she was not a compliant individual. My greatest regret is placing her by your side." She now began to reflect on whether her decision to arrange for Lan Jiaojiao to meet her son had been wise. "Isn't it clear to you, my dear mother?" Bai Qingling retorted with a cold smile, lifting his gaze. "Even without Jiaojiao, I would have no desire to choose a legitimate wife, lest I entangle her in my affairs." Madame Pang ruthlessly delivered a sharp slap to him, and Hong Lian, standing nearby, felt a twinge of sympathy and gently interjected, "Madam, the young master bears an injury upon his head. Perhaps it would be prudent not to strike him further. Let us converse amicably."
What do you mean by that?
Bai Qingling retorted. "Whomever you marry will eventually become the lady of the city. What burden do you impose upon her?" Bai Qingling continued, "My father holds a disdain for me. He deems my intelligence as arrogance, and my fondness for the pleasures of the city as idleness. He has never entertained the thought of passing the position of city lord to me. Have you noticed any peculiar changes in my father of late?" "In what way?" Madame Pang raised an eyebrow, inquiring further. Bai Qingling answered bluntly, "The way he looks at me and his manner of speaking has drastically shifted. It feels as though he is consciously rejecting me. It is as if I were not his own son." Madame Pang's eyelids twitched violently, and she scolded, "Do not speak such nonsense. I fear he suspects you of being involved in the incident concerning the third son's leg. However, you need not worry. He possesses no evidence. Furthermore," she let out a cold laugh, "Bai Qinghan is now rendered a cripple, Even if the city lord were to discover your role in his misfortune, what could it possibly achieve? Bai Qinghan's leg cannot be healed, and for the sake of Ning'an City, he must ultimately bequeath the position of city lord to you. Bai Qingling expressed his concern. Mother, it is easy for you to say. Do you not think my father will harbor resentment towards me for this? Do you truly believe he is as foolish as he appears? He added, I believe he is quite astute. Madame Pang nodded in agreement, acknowledging the reasonableness of the sentiment. Indeed, it is a valid point, yet it poses no significant issue. You have already secured command over the cavalry, and coupled with General Lang's military authority, rebellion is certainly an option. Bai Qingling furrowed his brow. Is General Lang truly one of us? Chapter 30. By default, she became the little princess Madame Pang, wary of her own words, affirmed, yes, but you must keep this confidential. It is our hidden strategy. However, she continued, I believe that solely relying on General Lang may not suffice. You must continue to amass strength. Bai Qingling listened attentively, growing weary of the repetitive discourse. Ultimately, it all hinged on his need to marry a legitimate wife. By the way, my son, I have heard that the legitimate daughter of the provincial governor holds a particular fondness for you. Should we gain the governor's support, financing our rebellion would pose no concern. Yet, it remains uncertain how amenable the governor will be to our cause. If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave, he declared. Stay right there. Madame Pang commanded, with a tone that brooked no argument. I do not care what feelings you harbor towards Lan Jiao. You must curb your affections, or I shall see to her demise. Bai Qingling scoffed, fully confident that his mother would never resort to harming Jiao. He did not hesitate, stepping out of the room. Once he departed, Madame Pang, irked, settled into her chair and huffed. That wretched Lan Jiao is quite insubordinate, isn't she? Her manicured fingers, stained with rouge, tapped restlessly on the small table, as she sensed that something was slipping from her grasp. Hong Lian, concerned, inquired, Madam, do you mean to eliminate her? Madame Pang slowly shook her head. Lan Jiao harbored the audacious desire to marry her own son as his rightful wife. Initially, she was indeed filled with anger. Yet she has now come to a profound realization. Controlling Bai Qingling is a formidable challenge, whereas manipulating Lan Jiao is as effortless as a gentle breeze. Noticing her mistress shake her head, Hong Lian pressed her lips together. It was evident that she harbored affection for the second young master and felt envy towards Lan Jiao, wishing for her disappearance. If Lan Jiao possesses the ability to make my son heed her words, how could I possibly remove her? With her presence, even if Qingling is reluctant to undertake certain tasks for the sake of Lan Jiao, he will have to acquiesce to my whims. As he grows, a mother's influence diminishes. Thus, I must exert control over my daughter-in-law. Madame Pang hopes that Lan Jiao possesses sufficient capability to ensure Bai Qingling listens to her commands. The mistress is wise. As long as Lan Jiao remains, the second young master will undoubtedly heed the queen's words. Pausing momentarily, Hong Lian continued, but what if Lan Jiao were to defy your wishes? Would that not jeopardize your plans? Madame Pang chuckled lightly, her expression unwavering. That shall not occur. She desires more than anyone for Qingling to ascend to the position of city lord. This woman's ambition is no trifling matter. Yet it is precisely those with ambition who are easier to manipulate. Were it not for her remaining usefulness, I would have dealt with her long ago. I shall not allow her to flourish. Qingling. She trotted forward, linking her arm with Bai Qinglong's. I have prepared your favorite dishes, eagerly awaiting your return. Shall we dine together? Bai Qingling appeared contemplative, neither freeing himself from her grasp nor uttering a word. It was only upon reaching the main hall and taking a seat that he finally spoke. Since the last time he mentioned that Bai Qing should select a wife for him, their conversation had ended on an unhappy note. And despite sending numerous individuals in search of her, Lan Jiao's whereabouts remained elusive. I apologize, Qingling. I did not mean to cause you concern. Alas, this captivating visage must not be marred. A scar would be utterly ruinous. She is, after all, a fervent admirer of beauty and cannot abide any flaw on a handsome face. Surely, this must be the Lord's doing. How could he treat you this way? You are his son. If it had been just a tad lower, it could have injured your eye. Bai Qingling gently shook his head and replied, Do not blame my father. It is I who rejected the selection of a bride. Lan Jiao, upon hearing this, lost her grip on the medicine vial, which shattered upon the ground. How can you not blame the Lord? Even as the Lord, he has no right to strike you. As she spoke, she scrutinized Bai Qinglong's expression, tentatively inquiring, were those young ladies beautiful? Did none catch your eye? Bai Qingling, without much thought, shook his head. I did not pay attention. Lan Jiao let out a sigh of relief. However, my mother does not desire for you to be my principal wife. Bai Qingling finally voiced the sentiment. Lan Jiao's insistence on being with him was merely a desire to ascend to the position of the main wife, yet due to her humble origins, the lord and lady would never consent. Otherwise, this union would become the laughingstock of the entire Ning'an city. Yet, from Lan Jiao's demeanor, it seemed she believed she could transform the impossible into reality. Biting her lip, she gazed at him with wide, pleading eyes and asked, then, Brother Qingling, what do you mean? Bai Qingling sighed in resignation. What does my opinion matter? I can only delay the inevitability of this affair. Lan Jiao understood in her heart. Although she was placed by Madame Pang at Bai Qinglong's side, he had never truly regarded her with favor. It was merely a disdain for her lowly origins that colored his perception. Madame Pang seeks to enhance Bai Qinglong's strength through a strategic union, thereby facilitating his smooth ascension to the position of city lord. However, what if unforeseen circumstances arise during this endeavor? Lan Jiao contemplates this unsettling possibility. She is acutely aware of Madame Pang's unwavering resolve. Should Bai Qingling fall from favor, she would undoubtedly incite him to rebel and commit patricide. If such a moment were to transpire sooner, before Bai Qingling has the opportunity to wed, then no one would dare to marry him, granting her the chance she yearns for. Lost in her thoughts, she delves deeper into her scheming. The following morning, Jiang Anning awakens. Ever since her arrival in the city lord's chamber, Lord Bai has summoned a maidservant to attend to her needs, caring for her as if she were his own daughter. Whenever Jiang Anning cries, the maid promptly rises to change her diaper and feed her. Despite having experienced this several times, Jiang Anning still finds it profoundly humiliating. After all, she possesses the intellect of a woman in her 20s. Yet she is subjected to the indignity of having a stranger change her soiled garments before her very eyes, an embarrassment that leaves her feeling utterly bashful. The maid, bemused, gently removes Jiang Anning's tiny hands from her face and teases, so you do know how to feel shy, like a little adult. The young princess is already so clever, she will undoubtedly be remarkable when she grows up. Princess? That title refers to the offspring of the city lord, does it not? It seems this maid is utterly oblivious, mistaking her for the simpleton's child. Nearby, Lord Bai chuckles softly, expressing, I only wish for her to grow up safe, gentle, and wise. There is no need for her to be overly formidable. Jiang Anning's grin falters, and her tiny fist clenches. The simpleton lord is taking advantage of her. She retaliates with her little punches. Chapter 31. The winter garment incident. Since the plague ravaged Ning'an city, countless livestock have perished, resulting in soaring meat prices in the marketplace, where unscrupulous merchants are taking advantage of the situation to hoard meat and disrupt the market. Although the common folk can survive on grains alone, many wealthy merchants, unable to afford meat, have begun blaming Lord Bai for their plight. Accustomed to a life of luxury, they now complain about the lord's incompetence when faced with the absence of meat. In truth, while the common populace is numerous, they lack power and influence to incite turmoil. The authority of the affluent merchants is something Lord Bai cannot afford to disregard. He has been inquiring for several consecutive days whether the plague has subsided. It seems the foolish lord, who once appeared to be concerned for his people, is more complex than the author initially portrayed, who only depicted his ineptitude and brutality, neglecting the diligent and earnest side of his governance. Jiang Anning pondered this in her heart. After heeding her advice, the Jiang family must have procured ample meat and salt to prepare cured meats, ensuring their sustenance. Yet, she wondered how her parents were faring amidst the discord at the Jiang household. Currently ensconced in the depths of the manor, the commotion of the Jiang family would not reach her ears. She found herself missing them somewhat that night at Madame Pang's residence. Madame Pang was conversing with Hong Lian when Chen Xian entered. He greeted her respectfully. Madame Pang was somewhat surprised and smiled, bidding him to rise. What brings you here, Chief Steward Chen? Without any preamble, Chen Xian stated directly, the Lord has sent me to inquire if the winter garments you were to prepare are ready. Why the urgency for winter garments? It is hardly a matter of great significance. Was it necessary to specifically send someone to urge? The city lord is not without garments. Madame Pang pondered the intentions of the city lord Bai and, after Chen Xian departed, she took Han Lian to the embroidery workshop. She had not overlooked the city lord Bai's instructions to hasten the production of winter attire, having already informed the matron in charge of the workshop in advance. Upon learning that the madam was personally visiting, the matron hurried out to greet her. I came to see if the winter garments for the city lord could be completed. Madam, you have arrived at the most opportune moment, the matron replied with a smile, presenting the finished robes to Madame Pang. I was just about to send them over. But your personal visit shows how much you care for the city lord's affairs. If the city lord were to know of your dedication, he would surely be delighted. Madame Pang gently adjusted her hairpin, a smile gracing her lips. You certainly have a way with words. Han Lian, take the completed winter garments. It is getting late. Let us hurry. Yes. The matron watched Madame Pang's departing figure, her gaze deepening as she followed her out of the workshop. Han Lian, trailing behind Madame Pang, softly inquired, Madam, shall we deliver the winter garments to the city lord now? Holding a handkerchief, Madame Pang felt the chill of late autumn wind. After all, these were the city lord's clothes, and there could be no errors. Upon returning to her chamber, warmth enveloped her, driving away the cold. After a moment, she picked up the winter garments, meticulously examining each stitch and embroidery, feeling assured when everything appeared satisfactory, and signaled to Han Lian to fold the garments neatly again. After their evening meal, Madame Pang summoned Han Lian, instructing her to carry the winter garments directly to the main residence of City Lord Bai. Madame Pang, elegantly adorned in a deep green palace gown, gracefully inclined her body with a smile to greet. Jiang Anning could not suppress her mockery. Ah, still clad in green. As if the foolish city lord wasn't already green enough. Just look at her hesitant demeanor. It's no wonder the foolish city lord is staring in a daze. City Lord Bai. He suddenly realized that Madame Pang had quite the fondness for green. Previously, he thought little of it. But after hearing Jiang Anning's remarks daily, he found Madame Pang's palace attire increasingly displeasing to the eye. Jiang Anning's inner thoughts held no sway over the villains in the book, thus Madame Pang remained oblivious to them. Rise, madam. Today, this attire indeed compliments you, remarked City Lord Bai with a tone laced with sarcasm. Madame Pang felt a flicker of surprise. Her husband, typically so dull-witted, had managed to offer a compliment? Thank you for your praise, City Lord. This is a new garment I made this year, and I am quite fond of it. Not only do you like it, but the foolish City Lord seems to appreciate it as well, mainly because it suits the occasion. Ha ha ha. Jiang Anning chuckled inwardly, lacking in kindness. However, she had yet to catch a glimpse of the handsome Tianlang, who ought to be by the foolish City Lord's side. Madam, did you inspect the winter attire before sending it over? Chen Xian inquired. At this, Madame Pang beamed and handed over the winter clothing. City Lord Bai set down his teacup, rising with a nod. Madam, your thoughtfulness is appreciated. I shall try it on to see if it fits. As he spoke, a sly smile crept upon his lips. How frightening. Why does that smile exude such a chilling aura? Wait, could it be? Goodness. The foolish city lord is taking the initiative. Is he planning to overwhelm Madame Pang with flattery? Indeed. The foolish lord of the city is aware of Madame Pang's restlessness, yet remains indifferent, having waited here all along. It is no wonder that the seasoned ones are always sharper. No wonder the lord has been incessantly urging Madame Pang to prepare her winter garments. The dim-witted lord has even devised a scheme, seemingly intent on utterly crushing Madame Pang, ensuring she can never rise again. Oh, Madame Pang, even with 1,000 eyes, it would be impossible for you to discern the thorns hidden within the winter attire, for it is a trap laid by the lord himself. As Madame Pang clutched the winter outfit, the lord's eyes flickered with amusement as he stepped behind the screen. Madame Pang followed suit, holding the garments. I shall assist you with your change. No need, the lord retorted. Chen Xian stood outside the screen, holding Jiang Anning in anticipation. How exhilarating! The moment of the hunt has arrived. The countdown for Madame Pang's downfall has begun. Jiang Anning stretched her neck, eagerly awaiting their emergence. Before long, the Lord stepped out from behind the screen, his previously jovial expression abruptly turning cold. Noticing his peculiar demeanor, Madame Pang felt a wave of unease and inquired with concern. "My lord, what troubles you?" The Lord unfastened his garments and threw them at Madame Pang, reproaching her. "Did you tamper with this attire? How dare you question my state?" Madame Pang, taken aback by the unexpected turn of events, widened her eyes in disbelief and shook her head vehemently in denial. She fervently defended herself. "My lord, even if I possessed the audacity, I would not dare to meddle with your winter garments. Moreover, I have examined this outfit thoroughly, and there is truly nothing amiss." Chapter 32. The Fall of Madame Pang. Lord Bai let out a cold snort, stating, "You yourself mentioned that the winter garments were hurriedly crafted under your supervision and personally inspected before delivery. Who else could be responsible?" Madame Pang rummaged through the winter attire, attempting to uncover something, but after several searches, the garments appeared unblemished. Examine the collar closely. Upon noticing a subtle, fine needle at the collar, Madame Pang's hands trembled.
How could this be?
"Surely, someone is framing me." She knelt upon the ground, urgently protesting, "I am wronged. Plotting against the Lord is a capital offense. How could I dare to commit such an act? Someone must be attempting to ensnare me." Lord Bai regarded her with disdain and, maintaining a stoic expression, commanded, "Bring her forth. This wretched woman, Madame Pang, intends to harm me. Take her away and confine her." "Ah, so the seemingly foolish lord harbors a ruthless side," Jiang Anning observed with fervent excitement, realizing that this was a strategic move to eliminate Bai Qinglong's support. With a scheming mother like Madame Pang in the picture, the likelihood of Bai Qingling rebelling would diminish significantly with her imprisonment. "Madam, what shall we do?" After being confined in the dungeon, Hong Lian curled up, the coldness of the prison overwhelming, seeking warmth. Madame Pang composed herself, furrowing her brow in contemplation. She was certain she had thoroughly inspected the winter garments. The appearance of the needle could only indicate it had been deliberately placed there later. Throughout their journey, the winter garments had been held exclusively by Hong Lian, untouched by anyone else. The only plausible explanation was that the Lord himself had inserted the needle. A chill ran down Madame Pang's spine. The one who sought to frame her was none other than Lord Bai. Could it be that he has uncovered something? Perhaps regarding his relationship with Lady Lang Juntian? It seems implausible. After all, even Hong Lian, her personal maid, remains oblivious to this matter. How could Lord Bai possibly be aware? The news of Madame Pang's imprisonment in the dungeons for conspiring against the emperor soon spread throughout the Lord's residence, even reaching the ears of Lang Juntian. This indicates Madame Pang's decline in favor. However, she had always enjoyed the Lord Bai's trust. How could such a swift downfall occur? He pondered, hastening towards the Lord's study. Madame Pang's sudden incarceration must be more intricate than it appears. Chen Xian, noticing Lang Juntian's astonished expression, inquired, "Commander Lang, what brings you here? Do you have business with the Lord?" The Lord's residence was not within Lang Juntian's usual patrol, and he rarely frequented this place. He too felt somewhat out of place, yet he could not afford to dwell on such thoughts. He had promised Madame Pang that he would do everything in his power to safeguard her life. Chen Xian raised his hand. "No need for formality. You may enter directly." Inside the study, Lord Bai was engrossed in reviewing documents, his pen poised in thought. Upon hearing footsteps, he set down his pen and lifted his gaze. So this is Lang Juntian. Though he may be somewhat older, one can discern that he must have been quite handsome in his youth, with a fine physique. No wonder Madame Pang took a liking to him. Indeed, he surpasses the foolish Lord Bai in attractiveness. Lord Bai ground his teeth in irritation. Admittedly, from this perspective, General Lang bore a striking resemblance to Bai Qingling. "Your humble servant pays his respects to you, my lord." Lord Bai closed the document and forced a smile. "Rise. What brings you here?" This man truly could not contain his impatience. The news of Madame Pang's recent imprisonment had barely spread when he rushed to see him. "How commendable. I cannot trust you, for you seem to be concerned about your paramour. Why not simply admit it instead of treating me as a fool?" "I am perfectly fine. Madame Pang has already been imprisoned. I shall instruct County Magistrate Gua to conduct a thorough interrogation. I am confident she will divulge everything. Therefore, you need not worry about my safety." He gazed at Lang Juntian with a half-smile, his words laden with deeper meaning. Unfortunately, the mention of the prison made any other thoughts fade away. The words of Lord Bai, asserting that she would surely speak, startled Lang Juntian. How could Madame Pang, a mere woman, withstand such brutal torture? It was likely that, even without any intentions to harm the Lord, she could be coerced into confession. "It is well that you are unharmed," Lord Bai affirmed with a nod. "Indeed, but since she dared to conspire against me, she should have anticipated the consequences. There is no need for mercy when dealing with villains. Would you not agree?" His desire was for Madame Pang to endure punishment, as this would provoke Lang Juntian to falter. The harsher the treatment of Madame Pang, the more anxious Lang Juntian would become. "You speak wisely yet." Lang Juntian hesitated, wanting to articulate further, but Lord Bai raised his hand to interrupt, his expression stern. "Enough. Should you continue, I might begin to suspect you have some clandestine connection with her. If there is nothing else, you may take your leave." Upon hearing this, Lang Juntian's heart raced. Looking up, he saw no additional expression on the Lord's face and felt overly sensitive. He turned and exited. "Ha ha ha. This is the closest the foolish Lord has ever come to the truth. How I wish to inform you that not only do they share a connection, but they have even conceived a child together." Lord Bai's expression darkened further, while Jiang Anning continued unabated. Bai Qingling originally possessed a commendable sense of values. Had the foolish Lord of Bai not been so gullible, he would not have succumbed to brainwashing. "It's a reflection of your inadequate parenting. Not having a mouth." Lord Bai touched his lips, puzzled. "Isn't this indeed having a mouth? Lord, with Madame Pang imprisoned, who shall oversee your family affairs?" Chun Xian inquired softly from the side. Bai Lord cast him a sidelong glance, remaining silent. When Bai Qingling received the news, his reaction was surprisingly subdued. After dismissing the messenger, he returned to watching the dancers in his estate. "Qingling, dear brother," Lan Jiaojiao entered, imperiously ordering the dancers to withdraw. The room fell into an immediate silence. Noticing Bai Qingling's indifference, she seized the wine cup from his hand and smashed it to the ground. "Qingling, I just heard that Madame Pang is in trouble. How can you still be in the mood to drink?" "Why should I not be in the mood?" Bai Qingling brushed off his sleeves nonchalantly, raising his gaze to meet Lan Jiaojiao's. "Did you not hear? She attempted to harm my father. What do you expect me to do? Storm the prison?" Lan Jiaojiao was momentarily at a loss for words, finally managing to retort, "Regardless of the circumstances, she is still your mother. If you do not rescue her, who will?" Bai Qingling regarded her as if seeing her for the first time, a sardonic smile playing on his lips as he fixated on her in silence. "Mother? Other mothers show care and warmth to their children. Madame Pang only offered me scorn and punishment. I recall a time when my father crafted a wooden sword for me, and without hesitation, Madame Pang broke it, claiming I was losing my ambition. Am I mistaken?" Lan Jiaojiao felt a twinge of guilt under his unwavering gaze. Madame Pang was in trouble, and Qingling, you too might face peril. I merely wish to avert that calamity for you. Chapter 33. Understanding what my mother has done is of no concern to me. Leave at once, and do not disturb me. Bai Qingling pointed to the door, issuing an expulsion command. He was far from foolish. Attempting to rescue Madame Pang at such a moment would be akin to directly challenging the Lord of Bai City. "Miss Lan, someone seeks you," announced Lan Jiaojiao's devoted maid, who entered only to realize the atmosphere in the room was amiss. "Who is it?" Lan Jiaojiao inquired, her impatience evident. The maid glanced at Bai Qingling before lowering her head and stammering, "It is the young lady from the Bureau of Revenue, the new concubine you arranged for the second young master." At this proclamation, the already tense atmosphere plunged to freezing depths. Lan Jiaojiao shot a reproachful glare at her maid, forcing a smile that was more sorrowful than laughter as she attempted to explain. "Qingling, listen to me. It was that Miss Su who insisted on becoming your concubine. She pleaded desperately, and as a fellow woman, I softened and acquiesced." Under the frigid intensity of Bai Qinglong's gaze, Lan Jiaojiao's voice dwindled to a whisper. "It's merely a matter of one more mouth to feed. I wish to spare you any distress by not mentioning it. Reflecting on this, Lan Jiao summoned her ultimate tactic, her voice catching as she spoke, her eyes reddening. Everything I do is solely to bring you joy. I never intended for it to backfire. Besides, the daughter of the Bureau of Revenue is not without her merits. Bai Qingling remained silent, his gaze averted from her, as he called out to the door, summoning guards to escort Lan Jiao away. 2 guards entered, hesitating momentarily upon recognizing her. After all, he had never before needed to invite Miss Lan out so formally. How is it that this young master can no longer command you? Bai Qingling rose to his feet, his countenance turning icy. Following the departure of Lan Jiao, he wearily rubbed his temples and proceeded to the study of the city lord Bai. Autumn had deepened, and the trees in the city lord's residence stood barren, their leaves long fallen, leaving only withered branches to sway in the desolate autumn wind. Fortunately, the study was not far, and he arrived shortly. Upon being informed of Bai Qinglong's request for an audience, City Lord Bai pondered for a moment before replying indifferently, I see. What other reason could there be? Let him in. The room was warmed by a charcoal fire, exuding a cozy warmth. Bai Qingling donned a moon-white cloak over a pale purple brocade robe, with a jade pendant and a white sachet hanging at his waist. His enchanting visage was marred by an unhealed wound on his forehead, detracting from his beauty and appearing somewhat unsightly. I pay my respects to you, my father, he greeted. Although City Lord Bai was fully aware of his purpose, he did not impose any difficulties upon him and, after waiving the formalities, directly offered him a seat. Hot tea was served. You have come to plead for your mother's release, have you not? City Lord Bai inquired straightforwardly. It was evident that Lang Jun Tian had sent word to him, so Bai Qinglong's visit came as no surprise. The child dares not, he replied. Today, I seek your counsel on a matter. With that, he produced a box from his sleeve. Chun Xian took the box and presented it to the emperor. Jiang Anning, curious about its contents, lifted her small head to peek, but could see nothing. City Lord Bai opened the box, glanced at its contents, then closed it once more, setting it aside. The contents of the box were all too familiar to him. It was the wooden sword that Bai Qingling had crafted and gifted to him during his childhood, now sadly broken into 2 pieces. Bai Qingling fell into a moment of silence, seemingly pondering how to begin, and after a long pause, he inquired, Do you still remember what lies within this box, father? Jiang Anning felt an overwhelming urge to intervene in their conversation, wishing they would engage in dialogue. After all, such a poignant moment should not be squandered. No, my child cherished it dearly, but mother said that indulging in toys would lead to a loss of ambition. Thus she broke it. Why did you choose to give me this wooden sword, while not bestowing one upon my elder brother or younger brother? Was it merely your hope that I would lose my ambition and refrain from overshadowing others? He recalled the joy he felt upon receiving this gift, only for his mother's words to douse that happiness like a bucket of cold water, leaving him chilled to the core. Dear Lord Bai, you must engage in meaningful conversation, revealing your true thoughts to him, allowing him to understand his misunderstanding of you. He has yet to succumb to darkness. Surely, he would be moved to tears. Lord Bai's gaze softened. When you were young, you grasped a sword during your first birthday celebration, and at the age of 5, you declared your aspiration to become a great general who protects the people, which is why I bestowed this gift upon you. He paused briefly before continuing, As your father, I do not wish for you to lose your ambition. My lack of regard was intended to teach you that being overly ostentatious is not always beneficial. One must learn the virtue of humility. Bai Qingling pressed his lips together, his hands trembling slightly. He understood his father's words. His father merely wished for him to avoid becoming arrogant and overbearing.
No.
The Lord of Baiqing decisively interrupted him, saying, You are mistaken. I wish to prevent you from revealing your brilliance in public. Your elder brother faced the same fate. Everyone lauded him as a prodigy, and they envied his extraordinary talents, believing he was destined for greatness. Consequently, these praises reached the ears of the current emperor, who grew envious and fearful of your brother's abilities, apprehensive that he might pose a threat to his heir. Bai Qingling nodded in realization. So, the emperor used the pretext of the lost dragon robe to take my brother as a hostage? It became clear to him that his father's desire to conceal his talents was rooted in protection. Bai Qingling was unaware of how he exited the Lord's study, as all his previously held beliefs crumbled, leaving no outlet for his erstwhile grievances. Jiang Anning observed Bai Qinglong's departing figure with lingering concern. The Lord of Baiqing gently caressed her smooth forehead, affirming, "I have raised him for over a decade. I am well acquainted with his temperament and disposition. He is a child of strong opinions." At that moment, Chen Xian entered and reported, "Lord, County Magistrate Gua has arrived." "Let him in," the Lord commanded.
Outside.
County Magistrate Gua approached with a graceful stride. Upon entering the study, he was taken aback to find the Lord cradling an infant, the swaddling strangely familiar. Could it resemble the little girl from the Jiang family? He pondered, recalling Jiang Zheng's words about his daughter being lost. As Gua grappled with his suspicions, the Lord of Baiqing inquired, "Have you learned anything about that scoundrel, Pan?" Chapter 34. Returning home, the Lord of Baiqing appeared unfazed, yet chided, "Useless. The plague has been effectively addressed, hasn't it? The recent cases of infected livestock have significantly declined, and I believe that within a fortnight, we shall completely eradicate this outbreak." "Those bureaucrats still meddle in human affairs," Jiang Anning remarked. Hearing his thoughts, County Magistrate Guo was entirely convinced that this child must be the little girl belonging to Jiang Zheng. "Very well. May I inquire why you are so fixated on the child in my arms? Is it peculiar for a grown man to be holding an infant?" County Magistrate Gua hastily shook his head, forcing a smile. "Not at all. It's just that the child you hold seems oddly familiar. May I ask, where does this child come from?" County Magistrate Gua nodded in agreement, saying, "Indeed, this child is most likely the daughter of one of my subordinates." Lord Bai furrowed his brow. County Magistrate Gua continued, "Ever since the child went missing, my subordinate has been utterly lost, unable to eat or drink. And I've heard that the child's mother has fallen ill due to the distress." Jiang Anning burst into tears. "Oh, father, mother, how I long for you." Yet, for some inexplicable reason, Lord Bai felt a pang of reluctance. Despite the little girl's sharp tongue, one would expect him to harbor disdain for her. Of course, disdain was indeed present, but during this period, he had also developed an inexplicable fondness. Most importantly, her presence had unveiled certain secrets within his own household. Had it not been for this little one, he would still be oblivious to the affair between Madame Pang and Lang Jun Tian. "No, this won't do," Lord Bai exclaimed instinctively, startling County Magistrate Gua, who took a step back. Lord Bai then realized he had lost composure and hesitated. County Magistrate Gua remarked, "My lord, consider this. Every child has their own parents, and it is truly pitiful for such a young one to be without their mother's care. I am aware of your compassionate nature, yet now that the child's parents have been found, what do you think?" Observing the wailing Jiang Anning in his arms, Lord Bai understood that it was inappropriate for the child to remain here. Though he felt a pang of reluctance, he had no choice but to acquiesce. "Very well. Take the child and return her to her biological parents." After a moment of contemplation, Lord Bai added, "However, I feel a connection with this child and may wish to visit her in the future, perhaps inviting her to the Lord's residence for a few days of merriment." Magistrate Gua chuckled, "You truly are a benevolent man, my lord." At once, Jiang Anning ceased her cries. "Since you are so kind, perhaps you could bestow upon me some treasures as well." Magistrate Gua, "Do take the child away swiftly," Lord Bai urged, his demeanor shifting. "By the way, my lord, there is a matter I wish to discuss with you regarding the tragic case of the Ningen weaving factory that was robbed and its occupants slain years ago." Lord Bai was taken aback and replied earnestly, "Speak quickly." "Indeed," Magistrate Gua continued, "I had previously dispatched my subordinate, Constable Qiao Kuei, to investigate this case. He discovered that the bandits had been sighted near Panlong Mountain." Lord Bai slammed his hand on the table. "Why did you not mention this sooner?" However, Magistrate Gua revealed that Constable Qiao had not abandoned the investigation over the years and seemed to have gathered some valuable leads. "I believe, if you wish to reopen the investigation, I can summon him for questioning." Lord Bai replied solemnly, "Of course, we must pursue this investigation. The case of the dragon robe has seen the current sovereign pursuing accountability from me for over a decade. My eldest son was taken to the capital as a hostage because of this matter. How could I possibly refrain from investigating?" His tone was exceedingly urgent. "Hasten to summon Qiao Kuei to your office for inquiries. Time is of the essence." Magistrate Guan nodded repeatedly. Indeed. I shall promptly attend to this case, along with the matter concerning Madame Pang. Lord Bai waved his sleeve. You need not concern yourself with that. I shall seek another. What of Master Jiang? Is he present? In the chambers, my lord. If you have matters to discuss, I shall fetch him at once. Make haste, Magistrate Guo instructed, summoning a constable to invite Qiao Kui over. Jiang Zheng arrived in Magistrate Guo's study, where the magistrate cheerfully remarked, Master Jiang, you ought to treat me to a drink. I have found your precious daughter. Follow me. Jiang Zheng, filled with trepidation, accompanied Magistrate Guo to the rear courtyard, where he was met with the familiar sound of his daughter's cries. Rushing forward, he discovered Jiang Anning in the cradle. My dear daughter, I had feared you were lost to this world. Jiang Zheng embraced Jiang Anning, weeping and expressing his gratitude to Magistrate Guo. The magistrate waved his hand dismissively.
No need for thanks.
Your daughter has fared well. She was taken in by Lord Bai's people and suffered no harm. Just look at her, plump and rosy. Jiang Zheng examined his daughter and indeed found her to be, as the magistrate described. After the joy of reunion, he found his heart at ease. My lord, what is your purpose in summoning my father-in-law? It is still concerning the incident from over a decade ago, when Ning and was tragically robbed and murdered. Governor Guo sighed, lamenting, this case is a result of my negligence from years past. I failed to recognize crucial clues and now I am filled with regret. I have already informed the city lord to reopen this case, and naturally, I must inquire further from your esteemed father-in-law. Indeed, he continued, as he instructed his attendants to prepare a palanquin and took Jiang Zheng to the Qiao residence. Typically, Qiao Danian was preoccupied with his herbal shop, leaving only old Qiao and Qiao Erji to tend to the household. Upon the arrival of Governor Guo, old Qiao was unexpectedly practicing martial arts.
No.
A mere commoner. Pay my respects to your excellency, he exclaimed. Please, no formalities. Captain Qiao has suffered much over the years. The events of the past are my fault. Guo replied, the city lord has ordered a renewed investigation into the case from years ago, and it is of utmost importance. Thus, Governor Guo could not afford to be negligent. In pursuing the case of the Ningen weaver's victimization, Qiao Kui was pivotal, which is why Governor Guo humbly sought old Qiao's insights. Old Qiao bore no grudges, especially since so much time had elapsed. He had long since forgiven the governor. Chapter 35. Feigned pregnancy. Old Qiao instructed Qiao Erji to prepare dinner to honor Governor Guo, but the governor was too preoccupied to eat, anxiously inquiring about the incident involving the dragon robe's abduction. Captain Qiao, did you uncover the identities of the culprits during your pursuit on Panlong Mountain? Governor Guo stated. Yet he still managed to abduct the weaver's convoy. Old Qiao nodded in affirmation. Indeed, hence I suspect that someone covertly assisted Zhu Wu. It is highly likely that an insider was embedded within the weaver's escort. Without such collusion, Zhu Wu could never have succeeded. Governor Guo pondered for a moment and speculated. So it seems there are accomplices of Zhu Wu in Ningen City. Indeed, your words ring true, replied the nobleman. Governor Guo continued, moreover, this accomplice is likely the mastermind behind Zhu Wu's theft of the dragon robe. Indeed, your words ring true, he reiterated, his mind now clear. He then inquired, do you know where Zhu Wu is at present? Old man Qiao slowly shook his head. Such a person can only turn to banditry. He is probably reigning as a mountain king somewhere. If the nobleman were to hire some people from the rivers and lakes to investigate, they would most likely uncover his whereabouts. Governor Guo understood. Zhu Wu was the key to solving the case. Capturing Zhu Wu would lead them to the hidden mastermind. Since the arrival of this little fortunate star, the Jiang family had reaped numerous benefits. Not to mention how they sold the silk gifted by Governor Su to exchange for food, salt, and meat, which saved a family. Amid the recent plague, the Jiang family not only suffered no hardships but also sold excess cured meat to neighbors, earning money while garnering a great reputation. Having not seen Jiang Anning for days left the family feeling an emptiness in their hearts. When Qiao saw her daughter return, tears of joy streamed down her face as she embraced her, saying, my child, you have suffered these days. Yes, indeed, echoed Aunt San, Xia, feigning concern. Suffered? Not at all. I have been enjoying good food and drink at Lord Bai's residence. It is only regrettable that the treacherous couple nearly sold me to Lord Diao as a sacrifice for 500 taels of silver. This matter is far from over. Upon hearing her daughter's heartfelt words, Qiao was momentarily taken aback. My dear daughter, please tell me, who is it that wishes to sell you? Who else could it be but Uncle San and Aunt San? Her thoughts resonated within the family. Jiang Fong, with a stern expression, turned to Jiang Chun and demanded, Jiang Chun, did you truly orchestrate this? Jiang Chun and his wife, Xia, were already trembling with fear. The sudden reprimand from their father sent them collapsing to the ground in instinctive submission. You ungrateful wretches! How could you even consider selling your own niece? Jiang Fong exclaimed, as he removed his shoe, preparing to strike. At this moment, Jiang Ning's thoughts echoed once more. It's not just Uncle San. Even grandmother is aware of this. Feng, filled with indignation, was at a loss for how to explain. Xia, being perceptive, recognized that only Feng could save them now, so she interjected, No. Mother knows nothing of this. It was Jiang Chun and I who acted on our own accord. We're at fault for prioritizing profit over kinship. Feng, in despair, began to lament. At my age, how could I possibly engage in such despicable acts? I am wronged. With no evidence implicating his wife, Jiang Fong directed his fury toward the couple. Ungrateful child, I shall end your life today. Just as he raised his hand to strike Jiang Chun, Xia stepped in front of her husband, crying out, Father, if you intend to kill him, then take me as well. If Jiang Chun dies, the child within me will be left without a father, and I cannot survive that. Jiang Fong's hand froze midair as he stared in shock, asking, Third daughter-in-law, are you with child? Xia nodded, acknowledging that it had already been 2 months. My eldest grandson, no one shall harm him. Feng rushed over, fiercely protecting her son and daughter-in-law, asserting, no matter how exceptional Jiang Ning may be, she is merely a young girl. Our Jiang family's lineage relies on our grandsons. Her statement served a dual purpose, to reciprocate kindness and, more importantly, to express her discontent, as despite having 3 sons, her eldest daughter-in-law had only given birth to a daughter, which weighed heavily on her heart. Now that the 3rd daughter-in-law was pregnant, there existed the possibility of a grandson. Jiang swiftly donned his shoes, glaring furiously at Jiang Chun but refrained from taking further action. As Xia and Jiang Chun exited the room, Jiang Chun frowned and inquired, My dear wife, are you truly pregnant? Xia discreetly pinched him, reproaching, Fool, it is merely to save you. Jiang Chun's face fell with disappointment as he awkwardly replied, If you are not pregnant, what shall we do? This belly cannot inflate itself. Xia shot him a disdainful glance and retorted, Who says it cannot? I could always stuff something inside. Jiang Chun countered, Even if you could deceive for a moment, how would you give birth after 10 months? Xia responded, At that time, we could simply purchase a boy to pose as our son. I have heard that impoverished families sell a child for only 5 or 6 taels of silver. Your parents have made quite a profit from selling salted meat. You should be more diligent and ask for more. With a sigh, Jiang Chun bowed his head to the heavens and said, It seems we have no choice. The couple, fearing their ruse would be discovered, refrained from venturing outside for several days, while Feng became increasingly attentive to their needs. As winter draws near, charcoal has become an essential commodity for every household. In the Feng family, the responsibility of distributing charcoal to the sons of each branch falls upon the head of the family. However, not all charcoal is created equal. High-quality charcoal produces little smoke and generates considerable warmth, while inferior charcoal, though serviceable for heating, emits a significant amount of smoke that can be quite suffocating and may even provoke coughing fits. This year, Jiang Zheng's household received the substandard charcoal. After Jiang Ning had just taken a sip of milk, a thick haze of smoke suddenly enveloped the room, filling it with a swirling mist. Coughing, Jiang Zheng rose to his feet, while Jiang Ning inwardly cursed, What kind of charcoal is this? Is it trying to take my life? She hurriedly extinguished it to prevent Jiang Ning from inhaling the noxious fumes. Qiao, addressing her husband, remarked that even an adult like him could hardly endure such suffocation, let alone a child. Once the charcoal was extinguished, the smoke gradually dissipated. Chapter 36. Unmasking. With a swift flick of the curtain, the plump figure of Xing entered. She waved her hands dismissively, exclaiming, "Is there no better charcoal at home? Why would you use this kind for my niece?" This charcoal was clearly of inferior quality, unfit even for the most destitute households. Jiang Anning lifted her eyelids slightly. Xing downed her cup of hot tea in one go, wiping her mouth as she said, "No wonder, the charcoal in our house is just as poor. It's one thing for me, having no children of my own, to endure such substandard charcoal. But it is truly pitiful for little Jiang Anning to suffer." Xiao's expression grew increasingly grim. Aunt San is clearly pretending to be pregnant. This whispered revelation left everyone in the room momentarily stunned. She knows that her ruse will be uncovered, which is why she has been avoiding appearances these days, fearful of being seen through. "I foresee that she will certainly procure a boy when the time comes, and the unfortunate Jiang family, unaware of the true circumstances, will undoubtedly regard the third aunt as a benefactor within their household." Xiao and Xing exchanged astonished glances. Xing indignantly remarked, "Goodness, this vile woman has been indulging in chicken soup for over a month, using quality charcoal, and enjoying the finest of foods and clothing from her own private kitchen. Sister-in-law, I recall that when you were pregnant, you did not receive such treatment." Xiao maintained a stern expression, pondering the years of their couple's forbearance. What had it truly garnered them? "Sister-in-law, if the third daughter-in-law is indeed not pregnant, this would be an outrageous act." Xing followed up, "If we allow this to continue, and she successfully acquires a child, the Jiang family's fortune will be usurped." Qiao inquired, "What do you propose we do?" "Expose her," replied Xing, her brow furrowing with malice. "We should find an opportunity to trip up Xia, to ascertain whether she is truly with child." Qiao nodded in agreement. "Very well." The two sisters-in-law conspired for a while. The following day, as Jiang Fong strolled outside, he encountered a gathering at the village entrance, where a disheveled woman sat at the center, lamenting her plight to the crowd. Curiosity piqued, Jiang Fong approached and learned that the elderly woman's daughter-in-law was about to give birth, yet the family could not afford to keep the child. She sought to sell the baby to a good family. The villagers cast sympathetic glances at the old woman, yet none agreed to purchase the child. After all, times were hard. They could scarcely sustain their own children, let alone take on another's. It must be said that since Jiang Anning's birth, our family has finally begun to thrive. Farmers endure the harshest of struggles, and other families truly have their own burdens.
He sighed.
Yet the speaker's indifference was met with keen interest from the listener. At the dining table, Jiang Chun was momentarily taken aback, pondering, "Isn't this akin to wishing for a hailstorm?" He was troubled by the lack of funds to acquire a child, and now one was seemingly being offered on a platter. Upon returning to his quarters, he recounted the incident to his wife. Mrs. Xia feigned illness to the outside world, secluding herself daily in their room for clandestine meals. Although she felt a sense of joy internally, she was also burdened by the thought of how to explain the situation to their family. The old hag, Mrs. Feng, would undoubtedly go mad with rage upon discovering the deception of her pregnancy. Just as she was in despair, upon hearing her husband speak of the matter, she promptly declared, "We must seek out that old woman immediately. Whatever the cost, we shall procure the child. Ideally, it should coincide with the time of delivery." Jiang Chun readily agreed. The following day, he ventured to the village entrance and, as expected, spotted the disheveled old woman, hastily approaching her. After inquiring, he learned that the old woman's daughter-in-law's due date closely aligned with that of his wife. Jiang Chun could only marvel at fate, believing it was Providence aiding him. He quickly negotiated a price with the old woman and paid a deposit of 1 tael of silver. "I have already given the deposit to her. Tomorrow, you shall accompany me to see her daughter-in-law, so we may both be at ease," he assured. Mrs. Xia consented. The couple was filled with excitement throughout the night. Upon hearing of this affair, Mrs. Xing hurried to the room of Miss Qiao. Miss Qiao advised, "You must be cautious when the moment arrives." Mrs. Xing chuckled, "Fear not. For your sister, Qiao Erji, is quite capable. Where shall you both meet?" she inquired. "By the bridge," Mrs. Xing replied. "Ah, the time is nearly upon us. I must take my leave," she said. Qiao Erji had arrived at the bridge, and after meeting with Xing, the two discreetly placed sharp stones along the path that the carriage would traverse. Xing, having taken a shortcut, was considerably faster than the carriage. They then concealed themselves to observe. The bridge, having stood over the river for many years, was itself unable to bear heavy loads. It was riddled with ruts from countless carts. If Xia were truly pregnant, she would hesitate to cross. Yet, owing to the falsity of her condition, she was entirely unconcerned and hastened to meet the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law, resulting in the carriage swiftly rolling over the sharp stones. As the wheels struck them, the vehicle lurched, toppling into the river. Jiao, Erji, and Xing, covering their mouths, witnessed the entire spectacle. They nearly erupted in laughter upon seeing the villagers retrieve a floral pillow from Xia's belly, almost unable to contain themselves. However, chaos ensued at home, as Xia's flat abdomen led the villagers to exclaim that she had stuffed a pillow inside her. It became evident to all that Xia was feigning pregnancy. The family was indignant, especially Foam, who could hardly bear the disappointment. She had dreamt of cradling a grandchild, and with the eldest having given birth to a daughter. She desperately hoped Xia could fulfill her aspirations. Instead, her dreams crumbled, and upon the awakening of Jiang Chun and his wife, they were met not with the previous leniency, but with the full wrath of the Jiang family. The entire clan rallied together, promptly expelling the couple from the Jiang household. Yet, rather than reflecting on his misdeeds, he unjustly took his ire out on Jiang Anning.
Bah!
It's this wretched girl. If it weren't for her, we wouldn't be suffering this way. Seeing her husband's bitter expression, Xia shot him a disdainful glance and retorted coldly, "What good is it to say such things? Is there any way for you to sell that little brat again?" Jiang Chun sneered coldly, "I cannot sell her, nor will I allow her to live." Chapter 37. Lang Juntian is ready to act. Xia sure was taken aback, stammering, "What do you intend to do, my lord?" Jiang Chun chuckled darkly, gritting his teeth as he uttered, "Find someone to kill that little brat." Kill someone? Xia sure had never contemplated such a notion.
Now.
The fear reflected in her husband's countenance made her heart race. Find. Find whom? The Bat Gang's Zhu Wu, Jiang Chun replied, his expression frosty. Meanwhile, in the chambers of the city lord's residence, Bai Qingling walked past her, heading straight for the study. Qingling, please don't be angry, Lan Jiaojiao coaxed, acknowledging her own fault as she stepped forward to tug at Bai Qinglong's sleeve. I was wrong. Please don't be upset, all right? She tilted her head, blinking her eyes. However, Bai Qingling coldly shook off her hand, casting a disdainful glance at her as he said, "Do not follow me." With that, he swept away, leaving Lan Jiaojiao in disarray amidst the wind. Previously, when the second young master was angry, she could easily placate him, but now not only had she failed, he even asked her not to follow him. Why had his attitude shifted so abruptly? No, she must not engage in a cold war with him. Qingling, she smiled, waving the gold ointment in her hand. I've come to help you with your wound. Bai Qingling discarded the pen in his hand, responding icily, there is no need. I can tend to it myself. Lan Jiaojiao assumed he was deliberately avoiding her closeness, thus concocting an excuse, and she boldly approached Bai Qingling, pouring out the medicinal powder. She remarked, I understand, Qingling, that you are still upset. Rest assured, I shall leave once I finish applying the medicine and will not trouble you further. Bai Qingling retrieved a scar ointment, stating, I possess medicine, leave. Upon glancing at the ointment, Lan Jiaojiao widened her eyes in disappointment and exclaimed, Qingling, you actually have such an excellent scar remedy. Surely, your forehead will not bear a scar now. Bai Qingling, thoroughly vexed by her presence, found it impossible to contemplate the matter at hand. Someone, escort Lan Jiaojiao out. Without my permission, she is not to approach here, he commanded. Lan Jiaojiao was taken away, and tranquility returned to the study. Bai Qingling lightly tapped the long table with his slender, jade-like fingers, pondering the conversation he had with Lord Bai that day. Second young master, I have a report to make. Enter. At the sound of the door opening, a personal guard clad in blue entered. What is it? Bai Qingling inquired. The people from that estate belong to my mother, do they not?
No.
Bai Qingling was taken aback. How did Lan Jiaojiao know Madame Pang? And what connection did she have with Lang Juntian? He contemplated deeply before commanding, keep a close watch on Miss Lan's movements. Inform me immediately should they meet again. Understood. Madame Pang had been imprisoned in the dungeons for several days, completely cut off from the outside world. At this moment, her hair was unkempt, and her clothing was somewhat tattered, bearing the marks of the lashes received during interrogation. Listening to the anguished cries of the prisoners outside, she could not help but tremble. The excruciating pain of the whip lashing against her flesh flooded her mind once more, compelling her to cover her ears. Days had passed, and she had anticipated that the ungrateful wretch would not come to her rescue. After all, she had treated him poorly. However, it was utterly perplexing that Lang Juntian had also failed to come to her aid. Dragging her injured body, she slowly crawled to the prison door, parting her cracked lips to call out in a hoarse and unpleasant voice, "Is anyone there? I demand to see the city lord. I am an innocent woman wrongfully accused." A guard patrolling outside approached, barking impatiently. "What are you shouting for? Did you think you were still the esteemed lady of the city lord? Once you enter here, there is no hope of leaving alive." At that moment, a figure approached the prison. It was Chun Xian, sent by the city lord to inquire about Madame Pang's condition. The guards, upon recognizing him, respectfully ushered him inside. Chun Xian nodded, awaiting the jailer's arrival. The atmosphere in the dungeon was indeed foul, cold, and intermittently punctuated by the screams of the tormented. Before long, the jailer hurriedly appeared, bowing to Chun Xian and inquiring, "What business does Chief Chen have with me?" Chun Xian cast a glance behind the jailer and inquired, "The city lord has sent me to ask, is Madame Pang still alive?" Days had passed without any action from Lang Juntian, which was exceedingly strange. If the information the city lord had obtained was accurate, Lang Juntian would surely seize any opportunity to rescue Madame Pang. "I have followed the city lord's orders. Although I have employed torture, it will not lead to her death." Chun Xian nodded in satisfaction. Madame Pang must not perish so easily. "How are the guards stationed in the dungeon?" The prison warden responded truthfully, assuring the lord, "Rest assured, the prison is heavily guarded. I guarantee that not even a fly could enter." Upon finishing, he noticed a change in Chen Xian's expression and cautiously inquired, "Is there something amiss?" He thought to himself, given that Madame Pang is a key suspect in the murder of Lord Bai, it is imperative that no incidents occur. Could the lord possibly be concerned about a prison break? "Indeed, there is something amiss," Chen Xian replied coldly, sighing as he rubbed his temples. He finally understood why Lang Juntian had been hesitant to take action. It was due to the warden's excessive vigilance. "Quickly withdraw the guards. It should be as it usually is." The warden stood bewildered at these words. "Chief Chen, I do not comprehend your meaning." Chen Xian smiled. "The lord only instructed you to keep watch. He did not require such stringent measures. The lord wishes to ascertain whether Madame Pang has accomplices, yet with such strict oversight. Even if she does, they would not dare approach." The warden suddenly grasped the situation. "Ah, I see. No wonder Lord Bai repeatedly cautioned against placing Madame Pang in a secret cell. He intended to fish for bigger prey." Upon returning to the prison, the warden concocted a reasonable excuse to ease the previously stringent security measures. Meanwhile, Lang Juntian was closely monitoring every movement from within the prison. He initially intended to covertly extract Madame Pang, but the guards were impenetrable, preventing any unauthorized approach. Uncertain of the current state of his beloved, Lang Juntian found himself unable to gather any news from inside. Chapter 38. Zhiwu, did you hear? It is said that Madame Pang is being tormented in the prison to the brink of madness, incessantly crying out to see the city lord. In my opinion, it won't be long before her life is undoubtedly forfeit. I cannot fathom her thoughts. How could she dare to conspire against the city lord? Two maids engaged in hushed conversation, their expressions paling as they noticed the presence of the dashing Lang Juntian before them. They had encountered Commander Lang before. As they exchanged words, they stole a glance at him, relieved to see his expression remained composed. Lang Juntian nodded slightly, lowering his gaze as he admonished, "Do not discuss matters regarding our master again. I shall pretend I did not hear this today." Once the second maid hurried away, Lang Juntian tightened his grip on the hilt of his sword and quickened his pace towards the dungeon. To avoid arousing suspicion, he maintained a distance, attempting to gather information about Madame Pang. "My lord, what brings you here?" The jailer approached with a smile, performing a respectful salute. The jailer thought nothing of it, assuring, "Rest assured, with us present, no ill-intentioned individuals would dare to cause trouble." After exchanging a few pleasantries, the jailer turned to leave, pondering on the sudden laxity of the prison. Why has the prison become so relaxed all of a sudden?
Lang Yun Xian inquired tentatively.
Oh, as the weather grows colder. There are hardly any significant prisoners inside. The warden thought it prudent to allow everyone a respite. After all, a little leniency matters not. Seeing that the jailer did not seem to be lying, Lang Juntian dismissed his doubts and turned to depart. Before long, the day of the beginning of winter arrived. According to tradition, the townsfolk would pay homage to their ancestors on this day. Wealthy families erected archways and built ancestral halls, while the rural populace would make their way to the graves in the mountains to offer their respects. At the break of dawn, Jiang Fong roused his family, preparing an offering of pastries and fruits, which they placed onto a hired ox cart, embarking on a winding journey towards the nearby burial mounds. The distance was not insignificant, and the family set off while the sky was still dimly lit. At this hour, the roosters had yet to crow, and faint stars still lingered in the heavens. Jiang Ning lay nestled in Qiao's embrace. It was not that she wished to remain asleep, but her frail little body demanded rest, leaving her devoid of energy and unable to open her eyes. The mountain path was somewhat shrouded in darkness, with the old ox pausing intermittently, trudging slowly along the way. As they reached a secluded spot, a group of tall, muscular men suddenly emerged from the thicket, each wielding sharp blades and exuding an air of cold resolve. The driver, Jiang Zhen, was startled into reining in the reins, his face paling in fright. "Father, it seems we are being robbed." Jiang Fong cautiously lifted the cart's curtain and, to his dismay, confirmed the threat, filled with both fear and confusion. "Gentlemen, we are but impoverished villagers going to pay respects at the graves. We possess no wealth, merely offerings of fruits." Trembling, he parted the curtain further, gesturing towards the cart's contents. The leader of the bandits let out a chilling laugh, declaring, "Today, we seek not riches but lives." Jiang Fong, in a state of panic, asked, "Why?" The bandit, growing impatient, replied, "It's not your life we desire." "Why ask so many questions? Then whose life do you seek?" Jiang Fong inquired. The bandit pointed towards the cart, stating, "Hand over the child inside." The audacity of the robbers, shifting from theft of money to that of a child, left Jiang Fong utterly astounded. Jiang Fong's gaze was filled with complexity. On one hand, Jiang Ning had brought considerable benefits to the Jiang family since her birth, yet on the other hand, she was ultimately a girl who could not carry on the family line. It was evident that if the child were not surrendered, the family's lives would be in grave jeopardy. Although Jiang Fong was still uncertain about the motives behind the kidnapper's desire for Jiang Ning, the instinct to protect his family's lives prevailed. Sacrificing Jiang Ning for the sake of saving the entire family would be, after all, a worthy trade. After all, she was merely a girl, and children could always be born anew. The kidnappers were none other than the Bat Gang, led by Zhu Wu, whom Jiang Cheng had bribed. Noticing Jiang Fong's lingering hesitation, Zhu Wu menacingly urged, "What are you thinking? Hurry and hand over the child, or I'll kill your entire family." Jiang Fong shuddered at the threat. Inside the carriage, Mrs. Fong was far less conflicted than her husband. Upon hearing the kidnappers demand Jiang Ning, she reached out without hesitation to snatch the child from Mrs. Qiao's arms. Jiang Cheng quickly intervened, exclaiming, "Mother, Jiang Ning is your own granddaughter. I don't care. If she lives, we will all die." Mrs. Fong shouted, signaling to Jiang Zhen and his wife. Both Jiang Zhen and Mrs. Xing were equally fearful for their lives and had long since ceased to consider the benefits Jiang Ning had brought to the family. Without a second thought, they subdued Jiang Cheng beneath them. As a frail scholar, he was no match for their strength. Especially Mrs. Xing, robust and imposing, left Jiang Cheng gasping for breath. Mrs. Fong ruthlessly seized Jiang Ning from Mrs. Qiao's grasp and handed her over to Jiang Fong, urging, "Quickly give her to them, hurry." In the fleeting moment, the flicker of compassion in Jiang Fong's eyes vanished entirely. He accepted Jiang Ning's gaze, resolute and indifferent, remaining unmoved despite the anguished wails of the Qiao family behind him. How cold-blooded the Jiang family is. Must I be sent away to preserve my life, merely to extract the last vestiges of my worth? How pitiful for a once great talent like me, Su, to meet my demise at the hands of a robber, Jiang Ning lamented bitterly. Though Jiang Fong felt a sudden pang of despair, he resolved to hand over Jiang Anning to Zhu Wu for the sake of his family's survival. Suddenly, a cold arrow whizzed through the air, aimed directly at Zhu Wu. However, the darkness of the night prevented it from hitting its target, instead piercing the body of a minion standing behind him. The minion let out a dreadful scream, collapsing lifelessly to the ground. Not far away, a swift cavalry approached, with Shang Fong seated prominently at the forefront, followed by an imposing procession of carriages and horses. It turned out that the ancestral shrine of the Bai family was situated amidst the distant mountains on the outskirts of the city. The Dezheng dynasty was known for its leniency in ceremonial matters, and during its founding, the great ancestor had decreed that city lords could seek auspicious lands just as the royal family did. Consequently, the Bai family constructed their ancestral shrine in the mountains northwest of Ning'an City, where every winter solstice and New Year, the Lord of Bai would personally lead his family and subordinates in worship. Unbeknownst to them, they encountered bandits along the way. As the vanguard, Shang Fong could not ignore the scene before him. He immediately drew his bow and shot down the bandits, unaware that the person he had just rescued was Jiang Anning. Zhu Wu had brought only a dozen brothers, and facing the Lord's procession of over 100, all wielding golden axes, left him feeling quite apprehensive. The bandits, fully aware of the importance of preserving their lives, scattered like shadows before his words could finish. Chapter 39. The Raid on the Bat Gang. Observing the fleeing bandits, he made no effort to pursue them. Today was meant for honoring the ancestors of his family, a day for leisure. How could such a splendid mood be tarnished? He tightened the reins, allowing his horse to slow its pace as he approached the ox cart, when suddenly he recognized the child in Jiang Fong's arms. So familiar. Wasn't this the little one that the third young master had rescued that day? He was momentarily taken aback, his eyes widening in astonishment. I swear I cannot remain in this household any longer. The whole family wishes to do me harm. Jiang Fong, fate has entwined our paths. Please take me to the city lord. Moments later, the carriage procession of Lord Bai appeared in the distance. The members of the Jiang family dismounted their vehicle and knelt in reverence. Lord Bai descended his carriage and strode towards Jiang Fong, a smile breaking across his face as he beheld the round visage of Jiang Anning. What a delightful coincidence to encounter this little one again. If you had arrived just a moment later, this adorable little creature would have met a grim fate, as my grandparents intended to hand me over to the bandits. Foolish city lord, please take me away. I wish to remain no longer. Jiang Fong dared not fabricate a tale, recounting truthfully. My family and I ventured out of the city to pay homage to our ancestors, but upon reaching the spot, we were confronted by a group of ruffians. They did not seek wealth. Rather, they demanded my granddaughter. In a desperate bid for survival, I had no choice but to comply. Thankfully, the city lord arrived just in time to save my granddaughter. Lord Bai, puzzled, inquired, "Why did they target only your granddaughter? What is there to ponder?" "It is undoubtedly the machinations of my third uncle and aunt, colluding with the bandits to orchestrate my demise." Lord Bai's tone grew grave as he suddenly demanded, "Is there any truth to this?" "Indeed," Jiang Zhen replied, "I have also heard that the third brother is acquainted with many dubious characters in the underworld. It's quite normal for someone who enjoys gambling to associate with such unsavory individuals." The city lord of Bai inquired sharply, "Where is he now?" "It is said that after they were driven out, the couple has taken refuge in the mountain god temple." "Go summon Jiang Anning's uncle and aunt at once, and subject them to rigorous interrogation," the city lord commanded. After issuing his orders, he pinched Jiang Anning's soft cheeks and asked, "I just heard you mention wanting to leave with me. I can no longer stay in this household. I wish to separate." Separation. A wave of astonishment swept through the crowd. Suddenly, Qiao rose from her seat and exclaimed, "Yes, I too wish to separate. I want to take my daughter away from the Jiang family. I refuse to endure any more humiliation here. I beseech the city lord to support my decision." The city lord coldly remarked, "To betray even your own granddaughter. This family is indeed quite frigid." He continued, "Very well, I shall grant you this favor." Fong and Jiang Fong appeared dejected. They were extremely reluctant to entertain the notion of separation. Given the circumstances, it seemed they had little choice, and even in separation, a significant portion would be taken by their son and daughter-in-law. The elderly couple's hearts ached. However, Qiao paid no heed to their plight and expressed her gratitude to the city lord. After a series of interrogations, Jiang Chen and his wife could not withstand the torment and obediently confessed to bribing the Bat Gang to assist Zhu Wu in the robbery. This revelation caused quite a stir. Upon hearing Zhu Wu's name, County Magistrate Guo was immediately taken aback. Was Zhu Wu not the leader of the band of robbers that Xiao Kuei had investigated years ago? To my surprise, he appeared in this case and hurried to report to Lord Bai. Lord Bai commanded County Magistrate Guo to intensify the interrogation, insisting that they must extract information regarding the whereabouts of the master from Jiang Chen. As a mere commoner, how could Jiang Chen endure such cruel torture? He divulged everything truthfully, including the current location of the Bat Gang. Immediately, Lord Bai ordered the selection of elite soldiers to apprehend the bandits at the Bat Gang's stronghold. Compared to the elite forces of Ning'an City, how could such a disorganized mob stand a chance? They soon suffered a crushing defeat. However, Zhu Wu managed to escape alone, traveling by day and resting by night, disguising himself to elude the scrutiny of the officials as he stealthily slipped into Ning'an City. That night, at the residence of General Lang Juntian, Zhu Wu gently knocked on the door, which was opened by a steward. "I seek General Lang," Zhu Wu stated, stepping into the courtyard. Within the courtyard, Lang Juntian stood with his hands clasped behind his back, gazing at the moon. Upon hearing footsteps, he asked in a stern tone, "Zhu Wu, why have you come here instead of fleeing for your life?" Zhu Wu sighed and replied, "Alas, misfortune has befallen me. Lord Lang, I find myself at the end of my rope. After years of diligent effort, all that I had painstakingly amassed has been ruthlessly taken from me. It is truly unfortunate that the case of the stolen dragon robe, which occurred over a decade ago, has resurfaced." Lang Juntian scoffed, "No matter. Even if Lord Bai is aware, it is too late." Zhu Wu, perplexed, inquired, "Too late?" In the depths of Lang Juntian's eyes lurked treachery.
To be candid,
"Zhu Wu, I was greatly alarmed upon hearing that you were being hunted. I genuinely feared you would be captured. However, it appears that fortune has favored us, as you have delivered yourself into my hands." A chill swept over Zhu Wu, and with unease, he inquired, "General Lang, what do you mean by that? Are you suggesting?" The words "kill" to silence lingered on the tip of his tongue as he sensed a formidable aura of death emanating from Lang Juntian. Attempting to flee, he realized it was too late. He was already encircled by the warriors that Lang Juntian had strategically positioned behind him.
Lang Yuntian.
How mistaken I was in my judgment of you. I had believed you would safeguard me in this critical moment. Disappointment and malice etched across Zhu Wu's face, he declared. "Even in death, I shall not spare you." Lang Juntian remained impassive, his demeanor as cold as steel. He commanded, "Loose the arrows and let him perish." A torrential rain of arrows descended, turning the ground into a river of blood, as Zhu Wu was pierced like a hedgehog. Only then did Lang Juntian's expression soften. He fixed his gaze upon the lifeless body on the ground and ordered, "Set it ablaze. I cannot allow even the slightest trace of Zhu Wu to persist in this world." "Understood," the warriors replied, dousing Zhu Wu's corpse in oil and igniting it. Lang Juntian stood resolutely, watching the flames dance before him, when suddenly, a graceful figure appeared behind him. It was Lan Jiao. "My lord, you can finally be at ease," she queried General Lang. "There is one matter I do not comprehend. Why did you abduct the dragon robe all those years ago? You have no desire to be emperor, after all." Lang Juntian scoffed. "My abduction and the death of Ning'an's weaver have no connection to the dragon robe." Chapter 40. The remnants of the Chancellor. Could it be that you are targeting the Weaver Lord? Do you harbor a grudge against him? Lang Juntian replied, "Indeed. My intentions are directed towards Ning'an's weaver, yet I bear no animosity towards him." "Then why contemplate murder?" "Because of a secret." Lang Juntian narrowed his eyes slightly and continued, "It is of no consequence to share this with you. Have you heard of the rebellion of the Three Kings?" Lan Jiao nodded earnestly. "I have heard of it. The rebellion of the Three Kings refers to the insurrection led by King Zhao, King Qin, and King Liao over 20 years ago. Although it was suppressed, its repercussions were vast. The Zheng dynasty had never trusted the feudal kings, and the emperor at that time exploited the chaos to eradicate the remnants of the old feudal lords within the court." Lang Juntian recounted. The entire family of the chief chancellor, Pang Mo, was either executed or exiled. Corpses littered the front of their residence. Fortunately, his daughter was saved by a guard and spared from the calamity, and that daughter is Madame Pang. The guard who rescued her was none other than myself. Orphaned at a young age, I was taken in by Lord Pang and raised to adulthood. When the Pang family faced disaster, I could not stand idly by. Lan Jiao comprehended the situation, slowly nodding. So, you and Madame Pang have been residing in Ning'an City to evade the court's pursuit? Precisely, Lang Juntian affirmed. We have concealed our identities for over 20 years, and during this time, no one has known Madame Pang's true identity. However, I never anticipated that the current emperor has not relinquished his search for her. Although the position of the weaver appears to be merely one of embroidering dragon robes for His Majesty, in truth, he is an agent planted within Ning'an City. He was specifically tasked with assisting Emperor Daijing in gathering intelligence on every move of Ning'an City. After years of diligent investigation, he discovered that Lady Pang was the daughter of the Chancellor. Fortunately, I stumbled upon this secret. To protect Lady Pang, Ning'an weaving must meet his demise. However, a direct assassination would undoubtedly raise suspicions, so I took advantage of Ning'an weaving's journey to escort the dragon robe to the capital and bribed Zhu Wu to lie in wait along his path, eliminating Ning'an weaving's escort entirely. Lan Jiao remarked, no wonder. The loss of the dragon robe has put immense pressure on the current emperor towards Lord Bai. General Lang Juntian smiled faintly. Fortune often lies amidst danger. In such a perilous moment, I had no other recourse. As for Lord Bai's punishment by the emperor, that bears no relevance to me. He exhaled deeply. Fortunately, this matter has now been resolved. We should redirect our focus towards rescuing Lady Pang. Indeed, my lady understands, replied the maid. What is the situation with the second young master? Lan Jiao shook her head, perplexed. Bai Qingling seems like a different person. He refuses to listen to anything I say, even keeping me at a distance. It is likely that Lord Bai has said something to him, instigating resentment towards Lady Pang. Lang Juntian clenched his fist tightly. Regardless, we must seize this pawn. I want Bai Qingling to rebel, to ascend as the city lord, and then use Ning'an City as a springboard to incite chaos across the realm, leading to the downfall of the Daijing dynasty. Since Jiang Ning proposed the division of the family, she had moved back into the city lord's mansion. Apart from her, both Qiao and Jiang Zheng are temporarily residing in the city lord's mansion. The Jiang family is in the process of division, and while Jiang Ning remains indifferent, she is aware that with Lord Bai backing them, the Feng family is unlikely to stir up any trouble. Jiang Ning still harbors concerns that the second young master may be influenced by Lan Jiao. At this moment, the conversation between Lord Bai and Bai Qinghan reaches her ears. Bai Qinghan is diligently writing. He gradually sets down his brush and examines the characters on the rice paper with care. While speaking in a measured tone, the thoughts of the city lord are beyond our comprehension. Madame Pang's situation appears dire.
Indeed.
The foolish city lord has begun to suspect Madame Pang. Confining her in such a manner likely aims to bait a larger catch, enticing her accomplices to fall into his trap. Bai Qinghan raised an eyebrow, aware that Madame Pang's case is not as straightforward as it seems. This maneuver by the foolish city lord is rather clever. When he realizes that the big fish he has caught is Lang Juntian, his expression will undoubtedly be extraordinarily entertaining. I find myself somewhat anticipating it. Lang Juntian? Bai Qinghan paused slightly, while holding her cup, wondering if he was the one Jiang Ning had mentioned, the man entangled with Madame Pang and the biological father of Bai Qingling. Master, is something amiss? A voice above inquired. Has the tea cooled?
Ishal fetch a fraspot.
Bai Qinghan gently shook her head. No need. The tea may not have cooled, but I fear Madame Pang may soon find herself in a precarious position. Just as Jiang Ning finished her internal lament regarding Madame Pang, Lord Bai entered accompanied by Chen Xian. Child, you have seen your father. The Lord of Baiqing nodded slightly and raised his gaze to the dried ink on the desk. He approached and examined the characters for a considerable time, smiling as he praised, I had no idea, my son, that you possess such a remarkable skill in calligraphy. Thank you for your kind words, father. Have you come to take Jiang Ning out for some leisure? The Lord of Baiqing set the writing down and glanced at the little one on the bed, nodding in affirmation. Jiang Anning, cradled in his arms, furrowed her small brow. Sighing inwardly, I wish I could grow up quickly. This tiny body grants me no autonomy whatsoever. And I am utterly unable to discern the developments concerning the second young master. The Lord of Baiqing felt a sense of relief that she had not matured. A small bundle like her could be easily carried away regardless of her willingness. Once back in the study, he inquired, "Has there been any unusual activity since the prison was relaxed?" After taking a sip of tea, Qin Xian suddenly recalled something. I remember the jailer mentioning that General Lang had visited the prison one day and even exchanged a few words with the guards. He pondered whether this could be considered unusual. The Lord of Baiqing deliberated and said, "Release the palace maid who is imprisoned alongside Madame Pang, but first, allow her to meet her mistress." Qin Xian nodded and promptly set about freeing Hong Lian. Confused, Hong Lian was let out of her cell, and a nearby jailer nudged her, urging, "Hurry up." Due to her injuries, the jailer inadvertently touched a sore spot, causing her to gasp in pain. "Brother, where are you taking me? Am I allowed to leave now?" as she inquired, having not slept well for several days and unaware of Madame Pang's condition. The jailer remained terse, continuing to press Hong Lian to move quickly. Hong Lian pressed her lips together, removed the bracelet from her wrist, and handed it to the jailer, pleading, "Dear jailer, may I be allowed to see Madame Pang? I promise it will only be for a moment. After all, we have shared a bond as master and servant. Is that agreeable?" The jailer glanced at the bracelet in his hand and, in a moment of unexpected compassion, replied, "Very well. Considering your lack of involvement in this matter, I shall grant you permission, but do not linger too long." Chapter 41. Preparing for action, Hong Lian was oblivious to the cold smirk that appeared on the jailer's lips after she departed. As she hurried to the location where Madame Pang was confined, with the faint glimmer of dim light, Hong Lian beheld her master, curled up and disheveled. Were it not for the slight rise and fall of Madame Pang's body, Hong Lian might have truly believed her to be lifeless. Madame, I have come to see you," she whispered softly. Madame Pang stirred slightly, turning her head toward the source of the voice. Upon seeing Hong Lian at the doorway, her once dull eyes, resembling ashen coals, suddenly sparkled with life, and her movements quickened. "Hong Lian, is it truly you?" During the past few days of relentless interrogation, she had been reluctant to confess to the alleged plot against the city lord, as she had no intention of harming him. Yet, with the pressure to divulge information, she had no choice but to concede, asserting that Hong Lian was in no way implicated, which afforded her at least a glimmer of hope. Thus, upon seeing Hong Lian, Madame Pang felt even more convinced that her earlier decisions had been justified. "My lady, I have been released. What must I do to rescue you?" Although Madame Pang possessed a rather irritable temperament, she had always treated herself with utmost care. Now, in her quest for freedom, she could not afford to disregard her own well-being. Having gone several days without water, her throat burned as if it were being sliced by a knife. And each utterance felt like a torment. "You, go, find." Grasping Madame Pang's hand, Hong Lian declared, "I shall seek the young master at once, that he may rescue you." Yet, Madame Pang shook her head in refusal. "No, seek General Lang and also Lan Jiao. She struggled to articulate her thoughts. "Directly approaching the young master may not yield any means for my salvation." While Hong Lian found herself perplexed by the connection between Madame Pang and General Lang, she recognized that this was not the moment for inquiries. Nodding, she reassured, "I understand.
Madame.
Rest assured, I shall return post-haste." "Wait," Madame Pang called after her, retrieving a jade pendant from her filthy garments and handing it to Hong Lian. "Deliver this to General Lang. He will comprehend its significance." Hong Lian nodded, securing the pendant carefully before hastening to find Lang Juntian. Upon exiting the prison, she cautiously made her way toward the lord's residence, only to catch sight of Lang Juntian approaching. Lowering her head, she feigned ignorance and collided with him, seizing the opportunity to slip the jade pendant into his hand. "Watch where you're going," one of Lang Juntian's companions scolded irritably. Dismissing the remark, Lang Juntian examined the pendant in his grasp, the familiar design causing a fleeting change in his expression. Hong Lian hurriedly retreated to the designated meeting place, as instructed by Madame Pang. her heart racing with uncertainty about whether Lang Juntian would recognize the significance of the jade pendant. "General Lang, I am here," she called out. Lang Juntian hurriedly approached Hong Lian, expressing his concern. "Did she send you to find me? How is she faring?" Madame Pang wished to keep their connection a secret, preventing him from contacting Bai Qinglang. Now, having entrusted her jade pendant, which she wore in her youth, to a maid to seek him out, it seemed the situation was dire. With tears streaming down her face, Hong Lian replied, "Madame has suffered numerous lash wounds. Speaking is a struggle for her. General Lang, you must devise a way to rescue her." Upon hearing this, Lang Juntian's heart tightened, yet he nodded resolutely, understood. Aware that Hong Lian intended to leave the palace to locate Bai Qinglang, he refrained from saying more. He had originally planned to seek out Bai Qinglang himself, but having promised Madame Pang not to make contact, he abandoned that thought. Hong Lian's quest to find Bai Qinglang was indeed most appropriate. Unbeknownst to them, however, everything was under the watchful eye of Lord Bai. Hong Lian hastened to Bai Qinglang's residence, and since the guards recognized her as a maidservant of Madame Pang, they did not impede her. Just as she was about to inquire about Lan Jiao Jiao's whereabouts, she spotted Lan Jiao Jiao emerging with her maid. Upon catching sight of Hong Lian from a distance, Lan Jiao Jiao's expression hardened. She dismissed her maid and pulled Hong Lian aside. "What brings you here?" she reproached, only to notice Hong Lian's pale complexion and quickly released her grip, asking, "What has happened to you?" "Do not worry. She did not exert any force," she added. Hong Lian sighed. "Madame has been imprisoned in the Sky Dungeon. Are you aware of this?" Lan Jiao Jiao nodded indifferently. "Of course I know. Do you understand why the heir is not permitted to find a way to rescue his mother?" Hong Lian had always harbored grievances against Lan Jiao Jiao, and at this moment, she found a vent for her frustrations, reproaching, "Madame has endured considerable suffering in prison. If something were to happen to her, do you truly believe that you, of all people, could assist the second young master?" After days of feeling neglected, Lan Jiao Jiao was particularly vexed. She had endured, but she had no intention of taking any more disrespect from Hong Lian. "How do you know I haven't spoken? If the second young master refuses to listen to me, what can I do? You are merely a dog at Lady Pang's side, and have no right to instruct me." Hong Lian felt a surge of indignation but recognized that this was not the time for anger. Suppressing her fury, she replied, "We shall take action tonight. Inform the second young master to assist in rescuing Madame." In truth, ever since Bai Qinglang had begun to suspect Lan Jiao Jiao, he had dispatched his confidants to keep her under surveillance. "Your Highness, Miss Lan has just met with Hong Lian, a maidservant of Lady Pang," one of his confidants reported. Bai Qinglang raised his gaze slightly, about to respond when a sudden knock echoed through the room. The confidant swiftly took refuge in the rafters. "Come in," Bai Qinglang called. Lan Jiao Jiao entered, a smile gracing her face as she carried a plate of pastries. Pushing the door open, she was delighted to find she was not dismissed. "Qinglang, I made these pastries for you. Do give them a try." The second young master cast a disinterested glance at the pastries, showing no inclination to taste them, and merely stated, "What brings you here?" "Earlier, Hong Lian came to see me. They plan to rescue your mother tonight, and I wanted to inform you to be prepared to assist." In truth, Lan Jiao Jiao had never been fond of Lady Pang's haughty demeanor. Although the second young master possesses strength, he lacks military authority, which remains firmly in the hands of General Lang Juntian. Without the assistance of Lady Pang, it is indeed challenging for him to accomplish great deeds. "I understand now. You may leave." Lan Jiao Jiao exhaled in relief, for Bai Qinglang had finally acquiesced. Reluctantly, she exited the study, while a trusted aide descended from the beams above. "Your Highness, we have also uncovered the identity of the messenger who informed you about Lady Pang's incident." "Who is it?" "It is General Lang Juntian, just as suspected." Bai Qinglang furrowed his brow. Meanwhile, in the Lord's study, Lord Bai had completed his official documents and felt invigorated as he approached the swaddled infant, Jiang Anning. "Little one, significant events shall unfold tonight." The documents he had just reviewed were not ordinary. They contained news that the general would take action this very night, and he needed to bring Jiang Anning along to partake in the excitement. Chapter 42. The final struggle after dining. The night had fully enveloped the sky. Action commenced on Lang Juntian's end. Are you certain the second young master will come to assist today? He inquired, once more, uncertainty lacing his voice as he addressed Hong Lian. Rest assured, I am confident he will come, Hong Lian replied with unwavering assurance. As long as that woman, Lan Jiao Jiao, informs by Qing Ling, he cannot possibly refuse. Very well, I shall proceed to rescue the captive while you keep watch outside. With keen determination, Lang Juntian advanced, deftly administering a dose of sleeping powder to incapacitate the feeble guards stationed outside the dungeon, and beckoned to Hong Lian. Just as Hong Lian nodded in agreement, she suddenly felt a chill at the back of her neck, accompanied by a cold whisper warning, "Be quiet." She attempted to alert the advancing Lang Juntian, but her mouth was swiftly silenced by a piece of cloth. The White City Lord, a figure of authority, approached with reverence, carrying Jiang Anning in his arms. Red Lotus, paralyzed with fear, turned her head and was met with the sight of the White City Lord and his guards, her face draining of color. How could he be here? Unfortunately, no one would provide her with the answer. Her hands had been bound, rendering her incapable of shouting or conveying any message. It turned out that tonight was the moment of the hunt. No wonder the foolish city lord insisted on carrying me out. How entertaining this would be. Initially drowsy, she suddenly found herself wide awake. Meanwhile, Lang Juntian, having successfully infiltrated the prison, discovered only 2 guards within the cell. Without hesitation, he subdued them and seized the keys, following Red Lotus's directions to locate Madame Pang. "Miss, I am here to rescue you," he declared. Madame Pang, recognizing the familiar voice, abruptly lifted her head. "You have finally come," she exclaimed, her voice trembling with excitement as she staggered to the cell door. "But why are you alone? Where is Red Lotus?" Lang Juntian's eyes brimmed with tears, unable to bear the sight of his beloved covered in wounds. He lowered his gaze to unlock the cell door and hurriedly replied, "Red Lotus is keeping watch outside. This is not the place for conversation. We must leave quickly." However, after several attempts with different keys, he found himself unable to unlock the door, causing him to furrow his brow in concern. Sensing something amiss, Madame Pang inquired, "What is wrong?" Suddenly, Lang Juntian recalled that the journey into the prison had been unusually smooth, as had his entry. Reflecting on this, he realized that everything felt decidedly off. At that moment, an unsettling sensation surged within him, causing his hand, which clutched the key, to tremble. "Miss, the key won't turn." Mrs. Pang opened her mouth to speak, but the sound of footsteps approached, growing ever closer. "This is bad. Someone is coming." "Mrs. Pang's complexion changed dramatically as she gestured for Lang Juntian to hide. However, within the cold, dark confines of the prison, there was no suitable place to conceal themselves. In their mounting anxiety, they found themselves in a frantic whirl, when suddenly, a voice imbued with authority and resolve echoed through the air. "Why have you not surrounded him yet?" The command emanated from Lord Bai, prompting the guards to swiftly advance and encircle Lang Juntian. With his head bowed, Lang Juntian raised his hand to conceal his face with a black mask, revealing only his obscure and inscrutable eyes. "How thrilling! The moment of revelation is upon us. I eagerly await the moment when the foolish lord unveils the mask. It shall surely be captivating." She was truly curious to discover what sort of person Lang Juntian was, daring to attempt a prison break to rescue a convict. Yet he dared not turn his head. Lord Bai commanded the guards encircling Lang Juntian, "Bring him to me." Yet, before the guards could draw near, Lang Juntian abruptly rose, his expression impassive as he gazed at the gathered crowd, his steadfast eyes brimming with determination. Upon entering, he had sensed an unusual stillness, and now, witnessing the arrival of the Lord, he understood the peculiarities surrounding him. Nevertheless, he remained resolute in his quest for an opportunity to escape. Lord Bai was evidently orchestrating a trap to ensnare him. He feared that the moment Hong Lian sought him out, all subsequent actions would fall under Lord Bai's dominion. How else could he possibly have foreseen Lang Juntian's endeavors that night? "Kneel." With a swift kick, he sent Lang Juntian sprawling to his knees, demanding, "Speak. What is your relationship with Madame Pang? Who sent you to break her out of prison?" Yet, Lang Juntian remained silent, kneeling with unwavering resolve. He was all too aware that his identity would be revealed the moment he spoke. He needed a chance to escape, and that opportunity lay with Lord Bai. To capture the thief, first capture the king, he mused inwardly. Meanwhile, inside the cell, Madame Pang pressed her cracked lips together, grasping the bars as she slowly rose to her feet, softly defending. General Lang did not come to break me out. He merely brought me medicine. Lord Bai frowned, a cold smirk creeping across his face as he cast a glance at the bowed head of Lang Juntian. Medicine? What is your relationship with him? Do you think I am a fool? Isn't it precisely that you are being made a fool of? Lang Juntian was once Madame Pang's devoted attendant before her marriage. Upon entering your household, he ascended to a position of authority. If you remain oblivious, then who is the real fool? Lord Bai's lips twitched, his expression darkening as he commanded, "Someone, remove his face covering." Madame Pang, suddenly alarmed, disregarded her sore throat and shouted, "This man is of such hideous countenance that he would surely offend the Lord's eyes." Yet, Lang Juntian seemed impervious to her plea. His voice low and steady as he declared, "There is no need for your assistance. I will remove it myself." With a fierce glint in his eyes, he slowly raised his hand, using the motion of pulling off the cloth to release the venomous serpent hidden within his sleeve, launching it fiercely toward Lord Bai. Should the Lord be wounded, his subordinates would be too preoccupied to notice him, granting Lang Juntian the chance to flee and devise a plan to rescue the young lady. At this moment, Bai Qingling, who had just entered from outside the prison, observed the scene with a slight change in expression. "Goodness, it's a snake. I dread these creatures the most." Jiang Anning, who had been happily enjoying a melon in Bai Qingju's embrace, turned pale with fright as she saw the serpent slithering towards her, tongue flicking menacingly. Blinking away her fear, she silently screamed, "The second young master is simply too dashing. He has saved my life. Otherwise, a bite from this venomous snake would surely send me straight to the underworld. How fortunate I was not to close my eyes in terror, or I would have missed witnessing such a thrilling spectacle." Bai Qingling, noticing the dazed guards, commanded in a deep voice, "Why aren't you fetching the shackles to restrain him? I cannot fathom what these individuals are doing. Had I arrived a moment later, the snake would undoubtedly have harmed my father." "Father, are you unharmed?" He glanced at Bai Qingju, who was still shaken, and inquired. Bai Qingju shook his head, astonished that Lang Juntian possessed such skill in snake handling, which had caught him completely off guard. Chapter 43. A near catastrophe had Bai Qingling not arrived in time. He feared the outcome would have been dire. Now shackled, Lang Juntian no longer concealed his demeanor. He laughed mockingly and fixed his gaze on Bai Qingju, saying, "If it weren't for the second young master, your life would surely be forfeit." The guards, upon hearing this, lowered their heads, apprehensive of incurring the Lord's wrath. After all, they had failed to protect Bai Qingju, only feeling a gust of wind before the venomous snake was swiftly dispatched by the seemingly ever-present Bai Qingling. Yet at the same time, the guards were taken aback. Wasn't it said that the second young master, Bai Qingling, was fond of indulging in the pleasures of brothels and taverns? How could he remain so enigmatic? At that moment, Madame Pang, gripping the prison door, glared fiercely at Bai Qingling. It was all this rebellious son's fault. Not only did he refuse to rescue his own mother, but he also sided with Lord Bai. Did he truly believe that he was his biological father? I am curious to see who possesses the audacity to attempt an assassination on the Lord of Ningen City. As Bai Qingling articulated each word with precision, he stepped forward confidently to Lang Juntian and unhesitatingly tore away the black veil concealing his face. In that instant, all gazes converged upon Lang Juntian, and upon revealing the visage hidden beneath the veil, disbelief painted their faces.
"Lang? Commander Lang?"
The crowd gasped in astonishment. Lang Juntian turned and cast a profound glance at Madame Pang, a faint, sorrowful smile gracing his lips. "Since you all are already aware, I have nothing more to say. Do as you please with me." Jiang Anning, who had been anticipating the incredulity of Lord Bai, suddenly lost her enthusiasm. Just moments ago, when the venomous snake lunged at her, the Lord's instinctive reaction was to raise his hand to shield her, yet Bai Qingling reacted even more swiftly. She sighed inwardly. Perhaps it is better that the second young master remains unaware of being the offspring of Madame Pang and Lang Juntian. His respect for the Lord is genuine. In the original narrative, His rebellion was primarily instigated by the manipulations of Lan Jiao and Madame Pang, who conspired to push him towards treachery. Previously, while reading, anyone was merely a string of text. However, now, standing before him are flesh and blood individuals imbued with emotions. Jiang Anning could not help but feel a pang of sympathy for Bai Qingling. The city lord did not fulfill his desire to execute Lang Juntian. Instead, he coldly commanded, imprison him and interrogate him slowly. A group took Lang Juntian away, leaving only the city lord, Lang Qing, and Madame Pang in the dimly lit dungeon. At this moment, Bai Qingling was struck by the weight of Jiang Anning's heartfelt voice, feeling both externally charred and internally tender. His biological father was indeed Lang Juntian?
How could this be?
No matter how he tried, he could not bring himself to believe it. Yet, reason seemed to whisper that it was true, for only in this manner could all the mysteries be unraveled. Observing his days, the city lord, with a complex expression, called out to him, "Langer, how did you come to be here?" He was, of course, here to rescue me. Was that not obvious? The city lord appeared to disregard her words, his gaze fixed intently on Bai Qingling. If my son claims to have received news that someone would come today to rescue his mother, and thus he came to ascertain who that person is, would you believe me, father? I would. If Bai Qingling were indeed allied with Lang Juntian, there would have been no necessity for him to intervene and save him. Bai Qingling froze for a moment, astonished, and then lowered his gaze. Thank you, father. His father, still unaware of his true lineage, would likely not have expressed such sentiments had he known. Aware that his father had more to discuss with his mother, Bai Qingling did not inquire further and carried Jiang Anning out of the prison. After the two departed, Lord Bai stood before the prison door, hands clasped behind his back. Observing the disheveled Madame Pang, with an expression of indifference, he inquired, "How do you wish to meet your demise?" Madame Pang, recognizing the futility of her situation, seated herself upon the ground, her soiled visage adorned with a sardonic smile. "Does it matter how I die? From the moment you orchestrated this scheme, I have undoubtedly been a ghost in your eyes, have I not?" Previously, she had pondered over who might have conspired against her. She considered the seamstress, Bai Qinghan, and even everyone else, but never once did she suspect her own husband. However, upon Lord Bai's recent appearance, the truth crystallized. He had indeed wished for her death. A scheme? Lord Bai raised an eyebrow. If I had not laid the trap, how could I have discerned your treacherous ambitions in collusion with Lang Juntian? Now that he has been apprehended, it is time for you to awaken from your delusions. Thus, you shall enlighten me on the motives behind your plot to harm me. Madame Pang shook her head and posed a question in return. Do you even recall how you ascended to the position of this lordship? Why were you bestowed such a title? It was due to my contributions. She continued coldly. During the chaos of the Three Kings, the ramifications were vast. Even the current prime ministers faced extermination. It was the late Chancellor Pang who extended a hand to you when you arrived in the capital with naught but a half-bun, on the verge of starvation. Yet, in your quest for power, you betrayed the Chancellor, opposing him alongside the Three Kings, choosing to aid the tyrant. Do you truly believe you honor Chancellor Pang? Lord Bai's eyes widened in disbelief. What connection does Chancellor Pang have with you? Yes, you share the same surname, Pang. But could it be that simple? Madame Pang nodded, affirming, Indeed, I am a remnant of the Pang family. The city lord of Bai staggered back in astonishment. Madame Pang deliberately paused before continuing. Moreover, the bloodline of the Pang family does not end with me. There is another. Would you like to know who that person is? Previously, she had refrained from revealing the origins of that rebellious child, merely seeking to sow discord between him and the city lord to exploit the situation for her own gain in seizing the lordship. Now that her life was at stake, she resolved that the rebellious one should not expect to live in comfort either. This thought filled Madame Pang with a sense of vindictive pleasure. Noticing the city lord's silence, she continued unabashedly, You are unaware, I presume, that the precious son you rescued moments ago is actually the child of Lang Juntian and myself, not of your lineage at all. After speaking, she awaited the city lord's expression of disbelief. However, he merely cast her a fleeting glance, his voice calm as he replied, I know. Madame Pang's voice suddenly rose, believing she had misheard. You know? She threw her head back and laughed a few times, rising to lean against the prison door. She was uncertain whether it was she who had lost her sanity or if the city lord had succumbed to madness. How could he remain so composed upon learning his bloodline had been tainted? When had his temper mellowed so? Did he truly believe his own words? Chapter 44. The final meeting. Madame Pang did not witness the expected reaction, and her countenance darkened. I have always told him since childhood that you favored the eldest and the third. Even while punishing him, you attributed all merit to yourself, claiming it was because you neglected him that I struck him. Enough. The city lord interjected sharply, cutting off her words. Why? Do you not wish to listen any longer? Lady Pang inquired, a triumphant smile gracing her features. Even so, do you still place your faith in Bai Qingling? I fear he has long harbored resentment towards you. I merely wish to offer you a kind warning. She was acutely aware of the Lord of Bai's profound suspicion and incredulity. How could he, upon hearing such words, continue to tolerate that ungrateful child? Bai Qingling cast her a sidelong glance, shook his head with indifference, and retorted coldly, You seem rather concerned for my mother, are you not? The one who rescued her has been apprehended, and is now imprisoned as well. Lan Jiaojiao's expression turned anxious upon hearing this, her mind racing with thoughts. How could this be? It simply should not be. What should be done now? She glanced at Bai Qingling, only to find him utterly unfazed, as if it were not his mother who had been captured. At that moment, a guard approached. Your Highness, those individuals in the residence have already been sent away. Lan Jiaojiao appeared to recall something, and she inquired, Who are they? They are the individuals you brought into the residence, Miss Lan. His Highness stated that the household's expenses are excessive and that silver should not be squandered on unrelated persons. What unrelated persons? They are your kin. All family members of Prime Minister Peng. The words nearly escaped Lan Jiaojiao's lips, but she managed to restrain herself, replying calmly, Qingling, those individuals possess great talents. Retaining them would undoubtedly prove beneficial. Bai Qingling sneered, As a lord, do I truly require assistance? Lan Jiaojiao pressed her lips together and replied, I understand your respect for the lord of the city, yet he not only chastises you, but also compels you to marry one whom you do not love.
Now.
He has taken your mother captive. Is he not attempting to drive you to despair? If you do not resist, you may find your life in jeopardy one day. She simply could not comprehend. While others sought power and gain, Bai Qingling, a man of evident capability, remained unambitious and ungrasping. Lan Jiaojiao, are you inciting me to rebel? In this time of peace, when the populace thrives and lives in contentment, how can you utter such words? This marked the first instance of Bai Qingling addressing her by name. Lan Jiaojiao hesitated, murmuring softly, I merely feel for Brother Qingling. Were you to ascend to that position, no one would dare to mistreat you again. Lan Jiaojiao, were it not for your prior rescue of me, I would have expelled you long ago. Bai Qingling rubbed his temples and turned to leave, oblivious to the fleeting glimmer of guilt in Lan Jiaojiao's eyes. The following morning, Magistrate Guo visited the dungeon to interrogate Lang Juntian, only to discover he had taken his own life, leaving behind a letter written in blood. In haste, Magistrate Guo seized the letter and hurried to the study of Lord Bai. Upon hearing of Guo's arrival, Lord Bai beckoned him in, inquiring, What brings you here? Guo handed the letter to Qin Xian, then presented it to Lord Bai, stating, Upon my visit to the dungeon, I found Lang Juntian had committed suicide by biting his tongue. This is what he left behind. Lord Bai opened the letter, faintly detecting the scent of blood, and after reading its contents, he passed it to Qin Xian, reflecting on the unfortunate loss of Lang Juntian to the art of storytelling. No matter, Lord Bai remarked, taking a sip of tea. His expectation of Lang Juntian's demise had been well-founded. He was already aware of all pertinent matters, and whether he interrogated or not, no significant revelations would arise. My lord, what of Madame Pang? Magistrate Guo inquired respectfully. The Lord of Baiqing pondered momentarily. He initially contemplated administering poison to her, allowing her to end her own life, yet he recalled the anxious expression of Bai Qingling from the previous night. With a sigh, he decided, let the second young master bid his mother farewell first. Thereafter, she shall receive the poison she deserves. Bai Qingling arrived at the prison gate, dismissing the guard. Inside the cell, Madame Peng glared at him with disheveled hair and a twisted expression, as if regarding a bitter enemy, wishing fervently to devour him alive.
So,
Have you come to witness my demise? Bai Qingling replied, It is said that a person's words grow kinder as death approaches. It seems my mother shall never regard her son fondly, regardless of the circumstances. Since the dawn of his memories, his mother had never bestowed upon him a shred of warmth. All recollections were suffused with reprimands and insults. Indeed, I disdain you. Were it not for your potential utility, I would have suffocated you long ago. Bai Qingling stifled the bitterness rising within him and inquired softly, Why? His voice, though faint, resonated in the stillness of the prison, reaching Madame Peng's ears. She raked her fingers through her tangled hair, her tone frenzied. Why? Because you are a disgrace. Had it not been for Lang Jun Tian's defilement of me, I would never have conceived you. Her expression was deranged as she pointed a finger at her upright son. You regard the position of lord with disdain, merely because your status as heir affords you luxury. And now, I have disclosed your true lineage to the lord. Do you think he will choose to keep you? Bai Qinglong's hands, which hung limply, gradually tightened into fists, his eyes reddening. The revelations he had learned from Jiang Anning now took on a profoundly different significance as they echoed from the lips of his own mother. In the past, he often lamented his father's favoritism. After much difficulty, he finally unraveled his inner turmoil, realizing that his father did indeed hold him in regard. Yet Mrs. Peng informed him that he had no connection whatsoever to Lord Bai. This felt akin to a drowning person being rescued only to be brutally thrust back into the depths. Noticing the change in her son's demeanor, Mrs. Peng exhibited no trace of compassion. Rather, she spoke with heightened enthusiasm, stating, This is the consequence of your inaction. Do you truly believe that by rescuing the Lord, he will show you mercy? How utterly laughable. Lord Bai could not care less about the remnants of your chancellery. Bai Qingling furrowed his brow deeply and struck the cell door with his hand, declaring, Enough. I do not require your concern. Mrs. Peng burst into laughter, her body shaking with mirth. I have yet to finish my thoughts. How can it be enough? However, Bai Qingling had no desire to listen further, and turned to leave. The jailer was bewildered by their exchange, as the second young master appeared utterly lost, failing to acknowledge the jailer's bow. What was amiss with the second young master? The two of them carried poisoned wine to Mrs. Peng's cell, where she was laughing maniacally, murmuring, No one shall escape unharmed. Even in death, you will not fare well. Magistrate Gua, with a troubled countenance, sighed and murmured, In her current state, she cannot even drink by herself. Chapter 45. The death of Mrs. Peng. Suddenly Mrs. Peng ceased her laughter, her eyes widening as she lunged towards the two through the bars, viciously declaring, None of you shall escape unscathed. With that, she violently threw herself against the wall. At that moment, she was in Bai Qinghan's room, where reports came in stating that Madame Peng had tragically perished after colliding with the wall. Jiang Anning was not the least bit surprised, nor was Bai Qinghan. It was said that the city lord had even permitted the second young master to bid her a final farewell, although he emerged with a rather grim countenance. The report continued softly, suggesting that he must have been agitated by Madame Peng's demise, considering the second young master was the offspring of Lang Jun Tian, whom she had always regarded with disdain, viewing him as beneath her, and consequently, she harbored similar feelings towards his son. However, it was unexpected that she would manage to provoke the second young master even in her final moments. Bai Qinghan lifted her, but he could still hear her thoughts. Oh dear! Had it not been for the second young master last night, my life might have been in jeopardy. I wonder what I could do to ease his discomfort. In jeopardy? Bai Qinghan immediately scrutinized Jiang Anning for injuries, relieved to find none. Last night, the city lord had escorted Jiang Anning to the prison, yet it was unknown that danger had lurked. Jiang Anning incessantly lamented her fragile physique. Nevertheless, with Madame Peng's demise, Lan Jiao lost her ally, which could be seen as a silver lining. However, despite the separation of families, Jiang Anning's household had yet to find a place to settle. Thus they temporarily resided in the city lord's manor. Alas, how pitiable, to be left homeless, confined to the opulent city lord's estate. Jiang Anning contemplated, while sucking her finger. Yet, considering the circumstances, the female protagonist from the book should be making her entrance soon. Meanwhile, Qiao Shi, who was changing her daughter's diaper, furrowed her brow. Finding Jiang Anning's thoughts accurate, yet often expressed in perplexing terms. The female protagonist from the book? What could that possibly mean? Jiang Anning observed the perplexed expression on her beautiful mother's face and chuckled softly. The true drama was about to unfold with the arrival of the female lead. In the original narrative, the primary setting was not the residence of the Lord of Baiqing, but rather the affluent Lin family in Ning'an City. The Lin family comprised one son and two daughters. The eldest son was wed to the second daughter of the Minister of Revenue. The elder daughter was named Lin Fengjin, while the younger was Lin Fengyao. However, the current Lin Fengyao was actually an impostor, as the true daughter had been swapped and was now being raised in a peasant household in the northern frontier. The genuine Lin Fengyao was, in fact, the protagonist of this tale. As for the male lead, he was the eldest son, regarded as a hostage by the Lord of Baiqing. The heroine was not a naive and simple-minded character. Rather, she possessed a laid-back demeanor, shunning competition and solely focused on financial gain. Even when Bai Qingming ultimately wed Lin Fengjin, she remained indifferent, fully embodying the essence of a solitary female lead. The reason for the original novel's abrupt end lay primarily in the true heiress's passive nature, which drove readers to abandon the story. This included Jiang Anning, who had stayed up late immersed in its pages. Now that she had traversed into this narrative, she resolved not to allow the plot to unfold as it had in the original. In the initial storyline, Bai Qingming's marriage to the supporting character Lin Fengyao certainly did not lead to a favorable outcome. He ultimately met a tragic end in his struggle against the second son, Bai Qingling. However, it was now inconceivable for Bai Qingling to instigate rebellion, as the support that once bolstered him had been significantly diminished, leaving only the troublesome Lan Jiaojiao. More crucially, due to Jiang Anning's arrival, Bai Qingling had not descended into darkness as portrayed in the original. Instead, he posed no threat to the Lord of Baiqing. Yet, owing to his lineage, he remained vulnerable to being reported to the court by the Lord, which would undoubtedly seal his fate. Jiang Anning could glean nothing from the ambiguous expression of Lord Bai, which left her feeling somewhat anxious. Bai Qingling had saved her life, and she harbored no desire for her savior to meet an untimely demise. Although the relationship between the Bai father and son appeared tranquil on the surface, a tempest brewed beneath. After a few days, Lord Bai unexpectedly proposed a banquet to honor the entire Jiang family. Jiang Zheng, renowned for his exceptional work ethic and blessed with a remarkable daughter, had garnered significant praise from Lord Bai and was currently employed at the Lord's residence. Mrs. Qiao had also risen in status, now proudly holding the title of lady. Naturally, the banquet hosted by the Lord was a grand affair. Upon entering the banquet hall, Mrs. Qiao, cradling her daughter, was taken aback to discover that Lord Bai had invited numerous guests, including both the second and third young masters, and even County Magistrate Guo was in attendance. To describe the scene, it was a cacophony of drums and gongs, firecrackers resounding, red banners fluttering, and a sea of people. Virtually every prominent figure in Ning'an City had gathered to partake in the festivities, a testament to the formidable influence of the Bai family as depicted in the novel. As the head of the family, Lord Bai had long since commenced welcoming guests at the banquet, yet Jiang Anning's thoughts were elsewhere. She had spotted members of the Lin family amidst the revelry. Old Lady Lin sat with her daughter at a guest table, her devoted maid attending to Lin Fengyao with attentive warmth, offering tea and sweets, her benevolent demeanor rendering it easy to mistake Lin Fengyao for her own flesh and blood. Jiang Anning smirked to herself, reflecting, indeed, Old Lady Lin's maid has exchanged the master's daughter for her own child, and a mere glance at the faux heiress reveals her true lineage. As Qiao was struck on the head by this unexpected revelation, she was immediately taken aback, her complexion shifting dramatically. Could there truly be such intriguing matters? My dear daughter, what other secrets do the affluent here harbor? Pray, share them with your mother. Is it possible, mother, that you are also so gossipy? Very well then. Mrs. Li, despite her advanced age, has clandestinely maintained 8 young lovers, one of whom is even the paramour of her own daughter. And what about that? The renowned courtesan of the Kai Foam Tower, who, after marrying into a wealthy family, became pregnant with her husband's brother's child while simultaneously entangled with her husband's son. How audacious. Qiao was left reeling from these explosive revelations, her head spinning in disbelief, repeatedly shaking her head. This is simply extraordinary. There is nothing extraordinary about it. One can only say that the upper echelons are exceedingly chaotic. As the banquet commenced, the guests took their seats, and just as Mayor Bai was about to address the assembly, a soldier rushed in, visibly flustered, and reported, "I beseech you, Mayor, the court has sent word that the eldest prince, leading troops to quell the northern frontier, has fallen into an enemy trap. His fate has remained uncertain for over 2 months now. His Majesty has expressed that the eldest prince may have perished, thus dispatching me to convey this sorrowful news. I hope, Mayor Bai, that you do not grieve too deeply." Upon hearing this, the hall erupted in an uproar, soon descending into a profound silence. Mayor Bai's hands trembled as he held his chopsticks, his face paling. The death of his son was a matter of great urgency. Yet, amidst the quietude of the banquet, an unexpected voice of reassurance emerged. Upon hearing Jiang Anning's inner thoughts, Mayor Bai felt a sudden sense of steadiness within. Because in the past, Jiang Anning's insights proved remarkably accurate. She had asserted that Bai Qinglang was the illegitimate child of Lang Juntian and Lady Peng. Indeed, this turned out to be true. Since Jiang Anning claimed that her son was alive, he must be so. Lord Bai, relieved, spoke in a calm tone. "It matters not. My son is resilient and shall certainly survive. There is no need for anyone to feel disheartened. Let us drink." With that, he downed his cup in one go. Observing the lord's relaxed demeanor, the guests also softened their expressions and raised their glasses to drink heartily. Furthermore, Lord Bai engaged in jovial banter, as if the recent news were merely a figment of imagination. Though the guests refrained from voicing their thoughts, they inwardly criticized Lord Bai's apparent callousness. For even in the face of his son's demise, he seemed preoccupied with revelry. Eventually, someone could no longer contain themselves and spoke up, "My lord, your son has sacrificed himself for the nation, and yet you not only show no sorrow, but appear quite merry. Is there a father who behaves in such a manner?" Upon hearing this, Lord Bai recognized the speaker as Duke Liu, the maternal grandfather of the eldest son, Bai Qingming. Duke Liu had 3 wives throughout his life. Aside from Lady Peng, who had just met her tragic end, his primary wife was none other than Lady Bai, Duke Liu's daughter. She had given birth to the eldest son, Bai Qingming, in addition to another son, Bai Qinghan, whose mother was Lady Su. However, both Lady Bai and Lady Su were currently under house arrest due to their respective transgressions. Since Lady Bai's confinement, Duke Liu had expressed considerable discontent towards Lord Bai. Lord Bai curled his lip and retorted, "Jiang Anning has already assured me that my son is unharmed. Must you still come to chastise me?" He cleared his throat and continued, "I have stated before that Bai Qingming is my son, destined for great fortune and longevity. He will not come to harm. Isn't that right, Qinghan?" With this, Lord Bai cast a glance at Bai Qinghan. "Indeed, it won't be long before the esteemed leader returns in glory. At that time, you shall all find yourselves vying for his favor." Bai Qinghan, having sensed Jiang Anning's thoughts, nodded in agreement. "The child understands. My elder brother shall undoubtedly return safely." As he spoke, he coughed heavily, adopting a posture of one who is wise with age. "Master Bai," he continued, "let us set aside the question of whether the heir lives or dies for now. Should he indeed perish, would that not be considered a sacrifice for the nation? A sacrifice for the Zheng dynasty?" Master Bai nodded solemnly. "Certainly. Then, does he not deserve recognition for his contributions? A sacrifice for the nation inherently carries merit." Lu Gong nodded in affirmation. "Very well, the eldest son has merits. Might this offset the transgressions of his mother?" Master Bai scoffed coldly, thinking to himself, "So, you are waiting for me here. Lu Gong, what is it you wish to convey?" Lu Gong stepped forward, clasping his hands respectfully. "I am unaware of the misdeeds committed by the lady of the castle that warrant her confinement." The others began to murmur among themselves, questioning why Lu Gong was meddling in the affairs of his household. Master Bai interrupted the growing chatter in the hall with a commanding voice. He harbored no belief that this old fool was oblivious. Rather, he was playing a game of riddles with him. Lu Gong spoke with gravity. "The lady of the castle is the mother of the city. I am referring to matters concerning Ning'an City. And you ought to provide me with an explanation. Master Bai replied with a cold laugh. She has committed numerous wrongs. Were it not for her being my wife, I would have executed her on the spot. As he spoke, he produced a small effigy from his person and tossed it before Lu Gong. Take a good look. She has crafted many such figures, targeting the likes of the Pang and Su families, among others. Whoever she bears a grudge against, she pierces. The guests at the back craned their necks to behold the small figure strewn with needles on the ground, and, disheartened, closed their mouths. Chen Xian stepped forward to retrieve the figure and handed it to Lord Lu, saying, "Esteemed Lord Lu, please take a good look." Lord Lu hastily protested. "This is surely a misunderstanding. Everyone knows what kind of person my daughter is. She is intelligent and would never act so foolishly." Holding the small figure, Lord Lu continued, "It is said that a day as husband and wife amounts to 100 days of affection. You have not even investigated before punishing the city lord's wife. This is truly difficult to accept." Difficult to accept? City Lord Bai cast a glance at the crowd. Do you all have objections regarding the punishment? The assembly shook their heads in unison. Lady Lu was Lord Lu's daughter, not theirs, and they had no desire to become entangled in the matter. Their evident reluctance caused Lord Lu to furrow his brow. City Lord Bai regarded him with a watchful gaze, observing his expression of sorrow and indignation, which was as unyielding as iron. Upon hearing this, the others appeared more composed, settling into a demeanor of spectatorship. Lord Lu found himself on the hot seat, momentarily at a loss. His usual tactics of leveraging his seniority and behaving like a bully were ineffective now, and he was unwilling to risk his reputation. Observing City Lord Bai's resolute stance, he lamented and wept before departing the banquet hall. A month later, news suddenly swept through the capital that the eldest son of the Bai family, Bai Qingming, had narrowly escaped death, regrouped, and decisively defeated the rebellious forces in the northern frontier. He was conferred the title of Guardian General by the Emperor of Daijing, allowing him to return home in glory. City Lord Bai had already received this information through Jiang Anning's heartfelt revelations and was not particularly surprised, yet he felt a surge of excitement. In the realm of the common folk, the grand city of Ning'an resounded with the heroic tales of Bai Qingming. However, the court refrained from mentioning a single word regarding Bai Qinglong's valiant defeat of the rebels. The populace was left to concoct their own narratives. Soon, the day of Bai Qingming's return home arrived. Early that morning, a commotion arose along the official road in the heart of Ning'an as a procession, embraced by the eager crowds, advanced slowly toward the city gates. The citizens had evidently come prepared, as a multitude of welcoming parties surged forth. Compelled by the triumphant sound of horns, parting to line the sides of the thoroughfare upon encountering the procession. Some held flower baskets, others carried eggs and grains, while some bore wine cups, and yet others cradled children in their arms, tears glistening in their eyes. A few even knelt down, bowing their heads in reverence to the passing procession. At the entrance of the Lord's residence, the Qiao family also held Jiang Anning, peering eagerly toward the throng. Behind the vanguard, a splendid carriage was being meticulously guarded, surrounded by deep blue drapes. For warriors, clad in heavy armor and wielding gleaming halberds, stood sentinel at each corner, their expressions solemn and alert. The citizens bowed deeply to the carriage, exclaiming, "The heir has returned victorious, honored in his homeland. He is the divine warrior of our great Zheng." Chapter 47. A narrow escape. As everyone knelt, a carriage within the throng appeared particularly conspicuous. Initially overlooked amidst the jubilant celebration of the great heir's homecoming, the crowd was preoccupied with cheers and praises, continuously offering wine cups to the soldiers, who, however, never accepted. The citizens grew accustomed to this, attributing it to the strict military regulations. The grand procession, devoid of any festive spirit, remained strikingly solemn. It is widely acknowledged that the eldest prince possesses a demeanor characterized by solemnity and a lack of levity, perhaps reflecting his military governance style. The undeniable fact remains that Prince Bai Qingming has emerged victorious in battle, with joyous proclamations echoing throughout various relay stations and celebratory notices adorning the streets. Upon spotting the carriage, Jiang Anning's eyes widened in astonishment. Was that not the carriage of the heroine? The false daughter of the Lin family was dismissed following the revelation of her true identity. However, the legitimate daughter, Lin Fengjin, is not one to be trifled with and certainly does not wish to have an unexpected sister complicate matters. The heroine, endowed with the protagonist's aura, is destined to survive. Yet, Jiang Anning feels compelled to intervene, assisting the heroine Lin Fengyao in extricating herself from potential peril. Although the heroine's survival is assured, Jiang Anning believes that her own act of salvation will earn the favor of the illustrious character. After all, she is the heroine whose wealth rivals nations in the narrative. And the success of Bai family's second son's rebellion hinges upon her backing. With Lady Peng deceased and Bai Qingling having been persuaded, the threat of Lan Jiaojiao still looms large. No one can guarantee that Bai Qingling will not be swayed once more. Thus, securing the heroine's alliance is undoubtedly advantageous. What a grand spectacle! Yet, who could foresee that a murder attempt would unfold on the very day the eldest prince returns home? Upon hearing this thought, both Xiangfang and Bai Qinghan were momentarily taken aback. My lord, could Jiang Anning be signaling that someone intends to assassinate the eldest prince? Bai Qinghan glanced at the carriage and remarked, I am unable to act swiftly. Xiangfang, go investigate. Understood. Xiangfang promptly obeyed the command and hastened toward the carriage, where Lin Fengyao sat, still somewhat dazed and bewildered. Once an ordinary peasant girl, how had she so suddenly transformed into the second daughter of the wealthiest family in Ning'an City? Lin Fengyao grew up in a humble farmhouse in the northern frontier, cultivating a disposition that shunned contention, yet at this moment, her heart remained tightly bound. It was rumored that the Lin family was the wealthiest in Ning'an City, possessing riches that rivaled nations. This allure of wealth tempted the Lin family's wet nurse, who, driven by avarice, exchanged her own child for the true heiress. This was primarily due to a marriage pact between the Lin family and the Bai family concerning the union of the Lin family's legitimate daughter with Bai Qingming, the eldest son of the Bai clan. Originally, Bai Qingming had been taken to the capital as a hostage, rendering the marriage agreement unfulfilled. However, with the arrival of good news, Bai Qingming was granted his freedom, and the union with the Lin family could finally be realized. Lin's patriarch did not inherit his wealth through trade. Rather, he was a scholar by origin. During his youth, while en route to the capital for the imperial examination, he faced misfortune and was rescued by Shen, Lin Fengyao's mother. Grateful for her kindness, he vowed to take her as his wife. Yet, after Lin's patriarch achieved success in the examinations, he caught the eye of the current Prime Minister Yao, who sought to marry his daughter to him. Overcome with joy, Lin's patriarch concealed his prior commitment to Shen and clandestinely wed Yao's wife. Eventually, Shen returned, and the learned Yao matron, prioritizing the greater good, consented to allow Shen to enter the family. Lin Fengyao had anticipated a grand reception befitting a true heiress, but to her dismay, only an old coachman came to collect her, with no member of the Lin family deeming it necessary to attend. This made it abundantly clear that her status as the legitimate daughter was of little significance. As for power and prestige, what did it matter whether they existed or not? With sufficient sustenance, she could simply recline in contentment. Suddenly, the coach curtain was lifted, revealing the coachman's fierce visage. As for the marriage pact with the eldest son, it had been arranged for the Lin family's legitimate daughter by the lord of Bai City. In the present day, the legitimate daughter is the esteemed Lin Fengjin, and this marriage has long ceased to concern the Yao family. The coachman let out a cold laugh, no longer concealing the truth, and revealed the facts to Lin Fengyao, then drew a knife with the intent to kill. Just in time, Xiangfang arrived, witnessing the coachman raise the blade, momentarily stunned, pondering. Indeed, as Jiang Anning had said, there are those committing murder in the streets. He seized the knife and, without a glance, slashed at the coachman's throat. The spray of blood splattered onto his sleeves and the carriage curtain, eliciting a terrified scream from Lin Fengyao inside the carriage. Fearing a disturbance among the onlookers, Xiangfang swiftly tightened the reins and kicked the corpse from the carriage, instructing Lin Fengyao, quickly disembark and follow me. Lin Fengyao nodded, trembling with fear as she exited the carriage, following Xiangfang to the entrance of the city lord's residence. My lord, the coachman indeed intended to murder this young lady, but I have already put an end to him, Xiangfang reported. I had no desire to take a life. It was merely that the coachman could not withstand a blow. Rest assured, I have concealed the body beneath the carriage. Bai Qinghan nodded, observing the quaking Lin Fengyao, and recalled Jiang Anning's words. Third young master. This is your future sister-in-law, Bai Qingming's wife. The Lin family has two daughters, the legitimate Lin Fengjin and the secondary Lin Fengyao. Although it is Lin family's daughter with whom the engagement is arranged, Lin Fengjin and Lin Fengyao are different. Lin Fengjin's mother is merely a woman of common lineage, while Lin Fengyao's mother is the daughter of the current Prime Minister Yao. Naturally, the Bai family would choose Lin Fengyao. Could it be that you are Lin Fengyao? Bai Qinghan scrutinized the girl clad in simple homespun clothing, unable to believe his eyes. Due to the Lin family's concealment of the incident regarding the exchange of daughters, the outside world remains oblivious, which leaves Bai Qinghan astonished. After all, the abduction of a daughter is hardly a pleasant topic, and the Lin family certainly does not wish to become the subject of gossip throughout the city. Lin Fengyao nodded.
What is so strange about this?
The daughter was swapped by the old maid of the Lin residence with her own daughter. Fortunately, the truth has come to light, and the maid and her daughter have been expelled. This is a secret of the Lin family that will undoubtedly remain undisclosed. You may simply listen, Qinghan brother. Bai Qinghan was momentarily stunned. So this is what transpired. Suddenly, Lin Fengyao heard a peculiar sound, causing her heart to leap. Who is speaking? And how do they know about my family's affairs? She involuntarily exclaimed. Lin Fengyao furrowed her brows in surprise. Are my upcoming days to be so wretched? Are you referring to me? Am I regarded as lower than the servants in the Lin family?
Who else could it be?
You are the daughter of Madame Yao, who has since passed away. The entire household is now under the control of Madame Shun and her daughter, Lin Fengjin. How can they possibly feel at ease with the sudden emergence of a true daughter? Is it not every woman's dream to marry the illustrious eldest son, renowned for his military achievements? Do you not desire that? Lin Fengyao nodded. I do. However, as you mentioned, the Lin family is currently under the dominion of Madame Shun and her daughter. Where is my opportunity? The engagement with the eldest son was rightfully yours. Remember, when Madame Shun deceives you into believing that the eldest son has been gravely injured and disfigured, do not trust her words. The eldest son is in good health. I understand now. Lin Fengyao contemplated. Setting aside the lethal schemes of Lin Fengjin, I have endured countless hardships for years. After all this time, I have finally secured the opportunity to become the wife of the grand heir. My identity as a daughter of the Lin family is innate. Why should I be inferior to Lin Fengjin? Why should I relinquish my husband to her? The more I pondered, the more my anger swelled, filling my eyes with fury. Rest assured, I am a legitimate daughter of the Lin family, and I will not allow Madame Shun and her daughter to trample upon me. Jiang Anning mused. How splendid. I have finally nurtured the protagonist into an exceptionally formidable Black Lotus. As long as she successfully marries the grand heir, she will no longer be swayed by Lan Jiao and her ilk to support the second heir's rebellion. Moreover, aligning myself with the protagonist will undoubtedly improve my family's future prospects. I consider myself remarkably astute. Gratitude welled within Lin Fengyao as she gazed at the swaddled Jiang Anning. This little one can actually comprehend my thoughts. Truly astonishing. Perhaps this is heaven's way of urging me to transform myself within the Lin family. Otherwise, I shall face excruciating torment. Heaven is using this little one to convey such wisdom. She affectionately stroked Jiang Anning's smooth little head and smiled, saying, Thank you both. Just as Lin Fengyao departed, a triumphant procession approached with great fanfare. The grand heir, Bai Qingming, descended from his palanquin, adorned with a golden mask, amidst the thunderous cheers of his entourage. At the entrance stood the city lord Bai, flanked by his two sons. Bai Qingming exchanged pleasantries and then proceeded into the city lord's residence. In the study, the grand heir Bai Qingming sat across from the city lord Bai. The young heir is unparalleled in both civil and martial prowess. His only flaw lies in his obstinacy and excessive fixation. The eldest son possesses admirable qualities in every regard, yet he is excessively stubborn. Madame Shun, in collusion with Lin Fengjin, fabricated false love letters to incite jealousy towards Lin Fengyao. In a hasty decision, he annulled the engagement without verification, nearly driving the heroine to contemplate suicide. Were she to perish, the very coffin would tremble with her indignation. Bai Qinghan gently lifted his gaze, astonished to find silence enveloping the room, despite having distinctly heard a female voice. In the study, the sole female presence was the infant swaddled nearby. His attention fixated on Jiang Anning, yet he found the situation increasingly absurd. What madness was this? Talk of a broken engagement and the heroine's suicidal despair? The heroine, after all, is a figure of destiny, impervious to death and destined for prosperity. And what of him? Upon marrying Lin Fengjin, misfortune would befall him, ultimately leading to his demise at the hands of his rebellious younger brother. Fortuitously, I have arrived, ensuring Bai Qingling will not rebel. However, should you engage in sordid affairs with the heroine, I cannot guarantee your safety. Though you are esteemed as the heir, do not underestimate the impoverished maiden. Lin Fengyao will one day ascend to heights beyond your reach. Lin Fengyao? The name struck a familiar chord. The eldest son in a daze recalled that indeed there was a marriage proposal in the family. However, he had not anticipated the treacherous undertones concealed within this union. Bai Chengzhu initially intended to inquire of his son, yet upon hearing Jiang Anning's thoughts, he reconsidered. Let Bai Qingming ponder this matter on his own. Yet, Bai Qingming spoke up, Father, did you just hear that girl's voice? The Lord of Baiqing gestured towards Bai Qingming, indicating the swaddled Jiang Anning, and remarked, It is the heart's voice of this little one. Some can hear his sentiments, including you and I. Bai Qingming, taken aback, chuckled softly. Is there truly such a marvel? Ah, in this vast world, wonders abound. What is so astonishing about being able to hear my heart's voice? TSK. Does the esteemed young master, Bai wish to plead for his mother? A resentful offspring seeking mercy for the one who murdered his mother. If it were not for Lady Ru, your mother would not have met her demise. Bai Qingming was momentarily stunned. What mother? Was not Lady Ru his mother? However, the Lord of Baiqing felt a profound sense of relief, thankful that the young master was his own blood, not the product of Lady Ru's illicit union with another. Your mother, Lady Hong, perished during childbirth, leaving behind a stillborn. Everyone believed she died from complications, but in truth, it was due to Lady Ru's sinister act of swapping their children, leading to Lady Hong's untimely death. Lady Hong was the Lord of Baiqing's legitimate wife, while Lady Ru was initially a concubine, later elevated to the position of the Lord's wife after Lady Hong's passing. While reading, Jiang Anning held a fondness for Lady Hong, regrettably never having met her. The tale of Lady Ru's treachery against Lady Hong was well known to the Lord of Baiqing, having heard whispers of Lady Hong's doppelganger from the rumors he gathered. However, by the time he unearthed these tales, Bai Qingming had already come of age. In a fit of rage, the Lord of Baiqing confined Lady Ru to her quarters. Chapter 49. Capturing the Young Master's Heart. I ask you, did you come to plead for Lady Ru? Still immersed in Jiang Anning's inner thoughts, he momentarily froze upon hearing his father's words. What had once seemed like an unequivocal answer now wavered on his lips. He found the tone absurd, yet some truths are traceable. That gaze could not possibly belong to a mother observing her child. The child realized this, no longer pleading on behalf of Lady Ru. Lord Bai felt a sense of satisfaction. Lady Ru was indeed venomous, and confining her was already a lenient punishment. Having heard Jiang Anning's thoughts, he was convinced that she was the one responsible for the demise of your mother, and I shall not show her any mercy. You need not dwell on this matter. Simply prepare for your impending union with Miss Lin. Bai Qingming bowed and replied, Yes, I shall remember this. I have one more request. What is it? I wish to embrace that child who can express her innermost thoughts. Bai Qingming tentatively inquired, Is that permissible? If he could hear the little girl's thoughts, it indicated her uniqueness. Establishing a mental connection warranted a nurturing approach. Be cautious, do not hurt her. Bai Qingming carefully took Jiang Anning into his arms. Gazing at the giggling little angel, unable to suppress a smile, his voice softened. Indeed, this child is remarkably beautiful and charming. Jiang Anning giggled again, reaching out to touch Bai Qingming's face, so close at hand. Truly a paragon of brilliance. Not only is her voice melodious, but her temperament is equally delightful. Rest assured, with me around, you shall not meet your end. Lord Bai, standing nearby, wore a sullen expression, his heart brimming with discontent. The little one laughed heartily in the embrace of others, yet in his heart, there was not a single kind word for them. They either ridiculed him as the foolish lord of the city or poked at his vulnerabilities. The more Bai Qingming observed Jiang Anning, the more he found himself fond of the child. Thanks to this little one, he had come to understand his own origins. 3 days later, Lord Bai hosted an extravagant banquet at his residence, inviting guests from far and wide. The entire Ning'an city was enveloped in an atmosphere of merriment. In the blink of an eye, Jiang Ning's family had been residing in the Lord's mansion for over a month. One day, second sister Qiao unexpectedly paid a visit, accompanied by a graceful and dignified woman clad in pink. The two approached the Qiao family, and second sister Qiao smiled as she introduced, "Sister, this is my dear friend,
Tuanyuan.
she wishes to meet Jiang Ning." Qiao Shi was slightly taken aback but continued to smile, replying, "Oh, how delightful. I did not expect Miss Yi to have a fondness for children." Second sister Qiao chuckled softly and shook her head, saying no, it's not that. She heard that Jiang Ning's heartfelt thoughts can be perceived by others, which is why she specifically came to see him. Yi Qingwei interjected, "Perhaps we should first let Jiang Ning see the gift I brought." "Oh, why bring gifts at all?"
Qiao Shi replied, intrigued.
Yi Qingwei presented her offering, which resembled a modern baby carriage, adorned with exquisite wooden carvings, a truly novel sight. Qiao Shi, having never encountered such an object, felt a sense of curiosity. "This is for the little one," Yi Qingwei explained as she demonstrated its use to Qiao Shi, adding, "You can place him inside and push it along, so you need not hold him all the time." While this contraption was quite commonplace in modern times, it was a novelty in ancient days, and Jiang Ning found himself utterly enchanted by it. Wow, how impressive! Anyone who sees this craftsmanship cannot help but praise it. Xiao felt an overwhelming agreement in her heart and sincerely thanked Yi Qingwei with a genuine smile. Yi Qingwei chuckled joyfully, pleasantly surprised that she could truly hear her thoughts. It was said that this little one had a remarkable ability to discern. Could she perhaps assist in resolving her current predicament? She gently pinched Jiang Ning's small face, a mysterious smile gracing her lips. Once the little one grew a bit older, her utility would be even greater. Noticing Qiao's puzzled expression, Yi Qingwei raised her hand to press a small wooden carving on the stroller. With a whoosh, a concealed weapon shot out from within, leaving Jiang Ning, who had previously thought it inferior to modern strollers, utterly astonished. This was undoubtedly a surpassing feat. How about that? Quite impressive, right? Yi Qingwei straightened up with a smile and said, "I specifically commissioned the shadow guards to design this. The concealed weapons in the carriage are coated with poison, capable of claiming a life." Jiang Ning's eyes sparkled with excitement. Not just impressive, it's practically a means of transportation during leisure and a lifesaver in times of danger. Simply extraordinary. However, she noticed a shadow pass over Yi Qingwei's face, suggesting she bore some hidden worries. The Yi family, while not excessively wealthy, held a respectable status in Ning'an City. Although they could not compare to the Grand Lin family of affluent merchants, they still possessed considerable assets. Yet, Yi Qingwei's father seemed particularly indifferent towards her, fostering a deep sense of confusion in Yi Qingwei. Sister Yi, your scoundrel of a father is scheming against your mother, hoping to have her manage the household, support his mistress, raise illegitimate children, and leverage your maternal family's influence for his own rise to prominence." As she contemplated the harsh words, Yao Qingwei felt her inner turmoil akin to tumultuous waves, for she understood that Jiang Ning's sentiments were undoubtedly genuine. Her maternal lineage was indeed powerful, a fact that elucidated why her scoundrel of a father had chosen to marry her. However, the notion that her father would exploit her mother and drain her of her worth sent shivers down her spine. It was alarming to discover that her father had an illicit affair and that the offspring of this affair was being raised within their household. Upon further reflection, Yao Qingwei found Jiang Ning's assertions increasingly plausible. Thus, she hastily signaled to Sister Qiao, who, as a witness, felt compelled to accompany her. After all, the revelations of a mere child could easily be dismissed as absurd. The two hurried to the Yi residence to inform Yao Qingwei's mother of the situation. Initially, Lady Yi was incredulous. Yet, upon deeper contemplation, she realized that despite bearing her husband 3 sons, he had never once inquired about their upbringing. After the birth of a daughter, One would expect him to dote upon her, yet he merely uttered a vague expression of happiness, never once holding her in his arms. In stark contrast, his affection for their youngest daughter, Yi Qingqing, was palpable. From the moment of her birth, he lavished her with adoration, frequently holding her close, affectionately referring to her as his little treasure and darling heart. At that time, he pretended to be jealous, remarking that the previous 4 children had not received such affection from him. Why was it that his youngest daughter garnered such attention? The master then attributed his prior indifference to his youth, stating that he was unaware of how to be a father and that his responsibilities left him little time for his children. It was only upon the birth of Yi Qingqing that he realized his inadequacies as a father and sought to make amends by showering her with affection. In retrospect, this situation seemed quite peculiar. If he truly felt remorse for his children, he ought to have compensated not just the youngest but also the 4 older siblings.
Yet,
apart from his youngest daughter, he had remained indifferent to the others over the years. If the youngest daughter were indeed the product of an extramarital affair, everything would fall into place. With this thought, Madame Yi felt a surge of anger, nearly collapsing to the ground. Yi Qingyue, quick-witted and agile, supported her mother, exclaiming, "Mother, be careful." Enraged, she stormed off to confront her husband. Of course, she was not foolish enough to directly inquire if Yi Qingqing was an illegitimate child. Instead, she began by questioning why her husband had overlooked Yi Qingyue all these years, allowing her to be belittled within the household. Just days prior, when Yue quarreled with Qingqing, the latter had behaved recklessly, and he had unjustly punished Yue. To this, the master responded with anger, saying, "Madam, how can you call Qingqing reckless? After raising her for so many years, do you not understand her character? I am deeply disappointed in you. Had I known you were such a person, I would have." Madame Yi interrupted him sharply with a cold laugh. "Oh, what would you have done back then, my lord?" Yi Qingyue supported her mother, sensing her entire being trembling with anger, her eyes bloodshot as they fixed fiercely upon Master Yi, radiating an intensity that suggested a willingness to perish alongside him. The events of the past were her Achilles' heel. Master Yi found himself at a loss for words, caught in a dilemma, ultimately departing in indignation, unable to defend himself. It was revealed that years ago, Lady Yi had been abducted by nefarious individuals and had gone missing for an entire night, leading to a cacophony of rumors swirling within the Yi household. Lady Yi endured this, remaining stooped before her husband, and subsequently languished in sorrow for several days, which in turn troubled Yi Qingyue. Sister Qiao extended an invitation for her dear friend to visit the Qiao residence, having sent word that she had prepared pastries for Yi Qingyue to savor. Initially indifferent to the prospect of tasting them, thoughts of Jiang Anning prompted her to reconsider. Would this visit afford her the opportunity to hear the young one's thoughts? She accompanied Sister Qiao to the city lord's mansion, where the Qiao family was temporarily residing. Sister Qiao presented a plate of delicacies to the two of them, expressing gratitude for Yi Qingyue's assistance during the previous card incident. Her words hung in the air unspoken, as Yi Qingyue smiled and accepted the offering, remarking, "I have heard your culinary skills are quite impressive, so I shall not be polite." How admirable is Lady Ye's carefree disposition. After tasting a morsel, Yi Qingyue suddenly sighed. "Sister Qiao, a few days ago, I heard your daughter's thoughts, in which she accused my father of being a scoundrel, claiming he has taken a mistress outside, and that even Yi Qingqing is the offspring of that liaison. Though my mother has no evidence, she believes there is truth to this matter. However, my mother was once abducted by vile individuals in her youth. Although her virtue remained intact, her reputation suffered greatly, leaving her with a lingering sense of guilt towards my father over the years. Cough, Aunt Yi, your mother endured such a tragic fate. That despicable father of yours has been manipulating her emotions all along. He knows that mentioning the events of that fateful day will cause her to bow her head in shame. It is truly heartbreaking. Even now, she remains unaware that the mastermind behind her abduction and the subsequent ruin of her reputation was none other than your wretched father." Yi Qingyue's pupils contracted violently as she struggled to comprehend the revelation. Jiang Anning's voice, tinged with empathy, resonated once more. At that moment, your father feigned deep affection and sought to marry your mother. Moved by his pretense, she wed him, bringing with her a substantial dowry that allowed the Yi family to rise again. Your father, in his utter shamelessness, is beyond contempt. Even more infuriating is that after going to such lengths to marry your mother, he failed to cherish her. Instead, keeping a mistress and introducing the daughter born from that affair into their home to enjoy a life of luxury. To put it succinctly, he is utterly disgraceful. Yi Qingyue trembled as she nibbled on the delicacies, her heart tumultuous, tears welling in her eyes. The truth of the past had been so starkly revealed. She had believed her parents to be bound by shared hardships, steadfast and unwavering, only to discover that it was all a scheme orchestrated by her deceitful father. The impact of this revelation was monumental for Yi Qingyue, and even more so for Lady Yi. She could scarcely accept it, trembling as she grasped her daughter's hand. Her voice quivering with disbelief. Is what you say truly the case? Yi Qingyue nodded gently. Thus, if Yi Qingqing was indeed the offspring of your father's mistress, it implies that he had been unfaithful with another woman for at least 15 years. Madame Yi, with tears in her eyes, lamented, all these years. How could I have failed to notice even the slightest disturbance? Yi Qingyue resolutely replied, Mother, Ning'an City is not so vast. It is impossible for there to be no traces at all, unless father has concealed someone beneath the earth. At this moment, Madame Ye's heart was in complete disarray. Uncertain of how much weight to place on her daughter's words, Yi Qingyue suggested, why not inquire with Sister Qiao about Jiang Anning? The knowledge I possess is merely a reflection of Jiang Anning's thoughts. Madame Yi gently nodded and departed with her daughter. Upon arriving at the Qiao residence, they were warmly welcomed by Qiao. Madame Yi gazed at the plump little child, utterly unable to believe she could glean any thoughts from her. This child was still in swaddling clothes, clearly incapable of speech. Yet at that moment, Jiang Anning's thoughts began to resonate. Madame Yi was taken aback. Ho Rong was indeed the daughter of her second uncle. Due to her peculiar circumstances, she had relied on her dowry for sustenance all these years. Ho Rong is truly contemptible. You have supported her for so long, and out of jealousy for your status, as the legitimate daughter of the Ho family, she has twisted her mind. Collaborating with your husband to ruin your reputation and compelling you to raise her daughter, she is indeed a treacherous ingrate. Chapter 51. Resolving the calamity. Madame Ye's hand trembled, causing tea to spill over. The questions that had perplexed her for so long now found their answers. The reason her husband had been able to keep a mistress for so many years without detection was solely because that mistress was Ho Rong. There is no wall in this world that does not let the wind through. A perfectly orchestrated scheme cannot remain unexposed. However, if the thief is within the family, then it all makes sense. Not long after marrying into the Yi family, Ho Rong unexpectedly arrived at the door, weeping and lamenting that her purity had been sullied by vile individuals during a pilgrimage to the mountains, and that she was now with child. Her father had cast her out, leaving her without a refuge. The Yi matron, recalling her own past sufferings and understanding the hardships faced by women, especially since she and Ho Rong had grown up as sisters, could not bear to witness Ho Rong's plight. Thus, she took her in, providing her with generous monthly allowances and sending her husband to deliver fine goods directly to her. For many years, the two lived under the same roof, their secret concealed. The Yi matron could not help but smile wryly, shaking her head in despair. In the eyes of that unscrupulous couple, she was merely a fool, a subject of ridicule. Upon returning to her residence, her mind was a tumult of thoughts, lamenting her own tragic fate. At that moment, a soft call echoed from the entrance, and a beautifully adorned woman stepped inside. She was petite and delicate, evoking a sense of pity, with eyes that sparkled with charm and emotion. It was none other than her cousin, Ho Rong. Floating in like a willow in the breeze, Ho Rong glanced at Yi Qingyue, her expression tinged with disdain. It was evident that this niece had not even the courtesy to greet her, appearing rather dull-witted compared to Yi Qingqing, whose sweet words could easily charm anyone. Ho Rong grasped the Yi matron's hand and urged, a few days ago, Qingqing had a quarrel with Yue and has been weeping incessantly, nearly to the point of breathlessness. Shouldn't you offer her some comfort? The Yi matron calmly sipped her tea, her face a canvas of indifference. I pondered over whom to visit, for Qingqing is not my daughter. If death is to come, let it do so from afar. Ho Rong's complexion turned pale, as she was taken aback by the unfeeling words spoken by her usually amiable cousin, leaving her momentarily speechless. After a while, she finally managed to articulate, "Sister, how can you say such things? Qingqing is your own flesh and blood." Flesh and blood? A frigid expression overtook Madame Ye's face. She is my own? The parents who exchanged my child must have been calculating from the start. I had initially thought that as long as she behaved and did not cause trouble while growing up in my household, I could arrange for her to marry splendidly from the Yi residence. Yet, unexpectedly, she has even dared to provoke my own daughter? Can I tolerate this? Not of my blood. Indeed, she is unworthy of esteem. Tomorrow, I shall instruct my subordinates to send Yi Qingqing away, sparing her the misfortune of dying within the Yi household. Elder sister. Ho Rong's incredulous voice rose sharply, her delicate and timid visage devoid of color. However, she quickly realized her outburst might have betrayed her and hastily added, "You mustn't do this, sister. Your past actions have already cast a shadow in the eyes of the public. Sending away your daughter now may invite further criticism." Madame Yi scoffed derisively and retorted, "What do I care for the opinions of others? No matter the scrutiny I endure, it cannot compare to the disapproval surrounding your own circumstances, dear sister. You bore a child out of wedlock, yet you shamelessly attend various gatherings, do you not? I have not seen you hide away from the world. I cherish my own daughter and will expel this interloper. What can others possibly say against me?" As she spoke, a profound sense of desolation enveloped Madame Yi. The events of that year remained a thorn in her heart. Both her husband and Ho Rong had brought it up, and it was nearly certain that Yi Qingqing was their daughter. Reflecting on it now, Ho Rong's behavior at that time seemed peculiar. When she found herself with child, Ho Rong expressed immense joy and even visited a temple to pray for her well-being. However, after 10 months of prayers, she descended the mountain just in time for the birth. At that moment, she had been deeply moved. In retrospect, it was clear that Ho Rong was not praying for her, but rather feared that she would discover her pregnancy. Madame Yi believed she had been wholeheartedly kind to Ho Rong. In the past, when Ho Rong, born of a concubine, was mistreated in the household, it was she who had sheltered her, sharing whatever she had. Even when Ho Rong was ultimately cast out from her family, Madame Yi had cared for her with great devotion. Upon closer examination, Madame Yi increasingly felt that Yi Qingqing bore a striking resemblance to Ho Rong. Over the years, Ho Rong had likely reveled in her manipulations, feeling quite proud of herself. In truth, she was merely a parasite. Once detached from her, she would not enjoy a comfortable existence. Did she not desire to thrive on her own? At that moment, Yi Qingyue dutifully poured a cup of tea for Ho Rong, discreetly adding something to it. "Aunt, please do not overthink it. My mother and father just had a quarrel, and her emotions are unstable." She spoke rather harshly. To be honest, Ho Rong had indeed been intimidated by her sister's fierce demeanor just now. In the past, whenever she mentioned Madame Ye's earlier circumstances, she had always felt inferior and distressed. Yet today, she had become so aggressive. This unexpected shift unsettled her, prompting her to hastily sip the tea prepared by Yi Qingyue to calm her nerves. As she watched Ho Rong sip her tea, Yi Qingyue's smile widened considerably. Lady Yi discerned the underlying sentiment, reflecting, "This is how my daughter should be, my dear little comforter, not like that ungrateful wretch Yi Qingqing." Ho Rong noticed Lady Yi's gaze upon her daughter, and a fleeting glimmer of malice flashed in her eyes, though she quickly replaced it with a facade of innocence. "Sister, I apologize. I spoke thoughtlessly just now. It is my fault. Having watched Qingqing grow up, I've developed a certain affection for her. Seeing her suffer, I could not help but speak harshly." Her gaze then settled upon Yi Qingyue, donning a maternal expression. A flicker of joy crossed Ho Rong's face. For Lady Yi's implication suggested that she had not entirely forsaken Yi Qingqing. Her earlier words had merely been spoken in anger. "Well, Qingqing's greatest concern is her mother. Knowing you still care for her will surely bring her joy," she thought, feeling a sense of comfort within. However, in the next moment, Ho Rong's expression contorted in agony as she clutched her abdomen and exclaimed, "Oh no, my stomach hurts terribly." Lady Yi merely nodded slightly, a cold smile gracing her lips. "Then go relieve yourself." Due to her intense discomfort, Ho Rong failed to perceive the underlying tone in Lady Ye's words and hastily exited. Lady Ye's gaze turned predatory as she watched Ho Rong's retreating form, then glanced at her daughter. Summon a few trustworthy servants and give that wretch a good beating. Chapter 52. Expelling them from the Yi manor. After Ho Rong reached the outhouse and experienced a bout of diarrhea, she found herself perplexed, unable to comprehend what was amiss with her stomach. Suddenly, darkness enveloped her vision, and she felt a cloth being thrust over her head. Immediately, excruciating pain enveloped her as countless sticks struck her body. For a full half-hour, the servants continued their assault. Lady Yi approached her daughter and inquired, "How is she faring?" To which she replied, "Well, it seems she is still alive." Lady Yi shook her head, remarking, "Quite resilient indeed. If she cannot be dispatched, we shall cast her into the moat tonight." The servants felt a jolt of apprehension, silently pondering why their mistress was so severe with her cousin. Though confused, they dared not question her further, and simply complied. Lady Yi produced several taels of silver to distribute among the servants, cautioning them to exercise utmost care. Upon seeing the gleaming silver, the servants beamed with delight, uttering no more words as they hoisted the unconscious Ho Rong away. "Mother, what shall we do with Yi Qingqing?" her daughter asked. "Expel her," Lady Yi replied decisively. Yi Qingyue's expression turned anxious as she queried, "What if father objects? Then he shall be driven out as well," Lady Yi asserted, sending a message to her family. The Ho family was significantly larger than the Yi family, and it could be said that Lord Yi had elevated himself by marrying Lady Yi. Should the Ho family truly pursue this matter, Lord Yi would be utterly defenseless. As the legitimate daughter of the Ho family, Lady Yi was held in high regard by Lord Ho, who felt that marrying his daughter to someone of the Yi lineage was a loss. Now, with this upheaval, matters had escalated. Although Lord Ho was advanced in years, he remained vigorous, and upon hearing of his daughter's mistreatment, his beard bristled in indignation. He immediately rallied his family and marched toward the Yi residence, declaring that Yi Qingqing, this illegitimate child, must be cast out. At that moment, Lord Yi was napping. The thunderous noise outside startled him awake as though a storm were raging, prompting him to rush out of the main door. He beheld his young daughter, Yi Qingqing, bound and being forcibly taken away. Yi Leoi hurriedly rushed forward, exclaiming, "What is the meaning of this? What are you doing? Are you bandits? To abduct someone in broad daylight?" Ho Leoi coughed harshly, retorting coldly, "It was I who commanded them to do so." Ho Leoi continued with indignation, "She is not my granddaughter. She is the illegitimate child born of you and Ho Rong. Ho Rong has long been disowned by the Ho family." Yi Leoi, startled, felt his lips twitch in fear, pondering how he knew that Yi Qingqing was the offspring of him and Ho Rong. Moreover, he had not seen Ho Rong in recent days. Where could she have gone? "Esteemed father-in-law, this concerns my family. How can it be done without my consent?" At that moment, a voice emerged from behind him. "Your consent is unnecessary, for you too shall be expelled." "Madam, what nonsense are you uttering? This is the Ho residence, my home. How dare you attempt to cast me out? Do not forget, it was I who willingly married you after you were abducted by thieves. Otherwise, you would have remained unwed." Upon hearing this, Yi Foreign became even more incensed and rebuked him furiously. "Even now, you continue to wield this matter against me? Do you think I am unaware of the truth? It is evident that you colluded with bandits to abduct me, only to feign kindness by marrying me, manipulating my emotions. For these years, I have toiled for you, yet what have I received in return? Your infidelity with Ho Rong and the birth of your daughter." Ho Leoi shouted, "On that basis alone, your disloyalty to my daughter, maintaining a mistress behind her back, will not go unpunished. Furthermore, the debts you have accrued from my Ho family amount to over 10,000 taels. Is it not time for repayment?" Yi Leoi's eyelids twitched violently at these words. Where could he possibly procure the more than 10,000 taels of silver? Originally, he had never intended to repay this sum. Now, faced with the relentless pressure from his creditor, he felt a profound sense of anxiety. Observing his hesitation, Lord Ho barked once more, "If you cannot produce the money, I shall be compelled to take you to see the authorities." The magistrate of Ning'an City, Magistrate Gua, was on cordial terms with Lord Ho, and since the debt was not justifiable, he would undoubtedly assist the other party. With this thought, Master Yi trembled in fear and knelt before Madame Yi weeping. "My dear wife, it is my fault. I was momentarily foolish. Please forgive me. Madam Yi scoffed coldly, replying, You have deceived me for so long, yet you still seek my forgiveness? I could have beaten you to death with a stick for this, but, considering our marriage, I shall merely cast you out. Lord Ho added, Indeed, you shall use this residence to settle your debt of 10,000 taels. Seize him and throw him out of the city. Several imposing servants approached, restraining Master Yi and binding him, carrying him out of the city. It was later heard that Master Yi and his daughter, Yi Qingqing, had constructed a makeshift shelter outside the city. The shelter leaked in the summer and allowed the wind to seep through in the winter, leading to a life of considerable hardship. The father and daughter frequently blamed each other, often quarreling, lamenting day by day about their miserable existence and the uncertainty of when their suffering would cease. At the Bai Lord's residence, within the estate of the second young master by Qingling, he had secluded himself in his study for several days, even neglecting to emerge for meals. The cook, standing at the study door, was barred by the guards from entering, prompting him to shout hoarsely, Your Highness,
Please come out and eat something.
what could have caused the second young master to behave in such a manner these past few days? When Madame Pang encountered her misfortune, he remained remarkably composed. How is it that now he is so distraught that he cannot even eat? The subordinates exchanged glances. Has Brother Qingling still not emerged? At that moment, Lan Jiaojiao approached, casting a glance at the tightly shut study door as she inquired. Lan Jiaojiao raised her hand and knocked gently on the door, saying, Brother Qingling, I understand that you are deeply saddened by Madame Pang's passing. You may come out. I am here to talk. Previously, having observed his indifferent demeanor towards his mother, she presumed he was unconcerned. However, it now appeared otherwise. Perhaps she could even redeem some of Madame Pang's actions, inciting Bai Qingling to harbor resentment against the emperor and seek vengeance for Madame Pang. With this thought in mind, Lan Jiaojiao called out with renewed fervor. They say a drink can alleviate 1,000 sorrows. Brother Qingling, please do come out. Her clear and resonant voice penetrated the air, eliciting laughter from Lan Jiaojiao and the other guards. Miss Lan, His Highness commands you to leave. Chapter 53. The intricacies of Madame Hong's case. Lan Jiaojiao felt a surge of grievance. Although her intentions were somewhat selfish, her concern for Bai Qingling was genuine. Just then, she noticed a maid approaching with a food box. Lan Jiaojiao recognized her as a maid from the residence of the third young master, Bai Qinghan. May I ask if the second young master is inside? The maid inquired with a smile. Lan Jiaojiao turned to glance at her, responding with surprise. Who are you? What do you have in your hands? She thought to herself, is it yet another troublesome concubine making an appearance? I serve the third young master, and have come to deliver something to the second young master. Hand it over to me, Lan Jiaojiao declared imperiously, extending her hand with the demeanor of a mistress. However, the maid tightened her grasp on the food box, showing no inclination to comply. The third young master had specifically instructed her to deliver it personally to the second young master, along with a few messages. Did you not hear me speaking to you? Lan Jiaojiao rolled her eyes at the maid's indifference. It's not something scandalous. What harm could it do for me to take it inside? She harbored a particular disdain for these maids, who, basking in the favor of their noble masters, assumed an air of superiority. In truth, they were merely servants, akin to anyone else's dog. Lan Jiaojiao regarded the maid with a mocking expression. This is something the third young master instructed me to deliver personally to the second young master, the maid replied, pressing her lips together. A guard rose from his seat and approached Lan Jiaojiao, who was attempting to seize the item from the maid. His Highness just instructed you to leave. Did you not hear that this is a delivery from the third young master to His Highness? Lan Jiaojiao shot him a glare, retorting, Is the third young master not human as well? We are all humans. Who is superior to whom? Why should I be forbidden from touching it, as if it is something precious? The guard, disinterested in her words, called out to Bai Qinghan in the study, My lord, the third young master has sent someone to deliver something to you. Expecting silence in return, he was surprised when, after a brief pause, Bai Qinghan's deep voice responded, Let them in. Displeased, Lan Jiaojiao stamped her foot as she watched the maid enter the room, only for the door to close behind her. Having seen the second young master, the third young master instructed the servant to bring you some food. Bai Qingling cast a glance at the food box in her hand and politely nodded. expressing his gratitude on behalf of His Highness. Please convey my thanks to my third brother. The maid smiled as she opened the box, explaining. These dishes were specially prepared and sent over. As the exquisite dishes were gradually laid out, Bai Qinglong's empty stomach emitted a soft growl. The maid pretended not to hear and handed him the chopsticks. Unable to decline the kindness extended by others, Bai Qingling picked up a piece and, after savoring it for a moment, remarked with a smile, "This dish is indeed delectable." The maid, feeling a sense of pride, added, "The city lord himself has praised its taste. He even joined us for a meal today." Bai Qingling paused, his thoughts swirling, and asked, "Did my father say nothing upon seeing him deliver the dishes to me?" His mother had mentioned that the city lord was already aware of his identity. So, why was there no comment? He found himself perplexed. The maid, puzzled, replied, "He said nothing at all." Bai Qingling assumed it was merely his second brother's romantic entanglements and thought nothing strange of it. However, the maid added, "I overheard the guards call that woman Miss Lan. She even attempted to snatch the food box from my hands to deliver it herself. It was quite rude, and when I refused, she appeared quite upset." Bai Qinglong's interest was piqued, and excitement surged within him. He lowered his gaze, his brows slightly furrowed. "What is Miss Lan to my second brother?" "Very well. You may leave now." With the conclusion of Madame Pang's case, the authority within the city lord's residence had plunged into a state of vacuum. All attention was directed towards the confined Lady Lu. The lord of the city was no exception. He lifted his gaze towards Chen Xian and inquired, "I have not seen that little one for several days. I rather miss her. Go and bring her to me." Chen Xian complied and departed. Shortly after, the lord called out again, and a figure clad in black appeared before him. "What progress has been made regarding Madame Lu?" the lord asked. Instantly, he furrowed his brow, gestured for the individual to withdraw, and fell into contemplation. "Why bring this little darling to your study? Do you find her work so dreary?" Chen Xian was instructed to summon the eldest son. The lord cast a sidelong glance at him and commanded, "Very well." Chen Xian replied respectfully, before turning to leave. "Father, have you summoned me for something?" Bai Qingming inquired upon entering the lord's study. "Is Granny Zhu still with you? If so, please have her summoned. I have matters to discuss." Bai Qingming instructed someone to fetch Granny Zhu, who soon arrived, kneeling respectfully as she paid her respects. The lord of the city regarded her and casually asked, "Did you serve beside Madame Lu?" Granny Zhu, uncertain of the intent behind his question, nodded gently. "Then you must have encountered Madame Hong," he continued. Bai Qingming, observing the exchange, found it peculiar that his father seemed to harbor doubts regarding Madame Hong's demise, a matter that had transpired over a decade ago. "I had almost forgotten that Madame Lu used to frequent Madame Hong's residence. Your acquaintance is hardly surprising." Granny Zhu's kneeling form trembled slightly as she responded with a smile. "Look at her now, all flustered. Who would have thought she would show no fear when harming Madame Hong all those years ago? But now she knows the weight of her conscience. If one were to know that a murder had occurred and left a witness behind, would they not be frightened to death on the spot?" The lord of Bai City, with a stern demeanor, eagerly pricked up his ears, anticipating further revelations, only to have the little one fall silent. With a sense of helplessness, he inquired, "I recall that in those years, the individuals surrounding Madame Hong were arranged by Madame Lu. Does Granny Zhu know where those frightening attendants who served Madame Hong are now?" It seemed that aside from Madame Hong's close attendants, others would likely be unaware of how Madame Lu had acted. In response, Granny Zhu quickly shook her head. After so many years, this servant hardly remembers. Chapter 54. Restoration of the Scroll. Do you not remember? I truly wish to summon one of Madame Hong's attendants to slap your face until you recall. Do you really believe your actions were flawless? In the depths of her memory, this attendant was summoned by Madame Pang to deal with Madame Lu. Jiang Anning furrowed her brow in contemplation. Instantly, the lord of Bai City and the eldest son felt a wave of anxiety wash over them, prompting him to instruct Granny Zhu, "You may leave." The study fell into a prolonged silence, and at last, upon hearing the command to depart, Granny Zhu rose as if granted a reprieve, her body trembling slightly as she steadied herself before retreating. After Chen Xian completed his painting, he beamed as he presented the artwork before him, gently stating, "The servant has finished the painting." The lord of Bai City lifted his eyelids and cast a glance, only to darken in expression upon recognizing the state of the painting in Chen's hands. With such a piece, how can my shadow guards locate anyone? Jiang Anning, too, curiously craned her neck to examine the painting on the rice paper, immediately feeling exasperated. Granny Chen's painting is far too abstract. Who taught him to paint in such a manner? It must be intended for warding off evil. If one were to say the painting depicts a ghost, it is indeed remarkably lifelike. Lord Bai tossed the crumpled artwork at Chen Xian, who deftly caught the paper ball and, with a forced smile, replied, "If it does not meet your approval, I shall continue to labor over it." Though he spoke thus, he felt quite satisfied with his own work. The features were vividly rendered, and it perplexed him that the lord found it lacking. "My lord, that is a mole, not a pockmark," Chen Xian quietly clarified. Upon hearing this, Lord Bai shook his head, marveling at the talents among his subordinates. Realizing Chen Xian's attempts were futile, Lord Bai suddenly recalled that Bai Qinghan was an adept artist and sought him out. "Third brother, I wish to enlist your help in creating a painting." Bai Qinghan, now able to stand from his wheelchair, though still unsteady on his feet, inquired what his father wished to depict. In his arms, Jiang Anning stirred slightly. Bai Qinghan subtly raised an eyebrow, instructing those present to prepare the rice paper. He worked swiftly, and after setting down his brush, he presented his finished piece to his father. Chen Xian craned his neck for a glimpse and was left utterly speechless. Lord Bai cast a glance at him, teasingly remarking, "Chen Xian, behold the masterpiece crafted by my son, and compare it with your own." With a smile, Chen Xian replied, "How could a mere servant dare to compare himself to the heir? The young master's work is so vividly expressive that even the court painters may not possess such skill." This was no mere flattery. Bai Qinghan's painting was indeed exceptional, a true testament to his artistry. Lord Bai concurred. Indeed, the revisions are so seamlessly integrated that they are nearly indistinguishable. As he spoke, he suddenly paused, his gaze fixed intently upon Bai Qinghan. Bai Qinghan, with a perplexed expression, asked, "Father, what is the matter?" "Qinghan, do you know how to restore a painting?" Bai Chengzhu inquired with a hint of agitation, pressing further. "Whom did you learn from?" "Quickly, summon Feng Ji," Bai Chengzhu commanded hastily. Without delay, the attendant rushed to the painting boat to fetch Feng Ji. Upon his arrival, Bai Chengzhu wasted no time and asked directly, "Master Feng, have you ever restored a painting known as the court music scene?" Feng Ji pondered for a moment and nodded. "Indeed, I once restored that very piece. Years ago, Lord Lu invited me to his residence, where I assisted in its restoration. The damage was so severe that it took considerable time to mend. It was not merely out of respect for Lord Lu. I could not bear to see such a joyous depiction destroyed." The foolish lord was taken aback, as a comedic misunderstanding took shape. That old rascal, Lord Lu, had misled him, claiming that the restored court music scene was the work of his daughter, the then unmarried Lady Lu. Eager to meet her, Bai Chengzhu insisted that she be brought forth, oblivious to the fact that she had never painted a single piece in all these years. "Chen Xian, instruct someone to prepare a carriage. I must go out." "No need, take her along," he replied. "With the shadow guards accompanying us, there shall be no danger." The carriage was swiftly readied, and Bai Chengzhu discreetly departed from the lord's residence, with Jiang Anning. The reason for his discretion was to avoid alerting any potential threats, for his destination was none other than Lord Lu's estate. After a short journey, they came to a halt before the gates of Lord Lu's residence. Jiang Anning was carried out of the car, and upon lifting her gaze, she beheld a plaque of golden silk Nanmu hanging above the crimson-painted entrance, adorned with the elegantly inscribed characters Lu Gongfu. Lord Bai let out a disdainful snort and instructed Chen Xian, who stood beside him, to have the plaque removed. Finding it an eyesore, after uttering his command, he strode past the doorman and entered without hesitation.
Who are you?
A maid inquired, her expression one of confusion as she noticed the three newcomers. Because they had chosen to dress modestly, Lord Bai and Chen Xian appeared unremarkable to the servants of Lu Gongfu. Just as Chen Xian was about to respond, the maid's attention shifted to Jiang Anning, her countenance changing abruptly. "Are you here to find the young master? Please wait a moment. I shall summon the lady." With that, she turned and hurried away. leaving Chen Xian with a perplexed expression. How utterly baffling, he murmured. The maid curtsied and cast a glance at Lord Bai before approaching the lady of the house, whispering into her ear. Dear husband, I must step out for a moment, Lady Lu said, receiving a nod from her husband, who waved her off wearily. He had once been able to meet the city lord, but now he was denied that privilege, and with his daughter confined, he could only lament his misfortunes. Chapter 55. The unexpected assistance of a foolish ally emerging from the main hall, Lady Lu approached the trio alongside the maid, her gaze falling upon the infant cradled in her arms, prompting a sigh. You have come seeking that rebellious child, have you not? Is this not the child of that wayward son? As she spoke, she exchanged a knowing glance with the maid, who promptly produced a bulging pouch and handed it to Chen Xian. This is the payment for the two of you. Hand over the child to me, and you may depart. I implore you, let this matter remain undisclosed henceforth. Lady Lu sighed inwardly, reflecting on her son's past indulgences and the numerous women who sought his company, all of whom she had dismissed with monetary compensation. Little did she anticipate that the latest visitor would arrive with a child in tow. This rebellious offspring was becoming increasingly audacious. Is Lady Lu regarding me as the child of her unworthy son? Ha! Given her adept demeanor, she must have frequently resorted to money to extricate her son from trouble. She mused. Chen Xian, comprehending the situation, furrowed his brow and admonished. How dare you? Do you not recognize the city lord? At that moment, Lord Lu emerged from the main hall. Upon hearing the familiar voice, he quickened his pace towards the courtyard. Upon sighting the white city lord, a surge of joy filled Lord Lu's heart as he promptly approached to pay his respects, exclaiming, I, an old woman, humbly salute you, city lord. The Lady Lu, still skeptical of Chen Xian's words, along with her maidservant, hastily followed suit in paying their respects. You may rise, the white city lord replied languidly. Lord Lu then stood up, smiling as he guided the white city lord back to the main hall. In stark contrast to his cheerful expression, Lady Lu appeared somewhat pale. She had not anticipated the city lord's understated demeanor, particularly with a child in his arms. Now, not only would she have to confront her husband's inquiries, but she would also have to endure his wrath. Was the Lu residence a den of miscreants? Chen Xian observed Lord Lu with a smile, raising his hand to jingle the coins he held. Your lady has already attempted to bribe us with silver before we even cross the threshold, insisting we leave the child behind. Does she take us for kidnappers? Lord Lu, perplexed, shot a questioning glance at his wife. Please forgive me, city lord. Lady Lu knelt upon the ground, fervently explaining, I was unaware of your identity. This is all a misunderstanding, merely a misunderstanding. With a smile, Lord Ru deftly shifted the topic, inquiring, what commands do you have upon the arrival of the city lord? City Lord Bai replied, I have come today to uncover who restored the palace music painting. The palace music painting? Lord Ru pondered for a moment before recalling, and with a sense of righteousness, he declared, it was my daughter who undertook the restoration. Is it not true that you married her for this very reason? Could it be that there is something amiss with the painting? Logically, it should not be the case. She spent a considerable amount of silver. Surely, she has not been deceived, nor would she resort to lies even now. City Lord Bai slammed his palm heavily on the table, exclaiming, I have already discerned that it was Feng Ji who performed the restoration. At this juncture, what more can you fabricate? Lord Ru's countenance turned pale, momentarily rendered speechless. A cold chuckle escaped City Lord Bai as he signaled to Chen Xian. Understanding the cue, Chen Xian called out towards the entrance, Bring forth the plaque from the gate. The household servant outside, having overheard the conversation and recognizing the identity of City Lord Bai, dared not disobey. My lord, please reconsider. Lord Ru suddenly realized that today's visit was to settle accounts, prompting him to urge. City Lord Bai, calmly sipping his tea, seemed to disregard his words entirely. In a short while the plaque was removed. Only then did City Lord Bai turn his gaze towards the visibly anxious Lord Ru, inquiring, How much do you truly know about the actions of Lady Ru over the years? His intention was to marry his daughter to the city lord to solidify his own position, yet at that time, City Lord Bai had vehemently opposed. Consequently, he was compelled to seek alternative measures. After marrying his daughter into the city lord's residence, She had ceased all communication with him. Lord Ru lowered his gaze, aware of his daughter's cunning nature, which he deemed a positive trait, thus refraining from excessive interference. "What has my daughter done?" Lord Ru inquired with unease, while Lady Ru, kneeling on the ground, perked up her ears. If anything were to befall their daughter, the Ru family would be doomed. With their son proving to be unworthy, all their hopes were pinned upon their daughter. Lord Bai rose to his feet, his words laden with significance. "Fear not. On the day of her interrogation, I shall summon you." At that moment, a young servant rushed in. "Master, a crowd of common folk has gathered outside, accusing your son of forcibly seizing a maiden and demanding an explanation." The servant spoke hastily, only realizing the presence of guests in the hall after delivering his message. The atmosphere in the room was profoundly tense, with Lord and Lady Ru's faces dark as coal. Their son's disgraceful conduct was one thing, but to audaciously commit such an act against a common maiden was another matter entirely. The son of Lord Ru had often relied on the influence of his sister, the city lord's wife, to impose his will, instilling fear in the common people who dared not voice their grievances. Each time, Lady Ru had silenced the complaints with silver. The oppressed citizens, fearful of retaliation, remained silent, even believing that any association with the lord's family was a stroke of fortune. Chen Xian glanced at Lord Bai, then instructed the servant bring them in. Jiang Anning held a deep admiration for those who served nearby. With just a glance from their master, they could discern his intentions. Lady Ru, kneeling, could almost hear the frantic beating of her own heart. She had previously managed the situation with those seeking redress. How was it that they returned now, choosing to confront them in the presence of Lord Bai? The varied expressions within the hall were abruptly shattered when the servant re-entered, ushering in a stream of aggrieved individuals, who began to wail and lament. "Alas, my unfortunate daughter, if the Lu family fails to provide an explanation today, I shall not depart." A gathering of 7 or 8 women lamented, their brows furrowed in sorrow. Silence. Lord Bai interrupted their wails with a frown. "Speak one at a time. I shall represent you." Upon hearing his self-reference, several women exchanged glances, overcome with joy. "We are grateful for Lord Xia's mercy, and we thank you for advocating for the common people." Jiang Anning grinned, realizing that the Lu residence was in for misfortune. Meanwhile, within the Lord's mansion, a guard knelt before the eldest son, Bai Qingming, and reported, "Your Highness, I have gathered the women who were wronged by the young master of the Lu family. As per your instructions, they are now seeking justice from the Lu family." Bai Qingming smiled, setting aside his scroll, and stood to adjust his sleeves. With a graceful smile, he remarked, "By now, they should have reached the Lu residence. Let us visit the Fong family." "Indeed," he continued, pausing momentarily, "is father accompanying that young one?" The guard bowed and replied, "Yes." Soon after, the young lord exited with a gentle smile adorning his face. "Your Highness, wait for me." Upon arriving at the gates of the Lu residence, they found a throng of common folk whispering amongst themselves. The townspeople, recognizing the nobility of their attire, stepped aside in trepidation. "Your Highness, behold. The plaque of the Lu family has vanished," the guard indicated. Bai Qingming lifted his gaze, confirming the emptiness above. The plaque was inscribed in the elegant hand of the city lord himself, and it appears he orchestrated its removal. As they stepped into the courtyard, Bai Qingming's guards seized a young servant to escort the two into the main hall. "Ah, it seems the eldest son has arrived," Jiang Anning observed, his eyes sparkling at the sight of Bai Qingming standing at the entrance. "So he has been subtly influencing events from the shadows. Well done, eldest son. The city lord is already investigating Madame Hong's affairs. The truth will surely lead to the downfall of Lady Lu." The city lord cast a sidelong glance at his son and inquired about his presence. Jiang Anning rolled his eyes, recognizing the pretense of a mere passerby. Such impressive acting from the eldest son. The city lord chose not to expose him, allowing Bai Qingming to take a seat nearby and continue listening. "Who is next?" he asked Chen Xian. Chen Xian, with a smile, replied, "Only 2 remain." At this, a woman began to weep softly, stammering, "Have pity on my daughter, city lord. You must advocate for me." Once the last individual finished speaking, the main hall was filled solely with the sound of quiet sobs. The city lord rubbed his temples, glancing at the grim-faced Lord Lu. Lord Lu furrowed his brow and remarked, "I had no idea my son would dare commit such an outrage against the common people. I shall summon that ungrateful wretch at once." Lord Lu was painfully aware of his son's shortcomings, which was why he had married his daughter to the city lord, hoping to retain his grip on power. His wife often reassured him that their son had been behaving well lately, even attempting to learn to write, which initially brought him comfort, leaving him oblivious to the underlying truth. Little did he know, his wayward son had concocted such a scandalous affair.
Go.
Bring that ungrateful wretch here. There was no need for him to be restrained. The voice of young Master Lu echoed joyfully at the entrance. Upon entering the hall, before he could grasp the situation, Mr. Lu sternly rebuked, "Unfilial son, why do you not kneel?" At this moment, young Master Lu was still bewildered. However, apart from his sister, his greatest fear had always been his father. Thus, he hastily suppressed his smile, noticing that his mother was also kneeling, and realized that something grave had transpired. "Why do you not come forth to pay your respects to the city lord, Mr.?" Lu's expression darkened further as he observed his son standing there like a wooden post. Chen Xian, with an impassive demeanor, raised his voice and inquired, "Young Master Lu, it has been reported that you forcibly abducted a maiden. Is this true?" Startled, young Master Lu recoiled slightly and hurriedly protested, "I did not abduct anyone. I offered them silver. This was a purchase. You speak nonsense." Upon hearing this, the other women began to chime in, creating a cacophony within the hall. Lord Bai was nearly driven to cover his ears, helplessly massaging his temples, and stood to address Chen Xian, saying, "Have County Magistrate Guo come and take young Master Lu away." Lady Lu, kneeling at his feet, wept and pleaded, "I beseech you, City Lord, do not take my son away. He is my only child, I implore you." Bai Qingming glanced at her coldly and replied, "Your child is a child. But what of others' children? Madam, I urge you to empathize." Mr. Lu's lips moved, yet he ultimately refrained from speaking. He understood the city lord all too well. This man despised those who abused their power, and a sudden dread gripped his heart, fearing for his son's life. After the group departed, young Master Lu finally grasped the gravity of the situation. Ignoring the pain in his knee, he rose to implore his silent father. "Father, you must save me. I do not wish to die." Lady Lu, in tears, pleaded, "My lord, you must rescue our son. He is the very essence of our family." She had but one child, and without him, life held no meaning for her. Mr. Lu, with a harsh tone, interrupted the lamentations of the two, helplessly stating, "I hold no official position at present, and with our daughter confined, there is no one who can assist you." Instantly, their sobs filled the air once more. Soon, County Magistrate Guo arrived, accompanied by his subordinates, who unceremoniously took young Master Lu away. "My lord, is there truly no hope for our child?" Lady Lu inquired, wiping her tears. Mr. Lu sighed and shook his head. "I am powerless to intervene." In despair, Lady Lu turned her hopes towards their daughter. She instructed her maid to find a way to relay a message to Lady Lu while she herself sought connections to facilitate their plight. However, others were not oblivious. They understood that young Master Lu had indeed erred, and they wished to distance themselves, fearing entanglement. Lady Lu was confined in the rear courtyard of the Lord's residence, and while she did receive messages from her family maid, she appeared lost in thought, as if she had not heard. Lan Ji reiterated her message. Lady Lu's lips curled into a cold smile. "At present, I am but a clay statue crossing a river, unable to protect myself. Why should I concern myself with the fate of that worthless child? If my mother wishes to exert herself, let her do so. I have no desire to squander my energy on a failure who brings only misfortune." Lan Ji, adept at reading the nuances of conversation, immediately remarked, "Indeed, it is truly unfortunate that the old lady continues to trouble you in your current state." Madame Lu's countenance remained impassive as she mechanically nodded. "Partiality? It matters not." Her hand rested on the table, and after so many years, she had grown accustomed to it. Were it not for her position as the city lord's wife, even her mother, who favored sons over daughters, might have forgotten that she had a daughter at all. In Chapter 57, Granny Duan found Madame Lu and deftly changed the subject, inquiring, "Have there been any intriguing happenings in the front courtyard lately?" I am eager to hear. With a smile, Lanji responded, I have long wished to share this with you, yet I feared you might not wish to hear it. She joyfully poured tea for her mistress and continued, Madame Peng conspired with General Lang Juntian to harm Lord City Master. And now both have taken their own lives in the dungeon. Madame Peng had never been on good terms with Madame Lu, and Lanji expected that this news would please her mistress. However, Madame Lu merely sighed, her expression tinged with a hint of sorrow. The death of a rabbit grieves a fox. After a lengthy pause, Madame Lu slowly spoke, such is the fate of women. I fear I too may one day find myself in a similar plight. In recent days, she had felt an incessant twitching in her eyelids, as if to remind her that something was amiss, keeping her awake through the night. Whenever she closed her eyes, she envisioned Madame Hong glaring at her with intensity. My lady, what are you saying? You would never be like Madame Peng, Lanji reassured her. Madame Lu responded with a faint smile. Yet she had heard rumors that her father had lost all trust before Lord Bai due to his own affairs, and now he could not even meet the city lord's gaze. This is likely a strategic move by the city lord, first addressing her father. And now it seems she may be next. I extend my heartfelt gratitude to the third young master for the care bestowed upon our family of 3 during these days, Jiang Zheng said, bowing respectfully to the third young master. After pleading for mercy for quite some time, we are to relocate today. Thanks to the assistance of the city lord's family, my wife and I have been able to settle in the city lord's residence. Now that we have nearly accumulated enough funds to purchase our own dwelling, I have proposed our departure. The city lord's family has grown quite fond of this little one, and keeping her close will undoubtedly prove beneficial. Bai Qinghan exchanged a few pleasantries with Jiang Zheng and his wife when someone at the door, beaming with joy, announced, I have heard that Sister Qiao's family is moving into a new home, and I have come to pay a visit. Upon seeing the visitor, Qiao Shi hurried forward to greet her. Yi Qingwei remarked, Sister, I have crafted a new pair of shoes and have come to present them to my niece Jiang Anning. As she spoke, she handed a box to Qiao Shi. Thank you, thank you. Qiao Shi, a bit taken aback, smiled and inquired, Sister, you truly possess remarkable skills. To be able to make shoes by hand. A jolt ran through Jiang Ning's heart. Could it be that the missing Lady Lu's personal maid is residing in the Yi household? That would be splendid. Third young master, quickly summon the city lord. The maid responsible for the demise of Lady Hong is most likely within the Yi family. Bai Qinghan also felt a surge of urgency and hurried to the city lord's study to inform his father. The city lord, not daring to delay, swiftly made his way there. Nodding, he acknowledged, it is indeed around this time that she witnessed Lady Lu's treachery against Lady Hong, knowing she was Lady Hong's personal maid. Lady Lu would certainly not allow her to remain alive. However, there lingers a sense of unease. This apprehension is entirely reasonable. The lord of the city, feeling somewhat unsettled, commanded Qinghan bring forth that painting. Bai Qinghan promptly retrieved the artwork and presented it to his father. Oh, how curious that the lord possesses a portrait of an old woman. Jiang Ning observed Yi Qingyue's expression intently, taking note of her every subtle change, his heart racing with excitement. The lord of the city called out to the distracted Yi Qingyue, What troubles you? Do you recognize the person in the painting? Yi Qingyue pressed her lips together, hesitating to respond. Sensing her reluctance, the lord reassured her, saying, This old woman is not a figure of great malevolence. Miss Yi need not fear for her safety. Upon hearing this, Yi Qingyue revealed what she knew. Her curiosity piqued by how the city lord's residence came to possess a likeness of someone close to her. Yet, fearing she might tread upon a forbidden topic, she refrained from questioning further. Yi Qingyue nodded in understanding. The Jiang family, known for their warmth and kindness, would surely not put her in a difficult position. Mother, I am perfectly fine. That is a relief, Lady Yi responded, her worries alleviated. Do you seek her for some purpose? Lady Yi inquired. You heard our earlier conversation. Did you not? I have matters to attend to, so I shall leave you to your discussion. Granny Duan nodded towards Lady Yi and turned to Yi Qingyue, asking Miss, do you require something from this old servant? Upon hearing this, the initial warmth in Granny Duan's expression vanished. Her eyes now filled with a chilling fear that Yi Qingyue had never witnessed before. Yi Qingyue was perplexed, sensing that something significant lay beneath the surface. she said. The city lord is not a malicious person. He has asked me to convey that he is searching for you. Granny Tuanyuan remained silent, her intertwined hands tightly clasped together, attempting to mask her inner turmoil. For over a decade, whenever she closed her eyes, the haunting image of Lady Hong's tragic demise filled her mind. It felt as though it had transpired just yesterday, etched vividly in her memory. Could it be that Lady Hong was aware of her survival, thus informing the city lord, who was now seeking her out? Chapter 58. The Beginning of Remembrance. It was not merely a fear for her own life. Rather, it was the knowledge that that malevolent individual had ascended to the position of the city lord's wife. She feared that the city lord might heed that wicked woman's words and deliver her to Lady Lu. Moreover, she was deeply apprehensive about her inability to fulfill Lady Hong's dying wish, to reveal the true identity of the eldest son by Qingming to him, so he would understand the true nature of his biological mother and not mistake a thief for his mother. Granny Tuanyuan slowly released her clasped hands and approached the window, her voice somewhat hoarse. What has become of Lady Lu? Lady Lu? Granny Tuanyuan's sudden inquiry startled Yi Qingyue. How could a mere maid possibly know of the existence of a Lady Lu within the city lord's residence? Having served at the Yi estate for over a decade, the isolation of the Grand Manor left her unaware of Lady Lu's confinement. It was rumored that Lady Lu had erred and was now under house arrest. Granny Tuanyuan gasped in astonishment. Is that true? Yi Qingyue replied earnestly. The news from the city lord's residence cannot be false. May Amitabha bless us. It must be divine will. Granny Tuanyuan muttered to herself. Her face was alight with excitement as she eagerly grasped Yi Qingyue's hand. Miss, please prepare a carriage for me. I must go to the Lord Mayor's residence at once. Seizing the opportunity while that venomous woman was confined, she intended to take the initiative. Overcome by her fervor, Yi Qingyue felt her hand being painfully squeezed. She wondered how much the eldest son had grown by now. With their minds occupied with different thoughts, neither spoke as they traveled in silence, the sound of the wheels turning echoing until they reached the entrance of the Lord Mayor's estate. Madam, let us proceed inside. The two entered the mayor's study together. The room was enveloped in tranquility, where Jiang Anning was also present, and Mayor Bai was diligently reviewing documents. Chen Xian stood behind him, quietly alerting, someone has arrived. Greetings, Lord Mayor. Madame Tuanyuan felt her tears welling up as she spoke. Mayor Bai gently replied, Rise. You have endured much injustice over the years. The mayor's beard bristled slightly. A pang of sorrow pierced his heart as he glanced at the child in his arms with wide, innocent eyes, listening to the little one express his feelings. Mayor Bai reflected with a heavy heart. Had he been aware of Lady Lu's malicious nature, he would have acted differently. For the sake of the lady and the eldest son, the old servant felt no grievance. With a voice tinged with emotion, Madame Tuanyuan asked, Is it because you suspect the circumstances surrounding Madame Hong's death were suspicious that you summoned me to meet you, my lord? This is splendid. Now the eldest son will finally learn that he is the child of Madame Hong. Upon hearing the eldest son request to meet, Madame Tuanyuan fixed her gaze intently on the doorway. At this moment, a figure clad in a moon-white brocade python robe appeared, standing tall and regal. With a jade crown adorning his head and his refined features illuminated by a gentle smile, he exuded an air of humility and warmth, reminiscent of a noble orchid or a jade tree from afar. Could this be the crown prince? Indeed, the aura surrounding him was strikingly similar to that of Lady Hong, and had she still been alive, she would undoubtedly feel immense pride. Greetings, my esteemed father, he said. Rise, his father replied. I had intended to summon you to join us for this discussion. Thank you, my father. Could this be the individual spoken of by Jiang Anning, the one aware of the truth behind his mother's tragic fate? Lord Bai also affirmed, Indeed, it must be so. Upon hearing this, Granny Tuanyuan knelt and bowed deeply. Yes, yes. Every word spoken by this old servant is indeed true. Granny Tuanyuan paused momentarily, her expression shifting to one of regret as she continued. I recall that fateful night. It was a tempestuous evening filled with thunder and rain, a night that haunts this old servant's dreams. Lady Lu suddenly experienced severe abdominal pain, and sensing she was about to give birth, I went to fetch the midwife. Lady Hong, concerned for her well-being, instructed me to assist, while she herself stayed to comfort Lady Lu. Lady Lu's child was born, but alas, it was a stillborn. She held her child and wept bitterly. Lady Hong, unable to bear the sight, approached to console her. However, at that moment, she too began to feel the pangs of labor, prompting a flurry of activity as everyone rushed to aid her. In the end, Lady Hong successfully delivered a baby boy. As she gazed at her son and listened to the sobs of Lady Lu, she instructed me to summon the lord of the city. Unfortunately, he was not at home that day, and I was unable to see him. Chapter 59. Confrontation in the study. Duan Mama sniffled, her voice now hoarse, exuding an air of profound despair. I was right behind the screen at that moment, intending to intervene and halt Lady Lu, when Lady Hong discovered me. She shook her head at me, urging me not to step out. I had no choice but to cover my mouth with my hand, terrified that any sound would alert Lady Lu. I watched helplessly as Lady Hong was suffocated by her. I understood her rationale for restraining me. Should I have ventured out and been discovered by Lady Lu, it would have meant death for me as well, and the life of the son that Lady Hong had fought so hard to bear would be left in jeopardy. After all, by then, all those around her had already been dismissed by Lady Lu, replaced by her own trusted confidants. The events that followed became known to the outside world. Jiang Anning, filled with melancholy, gazed at Bai Qingming, yearning to pat his shoulder. Bai Qingming nodded slowly, weighed down by the gravity of the situation. Lord Bai then commanded, "Bring that venomous woman, Lady Lu, along with Mama Zhu." The guards acknowledged the order and proceeded to the quarters where Lady Lu was confined, boldly entering the room. "You have quite the audacity to invade the chamber of the city lord's wife," scolded the maid, Lanji, as she approached. The guards replied coldly, "Lord Bai has summoned Lady Lu to his study. Do not obstruct us in our duties." With that, one guard pushed Lanji aside and strode inside. Upon hearing the footsteps, Lady Lu glanced at the approaching guards with a nonchalant expression and inquired, "What is the purpose of summoning me to the city lord's study?" A slight arch of her brow accompanied her exit from the room, and the unsettling feeling within her intensified, an unease she could no longer dismiss. At this moment, at the entrance of the lord's study, Madame Zhu, who had been brought along, observed the glimmer of joy in Lady Lu's eyes. "Madam, has the lord released you?" she inquired. However, before Lady Lu could respond, she impatiently nudged Madame Zhu, urging her to hurry inside. Unbeknownst to Madame Zhu, the gravity of the situation had escaped her notice. Having been confined in the woodshed for several days, she had been given only one meal a day, leaving her weak and disoriented. Resentful of her plight, she was eager to inform Lady Lu of the situation, hoping that she would reprimand the eldest son on her behalf to alleviate her grievances. The guards ushered in the individuals, bowing respectfully as they announced, "We report to the lord. Everyone has been brought." Auguste. Is it here to seek vengeance?" Lady Lu furrowed her brow, displeased. "Madame Zhu, open your eyes and see clearly. This is a person, not a ghost appearing in broad daylight." She was incensed, thinking, what a foolish individual. More adept at causing trouble than achieving anything. "Greetings to the lord and his wife," they said in unison. Lord Bai let out a cold snort, sarcastically remarking, "So you still recognize Madame Chong. You truly have a remarkable memory." Jiang Anning could not help but scoff. 3 pieces of paper to make a donkey's head. Such a large face. After taking a life, she still dares to call her sister. Truly, the saying holds, a person without shame is invincible in the world. Poisonous woman. Madame Hong kindly invited you into her residence, yet you murdered her and abducted the eldest son. And now you still have the audacity to call her sister. Madame Duan could no longer contain her fury, glaring at Lady Lu with such intensity that she longed to tear apart her hypocritical visage. Madame Hong should never have allowed you to reside under her roof, nor should she have shown compassion to someone as ungrateful as you. She then turned her gaze towards Bai Qingming, who stood with his head bowed, exuding an aura of profound sorrow, silent and withdrawn. "Qingming, do you truly believe you are not my own flesh and blood?" Father Lu, with a soft chuckle tinged with unshed tears, directed his gaze at his spouse, questioning, "My lord, do you truly believe that a bond forged over more than a decade can be eclipsed by mere words from a servant? You always behave this way. Why is it that you extend unwavering trust to Sister Hong, while harboring suspicion towards your own wife? When Madame Hong was alive, she could not contend with her. Even in death, she remains a formidable presence. At least Madame Hong did not possess such malice as you do. Lord Bai replied coldly. Upon hearing this, Yang appeared as if struck by an unseen force, raising her hand to point at herself, a mocking smile dancing on her lips as she stared blankly at Lord Bai. In that moment, her previous composure vanished, her voice sharpened with indignation. Am I truly that malicious? Was Madame Hong genuinely virtuous? Old Mama Duan attempted to interject, but Lord Bai's voice thundered with authority. Impudence. Even now, you dare to malign Madame Hong? Chapter 60. Madame Hong's final letter. Madame Hong was his first and rightful wife, the original lady of the Lord, known for her gentle and virtuous nature, treating others with grace and kindness. Under her care, the Lord's residence thrived in harmony, a stark contrast to the current atmosphere of intrigue and rivalry that plagued him. Jiang Anning felt enveloped by the Lord's intense fury, a sensation that left her profoundly uneasy. The tyrant lord had just hurled a teacup at the venomous woman, and in his moment of agitation, it seemed he might cast me aside as well. He appeared to have forgotten that he was still holding me. Lord Bai. The little one's silence nearly made him forget. Perhaps I should hand her over to Steward Chen. No, that won't do. Lord Qiao went to wash the chamber pot last night, and now carries an unpleasant odor. It would be better to give her to the eldest son. He seems to possess a delightful fragrance. Bai Qingming, now aware of her lineage, surely felt a tumult of emotions. One is always indebted to those who offer valuable gifts, and so she resolved to comfort him in her own way. Lord Bai glanced at his son seated below and nodded, signaling him to come forward. Bai Qingming approached to take Jiang Anning into her arms. Wow, the eldest son truly does smell delightful. I understand your heart must be heavy right now, especially after finally discovering the identity of your biological mother, only to find that she is no longer with you. Bai Qingming lowered her gaze to the little one in her embrace. The child smiled at her in return, his eyes resembling dark grapes, filled with worries that were beyond his years. Noticing Bai Qingming's unwavering stare, Jiang Anning felt a pang of concern. Could it be that my smile was too foolish and frightened him? Or perhaps, given the current atmosphere, I shouldn't be smiling at all? Bai Qingming gently ruffled his hair, a warm current flowing through her heart. Throughout his upbringing, his mother, Lady Lu, had never shown concern for his feelings. His father, on the other hand, did care, but as a lord, he would never engage in heartfelt discussions like an ordinary father. Lady Lu was deeply pained by the tender scene of father and son, and continued to voice her scorn. How could I dare to bite the hand of Sister Hong? Does the lord of the city truly believe that Sister Hong's apparent kindness towards me is devoid of ulterior motives? Her intentions merely aim to solidify her own position. Even Lord Bai remains oblivious to the fact that the two of them were once intimate friends, often indulging in the pleasures of flower viewing and tea drinking prior to her marriage. After Lady Hong ascended to the esteemed status of the Lord's wife, she was left to endure her mother's incessant lamentations about her perceived inadequacies. Despite being sisters, Lady Hong forgot her dear companion the moment she gained her lofty title. Initially, Lu merely listened without taking it to heart, but as time passed, she realized that Lady Hong had never once remembered her old friend, fully aware of Lu's own yearning for a worthy husband. Ultimately, it was her father who restored a painting for Lord Bai and attributed the restoration to her, granting Lu her long-desired entry into the Lord's residence. The events of that day remain vividly etched in Madame Lu's memory, particularly the unusual warmth from her typically indifferent mother, who spoke at length, subtly reminding her not to forget the family's useless brother. Upon entering the Lord's household, she was reunited with the familiar Lady Hong. While she cannot recall the specifics of their conversation, the image of the handsome and imposing emperor from his high seat lingers in her mind. You speak nonsense, exclaimed Granny Duan, her eyes aflame with indignation. If Lady Hong sought to exploit you to strengthen her own standing, she would have long since facilitated your marriage into the Lord's estate. The very reason she refrained from doing so was to protect you, hoping you would find a more suitable match. Madame Lu suddenly turned around and scolded, You speak nonsense. She simply does not wish me well. What does a suitable husband matter? I aspire to marry the most esteemed individual in Ning'an City. Only with a noble husband can I attain nobility myself. Mrs. Hong is fully aware of my unfavorable position in my mother's eyes, so how could she possibly concern herself with my marriage? Even if that brother is nothing but a wastrel, his mother's heart and mind are solely fixated on him. As for me, I am deemed a worthless daughter. Thus, I must strive to ascend in status, compelling those who look down upon me to ultimately grovel at my feet and making my mother regret her actions. Old Madame Duan interjected, "If Mrs. Hong truly wished you ill, she would not have diligently sought a suitable husband for you. She had already selected one and intended to petition the city lord for your betrothal. However, before she could make her request, you arrived." Madame Lu huffed disdainfully. "Cease your pretentiousness. You are merely a pawn of the Hong family, naturally inclined to view her in a favorable light. Indeed, after my marriage, she was quite kind to me, and initially I too believed this to be true. I ought to harbor resentment towards Mrs. Hong, yet when she treated me well, my heart softened. It was only upon overhearing the conversation between the imperial physician and Mrs. Hong that I realized all of this was mere manipulation and scheming." Wiping away the tears that had unknowingly streamed down her face, Madame Lu spoke with a sorrowful tone. Had I not overheard the dialogue between Mrs. Hong and the physician that day, learning of her deteriorating health, I fear I would have fallen victim to her deception. Upon grasping this revelation, Madame Lu decided to turn the tables, secretly replacing all the people in Mrs. Hong's chamber with her own trusted confidants. Yet, she did not anticipate that on that day, she would give birth to a stillborn, while Mrs. Hong would have a smooth delivery. Thus, Lady Ru was consumed by both rage and fury, and ultimately took the drastic step of harming her dear sister-in-arms. Granny Duan gazed at Lady Ru in astonishment, her voice trembling as she inquired, "How could you so maliciously conspire against Lady Hong?" With a cold, mocking smile, Lady Ru retorted, "Malicious? I have played alongside Hong since our childhood. How could I not understand her?" Granny Duan shook her head and replied, "In truth, Lady Hong's condition is dire. She confided in me, insisting that I keep it from you, fearing it would cause you distress." The sharpness of Lady Ru's laughter intensified as she responded, "Fear for my feelings? She is clearly afraid I would uncover the truth. Hong is plotting against me." Granny Duan said, "Whether she plotted against you is beyond my knowledge. Yet Lady Hong did entrust me with a letter to deliver to you after her passing. I kept it hidden beneath my bedding. Having witnessed you take Lady Hong's life, I realized you might silence me as well, so I departed with the letter. I am illiterate and have steadfastly adhered to my mistress's command not to open it. The letter remains intact. I present it to you now. Perhaps it will unravel the knots in your heart." Lord Bai rubbed his temples and glanced at Chen Xian beside him, instructing, "Let her see the letter." Soon, Chen Xian delivered the letter into Lady Ru's hands. Young Jiang Anning stretched her neck, curious about its contents. Lady Ru seized the letter eagerly, tearing it open with impatience. Upon reading, she erupted into a wild, uproarious laughter, which, as tears streamed down her face, left onlookers uncertain whether she was laughing or weeping. Chapter 61. The first entry into the Lin mansion, so this is how it is. All that I took pride in was bestowed upon me by Sister Hong. I was mistaken. Lord Bai looked on in confusion, pondering what words Mrs. Hong had penned that left the ruthless Lady Lu alternating between tears and laughter. What could possibly be written above? Has Lady Lu lost her mind? Lord Bai cast a glance at Chen Xian, who instantly understood and stepped forward to retrieve the letter from Lady Lu's hands, presenting it to Lord Bai. The letter bore the familiar handwriting of Mrs. Hong, where Lady Lu's childhood name. "By the time you read this letter, I will no longer be with you. In truth, I do not wish for you to see this letter. My health deteriorates with each passing day, and I fear that my time is limited. Thus, I implore the Lord to allow you to take my place after my departure. We have grown up together, and Sister Hong believes you will fulfill the role of the lady of the city well. Furthermore, I carry a child within me, should they be born safely. I would find solace in knowing they are in your care. Given our sisterly bond, I trust you will treat them with kindness. The intrigues within the Lord's mansion are as deep as the ocean. Sister Hong originally hoped you would not marry into this family. However, since you have come, I shall do my utmost to protect you. Consider this letter as my final act of guardianship over you." Lady Lu, appearing as though possessed, wept uncontrollably. She realized her folly. She had believed that her own talents would enable her to govern Ning'an City with grace, unaware that it was Sister Hong's plea that granted her this opportunity. Wiping her tears, she closed her eyes and knelt upon the ground. Speaking in a tone of repentance, "I have slain Sister Hong and passed off her child as my own. I am acutely aware of my grievous sins, which are beyond forgiveness, and I am willing to offer my life as atonement." The Lord of Baiqing had no intention of sparing her and called out, "Bring the Lu woman outside and grant her white silk to end her own life." Madame Lu prostrated herself heavily on the ground, pressed her lips together, and asked, "May I inquire, my lord, if the guilty woman may offer incense for Sister Hong?" After a long moment of contemplation, the Lord of Baiqing ultimately nodded in assent. Madame Lu proceeded to the grave of Madame Hong to light a stick of incense before being escorted to the dungeon, where she was imprisoned. Meanwhile, Granny Zhu, kneeling on the ground, had already collapsed. With her master condemned to death, what fate awaited her? Would she still live? The Lord of Baiqing cast a fierce glance in her direction and declared, "Granny Zhu, you have aided the tyrant. Drag her out and execute her with a beating. A thorough investigation will be conducted on the remaining servants of Madame Lu. Anyone involved in this matter shall also be executed without mercy." Weak and feeble, Granny Zhu attempted to cry out, but before she could utter a word, her mouth was silenced, and she was dragged away like a slaughtered pig. The foolish lord has become increasingly adept at speech and action, all thanks to my critiques. Fear not, I shall strive to do even better in the future. The Lord of Baiqing's beard twitched once more. Granny Duan raised her gaze to Bai Qingming and said, "This old servant is willing. I shall go and clarify matters with the Yi family." Bai Qingming reluctantly returned Jiang Anning to Chen Xian and took his leave. Chen Xian inquired, "My lord, shall we now issue an edict throughout the city to annul Madame Lu?" The Lord of Baiqing nodded. Madame Lu was dealt with in secrecy, prior to her execution. The Lord of Baiqing allowed Mr. Lu to see his daughter one last time, which could be considered a gesture of grace. However, the outside world remained largely unaware of the situation at hand. Thus, when the decree to dispose of Lady Ru was issued, the citizens of the city were left in disbelief. Those officials who had contemplated defending Lady Ru quickly abandoned the notion upon learning the truth, for they lacked the courage to provoke the local lord, akin to a tyrant. Many who had previously aligned themselves with Lady Ru were equally terrified, trembling in fear and reluctant to show their faces. The implications of Lady Ru's case were extensive, and even after several days, anxiety permeated the lord's residence. Both maids and guards feared that even the slightest association with Lady Ru might implicate them. Those close to her within her estate had been dealt with harshly, the purging far more severe than that experienced by Lady Pang. Fortunately, the impending engagement of the eldest son, Bai Qingming, to Lin Fengyao alleviated some of the oppressive atmosphere. He spoke of Lord Ru, to which Lord Bai coldly replied, "What is there to discuss? Ru's brother has committed countless atrocities, beyond redemption, according to the law. He deserves to be executed publicly." Chen Xian bowed and responded, "Indeed, I shall instruct County Magistrate Guo to handle this matter." In the Lord's view, this was a trivial affair. His mind was occupied with two pressing matters, Bai Qingming's wedding and the plague case. In comparison, the wedding loomed ever closer. Lin Fengyao stood before the gates of the Lin residence, gazing at the plaque inscribed with conventional elegance. A sardonic laughter echoed in her heart. The illustrious wealth of Ning'an City had led to actions as despicable as sacrificing a wife for a concubine's favor, abandoning children in a mountain village. Lin Fengyao truly wondered what expression her father would wear when he next faced them. The doorman opened the door and, upon seeing Lin Fengyao, momentarily froze before abruptly slamming it shut. Lin Fengyao, feeling slighted and at a loss, waited at the entrance for quite some time until the door finally swung open once more. The impeccably dressed butler he approached, flanked by two servants, wearing a smile that was both rigid and awkward. Just as he was about to speak, Lin Fengyao interjected, remarking on how difficult it was to gain entry to the Lin family estate. As the protagonist of the original narrative, Lin Fengyao had always maintained a tranquil, non-contentious demeanor. However, upon hearing Jiang Anning's heartfelt thoughts, she came to realize the treacherous nature of life within the grand residence, rife with scheming, deception, and cold indifference. Chapter 62. Do not provoke this Black Lotus. As expected, even before she could step inside, she was met with a closed door. Fortunately, that little rascal had warned her. Otherwise, she might have met an untimely demise without even realizing it. With just a few words, he had managed to extricate himself entirely from the situation. Lin Fengyao scoffed inwardly, but chose not to dwell on the butler's shortcomings. Now that she had entered the Lin household, she was eager to uncover the true nature of the peculiar family awaiting her. The Lin residence was indeed vast. There were nearly 80 servants bustling about. Lin Fengyao was taken aback. The matter of the eldest daughter's marriage? She pondered for a moment before a jolt of realization struck her. It was indeed identical to Jiang Anning's sentiments. It seemed Lin Fengjin had sent someone to ambush her, likely linked to the engagement of the Lin family's legitimate daughter. Should she perish, it was certain that the Lin Fengjin would be the one to ascend to the White family's favor. After navigating through a sea of peonies, she finally reached the main hall of the Lin estate. Dressed in respectable attire, the maids stood by the gauzy curtain, awaiting the arrival, though the smiles on their faces appeared rather forced. Lin Fengyao maintained an expressionless demeanor, selectively concealing the emotions swirling within her heart. Upon entering the main hall, her gaze fell upon a stately elderly woman seated at the head of the table. Despite being under 60, with not all her hair turned gray, she deliberately adopted the airs of an elder to assert her status. Her face was adorned with makeup that exuded wealth and composure, and she leaned upon an ornate rosewood cane, topped with a sizable piece of gold and jade, which only served to accentuate her aged appearance. Seated across from her was a stern-looking man in his 40s, clad in a brown robe embroidered with auspicious cloud patterns in silver thread at the collar, cuffs, and waist. A pendant denoting his noble rank dangled from his waist, showcasing his affluence. Lin Fengyao recognized him as her father, Master Lin. Beside him sat his wife, elegantly attired but intentionally positioned a notch below the elderly matriarch, indicating that Lady Lin was a woman of considerable discretion. Finally, her gaze settled upon the eldest daughter of the Lin family, the current legitimate daughter, Lin Fengjin. With delicate hands and brows like emerald feathers, she possessed a refined beauty, her charming smile tinged with sorrow and sympathy. Had Lin Fengyao not overheard Jiang Anning's heartfelt thoughts beforehand, she would never have believed that the very person who would attempt to hire an assassin to ambush her could be someone of such grace and demeanor. Later, he overheard the servants remarking that everyone in the Lin family, from top to bottom, regarded the eldest young lady as a celestial being, treating the servants with utmost respect, never uttering a word of reproach against her. However, Lin Fengjin shook her head lightly, her wrist adorned with a jade bracelet that accentuated her fair and luminous skin. I have not seen my sister for many years. Father has permitted me to stay here for a while. Lord Lin ceased to speak further. Lin Fengyao knelt down, paying her respects to her grandmother and father. Lady Lin emitted a reluctant soft huff. After a considerable silence, the elderly matriarch finally acknowledged with a faint sound, yet she remained silent thereafter. Lin Fengyao, feeling a strange sensation, lifted her gaze to glance at the matriarch. Was this all there was to it? Indeed. Lin Fengyao replied, maintaining a composed expression and with a hint of sarcasm, remarked, "It is well known that my father is a man of deep affection and loyalty. Had he not considered the considerable expenses incurred by my aunt's family for his examination, he would not have ceded the position of head of the household to her." This clearly illustrated that her father was not an ungrateful man, possessing a noble character. When Lord Lin encountered misfortune on his journey to the capital for the imperial examination, it was the financial assistance from Madame Shen's family that enabled him to gather enough funds for his journey. Subsequently, when Lord Lin achieved success, he caught the eye of the then Minister Yao, who wished to marry his daughter to him. Although he had promised Madame Shen's family that he would wed her, Lord Lin promptly declared that he had no engagement and joyfully married Madame Yao, who is Lin Fengyao's mother. However, after being replaced by a different heiress and with Madame Yao's passing, this incident faded into obscurity. Lin Fengyao's words were evidently a reproach directed towards Lord Lin and the Shen family. Madame Shen could no longer contain her fury, her anger surging forth. That despicable wild girl. Lady Lin hastened a few steps, poised to strike Lin Fengyao across the face. "Stop!" Lady Lin shouted in anger. She was incensed not only by Lin Fengyao's sharp tongue, which publicly undermined her son and daughter-in-law, but also by Madame Shen's inability to maintain composure during their first encounter, which could easily provide fodder for others to criticize her treatment of a stepdaughter. In an instant, the main hall descended into chaos. Madame Shen clenched her fists, glaring furiously at Lin Fengyao. She had never anticipated that this little wretch would be so formidable, causing her to lose face in front of a crowd. Humph. I shall surely avenge this grievance. Master Lin, his expression darkened, was displeased with Lin Fengyao's defiance, yet he found it difficult to chastise his wife, the head of the household, for her lack of decorum. Observing Lady Lin's retreating figure, Lin Fengyao smiled slyly, thinking, based on today's display, the Lin family should now recognize my true character. They are unlikely to bully me again, lest life in the Lin household becomes utterly tedious. Her father's awareness was palpable. Lin Fengyao's heart skipped a beat as she mused. Very well. You wish to declare war upon me, do you? Lady Lin struck her staff forcefully against the ground, one after another. This is becoming intolerable. The legitimate mother lacks the grace befitting her status, and the illegitimate daughter shows no semblance of propriety. Are the rules of the Lin family merely for show? Mother, please calm your anger. Master Lin rose and bowed respectfully, then waved his hand, instructing the servants, take the second young lady to the south garden to settle in, and ensure that all her needs in clothing and provisions are met according to her status. Chapter 63. Eavesdropping. Lin Fengyao followed the old maid out of the hall and inquired, Mother, how far is Tuanyuan from here? A smile escaped Lin Fengyao's lips as she realized the Lin family had grown to detest her to such an extent that her residence was arranged so far away. Not only were no servants accompanying her from the main house, but had it not been for someone to guide her, she would undoubtedly have had to expend considerable effort in conversation. Tuanyuan was a modest place, featuring a single courtyard, 3 main rooms, 4 side rooms, 2 ear rooms, and a diminutive kitchen. It had been uninhabited for an extended period, and the few trees in the courtyard had long since withered. The furniture that once adorned the courtyard had succumbed to years of exposure to the elements, rendering it entirely unusable. The eaves were laden with dust, and most of the window paper was torn. However, the structure of the house remained intact, indicating that when Feng Zhiho had constructed this courtyard for Lu'er, he had indeed paid attention to detail. Yet, Lin Fengyao was unfazed. Having endured the harshest of conditions in the northern borderlands, even having resorted to consuming clay during the most desperate times and sharing a bed with rats, what was there for her to fear? In the courtyard stood a few servants, evidently having arrived earlier to await her. There was an elderly woman, 2 maids, and no more than that. Upon her arrival, their previously expressionless faces instantly transformed into professional smiles as they bowed, saying, We greet the 2nd Mississippi. I am Li Mama, the steward of this garden. Under Li Mama's guidance, the other 2 maids approached to pay their respects. Lin Fengyao recognized them as Manxi and Baoding. She nodded lightly. Now that everyone is here, why stand idly? Let us commence our work. The entire courtyard's dust was entrusted to Manxi and Baoding for cleaning, while old Madame Li lent a hand and accompanied me in tidying up the inner rooms. Dust from the window frames, dirt from the roof, and all the dilapidated items in the yard must be thoroughly cleaned. The floor should be washed down and then scrubbed to reveal its original hue. As servants, I trust you know what to do without excessive instructions, so let us hasten. Once completed, you shall be rewarded with lunch. Ah, old Madame Li, please fetch me a bucket of water and find an empty basin. The servants had never encountered such a decisive young lady. They furrowed their brows in a mix of perplexity and resignation. The matriarch had sent them under the pretense of assistance, but who was unaware that it was merely for show. Given the status of these few near the matriarch, no master would truly dare to treat them as mere servants. Old Madame Li felt discontent, yet proceeded with caution, sensing that the newly arrived 2nd Miss was not easily intimidated. Madam, Manxi furrowed her brow and inquired, Must we truly perform such menial tasks? The 2 young maids, frightened by the reprimand, dared not speak further, even neglecting their concern for their garments, as they seized brooms and began sweeping while pinching their noses. Before long, the courtyard and rooms were transformed, becoming quite a pleasant abode. The following afternoon, Manchi whispered to old Madame Li, her voice low, as if deliberately trying to avoid Lin Fengyao's ears. Old Madame Li replied sharply, "Hush, speak softly. Did you see it?" "No, I heard it from others." Madame Li contemplated and remarked, if that were the case, the First Lady would surely come to issue commands. "You must keep a close watch on the second miss when she leaves the hall. Do not let her wander aimlessly." Lin Fengyao mused to herself, indeed. It seems that Madame Shun has given instructions to find every means to prevent me from marrying the eldest son, instead insisting that her daughter, Lin Fengjin, should wed him. She had initially believed that encountering Bai Qingming in Beijiang was a stroke of fortune, especially since she had never denied being captivated by his visage. Despite his disheveled state from grievous injuries at the time, the person she thought she would never see again had inexplicably become her fiancé. Although the Lin family's stance remained enigmatic, she, Lin Fengyao, was determined that the man she had chosen would not fall into another's hands. She cast her gaze out the window, contemplating, "It seems that when the night deepens and silence envelopes, I must take a stroll within the Lin residence." At the third watch of the night, a slight figure flitted out from the southern garden. The Lin residence, devoid of the day's clamor, was now shrouded in a chilling stillness, punctuated only by the whispering of the cold wind through the branches. Lin Fengyao, still unfamiliar with the estate and hindered by her short stature, found herself breathless by the time she finally reached her father's study. A faint scent of pine lingered in the air. Yet, despite the abundance of pine trees that adorned the garden, it had seemingly done little to elevate the Lin family stature, instead allowing the fragrance to mingle with the merchant's avarice. As Lin Fengyao entered the courtyard, she caught a glimpse of the flickering candlelight within the pine-clad building, shadows moving intermittently. Her curiosity piqued, she wondered, what could be the reason for so many figures lingering in my father's study at such a late hour? The guard she encountered on her journey to Ning'an City was the very same warrior who had intervened when the stableman attempted to take her life, clad in similar attire. Lin Fengyao recognized him as an official from the Lord's residence and held her breath, pressing her ear closely to the window in an attempt to discern the ensuing conversation between the two. The guard spoke, "Master Lin, I have gathered the information. Although the eldest prince has emerged victorious, he sustained grave injuries in the final battle, leaving his appearance disfigured. Moreover, following today's examination, it seems he has no hope of siring offspring." "What?" Master Lin exclaimed, his breath quickening in astonishment. "What shall we do? If our daughter were to marry him, would that not amount to her living as a widow?" Had she not been privy to Jiang Anning's thoughts beforehand, Lin Fengyao would have been genuinely alarmed. However, she now understood that this was merely a ruse, for Jiang Anning had cautioned her not to believe any claims of the eldest prince being gravely injured or disfigured. Indeed, the young lad's words rang true. Lin Fengyao composed herself, recognizing that the entire scenario was an act. It was likely that this guard had been bribed by the Shun family to relay false information to her father. Tomorrow, her father would undoubtedly share this news with her. And should she express any fear, Lin Fengjin would seize the opportunity to propose a marriage. In such a case, she would be celebrated for her fortunate match, while Lin Fengyao would be branded a coward, losing her chance to enter the Lord's residence and thereby sealing her fate forever. Stealthily, Lin Fengyao exited her father's study, eagerly awaiting the unfolding drama of the morrow. The following morning, as Lin Fengyao opened her eyes, she immediately sensed that something was amiss with Li Momo and the others. Although they wore amiable smiles, their eyes flickered with an unsettling glimmer, as if they were concealing something. Lin Fengyao understood that they were deliberately trying to elicit her inquiries, but she chose not to cooperate. "Second miss, the master requests your presence in study," came the announcement. Lin Fengyao mused inwardly that their subtle tactics had proven ineffective, and it seemed they were prepared to confront her directly. Very well. She followed Li Momo to the front courtyard, where Lin Laoi's study awaited. To her surprise, she found Lin Laofuren, Shen Foren, and Lin Fengjin all gathered there. Even the eldest son Lin Bei's, who had been away on business, was present. Clearly, a theatrical performance was about to unfold. Lin Laoi began, "Fengyao, there is something of great import I must share with you. The Bai family has sent a marriage proposal. But concurrently, I have received critical news. The eldest son of the Bai family has sustained severe injuries on the battlefield, rendering him not only disfigured, but also incapable of siring offspring. Lin Fengyao was momentarily taken aback. She noticed a hint of smugness in Shen Foran and Lin Fingjin's expressions. Fengyao, do you still wish to marry into the Bai family? Lin Laoi inquired. Your father offers you the opportunity to choose. If you are unwilling to proceed with this marriage, I shall arrange another for you. Lin Fengyao's countenance displayed her inner turmoil as she replied, the Lin family, rooted in commerce, values integrity above all. Furthermore, my father, in gratitude for the Shen family's assistance, took in a concubine. These actions reflect our deep sense of loyalty and duty. Given the current state of the Bai family's eldest son, I naturally would prefer not to marry him. However, if I refuse, would that not render the Lin family as one lacking in both trust and honor? Do not speak of the White City Lord's household as one we cannot provoke. Even if we could, it would not silence the whispers of the masses. Thus, my daughter has chosen to marry. She declared her final statement with resolute conviction. The members of the Lin family fell silent upon hearing her words, while the Shun mother and daughter stared in disbelief. Is she truly willing to wed under such circumstances? Lin Bays, perplexed, chuckled. I never imagined my second sister would be so indifferent to matters of loyalty and affection. Lady Lin shot her son a glare and coldly inquired of Lin Fengyao. Have you truly considered this? The eldest son of the Bai family has been disfigured. Who says I am disfigured? At that moment, a figure strode confidently into the main hall. It was Bai Qingming. The Lin family was taken aback. What could the eldest son of the Bai family achieve by barging in uninvited? Lord Lin gestured for him to sit, bowing respectfully as he said, Bai Qingming, what brings you to my humble abode? The betrothal can be managed by the servants. Bai Qingming, with a frosty demeanor, retorted. I am here to show you whether or not I am disfigured. Humph. If it weren't for hearing Jiang Anning's heartfelt sentiments, I would have remained oblivious to the treachery surrounding this union with the Lin family. Do you see any disfigurement on me?
No.
We have merely heard rumors. They responded. Bai Qingming pressed, then who is responsible for disseminating this slander? Lin Fengyao glanced at Shen and said, Aunt, your earlier words truly frighten me. Bai Qingming cast a sidelong glance at Lady Lin, causing Shen to tremble in fear. Should the eldest son pursue the matter, she would be cursed for speaking ill of him. In truth, Madame Lin hails from a scholarly lineage. Yet her fervent desire for her daughter to marry into a prestigious family led her to resort to such desperate measures, a choice she now deeply regrets. Old Master Lin promptly interjected, Your Highness, it is but hearsay. Let the wise put an end to rumors. Pay no heed to the idle chatter of the common folk. It is mere drivel from the servants. He paused momentarily, then continued earnestly, Since your Highness has graced us with your presence, I shall speak candidly. My second daughter, though my own flesh and blood, was switched at a tender age due to the malice of our household. It is only now that we have found her. For many years, she has lived as the daughter of a peasant in the northern frontier, lacking refinement and education. I trust this will not displease you. Bai Qingming replied with clarity, Why should I be displeased?
She is precisely the one I seek.
Do you know why I triumphed in the battle of the northern frontier? Old Master Lin shook his head in confusion. I do not. At that time, I was gravely injured. Had I not been sheltered by a humble farming family in the north, I would have perished long ago, and it is unlikely I would be standing here today. Bai Qingming declared. A notion stirred in old Master Lin's mind. Could it be that the one who saved his highness was your daughter? Bai Qingming affirmed boldly. At that moment, I had resolved that I would take no other as my bride. Alas, when I returned to the northern frontier, she had already departed. I felt a profound melancholy, unsure of when I might see her again. The words of Bai Qingming echoed the sentiments harbored in Lin Fengyao's heart. It seemed that the connection between lovers was indeed genuine. Though Lin Fengyao remained silent, her heart brimmed with sweetness. Meanwhile, Madame Lin discreetly pinched her son, admonishing, Do not speak so recklessly, child. Madame Lin began to speak. This cannot be considered mere idle talk. It is our ignorance. As we believed that a peasant girl marrying into the Lin family would bring disgrace. Her persistent concern was precisely this, which is why she initially opposed the union and contemplated having Lin Fengjin take her place, yet she feared that the matter of substitution might be discovered by Lord Bai, leading to difficult explanations. Bai Qingming chuckled, Madam, Do not underestimate your granddaughter. A seer has foretold that Fengyao will one day possess wealth rivaling nations, and our Ning'an city will prosper due to her. Madame Lin widened her eyes. A seer? Is this truly the case? Upon seeing Bai Qingming's earnest expression, she naturally believed him. A seer? Lin Fengyao furrowed her delicate brows. Could it possibly be that little rascal again? Losing the support of Madame Lin, Shen understood that she ultimately could not alter her daughter's fate, and thus she took her hand and departed. Bai Mingqing removed the jade pendant he carried and placed it in Lin Fengyao's palm as a token of affection before turning to leave. Chapter 65. The Black Meat Case. Qingming, it seems your marriage with the Lin family's illegitimate daughter is fated. Indeed, father, I share this belief. It is thanks to Jiang Anning's heartfelt words that I have come to understand all of this. This child is truly a harbinger of fortune. Lord Bai chuckled lightly, yet furrowed his brow again. Now that Bai Qingming's wedding can be assured, the remaining concern is to eradicate the distribution of black meat within the city. Should this continue, the trade of black meat will flourish, causing Lord Bai considerable distress. The disadvantages of black meat are twofold. Firstly, it is not subject to taxation. More alarmingly, this current plague is a livestock epidemic. Humans cannot be infected, but the meat from infected animals becomes inedible. In Ning'an City, there used to be stringent inspection procedures to ensure that the meat sold was safe, but black meat is different. It is sold clandestinely, without any safety guarantees.
Consequently,
the Lord of Bai has deployed a considerable military force to manage and prevent the proliferation of black meat, even mobilizing the valiant cavalry led by Qingling, who has been occupied and sleepless for several nights. He entrusted the regular army of Ning'an City to his elder brother Bai Qingming, a revered general returning from the capital, whose prowess Bai Qingling respects wholeheartedly. He is uncertain of his father's current sentiments towards him, yet he remains silent and dutifully fulfills the tasks assigned to him. Ning'an City is home to only 2 butcher shops. In addition to the one owned by the butcher, who in the west of the city, there is also Song Ji Butcher Shop in the north. The latter is larger than whose establishment, sourcing their supplies from the family of the wealthy Mr. Diao in Yongxi town, who is known for spending 1,000 taels of silver to offer sacrifices to the heavens. This epidemic has inflicted severe losses on him. However, in comparison to Mr. Diao's substantial financial losses, the butcher, who has fared well. After all, one can simply raise prices when supply diminishes. In this current climate, if one wishes to consume meat, they must be prepared to pay several times the usual price. Upon careful calculation, who discovered that not only had his earnings not diminished, but they had actually increased significantly. My dear daughter, after your meal, please make a trip to the residence of County Magistrate Gua and deliver these 50 taels of silver. Butcher Hu, with a sense of satisfaction, meticulously arranged the feast and instructed his daughter, Hu Yueying, to carefully wrap the silver coins. After all, artificially inflating meat prices would incite public outrage. The common folk, unable to afford meat, would not only curse him as a rogue merchant, but would also direct their ire towards the Lord of Baiqing. It was evident that if the Lord were to discover this, he would not spare Hu any leniency. Fortunately, with the assistance of County Magistrate Gua in suppressing public sentiment, he had managed to evade trouble. What was a mere 50 taels of gratitude compared to that? Sitting at the table, Hu Yueying inquired, "Father, what about Madame Gua? Her gift must not be overlooked." Butcher Hu nodded in agreement. "Of course, my dear. I am aware. I have prepared a pair of jade bracelets for you to present to Madame Gua personally. Do not forget to inquire if the Lord of Baiqing has investigated me." "Understood," Hu Yueying replied. Butcher Hu continued, "As for your marriage, my daughter, I believe it is best to seek another suitor. Jiang Zheng is oblivious to the times. How could he refuse to divorce? He has even quarreled with his own family. I think it best to forget about him." Hu Yueying lowered her gaze and replied nonchalantly, "Very well, then." Though Butcher, whose eyes were filled with reluctance, they were overshadowed by resentment. How could his daughter be outmatched by that daughter of the Qiao family? What merit did the Qiao family have to compare with the Hu family? He was determined to find a man for her who was 1,000 times better than Jiang Zheng. After finishing her meal, Hu Yueying stepped out to deliver the silver coins. Observing this, Butcher, who immediately called for his apprentice and inquired, "Have all matters been attended to?" The apprentice nodded. "Rest assured, Master. We have successfully swapped the meat in the Song family storeroom. They now possess tainted meat. Once sold, they can expect to be embroiled in legal troubles. The butcher who, with a face full of excitement, laughed heartily, exclaiming that he had not anticipated that merely 200 taels of silver could secure the cooperation of the Song family's warehouse manager, allowing him to stealthily obtain the key to the storeroom where the Song family kept their meat. He felt as though he had pulled off a clever switch. Has that warehouse manager left the Song residence yet? He mused.
Good.
After our meal, let us venture to the cellar and inspect those meats. Earning profit with the money of our adversary, haha, this business is truly remarkable. Who downed his cup of wine in one gulp, bursting into a boisterous and exuberant laughter. That night, Bai Qingling was patrolling the city with his guard. This duty had originally belonged to Lang Juntian, but after the demise of his biological father, this responsibility had unexpectedly fallen upon him. Bai Qingling shook his head with a sense of irony, feeling the weight of the situation. Just then, 3 men suddenly rushed towards him, followed closely by 2 others, one carrying a medicine box, resembling a young apothecary, and the other an elderly man, akin to a physician. Although Ning'an City did not enforce a curfew, the streets were largely deserted past the midnight hour, with only a few groups of revelers indulging in wine and visiting brothels, all jovially laughing. Bai Qingling paid little heed to them, but he was somewhat taken aback to see a physician out on a night call. Surely someone must have fallen gravely ill. The men were running swiftly, just as he suspected. Suddenly, a door on the street swung open, and a man rushed out in a state of distress, seizing the physician's arm and pleading, "Doctor, please save my mother." Before the physician could respond, the man who was running ahead interjected, "This doctor was summoned to tend to my father, who has fallen seriously ill." Frothing at the mouth and on the brink of unconsciousness, the man by the roadside paused momentarily, expressing his astonishment. "Why does your father suffer from the same affliction as my mother? It is one thing to experience simultaneous headaches and fevers, but the occurrence of foaming at the mouth and losing consciousness is indeed rare. The fact that 2 individuals are afflicted simultaneously raises significant suspicions." The townsfolk, naturally fearful in the presence of soldiers, timidly recounted the entire situation to Bai Qingling. An ominous foreboding washed over Bai Qingling as he contemplated the possibility of a devastating epidemic sweeping through Ning'an City. He instructed the physician, "Let us first visit the nearest healer. I wish to ascertain the nature of the malady ravaging Ning'an." The physician nodded. Though the young man who had initially summoned him appeared discontent, yet dared not voice his grievances. Chapter 66. From where do these plagues emanate? Bai Qingling accompanied the physician into the dwelling, where they encountered an elderly woman lying unconscious upon the bed. The physician approached, took her pulse, and frowned, shaking his head in dismay. Her vital energy is weak, her meridians feeble, and it appears as though there is a stagnation of foulness within her body. He pondered deeply, occasionally glancing at the ailing matron. The woman's son, his face etched with worry, was about to speak when he too collapsed limply to the ground. Bai Qinglong's eyes widened in astonishment. He had initially assumed the young man fainted from concern for his mother's critical condition, only to witness the young man begin to foam at the mouth as well. The physician exclaimed, This family shares the same affliction. This is no ordinary illness. It must be either poisoning or the consumption of tainted food." No sooner had he uttered these words than an idea sprouted in Bai Qinglong's mind. He commanded, "Let us inspect their kitchen." Several guards rushed to the kitchen, retrieving the unfinished dishes. Upon noticing the presence of meat, Bai Qingling's eyes sparkled with intrigue. This household, seemingly modest, had meat for dinner. Could it be? His brows furrowed in concern, his complexion paling slightly as he directed a stern inquiry at the young man from earlier. "Did your family also partake in meat this evening?" The youth nodded, hastily clarifying, "We purchased some, but I assure you it was not black market meat. All was procured from Songji Meat Shop." The Songji Meat Shop is a legitimate establishment sanctioned by the Ning'an City government, where the meat is meticulously inspected for safety. The young man's assertion regarding the source of the meat seemed credible, barring 2 possibilities. Either the meat sold by Songji was genuinely compromised, either overlooked by the authorities or willfully neglected, or the young man was fabricating his account. However, the youth's demeanor betrayed no deceit, instead reflecting genuine fear. leading Bai Qinglang to accept his explanation. The thought struck Bai Qinglang, the Songji meat shop might be distributing tainted meat. He contemplated the implications. Tainted meat could have spread to numerous households, placing those who consumed it at significant risk. Someone swiftly seal off the Songji meat shop. At that moment, the Song family remained in slumber, abruptly awakened by the stern pounding on their door by the guards. Bai Qinglong's expression was grave and resolute as he demanded, "Who is the proprietor of the meat shop?" Song Taiping, hastily donning his garments, rushed forward. Bowing in a flustered manner, "It is I, a humble commoner." Bai Qingling inquired, "How much meat has your shop sold recently?" With this, Bai Qingling exhaled, pressing further, "Where is the excess meat stored?" Song Taiping replied, "I fear the tainted meat. It is all stored in the meat vault, preserved with ice. Please, lead me to the storage." Not daring to delay, Song Taiping escorted Bai Qingling to the chamber where the raw meat was kept and summoned an attendant to open the door. "General, please inspect." Bai Qingling, sensitive to the pungent odor of the meat, turned away, permitting only his attendant to cut a piece. He then summoned a yellow dog to feed it the meat. Before long, the dog exhibited a violent reaction, foaming at the mouth and collapsing, convulsing uncontrollably on the ground. Song Taiping stood frozen for a moment, his complexion suddenly paling. Stammering in disbelief, I do not know. What has happened? Why is the meat from my shop like this? I was just about to inquire of you." Bai Qinglong's gaze was as sharp as a curved blade, probing Song Taiping with a piercing question. "Why are you selling infected meat? Do you comprehend the harm it brings? Have you no conscience, allowing such filth to be consumed?" In a panic, Song Taiping fell to his knees, desperately proclaiming his innocence. I truly do not know what has occurred," he pleaded. "All the meat in my shop is sourced from Mr. Diao. Could it be that there was an issue with the supply?" The spread of infected meat into the marketplace was no trivial matter. Bai Qingling could not take it upon himself to deal with the Song family. He ordered Song Taiping imprisoned and resolved to report the matter to Lord by the next day. After the plague, the price of meat and the potential proliferation of tainted products were undoubtedly the foremost concerns of Lord Bai, particularly the control over infected meat, which required his utmost vigilance. In Ning'an City, all the meat is sourced from the estate of the esteemed Diao Yuanwei in Yongxi Town, which indeed simplifies management. The city lord, Bai, had long decreed that Diao Yuanwei could only sell live livestock, a measure intended to prevent the spread of contaminated meat. Yet even now, there are still citizens afflicted by illness due to consuming tainted meat, a perplexity that leaves him in deep contemplation. After a moment of distraction, Bai countered with a question. "Did you inquire?" He quickly dismissed the thought, acknowledging the multitude of official duties at hand. Noting that his elder brother was preoccupied with military affairs and that the youngest brother had yet to fully recover from his injuries. The selection for this investigation. He pondered in silence for a considerable time before speaking again. Bai Qingling found the situation peculiar. Wasn't the candidate already apparent? Gua County Magistrate. This matter also falls within his jurisdiction, does it not? "My lord, have you forgotten about Gua County Magistrate?" Bai shook his head decisively. "I do not intend to involve him in this matter." His tone was resolute. "Gua County Magistrate is rather cunning. I fear he may be inextricably linked to this case. I cannot engage in the sort of dealings that would equate to allowing a ghost to act as a judge. Indeed, one cannot place complete trust in a man of Gua's character." Suddenly, Bai inquired, "What of Jiang Zheng? He possesses considerable talent. I shall appoint him as a special investigator for this case. You are to inform him immediately and relay this development," he commanded. "Understood." As Bai Qingling turned to leave, Bai called out, "Wait." Bai Qingling, taken aback, nodded slightly, yet it was evident that the city lord's gaze held a complex mix of emotions. He proceeded to the Jiang residence, where he relayed the details of the contaminated meat case to Jiang Zheng, along with the news of Bai's appointment of him as a special investigator. It should have been a cause for celebration. Yet Jiang Zheng found himself unable to muster any excitement. The reason was simple. This case was exceedingly intricate. Even the process of slaughter is conducted in an open manner, intended to assure the public, whether it be the Song family or the butcher, who, upon purchasing live livestock, they promptly proceed with the slaughter and subsequent storage. After all, Livestock require sustenance for each day they are alive, which would subsequently elevate the price of the meat. In Chapter 67, to Jinling, Jiang Zheng deduces that the tainted meat is unlikely to have originated from the Diao family. It is more probable that it is the doing of the Song Ji butcher shop. However, he has also heard that no matter the severity of the torture inflicted upon Song Pingan in the prison, he steadfastly refuses to confess, vehemently proclaiming his innocence. At least from Jiang Zheng's perspective, Song Taiping does not strike him as the kind of despicable person who would forsake righteousness for profit. It is highly likely that Song Taiping is an innocent man. Bai Qingling, in a serious tone, coldly remarked, "You assert that Song Taiping is innocent, yet the current evidence points entirely in his direction. Moreover, the city lord has tasked you with investigating this case to uncover the source of the tainted meat. This is not a difficult matter. I am well aware. Let's not forget, there are 2 butcher shops in Ning'an City, aside from the Song Ji butcher shop. There is also Hu's butcher shop in the west of the city." Upon hearing Jiang Ning's inner thoughts, Bai Qingling smiled faintly, shaking his head as he responded. "I have already investigated Hu's butcher shop. Their meat is safe. I implore you, second young master, consider this. With only 2 butcher shops in Ning'an City, if the Song Ji were to falter, who would stand to gain the most?" Bai Qingling felt a sudden clarity, as if pricked by a needle. It dawned upon him. Of course, it would be Hu the butcher. If the Song Ji butcher shop were to close its doors, would not Hu the butcher dominate the market? Could it be that Jiang Ning's inner thoughts imply that this matter is somehow connected to Hu the butcher? Jiang Zheng's demeanor shifted, becoming more cautious and grave. The butcher, who is a figure I am all too familiar with. During my time in Xinghua village, the Feng family frequently instilled in me tales of Hu's immense wealth. Such a man aligns perfectly with my mother's mercenary worldview, yet I regard him with disdain. It is said that Hu's rise to prominence was drenched in blood. Emerging from the ranks of ruffians, he clawed his way to success through violence and has numerous connections with outlaws. Individuals like him are truly destabilizing elements in society, and I intend to keep my distance. My father, on his inaugural case as an official, ironically enlisted the aid of my mother's romantic rival's father. The nefarious antagonist portrayed in literature, a rather delightful twist. Within the narrative, who employs despicable tactics to dismantle the larger Songji meat shop, thereby monopolizing the meat market of Ning'an City and amassing considerable wealth. However, upon witnessing the rise of the heroine Lin Fengyao, he resorts to underhanded schemes to undermine her, ultimately leading to his downfall at her hands. I believe that since I have arrived, it is unnecessary for the heroine to take matters into her own hands regarding Hu. The mere mention of his name fills me with aversion. To my father, he is undoubtedly a thorn in the flesh that must be removed. It is worth noting that the custodian of the Songji meat shop, Qi, is a gambler drowning in debt, who has bribed him to surreptitiously swap the shop's meat with tainted supplies under the cover of night. This is not Hu's first foray into such treachery.
Hua,
possessing the keys to the storeroom, found it quite easy to execute the switch. Fearing that the authorities might trace the matter back to him, Hu has already provided Hua with funds for his escape. Jiang Zheng nodded, observing that this Qi bore a striking resemblance to Mo Rushue, both willing to betray their benefactors for trifling gains. Qi had already fled to Jinling City, a man of little merit, indulging in laziness and relying on deceitful tactics to earn a living. Given his gambling nature, it was only a matter of time before he squandered his money. In the narrative, Qi's first act upon arriving in Jinling City was to revel in the casino, and once his funds dwindled, he resorted to swindling. He deceived the local populace under the pretense of establishing a freight depot, enticing them to invest, only to engage in a cycle of borrowing and repaying, reminiscent of financial fraud. The common folk, lacking discernment, regarded Qi as a wealthy magnate, falling victim to his schemes, clamoring to invest in his enterprise, ultimately suffering significant losses. Bai Qingling remarked that since Qi was still alive, questioning him could yield evidence against the butcher Hu. Jiang Zheng concurred, stating that he should set forth for Jinling City, hoping that the second young master could allocate some personnel to assist him. Bai Qingling assured him of this. Noting that Qi would not surrender easily, he advised Jiang Zheng to first visit the city lord's residence to request the necessary documents and permits, as protocol dictated that the Jinling City administration operated with official documentation. Without the proper papers, the county magistrate would not cooperate. Jiang Zheng furrowed his brow, inquiring if the documents were not to be requested from the government office. Bai Qingling swiftly countered, cautioning him against such an approach, for it was the city lord's intent that this matter remain undisclosed to Magistrate Gu, as there were concerns regarding his reliability. The suspicion was justified. The butcher Hu and Magistrate Gu shared a close rapport, and it was conceivable that he might have been involved in the case of the tainted meat. Jiang Zheng marveled at Bai Qinglong's astute intelligence, yet he couldn't help but feel that addressing him merely as the city lord was rather distant, considering he was, after all, his father. Following Bai Qinglong's advice, Jiang Zheng visited the city lord's residence the next day and successfully obtained the official documents. Upon returning home, he found that the guards arranged by Bai Qingling had already completed their duty, standing in a disciplined formation, their gazes sharp and alert. Qiao Shi emerged from within, cradling Jiang Anning, and informed her husband, "I have prepared your travel provisions. You can depart at any moment. Mother worked tirelessly last night to eliminate the butcher who, so you must not let her down. But I fear you will disappoint her." Upon hearing his daughter's lack of faith in him, Jiang Zheng felt a pang of sadness. Why must I fail? Just look at the guards the second young master has summoned. Could Huiqi possibly escape from their grasp? What good does that do? They are merely brutish fighters. What you truly need is wisdom to complement your strength. Without evidence, how could Huiqi possibly comply with your demands? Jiang Zheng understood then that his little girl wished to accompany him. Sweet daughter, whom do you refer to when you speak of wisdom? Of course, it's me. It was said that Jinling, a picturesque water town in the south, boasted an intricate network of waterways and breathtaking scenery. Unlike Ning'an City, Jinling was one of the 4 great cities of the realm, prosperous and thriving, serving as a nexus for 5 provinces. The gentle hills and soft waters offered a lavish array of culinary delights and amusements, far surpassing those of Ning'an City. We could easily apprehend a criminal there. Jiang Zheng chuckled, but before he could voice his thoughts, Qiao Shi interjected with concern. How can this be? Jiang Ning is still so young. What if she falls ill on such a long journey? Jiang Ning was momentarily taken aback, only to suddenly recall the dire situation of the citizens who had consumed the tainted meat. Most of them were perilously close to death. Nevertheless, he reassured himself. I possess a means to save them. Subsequently, Jiang Ning focused his thoughts and activated the universal remedy system to search for a formula to combat the plague. Chapter 68. Capturing Huiqi, Dampi, Wait and, Licorice, Bamboo Leaves, Rhinoceros Horn, Xian Shen, Lian Qiao, Xingdi, Huang Qin, Qi Shao, and Zhu Gang, each weighing 1 qian. Boil them in water for an hour and consume the concoction. Mother, please hurry to the Lord's residence and convey this prescription to Lord Bai, urging him to swiftly assist the citizens of the city. Qiao promptly handed her daughter to her husband, jotted down the prescription, and hurriedly made her way to the Lord's residence. Father, Mother has left. Let us also set off for Jinling. Very well, my dear daughter, let us depart. The elite guards dispatched by Qingling observed Jiang Zheng, who was conversing with himself, wearing expressions of confusion and curiosity. It was merely a trip to Jinling. Was such excitement truly warranted? Engaging in dialogue with oneself, indeed. The journey from Ning'an City to Jinling would take over 10 days. Fortunately, with the guidance of road signs, their passage through various states, towns, and counties proceeded exceptionally smoothly. Jiang Zheng and his companions enjoyed a steaming bowl of glutinous rice balls at a roadside stall, while also sending individuals to inquire about Huiqi's whereabouts. This inquiry proved fruitful, revealing that Huiqi was quite a notable figure in the expansive city of Jinling. Many affluent families and gentry had invested in his trading house, and the common folk in the bustling streets of Jinling were abuzz with tales of the remarkable individual who had established a trading post, generating a staggering 3-fold income each month. What an opportunity! Capturing Huiqi now would surely yield both the criminal and the evidence. Upon hearing his daughter's heartfelt words, Jiang Zheng was momentarily taken aback, bewildered by the implication. Caught red-handed? What could that possibly mean? He pondered, perplexed by the insinuation of wrongdoing. Though confusion lingered in his heart, Jiang Zheng resolutely believed in his daughter's account. Thus he proceeded to the Jiaxuan restaurant accompanied by his guards. Inside the establishment, Qi was engaged in lively discussions with the affluent merchants of Jinling, exchanging toasts and sharing insights on business.
Suddenly,
A loud shout echoed through the hall. "Seize Qi. Do not let him escape." Qi, taken aback, looked up to see a formidable group of roughly 10 armed officials storming into the restaurant, their eyes fixed intensely upon him. Quick-witted as he was, Qi immediately deduced their purpose, yet he feigned confusion, displaying an expression of bewilderment. "Do you know why we have come to Jinling in search of you?" Jiang Anning inquired, his hands clasped behind him, his gaze piercing into Qi. Qi, fully aware of the situation, maintained a facade of surprise, responding with a sardonic smile. "Esteemed official, how could I possibly misunderstand your words? Moreover, I have encountered many from the Jinling government, but I do not recognize you." The guests present also exhibited expressions of astonishment, with one gentleman inquiring of Jiang Anning, "Indeed, I have not seen you at the Jinling government office. Which jurisdiction do you represent?" Jiang Anning replied with confidence, "From Ning'an City." "Qi, your case from Ning'an has escalated. How is it that officials from Ning'an have come to Jinling to apprehend someone without notifying the Jinling magistrate?" Qi felt a surge of anxiety, yet he deliberately relaxed his demeanor, responding leisurely, "That seems rather irregular, does it not?" Jiang Anning coldly remarked, "I am the official investigator appointed by the Lord of Ning'an City, specifically tasked with probing into the matter of the tainted meat from Song's butchery. As for the authorities in Jinling, I shall inform them in due course." Qi inquired icily, "Tainted meat from Song's butchery? When did this occur?" 15 days ago. Jiang Anning replied. "The citizens of Ning'an City purchased meat from the Song family, and after consuming it, they fell ill with the plague. As the warehouse manager of Song's butchery, you conveniently went missing during that time. Can you claim this incident bears no relation to you?" Qi remained unperturbed. "Are you suggesting that I mixed the tainted meat into Song's butchery stock? Have you considered why I would do such a thing? Moreover, from where would I acquire such a quantity of tainted meat?" Jiang Anning asserted, "It was provided to you by the butcher, who..." Qi, anticipating this accusation, shook his head resolutely. "What evidence do you possess to substantiate this claim?" "I must inform you that this is a baseless accusation. I have connections with the magistrate of Jinling County, and he has lent me considerable funds for my warehouse business. It appears you have misidentified your target for defamation." Upon hearing this, the merchants of Jinling began to chime in, reproaching Jiang Anning, for in their eyes, Qi was a veritable god of wealth. This unexpected turn of events caught Jiang Anning off guard, although he had brought men with him. He understood that he could not resort to force so easily in this unfamiliar territory. Qi, sensing his advantage, grew increasingly brazen. At that moment, a voice echoed in Jiang Aning's mind. "These wealthy merchants of Jinling are truly foolish if they were to discover that Qi is but a grand deceiver, and that the so-called warehouse is merely a fade, with its contents consisting of nothing but stones and sand. If only that group of affluent merchants could glimpse the contents of those bags, their expressions would undoubtedly be utterly fascinating." Upon hearing these words, Jiang Anning felt a sense of assurance. He swiftly approached Qi, gripping his wrist firmly, his gaze imbued with a hint of malevolence, and said, "May I have a word with you? Let us discuss the matters concerning the goods in your warehouse." Qi's eyes flickered. What do you wish to discuss?" "Quite simply, if you refuse to accompany me, I shall proceed to your warehouse and tear open those bags to unveil their true contents." Qi's eyelids twitched violently, and cold sweat began to bead on his forehead. Following Jiang Anning to a secluded spot, he asked tremulously, "What exactly do you intend to convey?" Jiang Aning's expression grew even more frigid as he gritted his teeth and declared, "Do not presume that I am unaware of the nature of your warehouse. You squandered the money that old who provided you just days before arriving here, did you not? The warehouse is merely a fade. If my deductions are correct, those bags are filled with nothing but stones and sand, are they not? If I were to disclose this matter to the affluent families of Jinling, can you fathom their reaction? I believe it would take no effort on my part. They could very well bring about your demise right here in this tavern. Father Taikula, I did not anticipate your prowess and intimidation. You truly are a prized disciple of Confucius." Qi, paralyzed by fear, had turned ashen, his gaze vacant. Jiang Anning continued, You are merely a pawn in someone else's game. Your crimes are not grave enough to warrant death, at most, a brief imprisonment of 3 to 5 years. After a prolonged moment of contemplation, which she finally nodded in acquiescence. Chapter 69. Madame Su, he promptly commanded the release of Song Ping'an while apprehending the butcher who. The butcher, believing that Huichi had evaded capture and that the city lord Bai could do nothing against him, initially maintained a facade of bravado. However, upon witnessing Huichi's appearance, he was rendered speechless, collapsing to his knees in despair. Jiang Zheng further reported Hu's past schemes to bribe Mo Rushua in order to frame Qiao Danian, enraged by Hu's frequent use of despicable and insidious tactics to ensnare others. The city lord Bai sentenced the butcher to be executed in public. In the dim confines of his cell, Hu curled up in a ball. Although Ning'an City lay in the southern region, the chill persisted after the onset of winter, and the cell lacked any source of warmth. Thus, Hu had no choice but to huddle for warmth, though fortunately, he would not endure this discomfort for many more days. Outside the prison door, Hu Yueying hurriedly approached but was halted by the guard. "What brings you here?" "I wish to see my father." "That is not permissible. This is a secure area, and no unauthorized persons are allowed." Understanding the adage that even the king of hell is easier to deal with than a troublesome ghost, Hu Yueying produced a silver ingot and handed it to the guard with a gentle smile, saying, "I shall only take a brief moment." Upon seeing the gleaming silver, the guard's eyes lit up, and with a prompt, "Make it quick," he departed. Seeing his daughter arrive, Hu hastily rose and rushed to the prison door, asking urgently, "What news? Did you meet County Magistrate Gua?"
Hu Yueying nodded. "I did."
"What did the magistrate say?" To this point, the magistrate remains completely unaware of your situation. If I had not sought him out, he would have remained oblivious. Hu Yueying's tone was fraught with anxiety. Butcher, who was momentarily taken aback, and Hu Yueying followed up, saying, "The county magistrate has asked you to remain calm. He will find a way to save you." Butcher, who scoffed inwardly at the notion of maintaining calm. In just a few days, he would face execution. That old rogue was clearly dissatisfied with the money he had received and sought to take advantage of the situation. Hu Yueying, too, was reluctant to part with the substantial sum of 1,000 taels, yet without money to spare her father, he would lose his head. Butcher, who had often dealt with such matters in the past, always managing to resolve them with silver, and Hu Yueying naively believed that this time would be no different, merely requiring a bit more expenditure. In truth, the father and daughter of the Hu family had misjudged County Magistrate Gua. He was not attempting to exploit the situation but was equally in the dark. Butcher, who was his benefactor, and how could Jiang Zheng, of all people, choose to arrest Butcher, who without notifying him? After all, it was with the support of this official that Jiang Zheng had achieved his current standing. What a betrayal! A wolf in sheep's clothing. Filled with indignation, he clutched the 1,000 taels of silver that Hu Yueying had sent and declared, "Do not worry, my lady. I shall take charge of this matter. Regardless of whether your father's situation is serious or trivial, he is under my jurisdiction, and Jiang Zheng had no right to apprehend him unilaterally. I shall make my way to the lord of the city and inform him. I intend to impeach Jiang Zheng for his overreach." Thus, the beleaguered county magistrate Gua hastily made his way to the city lord's residence. "My lord," he announced, "I wish to lodge a complaint against Jiang Zheng." Lord Bai, already aware of his intentions, sipped his tea and inquired nonchalantly, "What is your complaint against him?" The official chastised him for overstepping his authority, asserting that the case of the plague-ridden meat should have rightfully been adjudicated by the local magistrate. Instead, he had taken it upon himself to act with unwarranted bravado, invoking the power of his position to apprehend individuals in Jinling City. This not only stirred resentment among the citizens of Jinling but also cast a shadow of disorder over our own Ning'an City. County Magistrate Gua argued passionately, stating, "Jiang Zheng has previously benefited from my patronage, yet he fails to communicate with me, regardless of the solidity of the evidence he presents. His actions are devoid of proper procedure and decorum." Mayor Bai's expression turned icy, and he suddenly shattered the teacup in his hand, startling Magistrate Gua. He was well aware of the mayor's penchant for breaking teacups in moments of anger, yet he could not fathom the source of the mayor's ire at that moment. "Bai, I ask you, what if the case of the plague-ridden meat was specifically commissioned by me for Jiang Zheng to investigate?" Magistrate Gua, taken aback, retorted, Why would the mayor personally select Jiang for this investigation? The unspoken implication of distrust hung heavy in the air, and his eyes brimmed with skepticism.
Mayor Bai.
Perceptive as ever, let out a cold snort. Hasn't Who the Butcher been generous to you over the years? Just moments ago. His daughter delivered 1,000 taels of silver to your residence, did she not? At this revelation, Magistrate Gua felt a jolt of shock. His face turning pale as he struggled to find his voice, rendered speechless, as if turned to wood. Mayor Bai remained silent, a slight smirk playing on his lips as he observed him. The Major, you are aware of this? Gua stammered, deflated and kneeling as if all the air had been let out of him. Mayor Bai rebuked him as a public servant. You ought to advocate for the people. Yet you, instead, conspire with merchants. It is no wonder Jiang Anning has branded you a corrupt official. Were it not for my cousin's sake, I would have long since dismissed you from your position as county magistrate. Magistrate Gua, looking as though he were a withered leaf, nodded incessantly in agreement. I am guilty, he repeated. Just then, with a gentle call, Madame Gua, the wife of the magistrate, entered. She was a distant cousin of Lord Bai, the city lord, and the aunt of Bai Qingming. What brings you here? Madame Gua shot a cold glance at her husband. What trouble have you stirred up this time? Every visit here seems to end in chaos. Lord Bai quipped, Dear cousin, surely you have come to plead for your husband's sake? Upon realizing her intentions had been exposed, Madame Gua's face flushed crimson as she quickly retorted, Who said that? I am here regarding Qingming's marriage. Cousin, I must ask, have you prepared the betrothal gifts for the Lin family? Have you arranged the wedding attire, the invitations, and the guest list? Lord Bai shook his head in bewilderment. Fortunately, I have thought of everything for you. Madame Gua scoffed. If I had not come, you would surely find yourself at a loss in just a few days. How would the Lin family regard you, the city lord, then? Lord Bai, filled with regret, lamented, It is all my fault. I am an incompetent father. I am lucky to have you, my aunt, to assist me. A proud expression crossed Madame Gua's face as she replied sincerely. Such matters should indeed fall under the purview of the household, managed by the lady of the house. It is a pity that the Pang and Lu families. But there is still the Su family, isn't there? The moment the Su family was mentioned, Lord Bai's countenance darkened abruptly, and he coldly interjected, Cousin, do not speak of her. But what wrong has she committed that you have chosen to confine her? In Madame Gua's impression, Madame Pang and Madame Lu indeed possess rather poor character, a sentiment she deeply resonates with. However, Madame Su stands out as an exceptional figure, both in reputation and virtue. Truly a rarity. Chapter 70. Splitting one's behind. Moreover, being the daughter of Lord Su of the capital, her marriage to the Lord of Bai City cannot be regarded as an act of climbing the social ladder. Madame Gua is perplexed as to why her cousin has confined her. Seeing the Lord of Bai City wearing an unpleasant expression, County Magistrate Gua swiftly pulls Madame Gua aside and whispers, Madam, it is best not to mention it. Madame Su has committed no wrongdoing. The Lord has confined her out of concern that her family's impending downfall might implicate Ning'an City. The Lord acts for the greater good of Ning'an City. Curiously, Madame Gua inquires, has Lord Su committed a crime? Not exactly, the magistrate replies. But analysis from the official reports indicates that Lord Su's family is currently under a cloud of mistrust from His Majesty. However, with the mountains high and the emperor distant, the happenings in the capital remain unknown to the Lord, who is far away in Ning'an City. The magistrate continues. He can only choose to distance himself from Madame Su for the time being. If the rumors circulating are indeed true, he may have no choice but to sacrifice her to preserve the Lord of Bai City's standing in the eyes of His Majesty. Are you suggesting that if the Su family is found guilty, Lady Qinghan will be sentenced to death? Madame Gua asks, her voice tinged with despair. The magistrate sighs. It is indeed a lamentable situation. It is rumored that the Su family's transgressions are of such magnitude that they could lead to a collective punishment of 9 clans, which includes your Bai family. Thus, the Lord seeks to act preemptively. Understanding the gravity of the situation, Madame Gua laments, Madame Su is indeed pitiable. Her fate is fraught with hardship, suffering the consequences despite her innocence. To speak of the more pitiable, It is indeed the unfortunate Qinghan, who can only helplessly witness his mother's demise. Outside the door, a figure stood motionless. It was Bai Qinghan. He had absorbed every word spoken within the study, and after a moment of contemplation, he chose not to enter, instead turning away with tears glistening in his eyes. Ever since his mother had been confined, he had not laid eyes upon her. The city lord forbade anyone from visiting Madame Su, and Bai Qinghan had initially thought his father might simply be angry with his mother, unaware of the gravity of the situation. It now appeared that his mother might face execution due to the troubles of her family. Yet, as her son, he found himself utterly powerless. In a storm of grief and indignation, Bai Qinghan dashed out of the lord's manor, seeking solace in a tavern where he drank heavily throughout the day, only leaving when he was thoroughly intoxicated. The following morning, burdened with melancholy, Bai Qinghan wandered the streets and fortuitously spotted Miss Qiao entering a pharmacy, cradling Jiang Anning in her arms. Upon seeing Jiang Anning, the shadows that loomed over Bai Qinghan's heart dissipated significantly, prompting him to approach and greet them. Sister Qiao, what brings you here? Ah, it is the third young master. What brings you to my brother's apothecary? Bai Qingming exclaimed, suddenly enlightened. So this establishment belonged to your brother. After exchanging pleasantries, Miss Qiao noticed Bai Qinghan's pallor and the evident weight of unspoken troubles upon him, prompting her to inquire about his distress. After a moment's hesitation, Bai Qinghan confided in her, revealing his sorrow. I am troubled by my mother's confinement imposed by the city lord. In truth, my mother has committed no wrongdoing. It is merely that a calamity has befallen her family, and my father, fearing repercussions, has confined her. Bai Qinghan, with a gaze lost in reverie, murmured, If misfortune truly befalls my mother's family, my father will have no choice but to condemn my mother to death. His countenance was steeped in sorrow, evoking a sympathetic response from Qiao. Folding his hands in prayer, Bai Qinghan implored, I now only wish for my mother's family to weather this impending calamity safely. Suddenly, a voice echoed in his mind, Your prayers are futile. The Su family will ultimately meet a tragic end. Your grandfather will perish in the emperor's study. Your maternal uncle will bear the brunt of the royal witchcraft scandal, ultimately facing execution in public. In the torrential rains of Luoyang, your second uncle, tasked with disaster relief, will fall victim to treachery, leading to the breach of the Luo River and widespread devastation. He will be torn apart by the very people he sought to save. Your third uncle will be falsely accused of treason and meet his demise in a foreign land. Bai Qinghan felt as though he had been struck by lightning. He understood the accuracy of this voice. He had never disclosed to her that his mother's family bore the surname Su, nor that they were marquises. The details she articulated were as if she had lived through them herself. Staring wide-eyed into the void, he pondered aloud, What shall we do? Just then, the streets erupted with commotion, filled with the sounds of gongs and drums, as the populace hurriedly rushed forth. Hurry to the execution ground. The criminal is to be executed. It is said that the butcher who sold tainted meat and wrought havoc is to be beheaded. The despicable, shameless who is finally meeting his end. What a relief it is. It is precisely because of my arrival that this villain meets his swift demise. Mother, quickly take me to witness the execution. I wish to see this antagonist meet his fate with my own eyes. The butcher, who is to be executed, and the siblings Qiao Shi and Qiao Danian are filled with uncontainable joy, neglecting their apothecary duties as they hasten towards the execution ground. Bai Qinghan also accompanies them to the site, where a throng has gathered, all craning their necks to catch a glimpse. As the executioner's blade falls, the head of the butcher, who rolls to the ground, the supervising official, Bai Qingling, upon spotting his younger brother, approaches him. He had previously been instigated by Lady Pang to push Bai Qinghan off a cliff, and feeling remorseful, he had been deliberately avoiding his brother. However, after much contemplation, he believes it is only right to offer a sincere apology to Bai Qinghan. Third brother, how is your leg? Bai Qingling inquires. Bai Qinghan chuckles softly, shaking his head. My leg is perfectly fine now. Please refrain from mentioning it again, second brother. The generosity of his younger brother fills Bai Qingling with shame. How wonderful it is that we have endured through trials together, brothers united, sharing a smile that erases past grievances. Once the third prince's mother lifts her confinement, We shall deliver a grand reunion for the Bai family. Bai Qinghan, taken aback, responds, Did you not say that my mother's family perished tragically? If that were the case, father would certainly condemn mother to death. Oh, my foolish brother. Now that you are aware of the horrific events that will befall the Su family, how could such calamities possibly repeat themselves? Enlightened, Bai Qinghan exclaims, Are you suggesting I go to the capital to aid my grandfather in resolving the Su family's plight? But you must take me along. My foolish brother cannot manage without me. The capital lies a vast distance from Ning'an City, fraught with bandits, mountain thieves, and all manner of malevolent creatures. Is he courting death? Alas, I am merely aiding the third son, not indulging in the splendor and allure of the capital, with its myriad delights and distractions. Mother, why must you strike my little behind with such fervor? You've nearly split it in two. Chapter 71. Off to the capital, Bai Qinghan respectfully bowed deeply to Lady Qiao and implored, I hope Sister Qiao can grant me permission to take Jiang Anning to the capital. Bai Qingling chimed in, Rest assured about the journey. His guards are insufficient. I can provide him with some of mine to ensure Jiang Anning's safety. Mother, you are unaware of the Bai family's standing in the great Jing dynasty. Lord Bai is a renowned provincial official of great repute. The emperor would never allow harm to befall his family members, so both on the road and in the capital, my daughter faces little peril. Take good care of father at home, and keep an eye on the butcher's daughter. If I perish, Hu Yuang will still be around. Oh my, who would have thought my daughter would be so prudent? Lady Qiao smiled and nodded. Upon hearing this sentiment from Jiang Anning, Lord Bai felt a sense of vigilance arise within him. Very well, you shall set off for the capital promptly after your elder brother's engagement. As for the Su family's affairs, I am unaware of the details from Ning'an, so you must adapt to the circumstances as they arise. A few days later, Bai Qingming and Lin Fengyao celebrated their grand wedding at the lord's estate, becoming the talk of the town. A month later, outside the capital city, the opulence of the great Zheng imperial city radiated magnificence, suffused with regal aura. On a clear night, with the moon bright and stars twinkling, Bai Qinghan and his retinue arrived near the capital. I suppose the city gates are now closed? Where shall we stay tonight? Bai Qinghan held Jiang Anning in his arms as she yawned, pondering to herself, Little one, why worry about such matters? Do you believe the imperial city resembles the small town of Ning'an? Here, the city gates remain open, bustling with merchants, scholars on their way to examinations, and a myriad of individuals constantly passing through. It is utterly impossible for the gates to close. Rest assured, tonight you shall surely find lodging in the Marquis's residence. What do we need to go to the Marquis for? If we are to go anywhere, it should be to the Viscount's to see your second aunt. The loyal and valiant Marquis Su's family is home to two renowned beauties, known as the Su sisters. The elder sister, Su Wenin, is Bai Qinghan's mother, while the younger sister, Su Wenlan, is married to the Duke of Lu. Jiang Anning's reference to her second aunt pertains to Su Wenlan. Bai Qinghan found it peculiar. Why must we visit my second aunt first? Because she is the root cause of the Marquis's downfall. Bai Qinghan's heart raced at this revelation, and she urgently inquired, What do you mean by root cause? Cough. Throughout this entire tale, I have never encountered such a feeble woman. Jiang Anning retorted with exasperation. Madame Lu, of the Su family, bore 3 sons for Viscount Lu. Believing her marriage to be blissful and her relationship with her mother-in-law harmonious, unaware that her life was nothing more than an elaborate and devastating deception, she was deceived her entire life. After her marriage, she discovered that her husband had been secretly meeting with his cousin. When she confronted them, her husband and cousin shed tears, claiming that her humble background would not benefit his career. Thus, she dared not marry into the Lu family, resorting instead to clandestine meetings. Su Wenlan, surprisingly moved by this tale, insisted that her husband take the cousin into their home as a concubine. After Lu Ziju's manipulative tactics towards his wife, he leveraged the influence of the Su family to ascend the social ladder while severing Su Wenlan's ties with her maternal family. Once Su Wenlan was deemed no longer of use, he reported her alleged involvement in her family's conspiracy, resulting in the execution of over 100 members of the Su clan. Meanwhile, the Lu family, having benefited from his denunciation, remained unscathed. Ultimately, he married his cousin, and the offspring from his concubines were recorded in the family lineage, becoming legitimate heirs. Bai Qinghan, upon overhearing these revelations, felt her heart race with trepidation. The true instigator of all this turmoil was none other than her uncle, Lu Ziju. She promptly instructed her companions that upon entering the city, they would first visit the duke's residence to see her second aunt instead of heading to the residence of the loyal and brave marquis. As they made their way into the capital, the bustling streets were alive with activity, even in the dead of night. Bai Qinghan, guiding her horse, suddenly turned to Jiang Anning and inquired, "Sister Jiang Anning, how shall I address you when we visit my aunt in the capital? I am but a minor character, so any title will suffice, be it a name derived from deception, discovery, or even a token given in exchange for phone credits." Jiang Anning replied nonchalantly, "If you desire a gift upon our meeting, then let us refer to you as my sister. I shall claim you as my mother's newly born daughter. Though my maternal grandfather's family has been honored as the loyal and brave marquis, they are not only officials but also engaged in trade, amassing considerable wealth. Should I present you as my sister, you are sure to receive many splendid gifts." "Really? Are they the kind of gifts that sparkle and shine?" Jiang Anning asked, her curiosity piqued. "In any case, they are of considerable value," Bai Qinghan assured her. "Then, in light of the promised gifts, let us allow the charming elder brother to indulge a bit," Jiang Anning responded, her chubby little hands playfully mimicking the act of grasping at treasures. "A gift. Dear Madame Su, your inexpensive niece has arrived. The residence of the Viscount is situated outside the royal city, to the north, for indeed, land within the city is exceedingly precious, and a mere Viscount's estate hardly merits construction within its confines." The entourage wound its way to the gates of the Viscount's manor, where Bai Qinghan dispatched a servant to announce their arrival. In less than a quarter of an hour, the steward of the estate ushered Bai Qinghan into the inner hall to meet Su Wenlan. Upon their introduction, Su Wenlan promptly assisted him to his feet, her gaze descending to the child nestled in his arms, curiosity kindling within her. She had borne 3 children, yet none possessed the delicate beauty of the one before her. The child's large, luminous eyes sparkled with vitality, and upon noticing Su Wenlan's gaze, she grinned widely, revealing her toothless gums, her smile illuminating her cherubic face. "Who is this child?" Su Wenlan rubbed her hands together in excitement, exclaiming, "I have longed for a daughter. My sister has gifted me one. It seems the heavens have smiled upon me. Though I am not fated to have a daughter of my own, I shall gladly embrace my niece."
Come.
"Let your aunt hold you." "Dear aunt, I am not greedy. Any gift you bestow will suffice, gold, silver, jade, or agate. All shall be welcomed." Su Wenlan was taken aback. Did she truly hear a voice? It was not a mere figment of her imagination, but the sound of a child speaking, though the words came forth in a stuttering, unclear manner, at times discernible and at others obscured. "My dear aunt, your humble niece is not demanding. Whatever gifts you may offer are most welcome." Su Wenlan shivered once more. Was it truly this child who spoke of gifts? She turned to Bai Qinghan, expressing her curiosity. "Perhaps my aunt is getting older, and her ears have become peculiar, for she actually heard your younger sister speaking." Bai Qinghan's expression remained serene as he quietly replied, "You heard correctly. My sister possesses a remarkable ability that allows others to hear their innermost thoughts. Moreover, her prophecies are remarkably accurate. Our family has relied on her to turn misfortune into fortune. Is that truly the case?"
Su Wenlan question.
Her skepticism evident as she carefully observed the expressions of the nearby maidservants, noticing that it seemed only she could hear the little one's thoughts. "The maidservant Su," she remarked. "The master dotes on the mistress most dearly. It is likely he has been hindered by state affairs." Chapter 72. Has my husband actually conspired to poison me? Su Wenlan smiled and nodded slightly. "You're indeed correct. The master may well have been delayed by pressing matters." One by one, several maidservants brought in tea, and Su Wenlan instructed them to boil water for Bai Qinghan's cleansing bath. After washing away the grime and donning fresh attire, Bai Qinghan felt utterly at ease. The servants of the Lu family were well aware that he was the nephew of the loyal and brave marquis, and they treated him with utmost courtesy. In this capital city, who does not envy the loyal and brave marquis's residence? The old marquis had perished in battle long ago, leaving behind ample merit for his descendants to enjoy. The old matron raised several children single-handedly, and her offspring proved themselves worthy, achieving great accomplishments and inheriting titles. The only unexpected event was the marriage with the Viscount of Lu, which had become a topic of conversation over tea and meals. The Su family was of noble birth, and after marrying the Viscount, with the support of her family, the Lu residents quickly rose to prominence. The Viscount and Su Wenlan were also renowned in the capital as a loving couple, harmonizing beautifully in their affections. However, Su Wenlan, due to the Viscount's disfavor, had gradually become estranged from her family. In our household, the young lady enjoys a life of comfort at the Lu residence. The Duke and Duchess have shared an unwavering affection for many years, nurturing her with nourishing concoctions daily. The harmony between mother-in-law and daughter-in-law is commendable, and even the proud Miss Lu treats the Duchess with genuine respect. Su Shi remarked, "My lady is perhaps the most envied in all of the capital." At this moment, Jiang Anning had finished her bath, her tiny hands flailing as she expressed her indignation. "The Lu family are great deceivers. They are conspiring against my aunt. How pitiful my aunt is." Su Wenlan's expression faltered. "The Duke is daily adding a slow-acting poison to my aunt's nourishment, gradually taking her life. Once she is gone, he will elevate his cousin to the status of the main wife." Suddenly confronted with such revelations, Su's heart was in turmoil, and she felt a profound confusion. Her niece's words nearly dismantled all her previous understandings. Su Wenlan felt panic rise within her. After over a decade of marriage, she had never once quarreled with her in-laws or had a falling out. She believed she had wed the finest man in the world.
But now,
to learn that her husband was poisoning her, her immediate reaction was one of rejection. The husband who cherished her so dearly was conspiring to end her life? "Madam, the nourishing soup is ready. Do enjoy it," a maid approached, presenting a steaming bowl of chicken broth. Su Wenlan was momentarily taken aback, unsure whether to accept the offering. She smiled and replied, "My niece has come to visit today, so I shall postpone for now. Please reheat it later." Su Wenlan added, "You may leave now, Su Shi. You too may go." "Yes, yes," they replied. Su Wenlan dismissed all the servants, her expression growing tense as she turned to Bai Qinghan and inquired, "Qinghan, did you just hear your sister's heart's voice? It seems she is saying that the Duke intends to harm me." Bai Qinghan replied solemnly, "It is not merely a semblance." She indeed uttered those words. Jiang Anning stifled a yawn. Bai Qinghan cast a glance at the chicken soup on the table and added, "Aunt, please wait a moment." After speaking, he stepped outside to summon Shangfang, instructing him, "Shangfang, having traversed the martial world for many years, do you possess a method for testing poison? Please examine whether this bowl of chicken soup contains any toxins." "Yes." Shangfang extracted a silver needle and tested the soup. Observing the needle darkening slightly, he nodded. "There is some poison, albeit not in abundance. However, if one were to consume such soup over the years, death would be inevitable within 5 or 6 years. Su Wenlan's heart jolted. She had been drinking this soup for an entire year, and the realization struck her with disbelief that her husband was, in fact, poisoning her daily. She sat in silence, the chill in her heart deepening. "Qinghan, thank goodness you are here. What shall we do now?" Bai Qinghan replied, "This matter is of utmost gravity. I believe it is prudent to avoid alarming the snake in the grass." Su Wenlan nodded in agreement. Her nephew was correct. After all, they were in the territory of the Lu family. Yet, the thought that she had severed ties with her own family to marry Lu Ziju, only to be subjected to such treatment, plunged her deeper into despair. Jiang Anning accessed the universal prescription system with his mind, retrieved a formula, and then projected a heartfelt thought. "Dear aunt, there is no need to rush. You may use angelica, fish roe herb, and atractalodes as remedies to eliminate the residual toxins within you. How remarkable that my little niece possesses such medical knowledge. Could she possibly be a little fairy?" Su Wenlan mused, a sense of wonder blossoming in her heart. Suddenly, a wave of cheers erupted from outside, and a spirited little boy burst into the room like a cannonball. "Third young master, be careful not to fall." A maid hastily pulled him back just in time to prevent a tumble. The lively child tilted his head, gazing at Bai Qinghan with curiosity. "Who is this Bai Qinghan?" "Your Honor, this is your cousin Bai Qinghan." Quickly greet your cousin, Su Wenlan introduced. This is your third brother Lu Yuan, who is 8 years old this year, and quite mischievous. And who is that? Lu Yuan suddenly covered his mouth, his eyes sparkling as he pointed at Jiang Anning. That is your little cousin from your aunt's family. So adorable. Lu Yuan grinned, his lips curling as he pointed at the swaddled infant. May I go and see my little cousin? Without waiting for a response, he ambled over. As if recalling something, she furrowed her brows and asked, Have you skipped class again? Lu Yuan chuckled softly. Grandmother protects me, and father dares not scold me. I simply do not enjoy studying. He had certainly faced punishment for his aversion to books. Su Wenlan felt a vain throb at her temple, her brows knitted in concern.
You
ought to learn to be more sensible. Lu Yuan huffed defiantly. I won't read, not even if it kills me. Reading is impossible. I will never love books in this lifetime. Su Wenlan could only sigh softly in response. Lu Yuan leaned over the bedside, his chubby little face peering inquisitively at Jiang Anning. Jiang Anning was taken aback by his sudden appearance. It's my troublesome cousin, she thought, amused by his cute, round face. Lu Yuan was momentarily stunned. What was that sound? Could it be her voice? I seem to be able to hear my sister's thoughts. How delightful. Lu Yuan mused, filled with joy. Oh, my poor cousin. How tragic his fate is. From a young age, he was maliciously misled and deliberately spoiled, growing to despise learning. He is a fool who brings shame to his father and the entire Viscount's household. She continued to reflect, despite being the son of a noble. He is illiterate, causing him to be the laughingstock of the capital. Alas, he appears rather dim-witted now. No wonder his end was so dreadful. Chapter 73. The Art of Witchcraft. Lu Yuan's fingers trembled in fear. Did I perish in such a manner? My cousin had his tongue ripped out, ear severed, limbs hacked off, and was imprisoned in a jar to become a human monstrosity. How horrendous. She lamented. Those 3 children of my aunt suffered fates even more tragic. Suddenly, Lu Yuan sprang up, exclaiming, What happened? Her chubby fists clenched in determination. She exclaimed, Whoa, it's too tragic. He truly suffered immensely. With a loud wail, Lu Yuan ran off in tears. Bai Qinghan chuckled. Aunt, it seems my cousin has finally come to understand the importance of education.
Indeed.
The master would be overjoyed to hear this. The maid, Su Shi, chimed in. Madam, the master's affection runs deep, yet if there's one regret, it is that the 3 children lack promise. Hearing this, Su Wenlan's lips curled into a bittersweet smile. Oh, dear aunt, please do not sigh so. Beneath the crooked tree of your maternal home lies the concealed destiny of the current sovereign. Jiang Anning lamented her inability to articulate her thoughts. The Su family later faced a thorough investigation, during which treasonous artifacts were unearthed from beneath the crooked tree. Ultimately, her maternal uncle bore the sole burden of guilt, facing execution as a public spectacle. This marked the unfortunate decline of the Su family. Upon hearing that her family harbored the emperor's birth information, Su Wenlan felt a wave of dread wash over her. Was her family not courting disaster? Years ago, when Lu Ziju sought her hand in marriage, her family vehemently opposed the union, but she insisted on the match, ultimately leading to their marriage. Over the years, due to Lu Ziju's disdain for the Su family, she had intentionally distanced herself from them, fearing her husband's displeasure. Yet, she never wished for her family to face calamity. Su Wenlan straightened her posture, eager to listen further. But after a prolonged silence, the little one remained quiet. The Dezheng dynasty was notorious for 2 significant cases: the rebellion of the 3 kings and the witchcraft scandal. The previous crown prince lost his position due to the use of witchcraft, something that the Dezheng emperor detested above all else. If the Su family were to be discovered harboring the emperor's birth date, the implications for the emperor were all too clear. Fortunately, her family still had the loyal Kai Mama by her side. She beckoned Su Shi to approach and retrieved a Buddhist scripture from the highest shelf. It was a scripture she had transcribed herself, originally intended as a birthday gift for her mother-in-law. In that moment, Su Wenlan, without a second thought, bit her finger and, enduring the pain, began to inscribe something upon it. With a grave expression, she issued her commands, not daring to be negligent, and hastily departed. That night, Su Wenlan found herself restless, unable to sleep. It was not until the following morning that Lu Ziju entered, offering his apologies, a situation all too familiar to her. Whenever he acknowledged his faults, Su Wenlan would always comfort him with great tenderness, emphasizing the importance of official matters. Yet now, she could hardly muster the energy to address her husband. "My nephew has arrived from my family. You should go and see him." Lu Ziju expressed mild surprise. "Nephew?" From Ning'an City, named by Qing Han. Su Wenlan made a concerted effort to suppress the anger brewing within her, speaking calmly. No sooner had she finished her sentence than Bai Qing Han entered the room. What kind of uncle visits his nephew? He wore a smile, oblivious to any underlying emotions. Jiang Anning, cradled in her arms, scrutinized Lu Ziju. He was in his 30s, still possessing a handsome figure, with an elegant demeanor and an extraordinary presence. At that moment, the guilt and expression in Lu Ziju's eyes seemed poised to engulf her. This scoundrel certainly looks the part. No wonder he has managed to keep someone waiting for him for over a decade. Jiang Anning couldn't help but scoff. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Lu Ziju excused himself to change clothes, and upon returning, he merely sat briefly before taking his leave. Su Wenlan's eyes drooped. Her complexion had turned pale, now tinged with a hint of fear, her hand trembling as she reached for the door. "Madam." As Su Shi entered, she instinctively knelt on the floor with a soft thud, not daring to utter a word, trembling as she retrieved a small wooden carving wrapped in white cloth from her bosom. "Oh dear, isn't this the witchcraft that caused the death of my uncle? There truly exists witchcraft?" Su Wenlan's hand involuntarily shook, nearly dropping the wooden carving. This was personally unearthed by Granny Kai? Indeed, when this servant discovered it, my legs turned to jelly. If this were to be uncovered, our Su family might face utter ruin. Su Wenlan shook her head, realizing the precariousness of the situation. It was certain that they would face severe repercussions. For many years, the Ho residence wielded substantial power, and should any hint of treachery arise, it would undoubtedly evoke the emperor's suspicion. Having painstakingly alleviated the emperor's wariness, to provoke it again would likely require the Su family's blood to prove their innocence. Her elder brother had now attained the rank of a third-grade official, and owing to the legacy of their forebears, many in the court held the Su family in high esteem. This was also the reason why Lord Lu sought to marry her. As Su Wenlan scrutinized the wooden carving, she discerned that it appeared to be stained with blood, exuding a chilling aura. Furthermore, the carving bore deep gouges, rendering it even more alarming. Upon flipping the carving over, she indeed found the emperor's birth date inscribed on the reverse. The handwriting. Su Wenlan pressed her lips tightly together, gritting her teeth until a trickle of blood escaped from the corner of her mouth. This was the handwriting of her elder brother. Shuangfei, having grown up in the Su household, naturally recognized the script of Su Wenlan's brother. Tears welled in Su Wenlan's eyes as she shook her head, exclaiming, "No. This is my own writing." At that moment, she was beset by a multitude of goosebumps, filled with both dread and a profound sense of relief. From a young age, Su Wenlan had cherished the practice of calligraphy and greatly admired her brother's script, pleading with him to teach her. After marrying into the Lu family, Lord Lu often praised her exquisite handwriting and frequently requested her to instruct him in the art of writing. He even lauded her brother's script, asking to learn from her. At that time, Su Wenlan harbored no suspicions and imparted all that she had learned without reservation. "My lady, many can imitate handwriting. Perhaps this is merely a misunderstanding," Su Shi hastily clarified, her voice strained. Indeed, Su Wenlan possessed no evidence regarding the matter. Her suspicions merely stemmed from the heartfelt confessions of her young niece. Chapter 74. I wish to return to my parental home. Could it truly be Lu Ziju? Was he, the one she had once entrusted her everything to, now plotting against her family? Su Wenlan's heart raced like thunder, her eyes reddened with fury. With swollen eyelids, her voice rasped as she commanded, "Bring me a fire basin. But do not alert anyone." Had he ever genuinely cared for her? In that moment, she had felt warmth. Now, an icy chill enveloped her being. Su Wenlan felt ensnared in a delicate web, pressing upon her chest, rendering her breathless, as if she were trapped in a realm of deceit, where a single misstep could lead to her utter demise. "Auntie, do not fear. I shall assist you, love you, and protect you, came the tender words of her niece. As Su Wenlan lifted her gaze, she beheld Bai Qinghan entering with a child cradled in his arms. Jiang Anning, with her sparkling eyes, pouted adorably, as if to plant a kiss on Su Wenlan, a sight that could melt anyone's heart. I shall raise the banner for Auntie. Let anyone dare to oppose her. Wiping away her tears, Su Wenlan poured lamp oil over a wooden carving and set it ablaze, placing it in the fire basin. She watched as the carving consumed itself, reduced to mere ash, before finally exhaling a sigh of relief. My lady, you should freshen up first. You have been crying all day and are drenched in cold sweat. She felt a pang of sympathy for Su Wenlan, as these past few days had nearly overturned her entire world. Su Wenlan felt utterly exhausted, her body akin to a disassembled structure, acutely aware of her physical limits. Have someone check on the inkstone, ensure no one bullies it. The eldest son, Lu Yenshu, was born with remarkable intelligence, but alas, at the tender age of 9, he fell into water and became a simpleton. Now confined within the estate, he is unable to tend to even his most basic needs, becoming a taboo and a source of resentment within the household. Su Wenlan visits her eldest son daily, but only ceased her visits after he fell ill and could not rise from his bed. The maidservants are diligent in keeping an eye on the servants, so there is no need for concern. Su Wenlan sighed, her brow perpetually furrowed with worry. This was a matter she had never contemplated throughout the years. In retrospect, it seemed she had been foolish, having been deceived by Lu Ziju for so long in the name of love. Lu Ziju gazed at his wife with surprise. He harbored disdain for the Su family, whom he had relied on for so many years. Now that he had gained strength, he no longer needed them. It would be splendid if the Su family were to fall. Without her family as support, Su Wenlan could freely seek a divorce, allowing him to elevate his cousin. He had already devised a scheme to secretly bury witchcraft items beneath the crooked tree in the Marquis' estate and imitate Su Wenlan's elder brother's handwriting to inscribe the Emperor's birth date. Lu Ziju inquired in a low voice, a flicker of loathing in his eyes. Suddenly, a commotion was heard outside the door. She stepped out to reprimand. Madam, there has been an incident. A young maid stumbled into the courtyard to report. What has happened? Speak clearly. The lady urged, her anxiety palpable. The maid, her face pale with fear, replied, Madam, there's been trouble at your maternal home, the Su family. Just now, the commander of the Imperial Guards arrived with men and surrounded the Marquis' estate, claiming that the Su family harbors ill intentions and that there are treasonous items hidden within. The entire estate is now under strict surveillance, and no one is permitted to enter or leave. At these words, the room fell into stunned silence. Su Wenlan's figure swayed slightly. At long last it had come. The affair of witchcraft had manifested into reality. A sense of desolation and trepidation enveloped her as she cast a sidelong glance at her husband. Lu Ziju's face bore an inexplicable expression of satisfaction, yet he perplexedly inquired, What has transpired in the Marquis' residence? Hurry and investigate. The matriarch of the Lu family scoffed coldly. If something has occurred in the Marquis' household, I wonder if it will implicate our Lu family? Su Wenlan forced a smile and asked her husband, My lord, we are united as one, regardless of what transpires. You shall not abandon me, correct? The husband, who had always showered affection upon his wife, suddenly remained non-committal, lost in thought. My lord, I implore you to devise a plan and intercede on behalf of my parents before His Majesty, she urged. Lu Ziju cast her a fleeting glance. Naturally, I empathize with my father-in-law's plight, but the Emperor's wrath leaves no room for counsel. My priority is to safeguard the Ziju residence. Wenlan, you are a sensible person. Do not jeopardize the estate. Su Wenlan stared blankly at her husband, as if beholding a stranger. Bloodletters? Lu Ziju was momentarily taken aback. What he had buried within was clearly an object of witchcraft. How had it transformed into bloodletters? He turned to glance at Su Wenlan, noticing a semblance of ease upon her visage, yet when he raised his gaze again, she remained furrowed in concern. Perhaps he had misjudged. Su Wenlan pressed her lips tightly together, remaining silent. Since her marriage into the Lu family, she had gradually lost her sense of agency, depending entirely on her husband for everything. She bore children for him and prepared his meals, her former brilliance as a talented woman of the capital now a distant memory. She had even forsaken her beloved family. A trace of bitterness lingered at the corner of Su Wenlan's mouth. Madame Lu sighed, expressing her belief that the was on the brink of collapse. Fortunately, her son possessed remarkable foresight. Lord Lu furrowed his brow, shaking his head in confusion over the unfolding events. How could a finely crafted wooden sculpture transform into a blood-written letter? It was utterly baffling. Su Wenlan spoke with resolute conviction. A gentle smile graced her lips as she responded, "Very well." Chapter 75. Return to the Lord Lu's brow was etched with concern. Sensing a change in his gentle and virtuous wife, she no longer regarded him with the same reverence. Yet, since the Su family was willing to depart, it was all the better for him, as it would allow him to share a deeper bond with his cousin, living in harmony. He did not hinder Su Wenlan's departure, permitting her to leave freely. Bai Qinghan inquired softly, "And have you indeed exchanged the wooden sculpture for a blood-written letter?" Su Wenlan nodded in affirmation. "Then why has grandfather been summoned to the court for a reprimand?" It seemed that one could easily fabricate accusations. The following morning, Jiang Anning awoke to discover herself freshly attired and seated in a carriage. "Madam, do not worry. The master and lady will not blame you. She cherishes you dearly." She reassured, noticing Su Wenlan's apprehension. Su Wenlan pressed her lips together in silence, reflecting on her years away since marriage. How foolish she had been. "Where is the Marquis?" As she disembarked from the carriage and beheld the Su family gate, Su Wenlan was momentarily lost in thought. Her expression remained impassive, yet the profound ache in her heart was known only to her. As she made her entrance, the gatekeeper exclaimed in astonishment and rushed inside, calling out loudly. As Su Wenlan and her companions traversed through the entrance, the estate still bore the resemblance of her memories, despite her long absence of over a decade. Upon seeing her, the household maids bowed deeply in respect.
Bang! Bang! Bang!
As she passed through the Weeping Willow Gate, she beheld fireworks illuminating the sky outside. The matrons hurried towards her, tears welling in their eyes upon seeing her. The old matriarch and several sisters-in-law were awaiting her arrival. The June day was somewhat warm. "Is this the son of our esteemed aunt?" The matrons, unfamiliar with Bai Qinghan, mistakenly assumed he was one of Su Wenlan's sons. After all, due to years of estrangement, the servants of the Ho residence had not encountered Su Wenlan's children. "He is the son of my eldest sister, Bai Qinghan, the son of our great-aunt?" The matrons wept even more, urging someone to inform the matriarch of the arrival of her great-aunt's son. "This little infant. She is also the daughter of my eldest sister, named." Su Wenlan glanced at Bai Qinghan, who paused in surprise before hastily fabricating, "She hasn't been named yet." Jiang Anning. "Well, all right, I shall play along with you. However, I have yet to receive my appearance fee." With a creak, the heavy door swung open. The old matriarch, forcing herself to maintain composure despite her exhaustion, eagerly raised her head to gaze outside. In that fleeting moment of eye contact between Su Wenlan and her mother, tears cascaded down their faces, rendering them speechless. "You heartless girl. You are going to drive your mother to despair." The old matriarch, usually composed and dignified, was now weeping inconsolably. The gentle touches she bestowed upon her daughter were almost featherlight. Zhou, the wife of her eldest son Su Yiding, approached with red-rimmed eyes to support the elderly lady. The old matriarch, her hair streaked with gray, had fainted several times from weeping, and Su Wenlan's heart ached as if it were being cleaved in two. "I am a disobedient daughter. I acknowledge my wrongdoing." She knelt before the hall, her heart heavy with regret. The three sisters-in-law of the Su family came forth to offer their comfort. "Wenlan, awaken, dear. Your mother cherishes you dearly, and she thinks of you every single day." Third sister-in-law extended her finger and gently poked her forehead, chiding, "You mustn't throw tantrums anymore. We came to the Lu family to honor you, yet you ended up driving us away." Third sister-in-law possessed a cool demeanor, resembling a proud snow lotus. In the second year of Su Wenlan's marriage, several sisters-in-law visited her. Once a bright and radiant young lady from a prominent family, after a year in the Lu household, she had become timid and indecisive. A mere glare from her mother-in-law would cause her to shrink away, Unable to voice a rebuttal, the dignified Miss Su, once a lady of the Su family, found herself serving foot baths for the elderly matriarch. The three sisters-in-law were infuriated and confronted the Liu family, yet astonishingly, Su Wenlan sided with her in-laws, expelling them from her presence. Thus, their connection severed, and despite being in the capital, Su Wenlan unilaterally cut ties with them. It was indeed Wenlan's fault, for she had squandered her sisters-in-law's earnest efforts. Su Wenlan solemnly bowed her head to the sisters-in-law, startling them. Before her marriage, she was the very heart of the Su family. The matriarch, upon seeing her long-yearned daughter and her eldest daughter's child journey from afar, felt rejuvenated, her spirit lifted significantly. Especially when she beheld the little one, her joy was boundless. Su Wenlan inquired about their findings. They had indeed uncovered a blood letter, pointing out that the Ho family had used this letter to harm His Majesty, leading to the Marquis being summoned to the palace. Su Wenlan finally exhaled in relief, smiling. This is indeed a blessing in disguise for our Su family. Indeed, it is a case of misfortune turning into fortune. However, Lady Su slightly furrowed her brow, sensing an air of peculiarity in the matter. How could His Majesty possibly know that beneath the gnarled tree lay an object of great disrespect? Moreover, who penned that bloodied letter? My lord vehemently denies authorship, yet the handwriting bears a striking resemblance to that of your elder brother, who is far away at the frontier. Su Wenlan also shook her head, choosing not to disclose to her parents that she was the author of the blood letter. Chapter 76. The Su family is startled. The situation is exceedingly intricate. The only one who could have informed the emperor must be her husband, Lord Liu Ziju. However, due to her marriage to Lord Liu, she has severed ties with her maternal family. To her dismay, Lord Liu's treachery has led to the disgrace of the Marquisate. Yet, it was her own choice at the time, and should she now reveal that all of this is the doing of Lord Liu, her own reputation would be tarnished. Furthermore, Su Wenlan is aware that her knowledge stems from the whispers of her little niece, which indeed sounds absurd and ethereal. She cannot even convince herself of its validity. Where is father now? As soon as she spoke, Lord Su ambled over, his steps slow and deliberate. Su Wenlan approached to pay her respects, while Bai Qinghan also bowed to her grandfather. Lord Su, initially lost in thought, brightened at the sight of his kin gathered together. The family convened around the large round table, lively and animated, though the younger members of the clan were absent today, having gone to school. This inquiry left Su Wenlan somewhat dazed. Observing her father's expression, it seemed he had sensed something amiss. She nodded in affirmation. What was the purpose of sending her to Granny Kai at your residence? Is there any connection between that blood letter buried beneath the gnarled tree and this matter? The Marquis is a sagacious individual, quickly deducing that the matter may be connected to this. But who could be the one to slander and malign my Marquisate before His Majesty? After a moment of contemplation, Su Wenlan finally spoke. It is my husband, Lord Liu. A wave of astonishment swept through the gathering. Lord Liu? Why would he act in such a manner? And how did you come to this conclusion? Su Eri abruptly stood, indignantly exclaiming, for so many years, our Marquisate has supported him. His rise to prominence is largely due to our family's influence. He once knelt at our door for 3 days, while you fasted at home for 3 days, all for the sake of marrying him. Your affection for him, our family's assistance, how could he repay us with such treachery? I cannot comprehend it. Such an occurrence would baffle anyone. Thus the family turned their gazes towards Su Wenlan, hoping she would elucidate the entire situation. Su Wenlan stiffened, biting her lower lip, uncertain of how to articulate her thoughts. As the daughter of the eldest sister, she might reveal her innermost feelings. It was only after hearing the child's words that she understood Lord Liu was betraying our Marquisate. Innermost feelings? The Su family could not help but scrutinize Jiang Anning, each expressing disbelief. Suddenly, Jiang Anning began to mumble. Lord Liu is a great deceiver. Woe is me. My aunt has fallen victim to his trickery, and he will lead the Su family to ruin. Woe is me. With a clatter, Su Eri's chopsticks fell from his hands in shock. It seems one could truly hear the child's innermost thoughts. Grandfather was killed in the imperial study. Uncle bore the blame for the sorcery, executed and displayed to the public. In Luoyang, a torrential downpour ensued, prompting the second uncle to venture out to provide disaster relief. Unfortunately, he was ensnared in a conspiracy, leading to the breach of the Luo River embankment, resulting in widespread devastation and loss of life. The third uncle, wrongfully accused of treason and betrayal, met his demise in a foreign land. Master Su suddenly erupted in a fit of coughing, his hands trembling as he clutched his chopsticks. Beside him sat his wife, a woman of striking yet aloof beauty. In her youth, Mrs. Tsin was headstrong and willful. Upon falling for Master Su, she insisted on marrying him. After years of marriage, he remained indifferent towards her, and she resigned herself to this fate, unaware that everything was about to change from this day forth. Casting a glance at her husband, Mrs. Tsin inquired with a hint of detachment, "What troubles you?" Having endured his coldness for over a decade, Master Su now harbored nothing but disdain for her. Taking a deep breath to quell the turmoil within, he spoke with a quivering voice, unconsciously softening his tone. "It's nothing, just choked a little." Upon hearing this, Mrs. Tsin paused momentarily, silently refilling his glass of water before choosing to remain silent. At that moment, the two uncles turned their gazes towards Jiang Anning, their minds racing with the dreadful thought, would the Su family face total annihilation? Recognizing the shock reflected in each other's eyes, they remained mute but clenched their fists tightly. After dinner, without a moment's pause, the brothers made their way to their father's study. "Father, have you heard the silent pleas of your granddaughter?" Both Master Su and Master Su echoed in unison. The old Marquis felt a bead of cold sweat trickle down his brow, exhaling a heavy sigh. "I fear only we have perceived it. One can only wonder if it is true," Master Su murmured softly. The visage of his wife flickered in his mind, and an inexplicable ache filled his heart. How could it possibly be false? Elder Su remarked. "Did not second sister say?" She discerned the true nature of that Lu Ziju, a wolf in sheep's clothing, by listening to the child's heart. Elder Su continued, "I suspect this is a fortuitous opportunity bestowed upon the Su family by heaven. It must not be divulged. Indeed, the daughter of the eldest sister appears to be extraordinary." Lord Su stroked his beard thoughtfully and nodded. "First, let us dispatch someone to investigate this Lu fellow. Years ago, he swore an oath to the heavens to marry Wenlan. If he has wronged her, I shall ensure he suffers a fate worse than death." Fury surged in Elder Su's eyes as the father and son engaged in a lengthy discussion throughout the night. Su Maoding, steadfastly stationed at the border, remained the backbone of the Marquisate. However, upon discovering that blood letter beneath the gnarled tree, it became apparent that Lu Ziju had likely buried something that could bring great peril to Su Yiding, potentially costing him his life. Lord Su furrowed his brow, pondering why Lu Ziju, whom the Marquisate had treated with kindness, would resort to such treachery. Could it be that a sinister force lurked behind him? In the murky waters of court intrigue, Lord Su sensed that the matter was far from simple. Chapter 77. Assisting the princess in seeking a child. The following morning, the loyal and valiant Marquisate was abuzz with activity. Today marked the return of the Su family's eldest son, Su Maoding, and grand preparations were underway for a lavish banquet, inviting numerous esteemed guests. This grand feast was meticulously arranged, with the Su family providing rice porridge for 3 days, offering prayers for their son's well-being. It is worth noting that although the loyal and valiant Marquisate held a title to inherit, it relied entirely on the old Marquis's merits earned by serving the founding emperor. However, the current sovereign is troubled by the prominence of the Marquis's house, which has compelled Lord Su to retire earlier than expected. The military power of the Su family is now entirely in the hands of their eldest son, Su Maoding. It can be said that Su Maoding's official fortune directly correlates with the family's domestic fortune. Fortunately, Su Maoding has not disappointed. He has amassed countless military achievements, which have afforded the Marquis's house a period of stability. Dressed in a dark, long cloak, the venerable matriarch of the Su family sits high in the hall, gazing at the guests. Her brow furrows slightly. Although several visitors have arrived, members of the royal family remain conspicuously absent. This absence is of great significance regarding the Su family's standing in the eyes of His Majesty. Originally, she had extended an invitation to the esteemed princess, yet her arrival is still awaited. A sense of unease permeates the hearts of the Su family. At noon, the steward finally reports, "The princess has arrived." Instantly, The eyes of the Su family brighten. The princess is the sole sister of the sovereign, having been married for many years without offspring, which has elicited the emperor's enduring sympathy. If the loyal and valiant marquis's house could establish a friendship with the princess, it would undoubtedly bring countless benefits to the marquis without a single detriment. The princess, draped in a grand cloak and adorned in a flowing gown, enters with an enchanting presence. Upon seeing her, everyone pays their respects, and Lord Su, taken aback by her grace, exclaims, "I never anticipated the esteemed princess would truly grace us with her presence. Our Su family is indeed honored." With a gentle smile, the princess motions for everyone to rise. Suddenly, her gaze falls upon a cradle holding a baby, and she is instantly captivated. "How adorable!" she exclaims. With no children of her own, she cannot help but feel drawn to such a delightful little one, her legs instinctively moving toward Jiang Anning. "What an enchanting child you have in the Su family." The princess beams. Observing her delight, Lord Su promptly replies, "Quickly, bring the young lady out for the princess to see." The eldest princess, taken aback, instinctively took the milk doll from the maid's hands. Oh, the girl's skin was as white as snow, her fine hair as dark as ink, and she possessed a delicate, tender appearance, with a pair of sparkling eyes that twinkled with life. The princess felt her heart swell with joy upon seeing her. For many years she had been childless, and now, gazing upon Jiang Anning, she felt a profound affection that resonated deep within her soul. This was indeed the daughter of her dreams. At that moment, Jiang Anning was staring back at her, thinking, "Ah, the eldest princess is truly beautiful." Upon hearing this unvoiced thought, the princess's smile gradually faltered. What was happening? Had she just heard this little one speak?
How could she be so young?
Why is such a wonderful person as the princess so pitiful? She has been married to the prince for over a decade, yet remains without children. She even allowed the prince to take a concubine or a secondary wife to bear children, so she could have heirs nearby. Even as a princess of noble birth, the absence of children weighed heavily on her heart. The princess could not dismiss this heartfelt sentiment as mere fantasy, especially since every word struck a chord deep within her. A fortune-teller had once claimed that her fate was one of barrenness, devoid of offspring. Lost in thought, the princess murmured this sentiment aloud. The Su family members remained silent, each aware of the princess's fervent longing for a child. Yet, this was a matter beyond their control. "Your Highness, do not heed those charlatans. Superstitions can lead to despair." Jiang Anning activated the universal pharmacy system to search for remedies for infertility. The princess paused in surprise. Over the years, she had tried countless folk remedies in her quest for a child, yet none had yielded results. In her desperation, she had resigned herself to the notion of giving up on treatment altogether. Nonetheless, the fact that an infant can express their innermost thoughts is indeed a rare marvel. And, astonishingly, it even provided its own prescription. Could it be that the goddess of fertility is using this child as a conduit to reveal her miraculous remedy? It must be so. Otherwise, how could a mere child articulate such profound insights or concoct a remedy? With this thought, the princess bestowed a smile upon the little one. "Thank you, dear child. Although your family and I are not related, I find myself particularly fond of you, which is why I share this with you." Lord Su was so startled that he broke into a cold sweat and hurriedly inquired, "May I ask, Your Highness, who is it that has cast such misfortune upon my household?" The princess's expression turned even colder. "How could I possibly disclose that? Such revelations could provoke ire. Just remember my words and exercise caution. I shall also speak favorably of your household." The princess truly understands the nuances of human interaction. This individual is quite agreeable. Jiang Anning chuckled, causing the princess to double over with laughter. "This little one is exceedingly delightful. By the way, if I consume your medicine, will it truly enable me to bear a child?" "Indeed. Take my potion, and I assure you will conceive a healthy baby within 2 months." Jiang Anning pouted, her tongue flickering animatedly, saliva escaping her lips. The princess, taken aback, cautiously asked, "Are you truly serious?" She had lost her senses. Actually inquiring about a child due in 2 months. An even more astonishing scene unfolded as the little one ceased drooling and broke into a wide grin. clapping its chubby hands vigorously, causing a delightful sound. You shall conceive, whether it be 8 or 10. The little one waved its plump hand in exuberance. Unbeknownst to her, the Grand Princess inexplicably found herself entrusting the small infant, a mere 2 months old. The couple, Lord and Lady Su, beamed with delight, prompting the matriarch to command, "Prepare a banquet." In no time, the fragrance filled the air. Little Jiang Anning, upon catching a whiff of the delectable aroma, had her dark, glistening eyes brighten with eagerness. "Oh, how I long for meat! Just a taste, please. Even a lick from the plate would suffice." She opened her mouth, her tender voice repeatedly calling out, "Bring me close to your side." The Grand Princess urged the nurse to hand the child to her with haste. "Are you tempted? You have yet to sprout your teeth. Wait until your 100 days to savor a morsel of meat." The Grand Princess grew increasingly fond of the child, feeling as though she had captured her heart. Why could one not choose to give birth to such a delightful creature? In a rare moment, the Grand Princess cradled the child with one arm while wielding her chopsticks in the other, momentarily disregarding royal etiquette. As she lifted her silver chopsticks to bring a piece of food to her mouth, a short, plump little paw unexpectedly shot out from her bosom. Swiftly grasping the chopsticks and snatching the tender morsel, shoving it eagerly into her mouth. The Grand Princess, taken aback by this audacious act, was startled into a cold sweat, rushing forward to seize the child's hand. "Quick, someone! Don't let her bite my hand. What if she chokes? She doesn't even have teeth yet." The maidservants, initially stunned by the spectacle, soon regained their composure and nodded, approaching to take Jiang Anning away. "Goodness, this little one is remarkably quick. I barely had time to react." Although the princess had never borne children and lacked common sense, she was startled into a cold sweat. The two were deeply concerned about hurting her and had no choice but to gently pry open her small, delicate hand to extract the meat within. "Meat, my precious meat!" she cried, refusing to let go, her adorable demeanor eliciting both laughter and frustration from those around her. "Once you grow your teeth, I shall prepare meat for you every day. Please release it, you cannot eat this." After much coaxing and persuasion, Su Wenlan finally managed to retrieve the food from the little one's mouth. Jiang Anning resolutely refused to let go of the oily morsels on her hands, tightly clenching them into little fists, occasionally popping them into her mouth with satisfaction. Her exquisite, fair face radiated contentment as she slurped. So delicious." The princess exclaimed in astonishment. The swiftest hands in the world belong to infants. Indeed, this statement proved true, as she could hardly catch her. To prevent her from grasping the bowl, she had to hold Jiang Anning at a distance. What a delightful child. The princess thought to herself, "I must bestow some gifts." With a grand gesture, she showered the room with an abundance of jewels. Among them, Jiang Anning's favorite was a golden apple symbolizing peace and health, which she clutched tightly, unwilling to part with it. "I am rich. I am rich. Is this gold real?" she exclaimed, her mouth full of drool as she munched on the golden apple. The princess laughed heartily at her antics. Before departing, she invited Su's family to bring Jiang Anning for visits to her palace in the future. Su Wenlan had stayed at her family home for half a month, during which Lord Ziju had neither shown his face nor sent anyone to inquire about her. Yet, an air of uncertainty lingered within the Ziju residence. Why had the Su family not fallen yet? Lord Ziju pondered, curious about what had transpired. Why did things not unfold as he had envisioned? The more he pondered, the more perplexed he became. He summoned a servant to prepare the carriage, intending to visit the Ho residence to consult with the Su family. Upon the arrival of Lord Liu, the Su family members naturally did not extend him a warm welcome. His 3 sisters-in-law urged Su Wenlan to consider divorce. Su Wenlan's expression darkened. Divorce? How could that be so simple? What would become of her 3 sons? As she stepped into the carriage, Lord Liu's countenance suddenly fell. On the night of their marriage, he had revealed his swollen knees, which had suffered 3 days and nights of kneeling before Su Shiyan. He expressed his awareness of the Su family's disdain for him, confessing that he could never hold his head high in front of his father and brothers, feeling deeply repressed. This had gradually estranged Su Wenlan from her family. Yet at this moment, Su Wenlan coldly stated, "For your sake, I have endured 17 years away from home. My father is aging. And my mother's hair has turned white. Lu Lang, I have sacrificed enough for you. Furthermore, your promotion is not easily attained. Why not seek assistance from your elder brother and father? They will surely lend you their support. These words from Su ignited a storm of fury within Lord Lu. He valued the connections of her family, but was reluctant to humble himself, while Su Wenlan consistently needed to coax him into accepting help from her kin. It was a true case of living off another's efforts. A man of iron should not beg for favors. Moreover, am I not striving to preserve your dignity? Lord Lu suppressed his anger, grasping Su Wenlan's hand with deep affection. My father is a marquis, my elder brother holds the second rank, and I myself possess the third rank title. Lu Lang, I do not lack in dignity. I merely wish to spare you from undue hardship. Su's words had indeed trampled upon Lu Yuanzhi's pride. He trembled with indignation, feeling that Su Wenlan had changed. Yet, her words of reluctance for him to endure hardship seemed to imply that nothing should change. She still harbored deep affection for him, loving him to the core. He suppressed his anger and inquired, "How did your family manage to be released from prison?" The petition for clemency from Duke Lu was tightly clutched in his hand, revealing his apparent anxiety. Su Wenlan furrowed her brows slightly, her expression tinged with weariness. "Oh, it appears the emperor misunderstood the Su family and promoted my elder brother." She spoke nonchalantly, a smile dancing in her eyes. When she observed closely, she indeed detected a flicker of disdain in Duke Lu's gaze. It was unclear who had reported them, claiming that beneath the crooked-necked willow tree of the Su family lay witchcraft. What witchcraft could there be? Only the Su family's patriotic spirit remained buried beneath. Duke Lu's heart raced. "What is buried there?" he asked, his tone growing somewhat frigid. Su Wenlan continued to smile brightly. "What lies buried is the Su family's unwavering loyalty, willing to sacrifice everything for the court. We ought to express our gratitude to the informant. Otherwise, how would our marquisate possess such fortune? My brother's promotion to a second-rank official surpasses even my father's rise. Our Su family is poised for resurgence." The Duke of Loyalty and Valor's face turned pale in an instant. His fists clenched tightly as he struggled to contain the sudden shock, taking a moment to steady his breath before uttering, "Truly, what remarkable fortune. As my husband moves through the court, I cannot afford to lag behind," he added. Su Wenlan silently reveled in her mirth. The scoundrel who thrived on others' goodwill deserved every bit of it. Duke Lu was a man of immense pride. Back when he sought to marry the legitimate daughter of the Su marquisate, he had been secretly ridiculed. It was no surprise, given that the Su family held the highest rank, with several brothers being exceptional talents, doting on their only daughter with profound affection. In contrast to Su Wenlan, who is a genuine daughter of a prestigious family, the viscountcy is but an empty shell, devoid of substance and power. Following the demise of the old viscount, it has become increasingly precarious, and the desire to wed a daughter from the Su family is indeed a delusion. Even at this moment, Su Wenlan holds the esteemed title of a third-rank lady, placing her a tier above Viscount Lu. As the carriage halted before the Viscount's residence, Su Wenlan descended unaided by her husband. After tidying the house briefly, she sighed and remarked, I now comprehend the true nature of Viscount Lu. He harbors malicious intentions. Yet compelling me to part ways with him is no simple task, especially with my 3 sons here." She lamented the inadequacy of her sons, who are unable to secure her position within the Lu household. Bai Qinghan was aware of his 3 cousins, yet thus far, only the youngest, Lu Yuan, had made an appearance. It was said that the other 2 had reached adulthood, yet their absence remained a mystery. "Your 3 cousins. Lu Yuan is still young. Ziqian suffers from ill health and is currently being cared for at the temple. As for Ziwei." Bai Qinghan noticed that his aunt's brow furrowed at the mention of Lu Ziwei, revealing her deep concern. He was uncertain of the circumstances surrounding his troublesome cousin, but it was evident that he must be a source of anxiety. He is completely uneducated, indulging in every vice imaginable, leaving me in a quandary. Su glanced around and inquired of Su Shi, "Where is the second young master?" "Today is a holiday. He must be studying at Tinglong Garden." "Humph, studying?" "He is clearly gathering his unscrupulous friends to engage in gambling." Upon hearing Jiang Anning's heartfelt thoughts, Su Wenlan shuddered. This mischievous boy is gambling again. She uttered a reprimand. "Su Shi, Accompany me to Tuanyuan. Jiang Anning's inner voice persisted. Aunt, you only know how to be angry with your son, unaware that he has been led astray by others. Lu Ziju's cousin often gives him money to frequent brothels, indulge in lavish feasts, and gamble. How could he not go astray? Su Wenlan felt a chill within her. No wonder her son had devolved into such a state. She also bore the blame for her lax discipline, allowing that wretched Qin to take advantage of the situation. Ever since Qin married into the Viscount's residence, she had maintained an amicable facade, leading Su Wenlan to believe her to be a virtuous woman. Little did she know of Qin's malevolence, secretly instigating her son to indulge in debauchery. The thought sent a shiver down Su Wenlan's spine. Thankfully, Bai Qinghan and his siblings had arrived. Otherwise, not only would she be unable to remain in the Lu family, but the 3 sons she had painstakingly raised would also meet a dire fate. She led the group towards Tuanyuan, arriving at the drooping flower gate, where a young servant stood. Upon noticing the approaching entourage, the servant hurriedly darted inside. The servant is going to report. My dear cousin is engaged in something good. Little Jiang Anning waved his little claws, his face brimming with excitement. Su Wenlan quickened her pace, commanding, "Stop that servant." No sooner had she spoken than Bai Qinghan rushed forward, toppling the servant to the ground, pinning him down.
Shuanfei,
In a voice laced with anger, inquired, "Why do you flee in such a panic upon seeing the lady?" The young servant trembled, his face a mask of anxiety. Su Wenlan remained silent, striding purposefully inside. Outside the door, one could hear the muffled sounds of suppressed whispers. "Open wide, wide, wide. I bet on a large." The servant, being coerced, turned pale, his legs quaking in fear. As Su Shi prepared to knock, Su Wenlan raised a hand to stop her, disregarding the dignity expected of a matriarch. With a swift motion, she kicked open the grand door. Inside the room, Lu Ziwei cursed loudly. "Are you trying to frighten me? Who seeks death here? Beware." He clutched a pair of dice in one hand and money in the other, his eyes gleaming with the fervor of a gambler. However, upon lifting his gaze, he was met with the icy stare of Su Wenlan, her countenance dark with disapproval. With a clatter, the dice fell to the floor, and the young servants knelt in disarray behind him. Su Wenlan gasped for breath, feeling as though the very air had been siphoned from her lungs, as if someone had tightened a grip around her throat. You, unfilial son." A wave of dizziness washed over her. How much longer would she have been kept in the dark, if not for the whispers of her heart? "Young master, you are confused," Su Shi exclaimed, taken aback. "How long have you been gambling?" Su Wenlan's voice trembled, and Su Shi hurried to support her, allowing her to sit with great difficulty. Lu Ziwei had never witnessed his mother in such a state. The disappointment and shock in her eyes rendered him utterly exposed. With a quavering voice, he confessed, "Mother, I have erred. I have only studied for 3 days." Lu Ziwei, merely 15 years of age, was once a rosy-cheeked youth. However, his countenance had darkened due to his incessant indulgence in gambling, leaving his eyes sunken and his lips chapped. Even his typically vibrant hair now bore a dull, ashen hue. "You, who revel in play and mischief, have been indulged by your mother, who, mindful of your tender years, has never held your antics against you. Yet how could you, at such a tender age, become entangled in the vice of gambling? This insidious vice, how dare you even approach it?" Su Wenlan felt a surge of anger, her heart racing as she seethed, demanding to know, "Who taught you this?" In a corner, a bound young scribe whimpered, muffled by a cloth stuffed in his mouth. Su Shi promptly stepped forward to release him from his restraints. The disheveled young scribe immediately fell to his knees, exclaiming, "Madam, it was Qingyu and Qingyan." Su Shi whispered to Su Wenlan, "Qingyu and Qingyan were brought by the second madam." Su Wenlan recalled that these 2 young attendants, both eloquent and literate, had been lauded by the Qin family when they were introduced to her son, praised for their potential to guide him in his studies. Trusting their capabilities, she had allowed them to manage his daily affairs and attend to him closely. Bring forth those treacherous wretches and administer the rod to them, as a warning to others. Let all the servants of the household witness the punishment before they are permitted to leave. Su Wenlan, normally magnanimous, had never been this furious. Qingyu and Qingyan, their mouths gagged, were dragged away, casting desperate glances at Lu Ziwei. Yet he dared not intervene. Humph. These two attendants were far from innocent. They had come to his cousin with a mission, all aimed at rendering him a wastrel. He led him into gambling, encouraged him to skip school, and instigated him to insult the master, ultimately pushing Sango into the limelight. Annie would deal with them harshly. I stand with you. Following Su Wenlan's lead, all the servants around her son were dismissed, and she rewarded the scholarly boy with 50 taels of silver. Lu Ziwei was in a daze, and Su Wenlan did not spare him a glance. Instead, her gaze turned cold as she commanded that all the servants gather outside de Shantang to witness the punishment. As the servants assembled outside, the old matriarch of the Lu family was dining within. The sound of the punishment was unmistakably clear to her. Chapter 8. In this family, I am the mistress. The old matriarch furrowed her brows tighter, exclaiming, "What nonsense! Is it necessary to create such a commotion for the punishment of a servant? Besides, who among the outside world does not know that our Lu family is cultured, compassionate, and never resorts to beating or scolding our servants? If this gets out, how will it reflect on the master?" Just as she was about to say, "Help me up," Qin Shi arrived in haste, saying, "Old madam, Sister Su intends to strike my personal attendants, Qing Yu and Qing Yan. Although they once served me, they originated from your de Shantang." The old matriarch's expression darkened even further. Qin Shi continued, "I have heard that the entire Su family has fallen into misfortune. Perhaps this has influenced Sister Su's mood, causing her temperament to shift, leading her to strike the servants." Upon realizing that the family members involved had come from her own quarters, the old matriarch shook her head repeatedly, saying, "Isn't this a disgrace to Shantang? Hurry, take me to see." With Lin Momo assisting her, she rose and headed straight for the door. The servants outside had all gathered, their faces betraying a palpable sense of alarm as they cast anxious glances towards the two scholars bound at the center. What is the meaning of this chaos? What transgressions have they committed to warrant such punishment? Is this how the noble families disregard human life? The matriarch, Lady Lu, appeared, leaning on her cane, her visage brimming with indignation as she reproached Su Wenlan. "What does it mean to publicly punish the servant she sent? This is bad. The Qin family has arrived. Aunt, please hold strong." Jiang Anning, awaiting the unfolding drama, sensed the gravity of the situation. Su Wenlan bowed respectfully to the matriarch, saying, "Esteemed mother, these two scoundrels have deceived us all, leading the second young master astray into gambling, and they emerged from my quarters." Su Wenlan's face was a mask of fury. "Since they came from Deshan Hall, they must not bring shame upon you. It seems they have intentionally concealed their actions from you. If we do not punish them as a warning, how can we expect others not to deceive you? Those unaware may mistakenly believe you have willfully led your grandson astray." Upon hearing the word gambling, Lady Lu's brows furrowed deeply as she fixed her gaze upon the two scholars. Fear and desperation flickered in their eyes as they pleaded, "Lady, save us. It is not our fault. We were led astray by Qin." At that moment, Qin signaled to the maids nearby, and the two attendants swiftly moved to silence Qing Yu and Qing Yan. Su Wenlan shot a glance at Qin, her fists slowly clenching. "Today, let everyone watch closely. Witness the fate of those who betray their masters." As she spoke, she raised her hand, and the yard was immediately filled with the ominous sound of thuds, the sound of sticks striking flesh. Qing Yu and Qing Yan were bound to the bench, their mouths firmly gagged, beads of cold sweat adorning their foreheads, their gaze fixated on the old matriarch. Muffled whimpers escaped from their obstructed mouths. With each strike of the rod, the blows grew increasingly severe. Within half an hour, blood splattered, staining the ground beneath them. Qing Yu and Qing Yan's faces turned a shade of deep purple, blood trickling from the corners of their mouths, their bodies slumping lifelessly upon the bench. Flesh and blood, a gruesome amalgamation. All the servants fell silent, some maidservants even succumbing to tears, while the old matriarch took a step back in terror. Qin Shi's face turned ashen, and Su Wenlan, known for her virtuous nature, was taken aback, for this was the first time she had resorted to such brutal punishment. Moreover, it was evident from her piercing glances that Su Wenlan's ire was directed at her. As the saying goes, a dog watches its master. Granny Lin sensed the old matriarch trembling and spoke softly. With her eyes closed, the old matriarch could vividly recall the two young scholars lying bloodied on the ground, a chilling sight of crimson. This act of punishment seemed to echo not only against the maidservants, but also struck at her very soul. Marvelous. Auntie is truly formidable. To deal with wickedness, one must employ ruthless methods. Auntie is mighty, how impressive. Su Wenlan felt a weight in her heart as she glanced at Lu Ziwei. With tears brimming in his eyes, Lu Ziwei confessed, "Mother, I understand my mistake. Then you shall be confined for 3 days to reflect upon your actions." Whether out of fear or sudden realization, Lu Ziwei obediently nodded and turned to leave. Following this incident, he found himself devoid of any ill influences, and indeed, he became considerably more earnest. Su Wenlan, too, transformed into a figure of resolute authority. Madame Liu and Mrs. Qin both observed the situation with great anger, yet dared not voice their displeasure. After all, it had always been Su Wenlan who held the reins of the household. Following the unsettling incident, Madame Liu was stricken with fear and developed a high fever during the night. Lu Ziju, filled with indignation, came to demand accountability. Su Wenlan could no longer contain herself and queried whether it was more crucial for a son to stray from the righteous path or to uphold the dignity of Madame Liu. In a fit of rage, Lu Ziju stripped her of her managerial authority and rebuked Su Wenlan for her disrespect towards her mother-in-law, confining her to solitary reflection in the courtyard. Su Wenlan was thus placed under house arrest. 2 months passed in this manner when suddenly, a eunuch from the palace arrived at their doorstep. Lu Ziju found this peculiar. He had maintained a low profile before the emperor, and visitors from the palace were a rare occurrence. Typically, such visits were for either rewards or punishments, and he could not fathom what reward the emperor might bestow upon him. Thus, the notion of punishment loomed ominously in his mind. Anxiously, he inquired of the eunuch, "Esteemed supervisor, what is the emperor's command?" Your wife, Mrs. Su, is summoned to the palace," the eunuch replied. Lu Ziju was bewildered. "My family is being called to the palace?" Indeed, all members of the Su family have been summoned. Upon hearing the eunuch's words, a sudden realization struck Lu Ziju. This must pertain to the witchcraft incident involving the Su family. It dawned on him that Su Wenlan had deceived him all along. The so-called loyal blood letter unearthed by the imperial guards was nothing but a wooden talisman associated with witchcraft. He had crafted that very object himself and had entrusted it to a servant of the Marquis's residence to bury beneath the crooked tree. For days, he had allowed himself to be misled by Su Wenlan, taking her words at face value. With this newfound clarity, Lu Ziju hastened to Su Wenlan's quarters. "Madam, the palace has sent for you. You are to enter the palace." Su Wenlan replied coolly, "I am still under house arrest. You may leave, my lord." Lu Viscount's expression stiffened. Defying the emperor's command would not only bring calamity upon Su Wenlan, but would also implicate him as her husband. Chapter 81. Audience with the emperor. We are one in marriage, and I regard Wenlan as my own. Yesterday, I spoke thoughtlessly. I hope you will not hold it against me. Previously, Su Wenlan had been particularly susceptible to such persuasion, but today, she retorted sharply, "My parents toiled to raise me, and now our entire family is imprisoned. Yet, you wish for me to sever ties. What sort of filial duty is that?" Lu Viscount's brow furrowed slightly, his gaze filled with suspicion as he regarded his wife. Su Wenlan seemed different from before. However, her years of obedience had not been feigned. She had revered her husband as a deity, heeding his every word. Her recent peculiar temper must surely stem from his neglect. A flicker of satisfaction crossed Lu Viscount's features. After years of guiding Su Wenlan, how could she harbor any disloyalty? He earnestly advised, "If you defy the emperor, it will bring misfortune upon us all, including the Su family." Su Wenlan shot him a glance. "Am I not aware of this? I shall merely take a moment to tidy myself before receiving the edict." Lu Viscount smiled and followed her to the front courtyard, where a eunuch awaited, bowing upon Su Wenlan's approach. "Miss Su, please proceed." As Lu Viscount attempted to accompany her, the eunuch interjected, "My lord should remain at home. Without summons, you cannot enter the palace." He then glanced at the swaddled infant in Su Shi's arms. "Ah, the Grand Princess has commanded that the young lady from the Su family be brought along. She has been longing to see her for quite some time."
"Ah,
"We are heading to the palace," Jiang Anning exclaimed with a beaming smile. Su Wenlan pondered to herself, fearing that the blood letter she had placed beneath the crooked tree had indeed taken effect. Upon entering the palace, they made their way directly to the imperial study. The atmosphere within was stifling. As Su Wenlan entered, she caught a glimpse of her father and elder brother kneeling in the center, while the formidable emperor sat before them. Her head bowed as she prostrated herself on the ground. "Your servant pays her respects to your majesty." After the customary formalities, Su Wenlan was drenched in sweat. The emperor remained silent, merely gesturing with a gentle wave of his hand. The eunuch then presented the writing materials, calling out in a shrill voice, "Miss Su, please take the brush and inscribe a few characters." Su Wenlan's heart raced, yet being a woman of experience, she managed to maintain a semblance of composure as she lifted the brush. The onlookers could not discern what she had written, but the eunuch standing nearby slightly furrowed his brow. After a moment, Su Wenlan set down the brush and knelt once more. The eunuch then took the writing to the emperor for his perusal. Upon seeing the 8 large characters on the paper, the emperor remained silent for a considerable time. Su Haoi, whose hair and beard had turned gray, knelt with unwavering resolve despite being a civil servant, pondering that he had initially intended to die for his convictions. However, upon witnessing the emperor summon his daughter, a tear of murky sorrow fell from his eye. "Your Majesty," the old minister acknowledges. Before he could finish the phrase "acknowledge guilt," the emperor erupted into hearty laughter, clapping his hands and exclaiming, "Excellent! Excellent! What a time of peace and tranquility, where all is harmonious." With these words, the emperor rose from behind the desk and personally assisted the kneeling Su Haoi to his feet. "Old Marquis, I have wronged you. Your family, the Su clan, has been unwaveringly loyal to the great Jiang for generations. Even the daughters of your esteemed house have devoted everything to the cause." The emperor of Great Jiang expressed his heartfelt sentiments, a flicker of indignation crossing his brow as he declared, "The one who reported the Su family truly deserves to be condemned." Behind him, a eunuch presented a blood-written letter, stating, "This is what we have unearthed from the Su family." Old Marquis Su trembled as he rose, gazing at the sorrowful words, momentarily stunned. The document was inscribed with blood, containing Buddhist scriptures that demonstrated their piety, along with the phrase, "I am willing to sacrifice 30 years of my life to pray for the peace and stability of the Great Jiang, wishing for your majesty as safety and longevity." In the corner, the names of all the descendants of the Su family were signed, each in different handwriting, accompanied by a blood handprint. The emperor nodded approvingly. "The entire Su lineage is commendable." Upon hearing this, Marquis Su's heart quivered. Only Su Wenlan could replicate the handwriting of the entire family. Had she not replaced the puppet in advance, the Su family would surely have faced a bloody fate today. Su Wenlan bowed sincerely and said, "Though I am but a woman, I've been taught by my parents since childhood that the children of the Su family hold the duty of serving the court as their responsibility. Our entire family adheres to this belief. As I reside in the inner chambers, I can only pray daily for blessings and longevity for your majesty. I hope I do not cause you any embarrassment." The emperor laughed heartily. "Dear Su, you have raised a wonderful daughter, a remarkable descendant. The entire Su family is commendable." He then assisted her to rise. Su Maoding, the eldest son of the Su family and Su Wenlan's elder brother, felt a pang of sympathy for the Su family. The Emperor Taisho appeared to be in exceptionally high spirits. Originally, he harbored a degree of trepidation towards the Su family, who held a prestigious position, yet at this moment, that apprehension melted away imperceptibly. He patted Su Maoding on the shoulder, proclaiming, "The Marquis has been unwaveringly loyal to me. Heaven and earth can bear witness to this. Summon someone to bestow upon Minister Su the title of Grand Secretary, effective immediately." Su Maoding, with a demeanor as cold as ice, remained composed and knelt deeply, exclaiming, "I vow to not disappoint your Majesty's expectations." The Emperor's face radiated joy as he nodded and remarked, "Though the Su family is comprised of women of the inner chambers, their hearts are devoted to the foundation of the nation. Bestow upon them the rank of 3rd class." Viscount Liu had navigated the bureaucratic waters for 36 years, relying on the residual favor of his ancestors to secure a 4th-class position. The sudden elevation of Su Wenlan to 3rd class would undoubtedly infuriate Viscount Liu. The emperor then instructed all members of the Su family to exit the imperial study. Before turning to Su Wenlan and saying, "Miss Su, The Grand Princess is with child. I must ensure you are informed to visit her palace. Really? Su Wenlan clasped her hands in reverence and bowed. The emperor nodded. Indeed, it is a blessing from the Bodhisattva. The princess has generously distributed porridge and clothing for many years, performing countless acts of kindness. After 14 years of marriage, she has finally conceived. Moreover, I have heard that this matter is particularly extraordinary, as the princess received the formula for conception upon hearing the heartfelt wishes of the Su family's youngest daughter. This is the Bodhisattva's decree for granting children. Regardless of its veracity, I must extend my gratitude to you and your family, the Su family.
Ah.
The princess also mentioned she wishes to send a grand gift to express her thanks to your young lady. Su Wenlan was overjoyed and hurried off to the princess's palace. Meanwhile, in the Viscount's residence, upon awakening, Jiang Anning lifted her gaze towards the window, where the splendidly blooming remained as resplendent as ever. However, preparations for their departure from the capital had already commenced. Time had flown by, and it had nearly been 3 months since they arrived in the capital. It was indeed time to leave. Bai Qinghan wore a slight frown, having heard of the Su family summons to the palace by the emperor. Uncertain whether it portended good or ill, Jiang Anning discerned his thoughts and murmured her musings aloud. Chapter 82. A desperate act with a creak, the door swung open, revealing a rotund figure peering in.
It was Lu Yuan.
Cousin, I have come to see you. Where is my cousin? Upon spotting the swaddled Jiang Anning, his eyes lit up, and he dashed over with remarkable speed. Cousin, third brother has come to see you. As Lu Yuan approached, he overheard Jiang Ning's restless murmuring.
Ah.
It's so stifling. I wish I could go out and play. Narrowing his eyes with a mischievous grin, Lu Yuan whispered, Would you like to go outside? If you give third brother a kiss, I shall sneak you out. What do you say? The 8-year-old cousin beamed with the cunning of a sly wolf. Brother, dear brother, beloved third cousin, I implore you to take me out. Jiang Anning, nearly suffocating from confinement, was eager to witness the couples celebrating the Qixi festival. Their chubby hands intertwined, and Lu Yuan lifted Jiang Anning into his embrace. The weight of the little one was substantial. Goodness, this little darling is quite heavy. But finally, my cousin's robust physique finds a purpose. Lu Yuan felt as though he cradled a fragrant, soft treasure, delightfully plump in his arms. With a playful kiss, Jiang Anning left a trail of drool on Lu Yuan's cheek, causing him to smile at the delightful softness of his cousin. Seizing the moment when Bai Qinghan was distracted, Lu Yuan stealthily hoisted Jiang Anning onto his back, quietly opening the window and leaping out into the world beyond. Ah, the scent of freedom. But be cautious. We must not be discovered, he whispered. Jiang Anning, brimming with excitement, her bright eyes sparkling with anticipation, reassured him, Do not worry, cousin. I am well acquainted with these paths. Brother Qinghan will not catch us. Indeed, Lu Yuan was familiar with the positions of the servants on patrol, expertly guiding Jiang Anning through the estate. Just as they approached the outer gate, Jiang Anning suddenly sat up straight, startling Lu Yuan, who feared she might tumble off. However, she merely sniffed the air and pointed toward the garden on the right. I wish to play there. Lu Yuan paused, momentarily taken aback. The location was indeed secluded, with few patrols, making it one of the most remote courtyards of the loyal duke's residence. Yet, he instinctively lowered his voice. This is Mingda Courtyard, brother's domain. His elder brother, whose health was frail, resided there in solitude, having dismissed all the maids and forbidding any upkeep, leaving the courtyard in a state of desolation. It was a forbidden area of the estate. Any intrusion would surely anger his brother. Their parents dared not disturb him, and their grandmother had strictly forbidden even the mention of him. Moreover, after sustaining his disability, his temper had grown exceedingly volatile. Whispers of his brother being both crippled and mad circulated through the household, instilling a sense of trepidation in Lu Yuan regarding Lu Ziqian. However, Jiang Ning's expression betrayed her urgency as she pointed directly at the entrance of Mingda Courtyard. There is a scent of blood. A scent of blood. We must go check on brother. In the original text, the tragic fate of the Lu brothers is merely glossed over, yet when she finds herself amidst it, the despair becomes painfully evident. Lu Yuan felt a shiver of fear. He was aware of his sister's peculiar abilities. With his elder brother on his mind and disregarding his trepidation, he resolutely approached the grand door to push it open. The courtyard gate was firmly shut, and his knocks echoed in vain, met with silence. His elder brother forbade any attendance, having expelled all the servants from the premises. It was said that he had retained only a devoted servant to attend to him. The courtyard bore signs of servants who had stealthily entered during the night and departed at dawn. As Lu Yuan recounted this, Jiang Anning pondered that Lu Ziqian must be utterly despondent, thus isolating himself. At that moment, the increasingly pungent scent of blood filled the air, stirring her urgency as she pointed toward the corner of the wall. Lu Yuan's eyes widened in shock. "You want my cousin to crawl? Crawl? Through a dog hole? Absolutely not. A scholar may be killed, but never humiliated. How could a learned person crawl through a dog hole?" However, moments later, he found himself crouched within the dog hole, muttering as he wriggled through. How can it be called a dog hole if a scholar is crawling through? I shall rebrand it as a scholar's hole. The courtyard lay desolate, shrouded in an eerie stillness. With his hair tangled in weeds, Lu Yuan charged ahead, while Jiang Anning indicated left, and he sprinted without hesitation in that direction. Before long, the plump boy was drenched in sweat. As the scent of blood grew increasingly potent, Lu Yuan's heart raced. How could his cousin detect the odor of blood from several courtyards away? This was utterly absurd. With a sudden crash, he flung open the grand door, only to be assaulted by an overwhelming wave of the metallic scent. His eyes widened in horror as the sight before him turned them a shade of crimson, and a chill swept through his body. Everywhere he looked was drenched in a sea of blood. A thick, crimson stream of blood spread from the man lying at the head of the bed down to the floor. The young boy trembled in fear, his hands that were supporting Jiang Anning shaking uncontrollably. The man in the blue robe lay with his eyes closed, his wrist dangling over the edge of the bed, blood dripping steadily down. A suicide by wrist cutting. Lu Yuan stumbled towards his elder brother. Brother. Oh, mother. Father and mother. Someone, please come." The young boy had never witnessed such a scene before, and as he rushed forward, he reached out to touch his brother, only to find Lu Ziqian's body icy cold, trembling uncontrollably. At that moment, Lu Ziqian tightly clutched a shard of porcelain, thick with blood. Even Jiang Anning was profoundly affected by this sight. The young man on the bed had features like a painting, resembling a fallen immortal, yet his face was devoid of vitality, filled with a sense of resignation. Though he still breathed, his spirit had long since perished. "Fool, quickly grab a handkerchief and cover the wrist." Lu Yuan hurriedly placed her on the bed, shaking and weeping, as he desperately wrapped the handkerchief around the wrist, binding it tightly. "Damn it, where is that servant?" Lu Yuan's eyes were bloodshot, cursing as he tied the makeshift bandage. Just then, the door swung open, and Bai Qinghan stood at the threshold. "Thank goodness, Brother Qinghan is here." Bai Qinghan was taken aback by the gruesome scene before him. He noticed Lu Yuan's binding was inadequate and immediately assisted him. Fortunately, they had acted swiftly, preventing Lu Ziqian from losing his life. After a series of emergency measures, Lu Ziqian was finally out of danger. That night, Lu Ziqian gently opened his eyes, his gaze calm and undisturbed, lying silently in bed, as if he had been paralyzed for the past 8 years.
Brother?
"Brother, you're not dead? That is wonderful. Dear brother," Lu Yuan exclaimed, tears streaming down his face. Trembling with fear, he lay beside his elder brother, yearning for his attention. He had heard tales of how, in years gone by, everyone hailed Lu Ziqian as a prodigious talent in the capital, a child who could compose poetry and paint at the tender age of 9, gifted beyond compare. Yet, there was a tragic incident when he accidentally fell into the water, and by the time he was rescued, he had lost all signs of life. It was only due to a skilled physician's miraculous intervention with golden needles that he was revived, yet he emerged unable to move. Confined to his bed, he spent his days in paralysis, and even when a servant occasionally wheeled him outside, he resisted vehemently, his temperament turning erratic and fiercely volatile. Chapter 83. The 13 Needles of the Ghost Gate. From that moment on, he became both mad and crippled, instilling fear in all who dared approach him. After 8 years of recovery, he had regained only the ability to clench his hands. On that first occasion of gripping tightly, he inflicted a wound upon his own wrist. Merely contemplating these memories left Lu Yuan breathless. Brother, are you feeling any better? Perhaps I should summon our parents to fetch a physician. You could keep an eye on my cousin for me? She is so small and delicate, sweet and soft. You will surely adore her. He brought Lu Jiangning close. Yet Lu Ziqian refused to look at her, his voice raspy and jarring as he uttered no. His tone lingered, as if he had not spoken in an eternity. No. Do not call for the physician. And do not inform mother. Having been silent for so long, his speech was now halting and painfully rough. Lu Yuan hesitated, but brother, your injury. However, upon witnessing his brother's resistance and the simmering anger in his demeanor, he dared not provoke him further. Yet, Lu Yuan noticed a hint of color returning to his brother's complexion and took it upon himself to fill a basin with water, retrieve a cloth, and kneel on the floor to cleanse the bloodstains. No wonder the eldest brother of the Lu family is a tragic yet formidable villain. At the tender age of 9, he was hailed as a genius, only to plunge into the depths of despair while attempting to save another, resulting in his own paralysis when the other party refused to call for help. The cruelest fate of all is that in the future, he must bear witness to the demise of his entire family. Jiang Anning blinked, shaking her head with a sigh. Lu Ziqian's lifeless eyes suddenly quivered as he exerted all his strength to turn his head, discovering that his youngest brother was laboriously scrubbing the floor. Standing beside him was a strikingly handsome young man, anxiously observing him. You. Bai Qinghan found himself at a loss for words, having overheard Jiang Ning's innermost thoughts, and likely gleaning the same from Lu Ziqian's expression. Lu Ziqian, taken aback, realized that the voice he had just heard did not belong to a man, but rather to a child with a tender, innocent tone. He glanced at the infant cradled in Bai Qinghan's arms, his face etched with confusion. Upon sensing Lu Ziqian's gaze, the infant broke into a toothless grin, revealing a row of gummy flesh. Lu Ziqian pondered. Had his paralysis affected his hearing as well? The tragic fate of his family? It was indeed true that he had fallen into the water while attempting to save someone, and that unspoken thought rang painfully true. For this reason, Lu Ziqian had shut himself off from the world for 8 long years, remaining indifferent even as his mother wept to death before his eyes. Yet at this moment, he suddenly heard those inner thoughts. Lu Ziqian let out a self-deprecating laugh. But what of it? He was merely a cripple, a paralyzed being. He required assistance for the most basic of needs, unable to care for himself. A tremor coursed through his body, filled with despair and dread. Get out! He widened his eyes, gritting his teeth, his entire form taut with suppressed anguish. Lu Yuan was diligently mopping the floor when he was suddenly startled by his elder brother's thunderous roar, causing him to freeze in place. After a moment, he timidly stammered, "Brother, I won't disturb you." However, Lu Ziqian seemed to have succumbed to a frenzied state. Get out. Get out. Get out of here. I want you to leave. A palpable agitation coursed through him as his wild gaze fixated on the others. Since you regard me as your brother, then just go away. I do not wish to see you all disgust me. Lu Ziqian's voice was hoarse, his fists clenched tightly, veins bulging ominously. The young boy felt a pang of sorrow, his eyes reddening, yet Bai Qinghan shook his head. At that moment, Lu Ziqian's taut composure shattered, caught in an ambiguous blend of laughter and tears. Once, he was a radiant youth, celebrated and admired, yet now he found himself rendered worthless. His pride was trampled beneath foot, repeatedly ground into the dirt. He feared the gaze of others, rejecting all offers of help and closeness. Fortunately, I can heal my brother's leg, Jiang Anning said with delight. Lu Ziqian. Lu Yanshu suddenly erupted into a fit of violent coughs, turning sharply to glare at Jiang Anning. What had she just said? Did she comprehend the implications of her words? For a moment, Lu Ziqian questioned his own sanity. Could it be that he had misheard? That there was indeed hope for him? Yet, before he could fully awaken to reality, he sensed a flicker of awareness. Jiang Anning tilted her head, extending her plump little arm toward him. Okay. The soft, murmuring voice of the infant sent a jolt through Lu Ziqian, a sardonic smile flickering on his lips. He could barely lift his arm. After 8 years of recovery, he could manage only a clenched fist. Bai Qinghan remarked, Cousin Lu's leg has been injured for 8 years. It is not comparable to my situation. Merely applying some herbal remedies and resting will not suffice. Rest assured. Jiang Anning's thoughts flickered as she activated the universal prescription system, retrieving a remedy. This requires acupuncture. Lu Ziqian frowned. I have already experimented with acupuncture. It proved ineffective. But this is different. The technique I employ is known as the 13 ghost needles. There are 13 ghost acupoints within the human body. Ghost seal, ghost palace, ghost cave, ghost rampart, ghost path, ghost market, ghost hall, ghost pillow, ghost heart, ghost leg, ghost letter, ghost camp, and ghost conceal. These 13 acupoints govern the body's vital functions. And as long as the acupuncture follows the prescribed verses, it will be effective. Bai Qinghan furrowed her brow slightly. Even so, it requires a highly skilled physician, preferably a royal doctor. As soon as she finished speaking, Lu Yuan interjected, I shall seek out father, and dashed away. He hurried to the flower hall, where Lu Zizhu and Qin were anxiously discussing matters. Lu Zizhu pondered, fearing that the wooden carving inscribed with the emperor's birth date had been discovered. Indeed, the Su family was on the brink of ruin. Cousin, your days of hardship are nearing an end. Qin displayed a hint of satisfaction. Let us hope so. But if the Su family falls, will it not implicate our noble house? Lu Zizhu shook his head.
How could that be?
The emperor is unaware that I am the informant. If he were to discover it, he might even reward me. Just then, Lu Yuan rushed over and seized his father's sleeve, startling Lu Zizhu. He admonished, in a flurry and a fuss, devoid of any decorum. How has your mother raised you? Father, my elder brother. Lu Zizhu interrupted him, his face darkening as he inquired, have you been to that cripple? Did I not inform you that your brother's abode is a forbidden place, not to be trespassed? Let that cripple fend for himself. Lu Yuan hastily shook his head, his expression earnest as he asserted, no, father. My brother shall not remain a cripple. The 13 ghostly needles can save him. Please, summon the royal physician at once. What are the 13 ghostly needles? Foolish superstition. Lu Zizhu scolded, furrowing his brow. Summon the royal physician? Do you think our marquise is akin to a royal palace? Who possesses the capability to summon such a physician? Lu Yuan spoke in a muffled tone, but if we cannot summon the physician, my brother shall endure a lifetime of disability. He will grow increasingly despondent and demoralized. Lu Zizhu shot his son a disdainful glance and coldly remarked, and what of it? Such a child, in my view, ought to be abandoned. It is your mother's obstinacy that insists on nurturing him, bringing disgrace upon our marquise. Chapter 84. Curing cousin S. leg ailment. Lu Yuan gazed at his father, incredulous that such callous words could emanate from his own progenitor. Beside him, Qin Shi embellished the situation with a torrent of words. Lu Zizhu cast a sidelong glance at Lu Yuan and coldly commanded, why do you not withdraw? Pouting, Lu Yuan looked up to see his mother approaching, his eyes lighting up. Mother, mother! He dashed towards Su Wenlan. Lu Zizhu exhibited a look of astonishment, witnessing his wife radiating warmth and cheer, an expression far removed from that of someone burdened by guilt, leaving him utterly surprised. No, my lady. Do you mean to say that His Majesty has not punished the Su family? Why would there be punishment? Then why did the emperor summon you to the palace? Is it that in your husband's eyes, the Su family is only capable of wrongdoing? Su Wenlan retorted, then smiled derisively. It seems my husband is unaware of the great benevolence of the emperor. My family has been honored and rewarded for our loyalty to the great Zheng, and His Majesty has specifically conferred upon me the title of a third-rank noble lady. Seeing the disbelief on Lord Lu's face, Su Wenlan produced the imperial edict granted by the emperor and handed it to him. Such an edict could not be forged. A third-rank noble lady could freely move about the palace. Lord Lu understood well that their family had served in official capacities for generations, yet none had ever attained the rank of third-rank official. Even if Su Wenlan were merely a noble lady, it was a status unattainable for the Lu family. Lu Yuan asked his mother, Mother, now that you are a third-rank noble lady, can you summon a physician to attend to elder brother? Su Wenlan's expression grew solemn as she sighed. Yuana, your elder brother's ailment is beyond the healing capabilities of any physician. It is incurable, and the doctors are powerless.
No.
My cousin said that the physician can use the 13 ghostly needles to cure elder brother's leg affliction. Su Wenlan was suddenly moved. Could her little niece truly heal Ziqian's injuries? She recalled that it was she who had cured the long infertile princess. Regardless of whether the child was a celestial being incarnate or a divine emissary using her as a vessel for healing, her predictions had always been remarkably accurate.
Yuan.
Have you been to see elder brother? Lu Yuan shrank back. The courtyard of elder brother was a forbidden place in their home, and the adults seldom allowed him to go there. He nodded weakly and recounted the events of discovering Lu Ziqian's attempt to take his own life by slashing his wrist. Currently, both cousin Qinghan and cousin Mei are present. I wish to implore my father to summon the imperial physician, yet he refuses. Su Wenlan cast a glance at Lu Ziju, her eyes filled with fury. Your father lacks the capability to fetch the physician. Shuangfei. Hasten to the palace and inform the Grand Princess of this matter, requesting her to dispatch a physician knowledgeable in the 13 ghost needles. Understood. Su Shi turned and departed. Su Wenlan, accompanied by her son, proceeded towards the courtyard where Lu Ziqian resided, leaving behind the bewildered and astonished Lu Ziju and Qin Shi, who stood in disarray amidst the wind. Upon arriving at Mingde Garden, the sight of blood-soaked ground compelled Su Wenlan to embrace Lu Ziqian and weep bitterly. My child, why have you acted so foolishly? Why must you despair? Lu Ziqian, pale and weak, replied, Mother, living in such agony is unbearable. He drew a labored breath, weakened from blood loss, and Su Wenlan, unable to chastise him further, permitted him to rest. After an hour, Su Shi arrived with a physician, heading directly to Mingde Garden. Madam, the Grand Princess inquired among the palace physicians, yet none are familiar with the 13 ghost needles. Only old physician Feng has heard of such a technique. Old physician Feng, his hair already streaked with gray, spoke slowly. In my earlier years, before entering the palace, I witnessed a master employing this technique in the martial world. I merely grasped its surface, and I cannot guarantee that I will be able to cure your son's leg ailment. This is not a difficult task. I shall recite the verse for the 13 ghost needles, and you may follow it to manipulate the needles accordingly. Very well then. The affliction wrought by 100 malevolent spirits manifests itself through the art of acupuncture, which necessitates recognition of 13 vital points. In all instances, the initial needle is to be inserted at the ghost palace, followed by the needle at the ghost trust, both of which yield responses. Methodically, one must inquire from the beginning, with males commencing from the left and females from the right. The first needle is to be placed in the center. At the ghost palace, the left side receives the needle, while the right side allows for its exit. The second needle is to be inserted beneath the thumbnail, known as the ghost's trust, penetrating to a depth of 3 fun. The third needle is to be placed beneath the big toenail, referred to as the ghost's rampart, entering to a depth of 2 fun. The fourth needle is to be inserted at the great ridge point on the palm, going in 5 fun, which signifies the ghost's heart. The fifth needle, placed at the shun pulse, represents the ghost's path, followed by 3 fiery needles descending with a sharpness akin to 7 strikes. The sixth needle is to be sawed above the great vertebra, entering 1 inch into the hair, known as the ghost's pillow. The seventh needle is to be pricked 5 fin beneath the earlobe, aptly named the ghost's bed. It is essential that this needle be warmed. The eighth needle is to be inserted at the Chengjiang point, designated as the ghost's market, with the needle entering from the left and exiting to the right. A detail of utmost importance. The 9th needle at the Laogong point is known as the ghost's cave, while the 10th needle at the Shangxing point is referred to as the ghost's hall. The 11th needle is to be placed at the Yin underseam 3 times robustly. For females, the Yumen point marks the ghost's sanctuary. The 12th needle, at the Kachi point, is known as the ghost's minister, with fiery needles again needing to strike sharply 7 times. The 13th needle is to be inserted in the middle of the tongue, a point named the ghost's seal. Needles are to be inserted symmetrically on both hands and feet. Should one encounter the fox point, it is to be merely traversed. This wisdom originates from the teachings of my esteemed predecessor, a truly exquisite secret to expel the rampant malevolent spirits. Upon hearing this, Su Wenlan hastily summoned paper and pen, meticulously transcribing Jiang Anning's heartfelt revelations before presenting them to Dr. Feng. Though Dr. Feng could not hear Jiang Anning's inner voice, He received the paper and read it attentively. Suddenly, he slapped his thigh in astonishment, exclaiming, "Marvelous! Who would have thought acupuncture could encompass such extraordinary techniques? I am truly enlightened. Madame Liu, from whence did you acquire this method?" He continued, "How marvelous indeed! Allow me to further study for a quarter of an hour, and I shall proceed to perform acupuncture on your son." Dr. Feng earnestly read the incantation of the 13 ghost needles, nodding thoughtfully before taking up the silver needles to begin his work. Lu Ziqian was caught in a state of half-sleep, his frail body on the verge of slumber. Yet the conversation of Dr. Feng and others was too raucous for him to truly rest. Suddenly, a warm sensation surged from his acupoints, gradually nourishing his weakened form. Lu Ziqian was momentarily taken aback, feeling a delightful warmth enveloping him, as if his parched body had finally received sustenance. With his fingers tightly interlocked, he impulsively attempted to raise his arm, sensing a flicker of strength within him, albeit only a mere trace. Nevertheless, tears brimmed in his eyes, after so many years. This was the first time he felt the presence of vitality. Could it be that the 13 ghost needles truly hold the power to heal my affliction? He found it hard to believe, yet he could not suppress the thought. Upon the completion of the acupuncture, Lu Ziqian felt an abundance of energy coursing through him, prompting an involuntary smile. Dr. Feng took his leave, and he sank into a deep slumber, never having experienced such restful sleep before. The following morning, Jiang Anning chattered excitedly about going to Mingda courtyard. When Bai Qinghan carried her into Lu Ziqian's room, Su Wenlan was also present. The little one eagerly leaped into Lu Ziqian's embrace. "Cousin, you might crush Big Brother," she exclaimed, startled by the sudden appearance of the plump Lu Yuan, who wheeled himself over. Most concerning was the fear of inciting Big Brother's wrath. His temper was notoriously volatile. Even their parents were met with his icy demeanor, leaving no one in favor. Lu Yuan cautiously interjected, "Big Brother, cousin didn't mean it. She's only 6 months old and doesn't he understand?" Chapter 85. Barbecue. Though Lu Ziqian remained immobile, he had never felt so invigorated, his spirit remarkably uplifted. His voice was gentle, almost timid, as if afraid of startling the infant cradled in his arms. "It's nothing to worry about." Lu Yuan's eyes widened in astonishment. What had transpired in just a day that his elder brother had taken to protecting their cousin? After Lu Ziqian settled into his wheelchair, Bai Qinghan pushed him along as the family strolled through the garden. However, Lu Ziqian appeared emaciated, his robes fluttering in the wind, while Jiang Anning nestled against him. "Elder cousin is too thin. It's uncomfortable to hold him. He should eat more meat. I'm feeling a bit pinched," she thought to herself while her mouth watered. The garden, once vibrant, now bore a desolate air, lacking its former splendor. Wow, what a large pond! It would be perfect for raising fish and turtles. "Why aren't the flowers blooming?" the little girl murmured. Lu Ziqian felt her youthful vitality and, for the first time, lifted his gaze to the sky, realizing he had not stepped outside in a long while. "Elder cousin is smiling."
Oh,
How lovely it is to see him smile. Jiang Anning's soft, innocent eyes widened in surprise. Lu Yuan discreetly glanced at his brother, who indeed seemed to have a fondness for his sister. He had always believed that such an adorable cousin could charm anyone. He yearned to take his sister to school, for studying alone was dreadfully dull. Having her company would make it infinitely more enjoyable. After meandering through the garden, they were suddenly interrupted by a servant, calling out in haste, young master, young master." Since he had become unable to care for himself, Lu Ziqian had subsisted on plain rice porridge and simple dishes, rarely indulging in meat, all in an effort to minimize his trips to the restroom. For the past 8 years, he had been incapable of managing even his most basic needs, and this was his way of preserving the scant dignity he had left. Although Lu Ziqian cannot move freely at present, he has improved significantly following the acupuncture treatment. Should Dr. Feng administer the needles a couple more times, Lu Ziqian is likely to recover even faster than Bai Qinghan did. Jiang Anning, with her petite face scrunched up, glared at her elegant cousin, her chubby little fists clenched, exuding an air of impending mischief. Lu Ziqian's heart melted at the sight, and he nodded with a gentle smile. The young servant, Twanbao, was left in a state of astonishment. The young master laughed and "Oh my, After 8 long years, it was the first time he had witnessed such a smile from him. Having spent all his days attending to the young master, Twanbao was acutely aware of how desperately he wished for death. Lu Ziqian had attempted to end his own life countless times, yet each time, he found himself pleading for just a little more time to linger. "Let us go to the pavilion and set up a barbecue stall," Lu Ziqian suggested. "And prepare some meat porridge for me." He was far too thin, and his cousin had mentioned he was unwell. "Indeed, indeed," Twanbao exclaimed, overwhelmed with joy, limping toward the small kitchen. Before long, a small stove appeared in the center of the pavilion. Today, a gentle breeze swept through, rendering the atmosphere quite pleasant. The pavilion housed a small stove with a clean iron plate atop it. The stone table was adorned with an array of thinly sliced meats and various sauces, while the meat porridge simmered gently on the iron grill, bubbling enticingly. After toiling for most of the day, Twanbao was ravenous, and upon seeing the abundant spread of meat dishes, his eyes gleamed with anticipation. Twanbao filled a bowl of meat porridge, eager to feed the young master. Meanwhile, Lu Yuan deftly placed delicate, gossamer-thin slices of meat onto the iron plate, and in an instant, the grill erupted with a fragrant sizzle. Sprinkling on some seasoning, the air was filled with the aromatic scent of cumin. The meat was both tender and delectable. "Hiss, it's so hot." Lu Yuan took a bite, and the scalding food made him flail his arms and grimace, yet he stubbornly refused to spit it out. Bai Qinghan observed him with a smile, and also picked up a piece of meat. Jiang Anning inhaled sharply, her mouth watering uncontrollably. "Cousin cannot eat meat here. Drink some milk." Lu Yuan had brought her milk when he left. Jiang Anning glared furiously, her eyes wide with indignation. Pointing at the meat on the table and then at her milk, her expression of vivid accusation. Her furious demeanor brought amusement to the others. Although little Jiang Anning could not articulate her thoughts, everyone understood her grievances and sense of injustice. Lu Yuan, unabashedly grinning, said, "Cousin, you haven't grown any teeth yet. You're only 5 months old and can't eat meat. But you can smell it. Isn't your brother good to you? I'll eat the meat and let you enjoy the aroma." The little one's eyes turned red with fury. Lu Ziqian, noticing their playful banter, felt a weight lift from his heart. "Twanbao, go fetch a ripe banana." Su Wenlan had someone deliver fresh fruit daily, and Twanbao soon returned with one. "Use a spoon to mash it into puree and let your sister have some. At over 5 months, she can eat fruit puree." Before his paralysis, he had once fed his younger brother. Lu Yuan cautiously scraped a spoonful, and Jiang Ning's face lit up with joy. "Oh, I finally feel alive. So sweet and delicious. I love you, my dear cousin. You are my favorite. Third cousin may be a bit foolish, but I love him dearly too." Lu Yuan fed her 7 or 8 spoonfuls before pausing. "We'll have more tomorrow. Eating too much may upset your stomach. Let's take it slow." After finishing, he roasted a chicken leg on the stone table, pulled the meat off, and then handed the bone to Jiang Anning. Overjoyed, Jiang Anning immediately climbed up and planted a kiss on him, settling in her elder cousin's embrace, happily licking the grease off the bone, sighing contentedly, "This life is worth it." The others watched with barely suppressed laughter. For years, Lu Ziqian had subsisted on merely a few spoonfuls of thin porridge, clinging to life. Yet today, he devoured the bowl of meat porridge clean, his eyes sparkling as if he had been reborn. They lingered until the afternoon, and when they noticed Lu Ziqian's waning energy, they prepared to depart. Lu Yuan inquired, "Elder brother, do you need me to summon a doctor?" "I won't tell anyone. Just between us, all right?" He remained concerned about the frightful wound on his elder brother's wrist. Lu Ziqian caressed his fingers, noting their increased dexterity compared to before. "No need. Dr. Feng's acupuncture treatment has proven effective. After 2 more sessions, I should be fully healed." Wow, it's truly wonderful that elder cousin is so confident. If you view life through a sunny lens, it will greatly benefit your leg's recovery. Lu Ziqian smiled and nodded. His little cousin was indeed an angel. Watching the sunset, his spirits lifted considerably, and he felt an unprecedented appreciation for the beauty of the world around him. Subsequently, every 10 days, Dr. Feng would visit the Viscount's residence to perform acupuncture on Lu Ziqian. After 2 consecutive courses of treatment, Lu Ziqian's leg ailment had diminished significantly. allowing him to walk with ease. Chapter 86. The incident in Ning'an City. This event became a cherished tale throughout the capital. It is indeed astonishing and uplifting to witness a person who has been paralyzed for 8 years move as if they were an ordinary individual. After all, nothing in this world lasts forever. Observing Su Wenlan transform into a decisive figure, while Lu Ziqian, Lu Ziwei, and Lu Yuan also experienced positive changes, brings a sense of reassurance regarding Jiang Anning's departure. And, although you have found stability within the Lu family, you must remain cautious as the formidable Qin family has yet to be eradicated, she warned. When we return to the capital, we shall ensure her removal. The Qin family has been entrenched within the Viscount's residence for many years, making their elimination a formidable task that cannot be undertaken lightly. Su Wenlan understood this well. She gently patted Jiang Anning's little head and assured her, "Do not worry, dear aunt. We will ensure that the vile Qin does not gain an inch of advantage." That would be splendid, Jiang Anning replied. In stark contrast to the bustling capital, the lord's residence in Ning'an City was enveloped in a dismal silence. Lan Jiaojia rested her chin in her hand, feeling dejected. It had been quite some time since she had last seen the second young master, Bai Qingling. Despite residing in his courtyard, she believed her actions to be discreet, assuming the second young master could not possibly be aware of them. Yet, had Madame Pang divulged anything to him before her passing? If that were the case, why would the second young master still allow her to remain in his abode? After much contemplation, Lan Jiaojiao arrived at a reasonable conclusion. The second young master still held feelings for her. Noticing her lack of cheer, a concerned maid inquired, "Miss Lan, would you like to take a stroll?" Lan Jiaojiao was permitted to roam freely throughout the residence, save for the study and the second young master's chambers, which remained off-limits to her. The outside world holds little allure. Lan Jiaojiao sighed listlessly and beckoned her maid to sit beside her. "Miss, this may not be appropriate." "What is inappropriate?" Lan Jiaojiao retorted, her expression stern. "How many times have I told you? We are all human. There is no distinction between master and servant. Come here and tell me if there are any interesting happenings outside." The maid hesitated, slowly approaching, but still standing to the side. Lan Jiaojiao pulled her onto a chair with determination and said, "Speak." The achievements of the Su Marquis' residence this time are quite significant, with no chance of collapse. Lord Bai can finally rest easy. Not only has Su Wenyin been released from her confinement, but he also intends to transfer the authority of managing the household to her. With the Su Marquis' support in the capital, Lord Bai no longer fears any unfavorable occurrences. Lan Jiaojiao listened, unimpressed. "What is there to discuss about a household banquet?" "Miss Lan, you may not be aware," the maid replied in a hushed tone. "The third young master's companion, Xiao Jiangning, has made remarkable contributions and has won the affection of the Su family. This banquet is primarily to reward her." As the maid continued her chatter, Lan Jiaojiao interrupted. "Enough." She stood abruptly and strode towards the door, only to find the cheerful guard, Ziang, approaching with a radiant smile, blocking her path. "Miss Lan, where are you off to?" Lan Jiaojiao shot Ziang a glare and pushed his hand aside. "I am going to find Qingling Ge. Step aside." Ziang furrowed his brow as he observed her outburst. Coldly threatening, "Miss Lan, I advise you to abandon all hopes. His Highness will not come to see you. If you continue to shout, I shall have no choice but to remove your tongue." The two guards promptly nodded in agreement.
"Miss Lan."
"It would be prudent for you to remain quietly in your chamber," the maid softly urged. "His Highness's actions may very well be for your own consideration. Otherwise, with your lack of decorum and unrestrained tongue, you would undoubtedly offend numerous noble guests at the banquet." "For my own consideration?" Lan Jiaojiao evidently disagreed, casting a disdainful glance at the downcast maid as she retorted, "Do you presume I am unaware of propriety?" "I would not dare," the maid replied, unable to meet her gaze, biting her lip as she spoke. Lan Jiaojiao sighed. "Very well, I do not hold it against you. I simply wonder, what has Qingling been occupied with these days?" She glanced at the two guards stationed outside, her eyes darting thoughtfully before addressing the maid. "I have heard he sent someone to Jiangzhou." At this revelation, Lan Jiaojiao gasped, her eyes widening in disbelief. "What? Why did you not inform me sooner?" "Jiangzhou is my hometown. Could it be that Bai Qingling is investigating me? This is disastrous. What if that matter were to be exposed? Oh, please assist me with something. The maid blinked, her expression turning to one of alarm as she asked, Miss Lan, if you wish for me to help you escape, you would do well to abandon that notion at once. I cannot, nor would I dare, agree to such a request. Lan Jiao was the mistress, and the young master would not punish her, but the maid was merely a servant and would surely face severe consequences. Rest assured, I regard you as a sister. We shall share both fortune and adversity, and I assure you, I would not betray your trust. The maid remained silent, recalling that previously, whenever Lan Jiao caused trouble, it was she who faced the consequences. When not facing punishment, she would speak of sharing blessings and burdens, yet the first sign of repercussions, Lan Jiao would feign deafness. Noticing the maid's silence, Lan Jiao took her arm affectionately and, in a soft and soothing tone, pleaded, I implore you. I cannot leave. If I could, I would never ask for your assistance. You need not worry. This time, I truly will not allow you to be punished. After much coaxing, the maid finally acquiesced. Delighted, Lan Jiao whispered in the maid's ear, Just do as I instruct, and you shall not face any repercussions. Your Highness, I have already assigned someone to keep watch over Bai Lan. Bai Qinglan nodded gently, raising her gaze to him and inquired, Did I not instruct you to send someone to Jiangzhou's Yang family to investigate Yang Xian? What have you discovered? Bai Qingling furrowed his brow slightly and remarked, It concerns Lan Jiao. Chapter 87. The origins of Lan Jiao. Jiang deftly redirected the conversation back to Lan Jiao, stating, I have learned that Lan Jiao has been betrothed since a young age, but she later took the initiative to dissolve the engagement, causing a rift with her parents over this matter. Bai Qingling further questioned, Is that jade pendant truly a belonging of the Lan family? Jiang paused briefly before responding. I have inquired through various channels, yet the Lan family does not acknowledge the pendant as theirs. So that is the case. Bai Qingling nodded softly and produced the jade pendant from his bosom. 3 years prior, he journeyed to Jiangzhou on official business and, in a twist of fate, fell into the water, only to be rescued by Lan Jiao, with whom he experienced an instant infatuation. However, as 3 years have elapsed, Bai Qinglong's recollections of that event have grown increasingly dubious. Just a few days ago, Lan Jiao inadvertently plunged into a pond. He had presumed that she was adept at swimming, yet to his astonishment, she floundered helplessly in the water, struggling to surface and nearly succumbing to drowning. Had it not been for the intervention of the guards, she might have perished. If Lan Jiao was indeed unskilled in swimming, how could she have saved him? This unsettling realization led Bai Qingling to employ Ziyang to discreetly inquire in Jiangzhou, only to discover that the pendant he had clutched was not from the Lan family. After Bai Qingling fell into the water, his consciousness faded, and he could not recall the details of his rescue, only that it was a woman who had come to his aid, and in his panic, he had inadvertently severed the jade pendant from her waist. He held the pendant tenderly in his palm, his thoughts a tumultuous whirl. If the one who saved him was not Lan Jiao, then who could it be? Where was his true savior now? He mused silently. Bai Qingling expressed such thoughts, yet the confusion lingered. Ziyang, taken aback, inquired, Your Highness, since you have ascertained that Lan Jiao was not the one who saved you, why do you not expel her from the residence? Bai Qingling lowered his gaze, revealing that it was not a matter of desire to banish Lan Jiao, but rather a concern that her indiscreet nature might lead her to divulge the secrets of his lineage, a disgrace not only to himself but also to the Bai family. Jiang Anning possessed much knowledge. Could he possibly know the whereabouts of his true benefactor? Rising from his seat, Bai Qingling commanded, Ziyang, accompany me. We shall venture out. At the entrance of the Lord Bai's study, the child greeted his father. Bai Qingling bowed respectfully. Why do you not enter and wait? Lord Bai scrutinized his son for a moment, gestured for him to rise, and then stepped into the study. Waiting outside for a while posed no issue. Bai Qingling followed, feeling somewhat perplexed. Why did his father, aware of his true identity, not expose it? His demeanor remained unchanged, and even the matter concerning his mother had not implicated him. Everything in the residence appeared as it had before. He lowered his gaze, contemplating whether his mother intended to disturb his peace of mind by deceiving him. After learning of this, he had indeed pondered extensively, vacillating between approaching his father to confess and remaining silent. Since Lord Bai seemed oblivious, he resolved to acknowledge his lineage, thus freeing himself from this burden. "Father, I have come today to inform you of something regarding my," before he could complete his sentence, Lord Bai interrupted him. "You are my son. The matters concerning the Peng family are in the past and shall remain so. Do not mention them again. I understand this has nothing to do with you. Is there anything else?" Lord Bai, wary that his son might delve further into his identity, wished to dismiss him swiftly. "I wish to meet Jiang Anning." Lord Bai furrowed his brow slightly. "Why do you wish to see Jiang Anning?" "There are certain matters I wish to inquire of her." Noticing his son's anxious expression, Lord Bai refrained from pressing further and called out, "Jiang Zheng." He summoned Jiang Zheng, who was already serving at the Lord's residence, and instructed, "The second young master suddenly wishes to see Jiang Anning. Perhaps you could take him to her home." Understood. Upon entering the capital, an abundance of gifts amassed, a splendid array that the Qiao family generously shared with friends and relatives.
Today,
The esteemed city lord Bai specially presented a new garment for Jiang Anning, who was exuberantly admiring her new attire. Qiao unfolded the dress and inquired, "Jiang Anning, do you like it?" Jiang Anning twirled her large, glistening eyes and eagerly nodded, "I love it. Tomorrow, mother, please don't wrap me up. Let everyone see my new dress." Qiao gently caressed her cheek and replied softly, "Since my daughter delights in it, I shall dress you warmly tomorrow so that all may admire your new attire. Shall we?" "Splendid. If others see how adorable I am, they might shower me with even more gifts." At that moment, a joyous laughter echoed from outside. "Daughter, the second young master has come to see you." It was Jiang Zheng's voice. The attendants respectfully bowed, and Bai Qingling gestured for them to rise. He approached Jiang Anning, scooped her up, and scrutinized her closely. "It seems you have gained some weight, and you are even cuter now." He chuckled. Hearing his thoughts, Bai Qingling smiled. "I hope that one day I can have such an adorable daughter." "Fear not. Fear not. Your little angel will soon appear to rescue you from your trials. Your destined heroine is on the verge of arriving." The second young master, upon hearing the word angel, fell into contemplation over its meaning. Though he did not fully grasp the concept, he instinctively felt that Jiang Anning's thoughts referred to his future bride. He does not peruse the storybooks, yet he has heard whispers of the protagonists within, a pair entwined, leading him to ponder if the female lead mentioned by Jiang Anning might indeed be his future wife. Suddenly, memories of the last encounter with Lan Jiaojiao flash in his mind, recalling her inquiry about whether he had noticed the women present at the selection banquet. Could it be that his future spouse was among them? "Qiao, sister, I wish to take Jiang Anning out for a while." Fearing rejection, he glanced outside the hall and added, "The weather is rather warm today. I shall ensure that Jiang Anning does not catch a chill."
indeed.
The days have been bright and sunny, with the warm sun hanging high in the sky. Jiang Zheng and his wife did not refuse, as this was not their first such request. "Thank you," Bai Qingling said as he took Jiang Anning, whose large, round eyes were fixed upon him, and carried her out of the Jiang residence, stepping into the soft, golden sunlight towards a nearby pavilion. "Tomorrow, my father will host a welcome banquet for you and third brother. What gift would you desire? This prince shall procure it for you." Jiang Anning slowly lifted her gaze, the gentle sunlight cascading upon Bai Qinglong's smooth forehead, his long lashes casting shadows beneath his eyes, while his rosy lips bore a hint of a smile. In this light, the second young master appears even more handsome, truly a flawless visage from every angle. Ahem, enough of that. Let us speak of gifts. What would be delightful? The smile on Bai Qinglong's lips deepened. He was accustomed to compliments regarding his appearance, yet the praise from the sweet, innocent child brought him genuine joy. Chapter 88. The Second Young Master's Moonlight. What I desire matters not, as I cannot articulate it. If only I could speak. I hope you refrain from bringing the little green tea, Lan Jiaojiao, to the banquet. Jiang Anning mused silently. At this moment, the captivating voice of Bai Qingling resonated. "I fell in love at first sight with Lan Jiaojiao because she saved my life. However, I now realize that she may not be the person who rescued me back then." After uttering these words, Bai Qingling paused, straining to listen to the thoughts of the little one. Jiang Anning rolled her eyes dramatically within her mind. "Finally, you comprehend. Your reflexes are indeed rather slow. Of course, she is not the one who saved you. The owner of the jade pendant is. The third prince narrowed his eyes, a glimmer of realization sparking within them, and inquired, "Do you know who the owner of the jade pendant is?" You will find out at the banquet. I will give you hints, so do your best. Fighting. I pay my respects to His Highness the young master. The two guards at the entrance saluted with cupped hands. Bai Qingling asked, "Miss Lan is still inside, correct?" The two nodded. "Yes, she is inside. We have been guarding the entrance." Hearing the voices outside, Lan Jiao hurriedly rose and opened the door, her face lighting up as she beamed at Bai Qingling standing outside. "Brother Qingling, did you come to see me?" Noticing her presence, Bai Qingling said nothing and simply turned to leave. Frustrated, Lan Jiao stamped her foot and slammed the door shut to vent her displeasure. The following day, Bai Qingling donned a deep purple robe adorned with golden cloud patterns, selecting several precious treasures before making his way to the main hall of the city lord's residence. Estimating that Bai Qingling had departed, Lan Jiao whispered to her maid, "My dear sister, whether I can attend this banquet relies entirely on you." After speaking, Lan Jiao raised her hand and knocked the teacup off the table, clutching her stomach and starting to wail. Oh, my stomach hurts so much." The two guards outside heard the commotion and exchanged glances. One of them said, "It seems there's some noise inside. Let's check." Knocking on the door, they called out. Upon hearing the rapping, Lan Jiao exchanged a knowing look with her maid. "My stomach pains terribly. Esteemed sirs, I implore you to allow my maid to fetch a doctor." The maid was nearly in tears from anxiety. The two guards, rugged and unrefined, hesitated, remaining silent while casting a bemused glance at Lan Jiao. Clutching her abdomen, which ached intensely, she exclaimed, "His Highness entrusted you to watch over me. Not merely my maid. If anything were to happen to me, do you think His Highness would not hold you accountable?" After a moment's contemplation, the guards, acknowledging the validity of her argument, consented to let the maid step out. "What do you want? Go away." A stern officer at the entrance blocked her path. "Kind sirs, I wish to see Guiyinei. I beseech you to show some leniency." The two officers snorted derisively, sizing her up with disdain, and coldly remarked, "Do you think the county magistrate's residence is a place where just anyone can enter?" The maid, feeling anxious, saw that the two had no intention of allowing her in, and she attempted to force her way through, insisting, "I am not a villain. I simply wish to see Guiyinei. I have urgent matters to discuss with him." As Guiyinei emerged from the residence, he raised an eyebrow at the commotion and inquired, "What is all this noise about?" Today, he was to attend a banquet at his uncle's residence, the Lord of Baiqing. Upon stepping outside, he was confronted with an unexpected situation that caused him to furrow his brows. Guiyinei raised his dark eyes and gazed at the maid with her head bowed, instructing, "Lift your head." The maid slowly complied, her gaze unable to meet Guiyinei's eyes. "Do you seek me for a matter?" Guiyinei confirmed he did not recognize this girl. "Sir, it is my mistress who requires your assistance." "I have never seen you before," Guiyinei replied, shaking his head and preparing to step onto his carriage. "Sir, my mistress is Lan Jiao," the maid suddenly exclaimed loudly. Upon hearing this, Guiyinei's steps halted immediately, and he turned around, his voice tinged with urgency. "Your mistress is Lan Jiao? What does she seek from me? Has she encountered some difficulty?" Guiyinei had met Lan Jiao at an inn, and he cherished her kindness and sincerity, which set her apart from other women, leading them to become friends. However, she had never disclosed her identity to him, nor had he inquired. Now, hearing the maid's words piqued his interest. So, she was at his cousin's residence. No wonder he could not find her whereabouts. Guiyinei mused. "Let us go to the second young master's residence," he declared as he entered the carriage. Since Lan Jiao was his friend, he naturally would not refuse to assist her. Moreover, bringing an additional person to the Lord's banquet was hardly a significant matter. After all, one more pair of chopsticks would not be a burden. Meanwhile, the Lord's residence was bustling with excitement. The guests attending the banquet were arriving one after another, and Jiang Anning, adorned in new garments crafted for the occasion, was held by her mother. Seated at the head of the table, Gazing at the neatly stacked gift boxes beside her, Jiang Anning's eyes sparkled with delight. These were treasures indeed. Soon, her gaze shifted from the presents to the assembly of individuals seated below. Ah, I see the second young master as beloved. She is indeed a perfect match for him, befitting a noble lady of a prestigious family. Her demeanor exudes an enchanting grace, every movement a feast for the eyes. Bai Qingling, attuned to the whispers of the heart, followed Jiang Anning's gaze and immediately spotted the young maiden clad in a moonlit white gown, her elegance standing out distinctly among the other noble women. As if sensing the second young master as scrutiny, the lady in white slightly lifted her head, revealing a captivating visage, her brows arched like a crescent moon, skin as smooth as jade, and lips a luscious red against pearly whites. Oh, they exchanged glances. Second young master, it's over for you. You must have fallen head over heels. The second young master, Bai Qingling, felt his ears tingle from the impact of Jiang Anning's unspoken thoughts. Although he was perplexed by the term beloved, the notion of being smitten was unmistakable. Could it be that this was to be his future bride? Chapter 89. Reinforcement. Sister Mu, did you notice that the second young master was looking at you?
Is he smitten?
A nearby girl whispered to Mu Qingxue, her tone laced with a hint of envy. Best not to speak frivolously about unengaged matters, dear sister.
Mu Qingx blushed,
recalling how she had indeed rescued Bai Qingling in the past. However, she had urgent matters that compelled her to depart hastily, and she hadn't even realized when Bai Qingling instinctively took her jade pendant. Yet, she remembered his appearance vividly and mused, given his expression. Could it be that the second young master has recalled the events of that day? However, much time had passed since the events in question, and he ought to have been unable to recall them during his stupor. Mu Qingxue felt a sense of bewilderment as they observed the host, Lord Bai, delaying the banquet. None of the guests dared to touch their chopsticks. Why is the banquet not starting? Are we waiting for Lord Gua? Suddenly, Jiang Anning was struck by a startling realization. This banquet naturally included the family of Lord Bai's cousin, but coincidentally, County Magistrate Gua was away on official business, and Mrs. Gua had relapsed into an old ailment, hence sending her son, young Master Gua, to attend in her stead. Yet, as the banquet neared commencement, this young man was still nowhere to be seen. It's over. The second young master did not bring the little green tea with him. Could it be that young Master Gua, the sycophant, has gone to find Lan Jiao, neglecting my exquisite welcoming banquet to bring someone who would only cause me distress? Hearing these thoughts, Lord Bai's expression suddenly darkened, causing the guests, puzzled by the change, to tense up, fearing something amiss. In front of Bai Qinglong's courtyard, young Master Gua dismounted from his carriage and proceeded inside. The guards, recognizing him, hurriedly said, "Young Master Gua, His Highness has already gone to the main hall. You should seek him there." They assumed young Master Gua was looking for Bai Qingling and playfully blocked his entry. "I am not here to see my cousin. You had better let me in, or I shall not be polite," he retorted. Reluctantly, the guard stepped aside, and young Master Gua cast a glance at the two, assuring them, "Rest assured, should anything occur, I will take responsibility." It must be said that young Master Gua had a rather amiable temperament, and given the harmonious relationship between Lord Bai and his cousin, who treated young Master Gua as one of his own, the guards certainly dared not offend him. "Gentleman Gu, the young lady is confined just ahead." The maid, leading the way, arrived at the entrance of Lan Jiao's chamber and pointed inside, saying, "Our young lady is within." Hearing the commotion, Lan Jiao hastily opened the door and, upon seeing Gu Yanniai, her eyes glistened with tears of excitement. The plan had succeeded. "Gu Jianshen, I always knew you were a reliable friend." Typically carefree and unrestrained, she caught Gu Yanniai off guard with her sudden tears. He attempted to console her, saying, "Do not cry. If you had mentioned that you were residing with our cousin, I could have visited you more often." Lan Jiao pressed her lips together, wiping her tears with a delicate hand, and replied, "I feared you might perceive me as someone seeking to associate with the influential, so I refrained from revealing it." Gu Yanniai sighed. "Am I not well aware of the kind of person you are? How could our cousin not take you to the banquet, confining you instead?" Lan Jiao defended, "Do not blame Qingling. It was my fault for angering him." Observing her understanding nature and willingness to speak on behalf of Bai Qingling, Gu Yanniai felt a pang of admiration and chose not to press further. Come, I shall take you to the banquet. However, the guards at the entrance appeared troubled, realizing they had been deceived by Lan Jiao. Initially, it was agreed that the maid would fetch a doctor, yet it turned out that she sought reinforcements instead. Gu Yanniai asserted, I will explain the situation to my cousin. Should my attendance at the banquet be delayed? Do you think you can bear the consequences of my uncle's displeasure? The guard pondered for a while but ultimately dared not to intervene. As the two stepped out of the courtyard, Gu Yanniai cast a glance at Lan Jiao, who seemed to have taken great care in her appearance today, looking remarkably different from the usual. By the way, what is your relationship with my cousin? He inquired. Lan Jiao blinked and confidently replied, I have feelings for Qingling. Goodness, it is quite bold for a young lady to express such sentiments. Gu Yanniai mused to himself, noting the uniqueness of her temperament compared to other girls.
Yet,
he found himself quite fond of her carefree nature. Suddenly, Lan Jiao leaned closer and playfully asked, Why the sudden question? You don't have feelings for me, do you? As they conversed, they reached the entrance of the grand hall. Gu Yanniai stepped forward first, raising his hand toward Lan Jiao with a smile. Come on. It's all right. However, when Lan Jiao approached, she was unexpectedly halted. She furrowed her brow and looked at Gu Yanniai. Why can't she enter? She's the one I brought, Gu Yanniai questioned. Furrowing his brow, he thought, is my uncle truly so wary over a banquet? Surely there are no assassins lurking about. He emphasized, she is my friend. Gu Yanniai fell silent. You may go in. Don't worry about me. Lan Jiao pressed her lips together and spoke, her heart racing with urgency, yet her expression remained understanding. All right, you wait here for me. I will speak to my uncle shortly and come back to get you. After saying this, Gu Yanniai hurriedly made his way into the hall. The banquet had been in full swing for quite some time, with guests enjoying their meals while relishing in the performances of the dancers, creating a lively atmosphere. Little Jiang Anning was thoroughly engrossed when her interest was suddenly disrupted by the appearance of the elegantly dressed Gu Yanniai in a dark brocade robe. Uncle, my apologies for my tardiness. I was delayed by some matters, he said with nonchalance, seemingly unconcerned that Lord Bai might take offense. Could it be that he has brought that little green tea with him? How pathetic to be so infatuated. Alas, she regards him merely as a friend, at most granting him a token of goodwill. He views her as his cherished moonlight, while she sees him as nothing more than a mere vessel, ending up with nothing. Not only losing love, but perhaps even his life. What is this token of goodwill? And why might I lose my life? Surely, it cannot be that Lan Jiao intends to do me harm? Gu Yanniai was momentarily taken aback, thinking he had misheard, and instinctively furrowed his brow, dismissing the thought. Lord Bai gently reprimanded him. If you are aware of your lateness, why do you stand in the center of the hall, causing a distraction? Gu Yanniai replied, Uncle, I have a friend waiting outside. I wish to introduce her. Before he could finish, he noticed Lord Bai rising and striding toward him, unceremoniously delivering a kick. Chapter 90. The lady is very upset, and the consequences are severe on such a lively occasion. Must you compel me to kick you in front of everyone? Fearing that the festivities might be disrupted, Lord Bai had taken the initiative to ensure everything was in order beforehand, granting Gu Yanniai ample consideration. Yet this troublesome nephew had the audacity to speak in front of so many guests. Were it not for the sake of his cousin, such reckless behavior would undoubtedly incur a heavy penalty. With so many delectable dishes before me, why must I refrain from indulging? Oh, how I yearn for a taste. He gazed longingly at the exquisite array of dishes, nearly salivating. Well, if I cannot indulge, I shall settle for dog food, she chuckled lightly, shaking her delicate, fair hand, her laughter ringing like a sweet chime as she noticed Bai Qingling seated below. I must say, second young master, how is it that you are so engrossed in feasting and revelry? One might assume you are unable to procure a meal. After finally encountering your beloved, ought you not to maintain a respectable image? And conversing so merrily with other gentlemen, your reputation is already tarnished. I fear you may earn the additional title of the broken sleeve. At that moment, Bai Qingling, having just sipped his drink, found himself choking as her words penetrated his ears. Hearing the commotion, Mu Qingxue glanced toward Bai Qingling. Jiang Anning, who had been observing the pair intently, immediately noted Mu Qingshue's gesture.
Ah,
It seems I have misjudged the second young master. He is merely attempting to captivate her attention. Lord Bai furrowed his brow slightly, his gaze subtly shifting to Bai Qingling, curiosity peaking within him regarding the young man's companion. Second young master, are you all right? Inquired the scholarly Mu Qingjun, who had been conversing with Bai Qingling, noticing his persistent cough. Shall I assist you with a pat on the back? Upon seeing the scholar raise his hand, Jiang Ning could barely contain her excitement, internally exclaiming, "Oh, do let the second young master be. Allow his beloved to come forth." Scholar, surely you are not smitten with our dashing second young master at first sight? Do you aspire to be his lifelong companion, nurturing a close bond? With a smile, the second young master politely declined, recognizing the scholar's good intentions, but resolutely steering clear of any misunderstandings. As the evening progressed, the wine flowed freely, and the performances reached their zenith. Lord Bai signaled for the dancers to take their leave. With this announcement, the atmosphere became even more vibrant. In the lobby, one sat with a certain unease. For the delicate Phalaenopsis orchid is not merely something one can admire at will. Thus, we express our gratitude for the Lord's generous intentions. The crowd rose in unison to convey their thanks, and under Qin Xian's guidance, they made their way towards the imperial garden in a grand procession. However, Gui Yanniai recalled the waiting Lan Jiao Jiao outside and, seizing the moment when no one was paying attention, discreetly slipped away. Lan Jiao Jiao remained motionless, gazing at the door, shaking her head and murmuring, "Let us wait a while longer." She harbored no doubt that Gui Yanniai would not forget her presence outside. At last, Gui Yanniai arrived, breathless, and upon seeing Lan Jiao Jiao still waiting in the same spot, a twinge of guilt stirred within him. "Have you been waiting for me all this time?" Gui Yanniai steadied his breath and explained, "My uncle would not allow you to enter, and I was momentarily unable to leave. Now that I am free, I have come to find you." Lan Jiao Jiao, feeling a bit vexed, smiled with a slight nod and replied, "I feared that if I left, you would worry upon not finding me, so I chose to wait for you before departing." Seeing no trace of reproach in her demeanor, Gui Yanniai felt the sentiments he had overheard in the lobby to be utterly absurd. How could a refined young lady, who treated even the servants with equality and kindness, ever wish him ill? Noticing Gui Yanniai lost in thought, Lan Jiao Jiao called to him lightly, raising an eyebrow. "Shall I take my leave then?" As the discussion of various flowers continued, Gui Yanniai found himself increasingly distracted. Meanwhile, on the other side, Jiang Ning, resting on her mother's shoulder, was utterly fatigued, yawning repeatedly until she finally succumbed to sleep. The following morning, at the Gua County Magistrate's residence, young Master Gua sauntered towards the entrance when he suddenly caught sight of the maid Taohua approaching him. Taohua was his mother's personal maid, and she typically did not reside in the same courtyard as him. Whenever she came to this side, it invariably meant she was summoned to fetch him to his mother's quarters. "Young master, please wait for me," Taohua said breathlessly as she caught up with him. "Madam has sent me to invite you to her room." A look of distress crossed Gua's face, but he knew evasion was futile. With a heavy heart, he followed Taohua towards his mother's domain, an ominous premonition gnawing at him. "Taohua, do you have any inkling as to why my mother has called for me?" Taohua maintained her composure and shook her head. "I do not know, young master." Gua's trepidation intensified, recalling his dismal performance at the banquet the previous evening. He harbored a deeper fear of his mother than of his uncle. The latter's reprimands were often mere formalities, while his mother's discipline was decidedly more severe, utilizing bamboo rods and leather whips with chilling precision. A sudden thought struck him. As my mother's personal attendant, how could you possibly be unaware? As they neared the courtyard, Gua abruptly halted. "I just remembered. I have some matters to attend to. I shall visit my mother another day." Taohua turned to look at him, her expression unwavering. "Madam said you are utterly useless, and this is merely an excuse." With a smirk, Taohua added, "Young master, your mother warned that if you attempt to flee, you shall bear the consequences, and your act is quite transparent." Gua straightened himself. Realizing that he had deceived his mother far too often, she must have deciphered his ruse by now. It seemed he would have to exert more effort in this regard in the future. "Very well, let us proceed."
My stomach has settled now.
Upon reaching the doorway, Taohua entered unceremoniously. Inside the room, Madame Gua reclined in an armchair, holding a cup of tea. She had been feeling a heaviness in her heart these past few days, which was why she had abstained from attending the welcome banquet hosted by the city lord. However, she had certainly heard of her son's conduct at the banquet, which had left her rather displeased. Chapter 91. Worthless Guiyani. Seeing Tao Hua enter, she inquired with a smile, "Has my son arrived?" Tao Hua nodded. "Indeed. He is waiting at the door. If you summon him, would he dare not come? Very well. Open all the doors." "Mother, what are you planning?" Guiyani asked, eyeing her warily, his unease intensifying. "What could I be planning? Why not come inside?" Cautiously, Guiyani took a step forward. "Mother, I am indeed your own flesh and blood, am I not?" Madame Gua set the teacup down and cast a sidelong glance at him, revealing a chilling smile. "Silly child. Of course you are my own. Hurry in, do not linger there like a fool. Tao Hua has entered without incident. What is there for you to fear?" Tentatively, Guiyani took a couple of steps forward, and upon realizing that no harm was imminent, a smile crept onto his lips. "It seems Mother has no intention of punishing me after all." Suddenly, upon witnessing the scene before him, Guiyani was struck with terror. "Mother, why have you summoned the executioner to the courtyard?" Madame Gua smiled sinisterly. "And what do you suppose that means?" In a state of panic, Guiyani retreated a few steps, contemplating escape, only to find his path blocked. He had initially believed that with the doors wide open, he could flee at any moment, feeling a sense of secret triumph at that thought. The cunning matriarch had already orchestrated her scheme. Opening the door was undoubtedly a ploy to amplify her cries. "Mother, should you render me incapacitated, who shall provide for your twilight years?" Lady Gu rolled her eyes, rising with indignation. "Now you fear for your life? Were you not quite audacious yesterday?" Young Master Gu, donning a playful grin, retorted, "It was merely a friend. She wished to attend the banquet, and I thought, given my rapport with my uncle, it would be effortless. Is it so simple for outsiders to gain entry to the city lord's banquet?" Lady Gu admonished. "What if assassins were to be drawn here? What need is there for so many assassins?" Young Master Gu scoffed inwardly. "Lan Jiaojia is gentle and virtuous. How could she possibly be an assassin?" "This is for your own good," his mother continued. "I worry that your uncle might become incensed and impose punishment which would, in turn, implicate me." Young Master Gu rubbed his nose, chuckling. "But that hasn't happened, has it?" Lady Gu cast a stern glance at her son and inquired. "I ask you, your elder cousin, second cousin, and third cousin have all presented gifts to Jiang Anning. When do you intend to make amends?" "Who is Jiang Anning?" Young Master Gu questioned, bewildered, before realizing and scoffing lightly. "Isn't she merely the child of a servant? What significance does she hold? I truly fail to comprehend why your family values her so highly." Lady Gu commanded, "Strike him." Mother, what have I said that warrants such violence?" "By virtue of your previous words, you deserve to be punished." Madame Gua exclaimed with indignation. "How many times has your uncle proclaimed in front of everyone that Jiang Anning is a harbinger of good fortune? Very likely a reincarnation of celestial beings, capable of bringing blessings to our Ning'an city? Is that true or not?" Young Master Gua, somewhat skeptical, questioned. Madame Gua asserted, "Regardless of its veracity, your uncle is the city lord. Every word he utters in Ning'an city carries the weight of imperial decree." Young Master Gua, belatedly realizing the implications, nodded in agreement. "Since my uncle holds such affection for that child, it is indeed prudent to curry favor with her." He then recalled his dwindling finances and, with a beaming smile, suggested, "Mother, could you lend me some silver? I assure you, I shall repay you in due time." Having already lent all his money to Lan Jiaojiao, he found himself unable to afford even modest gifts. Madame Gua, with a twinkle in her eye, responded, "Recite what you just said." Young Master Gua paused, contemplating. Could it be that Mother has truly acquiesced? "Mother, might you lend me?" Before he could finish, he was met with a swift reprimand. "Behave yourself." Terrified, young Master Gua made a hasty retreat. Days later, young Master Gua arrived at the city lord's residence, where Lord Bai was engrossed in reading a treatise in his study. Suddenly, he was informed, "My lord, young Master Gua requests an audience." "What brings this young rascal here?" Lord Bai mused, a frown creasing his brow. To him, this nephew was a frivolous character. He had contemplated bestowing an official position upon him, but could not fathom what role he might fulfill. "Let him enter," he commanded, setting aside his scroll. Lord Bai regarded the entering young Master Gua. "What is it that you seek from me?" Gua Yanniai scratched his head and said, I have come to present a gift to Jiang Anning." It dawned upon him that he had mistakenly assumed this fellow sought to discuss ambitions of officialdom. Why else would he seek him out? Jiang Anning resided on Zhuke Street. After the Bai city lord finished speaking, he inquired, "By the way, it has been a few days now. I am quite curious to see what you have brought. Why don't you present it?" He then commanded, "Bring Jiang Anning here, and inform him that my nephew has sent a gift." Gua Yanniai, moving at a sluggish pace, stepped forward to offer a small box, standing uneasily to the side. Was it too heavy for him? The Bai city lord scoffed internally, opened the box with a glance, and promptly tossed the contents back to him. "Is this all you brought to appease me?" The Bai city lord glared at Gua Yanniai, questioning, "How could you dare present such a thing? Aren't you ashamed?" At that moment, the Qiao family approached, carrying Jiang Anning, who wiggled his chubby little body. "Goodness, after several days. Now he remembers to give me a gift?" He then glanced at the contents of the small box. No way, just a plain hairpin. Surely he squandered his money on that little green tea girl. Truly a sycophant, presenting me with nothing but this meager hairpin is rather pitiful. Gua Yanniai, who had hoped to pass unnoticed, was taken aback. He had heard from his cousins that Jiang Anning could project his thoughts for others to hear. Indeed, it seemed to be the case. What he had heard that day at the banquet must have been Jiang Anning's inner voice. Yet he was perplexed. How did Jiang Anning know so well? Gua Yanniai forced a smile and said, "Uncle, this hairpin may appear simple, yet it is not inexpensive. Furthermore, a gift's value cannot solely dictate the depth of my regard for Jiang Anning." The city lord, with a heavy hand, slammed the table and exclaimed, "I may not comprehend the nuances of ornamental hairpins, but I am no fool. This shabby hairpin is likely found everywhere in the streets. How dare you attempt to deceive me? And what nonsense about a gift's value being insignificant? It is utterly shameless." Gua Yanniai pressed his lips together in silence, planning to wait until his uncle finished his tirade before making his exit. However, the city lord, after taking a sip of tea, glanced at the taciturn Gua Yanniai and inquired, "Why do you remain silent? Have you found yourself at a loss for words to counter my remarks?" "Well, uncle, when I have the means, I promise to buy Jiang Anning something far more exquisite. Tsk, look at this cake. It is large and round, yet you still indulge in fantasies. Mixed with Lan Jiao Jiao, your purse will likely remain cleaner than your face." The city lord snorted coldly, clearly unconvinced. "Get lost." At these words, Gua Yanniai felt as though he had been granted a reprieve and quickly nodded. All right. Chapter 92. The truth revealed upon exiting the city lord's residence. Gua Yanniai's expression fell dramatically. He had promised to present Jiang Anning with a precious gift, yet he found himself devoid of funds, which troubled him greatly. The thought of meeting her only heightened his anxiety. Bai Qingling had kept her around. If it were not for affection, why would he do so?
Yet,
if he truly cared for her, why was he indifferent to her connection with Gua Yanniai? Lan Jiaojia wrestled with her thoughts for an extended period. Believing she understood the second young master better than anyone else, she now realized how mistaken she had been. "Miss Lan, here is your letter," the maid announced as she entered, handing the letter to the pensive Lan Jiaojiao. Upon receiving the letter and glancing at its contents, her expression abruptly shifted. "I must step out for a moment. You may continue with your duties." With that, she rose and exited the room, skillfully squeezing through her usual escape route. Once outside the estate, Lan Jiaojiao surveyed her surroundings, relieved to find no one trailing her. She crossed the street and made her way down a narrow alley. As the path grew increasingly constricted, she turned a few corners until she arrived at a courtyard, which she entered without hesitation. "What is it that you seek?" she inquired impatiently, fixing her gaze on Su Ying before her. "Did I not instruct you to refrain from writing to me? If the second young master discovers our correspondence, do you truly believe you can remain by his side? Were it not for this woman's lingering utility, Lan Jiaojiao would scarcely bother with her. It was sheer folly." "It is not my desire to meet you. Rather, it is his," Su Ying replied, seething internally, yet too fearful to voice her grievances. Bai Qingling had dismissed all the charming figures from the estate, herself included. Only then did Lan Jiaojiao notice the imposing figure standing nearby, marked by a scar on his face and exuding an aura of formidable strength. "What is your purpose in seeking me?" she queried, her tone noticeably softer toward the man. He strode directly into the room. "Let us discuss matters inside," he stated. Upon entering, Lan Jiaojiao discovered others present, those she had recruited for by Qingling, remnants of the once influential Pang Zaifu. Maintaining her composure, she pulled out a chair and seated herself, fixing her gaze on the scarred man.
"Now, speak."
"What is it that you wish to discuss?" The man was rather forthright, cutting straight to the chase. With Madame Pangon and Commander Lang no longer present, what are the intentions of the second young master? Surely, you must enlighten us. Lan Jiaojiao narrowed her eyes and replied, "Why the urgency? Have you not heard that haste makes waste? The second young master undoubtedly has his plans. Qingling, I have something to discuss with you." As she spoke, she attempted to close the door. Although Bai Qingling had never treated her harshly, the way others in the household regarded her had shifted, with whispers suggesting she had fallen from grace. In the past, they would have never dared to speak so, and any such remarks would have resulted in punishment. The carefully prepared words Lan Jiaojiao had been contemplating lodged in her throat, her heart engulfed in shock. No wonder they were so indifferent toward her. They were aware of these matters. What else did Bai Qingling know? Seemingly reading her thoughts, Bai Qingling continued, "I assume my mother has informed you of my true identity. I am aware, but my silence is for your own good. Is it not?" Lan Jiaojiao sniffed and stammered, "Now that you are aware, you should seek vengeance for them." While she spoke thus, she internally berated Madame Pang. Revealing Bai Qinglong's true identity would undermine her efforts to convince him that Lord Bai treated him poorly. Bai Qingling scoffed. "For your own good? Or do you have ulterior motives, yearning for a higher position?" Perceived through her facade, Lan Jiaojiao lowered her gaze to conceal the turmoil within her eyes. "I confess that I intentionally approached you, for I truly harbor feelings for you. Had I not been fond of you, I would not have acquiesced to Lady Pang's requests. My affection for you blossomed the moment I rescued you years ago, and my presence here is solely for your sake." In response to her heartfelt confession, Bai Qingling merely gazed at her, and after a moment's reflection, he slowly inquired, "Were you truly the one who saved me back then?" Lan Jiaojiao found herself momentarily breathless at the question. "If you were indeed the one who rescued me, then why could you not swim that day when you fell into the pond?" The individual who saved Bai Qingling was not her. However, she had witnessed Mu Qingxue pulling him to safety. Recognizing that Mu Qingxue appeared to be in a hurry, she urged her to leave, assuring her that she would take care of Bai Qingling. Yet, once Mu Qingxue departed and Bai Qingling regained consciousness, Lan Jiaojiao chose to omit Mu Qingxue's name entirely, claiming the role of his savior and allowing Mu Qingxue to become a mere pawn in her narrative. Lan Jiaojiao had initially believed that her deception would remain undiscovered, yet she was unaware that Bai Qingling had long been cognizant of the truth, that she was not his rescuer. With a firm press of her lips, she earnestly declared, "Qingling, I shall prove to you that all my actions are for your benefit, regardless of whether you believe me." Having spoken, she fled in tears, colliding with Xiang who was approaching. Bai Qingling shook his head and remarked, "There is no need to concern yourself with her. Focus solely on monitoring the remnants of the Pang Mo case." Lan Jiaojiao exited the estate and made her way directly to Guoyaniai. Upon learning that Lan Jiaojiao was seeking him, Guoyaniai promptly came out to escort her inside. Noticing her reddened eyes, he inquired with confusion, "What has happened? Did you have a quarrel with your second cousin?" Hearing his question, Lan Jiaojiao's tears, which she had managed to hold back, began to fall once more. With her head bowed, she replied, "It wasn't exactly a quarrel. Perhaps I am not gentle or considerate enough, nor a proper lady," which led him to scold me a few times. Before she could finish, Guoyaniai interrupted, "Who says you are not gentle and considerate? Jiao Jiao, you are unlike anyone else. Yet, why is it that despite my kindness towards him, he remains unappreciative?" After receiving this consolation, Lan Jiaojiao felt considerably better. Guoyaniai pondered for a moment and suggested, "Perhaps your approach is flawed and has inadvertently touched upon his sore spot. You might want to consider what he values most. Starting from what matters to him would certainly yield positive results." Upon hearing this, Lan Jiaojiao suddenly experienced a moment of enlightenment. Chapter 93. The strange calamity. She excitedly embraced Guiyaniai's arm, exclaiming, "Thank you, Jianshen." How had she not realized this earlier? Bai Qingwang's foremost concern was the stability of his household. What if she disrupted that stability? As she passed by the shadow wall of the residence, Lan Jiaojiao noticed a large group of people gathered, bustling about as if a significant event had occurred within the estate. She was unaware that the annual spring examination was about to commence. According to tradition, the examinations across the Great Jing dynasty were overseen by the local lords, and Lord Bai had already appointed an official to supervise the matter. The supervisor was none other than Jiang Zheng. Lord Jiang. The county examinations will begin in a couple of days, and this year, the number of candidates has significantly increased compared to previous years. We are bound to discover many talented individuals. Jiang Zheng nodded, responding, "Excellent, very excellent." Suddenly hearing his daughter's heartfelt sentiments, Jiang Zheng was taken aback and looked up to see his wife entering, cradling their daughter. "I have prepared some pastries to share with everyone." With a smile, Qiao addressed his colleagues, expressing gratitude towards Sister Jiang for her efforts. As the pastries were distributed among his peers, Jiang Zheng raised an eyebrow. To his knowledge, Lin Baizhe, the eldest son of the Lin family, had attempted the examination multiple times, yet remained merely a scholar. According to Luo'er, could it be that he would not fail this time? The Lin family, esteemed as the wealthiest in Ning'an City, was not traditionally a family of merchants. Rather, Mr. Lin harbored aspirations for his son to secure an official position in the capital. It was said that Mr. Lin once had a promising career ahead of him, but due to unfortunate associations, he was dismissed by the emperor. Nevertheless, his ambition to serve in the government remained undeterred, and he placed his hopes upon his son. At that moment, Jiang Zheng noticed Su Bu's Hengshi walking alongside the city defense commander, Ling Yue. Following the death of Lang Juntian, Ling Yue had assumed the role of the barracks commander in Ning'an City. Jiang Zheng bowed respectfully and inquired of Su Bu's Hengshi, "My lord, has your future son-in-law also participated in the imperial examination?" Su Bu's Hengshi appeared slightly surprised, confirming that Lin Baizhe had indeed taken part, remarking that should he fail this time, he would not attempt again. "Ah, so he has participated. May I ask what brings you both here?" Ling Yue replied, "Naturally, we have come regarding the royal hunting grounds." "Royal hunting grounds? Why would there be royal hunting grounds in Ning'an City?" Jiang Zheng asked in confusion. "The emperor is coming." "Haha, that is splendid news. It will greatly benefit the economic development of Ning'an City. Moreover, I wonder if the Su family will accompany him?" Jiang Zheng nodded in understanding. "I see. The city lord is in his study. You may see him now if you go." Ling Yue remarked, "I understand. It is the city lord who summoned me. Soon, I shall accompany his lordship to inspect the hunting grounds." Hunting? How delightful it sounds. I have been cooped up indoors for so long that I feel as though mushrooms might sprout from my head. "Father, I wish to join." Jiang Zheng furrowed his brow, pondering, "My dear girl, hunting and archery can be perilous pursuits. As a child, and especially as a young lady, why do you harbor such a fondness for violence?" Listening to the young one's innocent thoughts, he felt a tinge of displeasure. Before long, City Lord Bai, along with Su Bujing and Commander Ling, emerged with an air of confidence and vitality, likely en route to the hunting grounds. As they walked, the city lord inquired of Su Bujing, "This autumn, His Majesty will be visiting our Ning'an City. Have the funds for his reception been adequately prepared?" City Lord Bai came to a halt, his demeanor turning serious. "This reception must be executed with utmost diligence. Lord Su has exerted considerable effort to secure His Majesty's stopover in Ning'an City during his southern tour. Such an opportunity is rare beyond measure." "Ah, indeed, it was the Su family that brokered this arrangement. They are truly commendable. Our assistance was not in vain." City Lord Bai then instructed, "Regardless of our treasury state, we shall collect additional taxes this year. If necessary, we can afford to reduce collections in the following years. It is only fitting that the common folk bear some burden for the honor of His Majesty's visit. To think he would consider taxing the common people. Truly, the foolish city lord. Is he intent on jeopardizing His Majesty's realm? If he dares to impose such taxes, he should brace himself for the people's wrath." City Lord Bai's expression darkened, and he twitched his lips in frustration. Excessive taxation inevitably tarnishes one's reputation. However, for the present, such concerns must be set aside. And the paramount task is to manage the reception efficiently. Is it not true that Qingshui County possesses considerable wealth? I have heard that the price of rice there is exorbitant. Perhaps the locals could be persuaded to contribute a bit more. Su Buzheng, shaking his head, replied, "That would be ill-advised. The county has recently suffered a disaster." "A disaster? What sort of disaster?" Su Buzheng appeared perplexed. The local farmers themselves could not articulate the issue clearly. They had previously asserted that Qingshui County boasted fertile soil, favorable weather, and an ample water supply. Thus crops should thrive. Yet, the rice that had already begun to head was in poor condition, small in quantity and frail, resembling a malnourished child.
Consequently,
reports indicated that the harvest for this year would likely be dismal. How could such an unusual calamity occur? Bai Cheng, the city lord, was genuinely baffled. Su Buzheng bowed slightly, replying, "I am equally at a loss. Qingshui County has never before experienced such bizarre misfortunes." Bai Cheng, his face darkened with anger, retorted, "Why must the disaster strike now, of all times? Is it a direct affront to me? If there is to be an affront, it is surely from the heavens against you, the tyrannical city lord. Even rice, like humans, can fall ill." Jiang Anning muttered to himself, opening the universal remedy system. In the original narrative, the peculiar calamity affecting Qingshui County was akin to the disease known in modern agriculture as sheath blight, caused by fungal infections affecting rice. This affliction, leading to the eventual whitening of leaves, could devastate extensive rice fields. The occurrence of such a disaster in Qingshui County stemmed from the villagers purchasing infected seeds, marking a man-made catastrophe. Uncertain if the universal remedy system could yield a cure for the ailments afflicting the rice, fortune smiled upon me as I indeed discovered a solution. Observing the impotent expression of the foolish city lord, I realized that it fell upon me, this charming individual, to take action. After all, the plight of Qingshui County extended beyond mere rice maladies. A far graver calamity loomed ahead. The locust plague, though I refrained from voicing it, fearing it might terrify the city lord. Chapter 94. The locusts are divine. They must not be offended. The city lord's eyes sparkled with hope. Could Jiang Anning truly remedy this peculiar disaster? Splendid. Jiang Zheng, I appoint you as a special envoy to investigate Qingshui County. You must alleviate the affliction there. As you wish, my lord. Disaster relief is always of utmost urgency. Thus the following day, Jiang Zheng set forth with his daughter in tow. Upon arriving in Qingshui County, he proceeded to the county office to explain the situation. The county magistrate welcomed him with a broad smile, exclaiming, "Ah, it is indeed the esteemed official. It seems the city lord is quite considerate of us in this region." "Oh dear, esteemed official, you are truly remarkable, managing your duties while caring for your daughter. Do you not have a wife?" Jiang Zheng was at a loss for whether to be irritated or amused. He responded earnestly, "This is my daughter, Jiang Anning. The relief efforts for your county-esque calamity will rely heavily upon her." The county magistrate struggled to comprehend his words and dared not inquire further. Yet he sensed that this official was somewhat unconventional. The two proceeded to the fields, where they encountered the village head and several elderly men standing at the edge of the land, shaking their heads in despair. "There is little to complain about. Compared to those who have harvested nothing, our village is indeed blessed by the heavens," the village head remarked. A melodious burst of childlike laughter echoed, prompting him to glance up and behold a dignified official, cradling a child, approaching alongside the county magistrate. As they drew nearer, he observed the little girl nestled in the official's arms, her complexion radiant and delicate, as if adorned with a layer of creamy sheen. Her cherubic face, round and plump, resembled a soft dumpling, while her long eyelashes fluttered like tiny fans, and her large, sparkling eyes shimmered as though they contained the very essence of stars. The sight of this lively and adorable little cherub brought an abundance of smiles to the weathered face of the village headman. Such a vivacious and lovable child was truly a treasure, enchanting all who beheld her. Upon noticing the village headman, Jiang Anning pursed her lips into a smile and waved her tiny arms in delight. "Sir, this child is..." The county magistrate interjected. "This is the daughter of the esteemed official, who, despite his numerous responsibilities, has come to assist in our relief efforts. Upon hearing the mention of disaster relief, the farmers gathered around, eagerly inquiring how much silver Jiang had brought for their aid. Jiang shook his head, clarifying, "I am not here to provide monetary relief, but rather to assist you in treating the blight affecting your rice crops." The village headman gestured dismissively, saying, "Esteemed sir, the crops are nearing the critical stage of grain filling. There is no time left to save them. We can only brace ourselves for a reduced harvest or complete loss. It is a pity that such fertile land and pristine mountain spring water cannot yield quality rice. This year, we shall struggle to cook enough rice for our meals." "What difficulty is there in this?" the father interjected. "Tell them to blend musk, angelica, sapochnikovia, basil, and earth yellow together. Then extract the juice from honeysuckle, bay leaves, and astragalus, mix it well with water, and pour it at the base of the rice plants." Soon, they filled buckets with herbal concoctions and leisurely sprinkled the herbal water across the rice fields, diligently toiling throughout the day. During the heading stage, the millet required minimal water, and swiftly the rice absorbed the herbal infusion. After 2 days, the village chief arrived at the fields as usual, only to find a large gathering of people standing on the dike. "What are you all doing idly at the head of the field?" he inquired. "Come quickly and see. Something extraordinary has occurred in the paddy." As the crowd parted, the chief's eyes widened in astonishment. How could it be that the rice had sprouted so many years overnight? It was 5 or 6 times more than before the disaster. Gazing across the field, he observed that the rice seedlings were robust and upright, while those in the neighboring field, which had not been treated with the herbal infusion, remained feeble and wilted. The contrast was striking. The chief could scarcely believe his eyes. Could it be that the herbal treatment had indeed proven effective? His heart raced with excitement. If they were to saturate the entire rice field with the herbal mixture, hope for alleviating the disaster might become a reality. He promptly reported to the county magistrate. Initially, the magistrate had harbored doubts about the efficacy of Jiang's herbs, but upon hearing that the rice had regained its vigor, he was both astonished and delighted. Truly, the high-ranking official from Ning'an City possessed remarkable methods. He praised Jiang profusely and instructed the villagers to apply the prescribed herbal treatment across all the rice fields. In Qingshui County, the rice grew rapidly. Within just over 10 days of using the herbs, the hollow rice grains began to fill with milky white sap at the slightest touch of a fingernail. If all proceeded smoothly, by the time autumn arrived, Qingshui County would undoubtedly be poised for a bountiful harvest. Unforeseen, the calamity seemed to pass swiftly, allowing laughter to escape the villagers' lips even in their sleep. The villagers, brimming with determination, dedicated their days to vigilance, their time occupied solely by meals and slumber, ever watchful at the horizon, fearful of even the slightest misstep. As the sun ascended higher in the sky, with not a whisper of wind to be felt, a sudden exclamation pierced the oppressive heat. "Oh no, look! Locusts! There are locusts!" "What? Locusts? Where?" the village head, in a flurry of anxiety, queried. "After all the effort to alleviate our suffering, we cannot allow locusts to descend upon us again." The villagers, stricken with alarm, scanned their surroundings, and indeed, the sky was filled with swarms of locusts dancing in the air. They could not strike at them. Instead, they had to gently coax them away.
"Yes,
We must not offend the locust god. Offending him would bring dire consequences." The villagers removed their shirts, waving their arms gently to usher the locusts away, cautious not to harm them with excessive movements. As the most vibrant of the locusts fluttered its wings and departed, a collective sigh of relief swept over the villagers, who then knelt in prayer, beseeching the locust god for mercy, imploring, "Spare our Qingshui County. We shall surely burn incense in your honor. We beg you not to return." Upon hearing of the locust's arrival, Jiang Anning's brows furrowed in concern. They have come, at last. The calamity foretold in the texts is indeed upon us. How arduous it is to be a farmer! A year's worth of toil could vanish in an instant,
consumed by these pests.
The irony is that these people, in their ignorance, worship the very locusts that devour their crops as deities. Father, compared to the disaster of grain loss, this locust plague is far more terrifying. We must eradicate them. The call for extermination sent a shock through Jiang Aning's countenance. In the realm of scholars, there exists the concept of celestial resonance, where it is believed that a locust deity governs the skies. When a locust plague occurs, it is perceived as an admonition from this deity for humanity's transgressions. The act of exterminating locusts during such a calamity is thought to provoke the wrath of the locust god, resulting in even harsher retribution. Consequently, upon the onset of a locust disaster, not only do the common folk refrain from slaughtering these pests, but the emperor also issues a self-reproach edict, acknowledging governance failures and seeking forgiveness from the locust deity. Meanwhile, the populace erects altars, burning incense and offering prayers, imploring the locust god to safeguard the people and beseeching for the locusts to spare their crops. Now, to the astonishment of all, Jiang Anning has proposed the extermination of locusts, leaving Jiang in a state of trepidation. Father, we cannot afford to be indecisive. The ferocity of this locust plague may render our disaster relief efforts futile. Chapter 95, Sacrifice. Jiang, silent in contemplation, listened to his daughter's thoughts, while the magistrate of Qingshui County, oblivious to her inner voice, had already dispatched individuals to prepare the altar for incense burning and prayers. Father, do you not trust your daughter's words? This matter is indeed of great import. Throughout history, emperors have forbidden the killing of locusts, yet has it ever halted a plague? It is a natural disaster. Jiang Shengguan, you shall join me in offering incense and prayers. Let us hope to evade this locust disaster, the magistrate despaired. No. Jiang pondered before declaring, do not pray. He resolved to place his faith in his daughter. The magistrate, taken aback, exclaimed, if we do not pray to the locust deity, we shall surely suffer. Jiang replied, praying to the locust deity is futile. To avoid calamity, we must rely on our own actions. We shall exterminate the locusts. He clenched his fists with fervor, his declaration nearly causing the magistrate to collapse in shock. The extermination of locusts? He exclaimed in panic. Did I hear incorrectly? Locusts must never be exterminated. Such an act would invite divine retribution. Divine retribution?
Ha!
Chickens and ducks relish locusts, yet we have not witnessed the wrath of the locust deity upon them. Have you ever seen a chicken or a duck struck down by lightning while strolling along? Father, do not heed his words. Let the common folk gather all the chickens and ducks in the county to assist in devouring the locusts. I have heard that the meat of chickens and ducks that have feasted on locusts is exceptionally delectable. Jiang Anning swallowed hard. Jiang, with a righteous demeanor, declared, I have been dispatched by Lord Bai to the county of Qingshui to alleviate the disaster and shall see it through to the end. Should this venture encounter misfortune and invoke the locust deity's wrath, I shall bear full responsibility. However, if the rice yield in Qingshui County diminishes or is completely lost, it will undoubtedly impact the tax burden of the county, which could also affect the emperor's southern tour. Your county will find it impossible to withstand the consequences. The magistrate of Qingshui was taken aback, pondering, you did not mention the emperor's southern tour. It seems this matter is of great significance. Qingshui County must not suffer a decline in yield today. Subsequently, Jiang instructed the constables in the Qingshui County office to scour every household for chickens and ducks to drive into the fields. The sound of the gong echoed once more in Qingshui County as the villagers gathered at the threshing grounds. The emergence of locusts cast a shadow over the hearts of villagers who had recently been in high spirits. It was around this time in a previous year that locusts had swept through, and the villagers had resorted to offering incense, beating drums, and ringing gongs to fend them off, managing to preserve a meager portion of their grain, though many had been left bloodied by the locust's sharp spines. Little did they expect that the locusts would return this year. The village head said, everyone, please do not be anxious. I observe that the number of locusts this year is not particularly high. Starting tomorrow, let us all burn incense and pray in our homes. For I believe that as long as our hearts are sincere, the locust deity will grant us a bountiful harvest. How Navi the ancients were. They worshipped locusts, a harbinger of disaster, as divine beings, demonstrating a severe tendency towards self-deprecation. Father, hurry and send the chickens and ducks to catch those locusts. Jiang nodded and addressed the magistrate of Qingshui County. Sir, let us exterminate the locusts. Upon hearing the proposal to eradicate the locusts, the villagers panicked. We cannot do that. If we kill them, the locust deity will seek revenge, and soon we shall be overwhelmed, leaving not a blade of grass behind. The villagers held a profound trust in the government, yet in this matter, they were resolute. The village head recounted, many years ago, when a locust plague struck the neighboring county, it began with only a few scattered insects. However, 3 days after the extermination, a massive swarm descended like a dark cloud, leaving not only crops but even the leaves of trees utterly bare. Everyone claimed this was the locust deity's vengeance. Had we not killed those few locusts at the outset, we would not have faced such a calamity later on. Since then, it has been widely understood that the locust deity responds to gentleness rather than force. We can only invite it to leave, lest we invite disaster upon ourselves. The village had glanced at Jiang, recognizing him as a person of insight and capability. Yet this time, he could not heed Jiang's counsel, for Jiang was a novice in matters of agriculture. Sir Jiang, our tradition in Qingshui County is thus. Other counties that adopted your extermination method suffered great losses and lamented their folly. Let us proceed cautiously and adhere to traditional methods. We are on the brink of a bountiful harvest, and we cannot afford to take unnecessary risks. Indeed, Sir Jiang, you may not be aware that previously, when we set up incense altars in the fields, the locusts would take a detour, for the locust god is well aware of such practices. It is quite remarkable. Wouldn't you agree? Jiang Anning sighed inwardly. It is evident that locusts are averse to smoke and fire. By setting up an incense altar, they would naturally avoid the area. Yet, these pests are regarded with reverence as divine beings, which is utterly absurd. Jiang suddenly realized the validity of his daughter's words. He endeavored to explain this to the villagers, but the village head and the townsfolk remained skeptical, expressing their fears. Sir Jiang, please lower your voice. We cannot let the locust god hear such remarks. To offend the locust god could lead to grave consequences. Indeed, it is fortunate that there are no locusts this evening. Had the locust god been listening, our rice crops would surely be in peril. The villagers were eager to silence Jiang. An elderly villager even knelt in prayer, beseeching, "Oh, locust god, forgive Sir Jiang. He is unaware of his transgressions. It was not his intention to offend. We implore you to pardon such heretical words." Jiang Anning was at a loss for words. In this remote valley, everyone deifies locusts, and it seems an arduous task to dismantle such deeply entrenched beliefs. At that moment, someone rushed in, breathless, bearing alarming news. It is terrible. It has been reported that Pangjia village and Hujia village have been struck by a locust plague. These two villages, surrounding the fertile lands of Qingshui County, indicate that Qingshui County itself may be in jeopardy. The village head commanded urgently, "Quickly, prepare the incense. Let us pray and ready the gongs and drums." At his command, women, the elderly, and children began to light incense, while the men, armed with gongs and drums, prepared to drive away the locusts. As the buzzing sound drew nearer, a dark cloud loomed in the distance, swiftly approaching Qingshui County. The sight of such a dense swarm of locusts was terrifying. Even the village elders had never witnessed such a multitude. "Oh heavens! Great Lord of the Locusts, have mercy!" The villagers prostrated themselves, their heads striking the ground repeatedly. While the cacophony of gongs and drums echoed loudly, the mallets nearly smoking from the relentless strikes. Yet, the locusts showed no sign of altering their course. They descended like a dark cloud upon the fields. Witnessing this, the villagers of Qingshui County turned pale, their faces ashen. Such a swarm would surely strip the bark from trees. Their dreams of a bountiful harvest of plump rice grains seemed but a fleeting fantasy. In that moment, they realized the futility of their incense offerings and prayers, for despite their sincere reverence for the Lord of the Locusts, he remained indifferent to their plight. The villagers felt both suppressed and wronged. After toiling in the fields from spring to autumn, barely scraping by, their efforts seemed in vain. Chapter 96. Fried locusts. Every obstacle faced was met with difficulty. Just as they had cured the blight of the grains, they were beset by a locust plague. Just as a bountiful harvest appeared on the horizon, they were struck a devastating blow. Anger and helplessness coursed through everyone's veins. What is this? Even the lowly ant deserves a chance at survival, does it not? These accursed creatures dare to torment us. To hell with the Lord of the Locusts. If death is inevitable, then let us fight back with all we have. Indeed, we shall fight with all our might. The rice is our lifeblood. We must protect it even at the cost of our lives. Some have taken up arms in defiance. The village chief, upon witnessing this, kicked over the incense table, his brows furrowing in indignation as he declared, "Heed the words of Lord Jiang. He will take responsibility. We shall burn them and smoke them out. The locusts threaten our very existence. They shall not escape unscathed." The crowd echoed his sentiment fervently. Yet, in an instant, a dense swarm of locusts descended upon the fields. "My rice!" The villagers cried out in anguish. Suddenly, an overwhelming tide of chickens and ducks surged forth. The villagers rubbed their eyes in disbelief, exclaiming, "Where did all these chickens and ducks come from?" It is Lord Jiang who brought them to combat the locusts. They had never seen such a multitude of poultry before, easily numbering in the thousands. The chickens and ducks acted with astonishing swiftness, their necks extended and beaks ready. The locusts that flew low became a feast for them. The villagers, astonished yet elated, clapped their hands in delight. Had they known that chickens and ducks were so effective, they would have raised them long ago. Before long, the locusts had been decimated by more than half, the remaining ones wary of the avian army, retreating to heights beyond their reach, biding their time. With the rice ears in Qingshui County plentiful and of superior quality, the locusts were reluctant to abandon their prize. However, Jiang Anning was already prepared for this eventuality. "Father, it is time to deploy the secret weapon," he remarked. Jiang Anning nodded in agreement and instructed his subordinates. "It is your turn to take action. Spray." The subordinates, receiving their orders, wielded buckets and began to scatter powder into the sky. Soon, a cloud of dust enveloped the area. The villagers, perplexed, wondered, what is happening? Unbeknownst to them, the powder was a meticulously crafted insecticide designed by Jiang Anning specifically to exterminate the locusts. The villagers were oblivious to the insecticides, just as the locusts were. Upon seeing the absence of chickens and ducks, the locusts assumed they had a chance and immediately swooped down, only to succumb to the lingering pesticide powder in the air. In a swift turn of events, the once mighty swarm of locusts suffered devastating losses, and those that remained, wary of the pesticide, took flight, brightening the sky in their wake. The locusts were gone. "We have been saved. What a relief!" The jubilant cries of the villagers in Qingshui County echoed through the heavens. Jiang Anning turned her gaze towards the fields, observing the villagers as they collected the corpses of the locusts, preparing to incinerate them. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration ignited in her mind. She recalled a dish from her past life. A barbecue establishment had once introduced a delicacy known as fried locusts, which had patrons clamoring to indulge. Tears of excitement cascaded down her cheeks as she beheld the mound of locusts. So much exquisite protein, enough to satisfy the entire village. "Father, I want to eat fried bugs." Upon witnessing his daughter drooling over the locust remains, Jiang Anning felt a shiver of discomfort. "My dear daughter, do you truly wish to eat bugs?" Jiang Anning swallowed hard, managing to utter 3 words, "fried bugs," though she had not yet reached the age of coherent speech. Her urgency allowed her to express herself with some clarity. Jiang Anning gasped in horror. "You cannot eat bugs. They're delicious. Locust meat is tastier than any other meat. I cannot resist. Especially when fried to a crisp in hot oil and sprinkled with salt and cumin powder, it would surely make the children and adults from the neighboring village weep with longing." Jiang Aning's eyes widened in disbelief. "Really? Better than meat?" As the villagers prepared to burn the locusts with torches, Jiang Anning immediately gestured for them to pause, exclaiming, "Wait a moment. Destroying the locusts would be a waste. They are a delicacy." The villagers gaped in astonishment. In times of poverty, they had resorted to consuming grass and even dirt, yet they had never stooped to eating insects. Their final act of defiance against starvation was to refuse such fare. However, this esteemed Jiang had proven himself formidable, capable of vanquishing even the plague of locusts, so if he declared them edible, they would acquiesce. Before long, a large iron pot was set up in the threshing yard. The pit was brimming with the bodies of locusts, enough to fill 2 substantial wooden basins. The village headman instructed someone to fetch the oil jug, but he was perplexed upon hearing that the locusts were to be deep fried. What did frying entail? He was only familiar with steaming, boiling, and stir-frying, and had never encountered the concept of deep frying. It was hardly surprising that he was unaware, for the common folk, oil was an exceedingly precious commodity, too valuable to use liberally in their everyday cooking, let alone for such a method. With a splash, 2 jugs of oil were poured into the large pot. Soon, the oil began to sizzle and bubble, stirring a mixture of unease and anticipation among the villagers. What could the locusts, long revered as divine by their ancestors, possibly taste like? The cook stirred the contents with a large ladle, muttering to himself, "This is not frying locusts. It feels more like giving them a luxurious bath in oil." As the temperature of the oil gradually rose, wisps of steam began to rise, and the aroma of frying wafted through the air. The villagers inhaled the fragrant scent, which was so tantalizing that it could easily entice them to devour a bowl of plain rice. With a sizzle, the locusts were introduced into the hot oil, and before long, a mouth-watering aroma enveloped the scene as the locusts transformed into an alluring golden hue. The villagers could hardly contain their salivation, eagerly swallowing in anticipation. Simultaneously, a sense of curiosity arose within their hearts. How could such a terrifying insect emit such an enticing aroma? Before long, the locusts were scooped up and placed into a pristine basin. A crisp sound echoed as they crackled, indicating they were cooked to perfection. The crowd gathered, chattering excitedly. And indeed, the fragrance was irresistible. How could it not be? With such a generous amount of oil, even the most unpalatable dish would seem delectable. However, some furrowed their brows. What could these locusts possibly taste like? The sight alone was enough to evoke a sense of revulsion. Most, like him, had saliva flowing uncontrollably. Yet faced with the daunting insects, they hesitated to take the plunge. A part of them yearned to taste, while another part recoiled in disgust. "Father, may I have a taste? Sprinkled with salt, I bet it would be delicious." Jiang was reluctant to let his precious daughter try such a thing. She was his only beloved child. What if something went awry? Who will go first? He wondered, as he sprinkled some salt on the locusts and extended them towards the villagers. They all stepped back in unison, jokingly urging the village head to take the first bite. "You go first, village head." The village head shot them an annoyed glance, fully aware of their intentions. "If we're eating, then let us eat." He gazed at the basin brimming with locusts, still wriggling defiantly despite being fried. Who would have thought that just in the morning they had worshipped the locust deity, and by afternoon they would be tossed into the frying pan, only to be consumed? Such madness! With a resolute heart, the village had seized a locust, closed his eyes, and promptly stuffed it into his mouth. Chapter 97. The official went to lick again. Crunch. The flavor. The village had opened his eyes wide in astonishment. It was utterly extraordinary. Crispy on the outside and tender within, it is exquisitely delicious, surpassing the flavors of chicken, pork, beef, and lamb. With each bite, one feels as though their soul soars to the heavens while their body remains earthbound, forever chasing after that elusive ecstasy. The other villagers gazed intently at the village headman, unable to restrain their curiosity, one even stretching their neck to inquire, "Village headman, how does it taste?" "The taste? It is rather unimpressive." The headman feigned a shake of his head, yet his hand instinctively reached for another. Indeed, it was as he suggested. Laughter erupted among the crowd, for this response was entirely expected. After all, they were merely insects. It was fortunate enough that they were not poisonous, let alone palatable. The headman continued to munch away. Crunch, crunch. In this day and age, having something to eat is a blessing in itself. Crunch, crunch. A sympathetic villager lamented. Alas, what a waste of 2 jars of oil. Crunch, crunch. The villagers were engaged in lively conversation when suddenly they sensed something amiss. Why was the headman silent, so engrossed in eating? Had he not claimed that fried locusts were unappetizing? Yet, he hastily grabbed another without hesitation and tossed it into his mouth. The villagers found this increasingly perplexing, suspecting both the magistrate and the headman of harboring a disdainful appetite. Consequently, a few villagers, filled with skepticism, cautiously sampled a locust, only to be startled by its rare and delightful flavor. No, these locusts cannot be taken away, they reasoned. After all, It is we villagers who have suffered the calamity. These locusts rightfully belong to us. Indeed, these locusts came for us, and they ought to be considered our property. In time, the delectable nature of the locust spread across towns and counties, prompting merchants to replicate the deep-frying technique, swiftly establishing it as a fashionable trend. Upon hearing of the disaster in Qingshui County, Lord Bai wore a perpetual frown, neglecting even the inspection of the hunting grounds. It was not until Jiang returned with news that the calamity had passed that a smile returned to his face. Jiang Anning was indeed a paragon of capability. A true blessing for our Ning'an city. This sentiment deepened further in Lord Bai's mind. With the crisis averted, he commenced arrangements for the forthcoming tax matters and rekindled his interest in inspecting the hunting grounds. The prospect of Lord Bai hunting at the royal hunting grounds delighted none more than Lan Jiao. With the lord out of the city, she seized the opportunity to draw closer to him. At that moment, she awaited the arrival of Guiyani at the tavern. Before long, Guiyani arrived at their customary spot, smiling as he said, Jiao, I've been meaning to find you. Lan Jiao lifted her chin from her hand, her eyes sparkling with curiosity as she inquired, You were looking for me? Guiyani nodded, lowering his voice conspiratorially. Ning'an City is on the rise. This year, His Majesty will be making a southern tour and will stay here. My uncle has constructed a grand royal hunting ground for the occasion, and he is going to inspect it in the coming days. He has invited me to accompany him, and my cousin will likely join as well. Did he mention bringing you along? The thought ignited frustration in Lan Jiao. Bai Qinglang had grown so indifferent that he hardly spoke to her, let alone consider taking her with him. Noticing her silence, Guiyani surmised her feelings and cheerfully reassured her, It's all right. If you wish to go, I can take you. Yet, a sense of uncertainty lingered within Lan Jiao, for Guiyani had a tendency to boast without delivering substantial results. Last time, he mentioned he could bring himself into the banquet, yet he ended up waiting outside for over an hour. Nevertheless, hope is always a positive sentiment. A glimmer of joy illuminated Lan Jiao's eyes as she eagerly grasped Guiyani's hand, inquiring, Really? Her excitement led her voice to rise, drawing the attention of nearby diners. Lan Jiao lowered her voice, suggesting, Let us find another place to converse. I truly despise dining amid such cacophony. No need. Guiyani replied, I find this location quite pleasant. Not only can we eavesdrop on gossip, but we also save some coins. The thought of money reminded Guiyani that he still owed Jiang Anning a gift, causing him to experience a twinge of discomfort. What's the matter? Noticing his furrowed brow, Lan Jiao poured him a cup of tea and asked, Is it that you dislike this place? Guiyani slowly shook his head and suddenly proclaimed, When the time comes, I will take a few companions hunting. According to the rules, I can bring 2 people, so you may accompany me then. Without having to voice her intentions, Lan Jiao felt a surge of joy within her heart. She playfully patted Guiyani's shoulder, exclaiming, You truly are a good friend. Your loyalty is commendable. After finishing their meal at the tavern, naturally, it was Guiyani who paid the bill. Upon